Chapter 51. Prince Hui's tone did not fade, nor did his face change significantly, but Yao Huang knew that he was unhappy. Yao Huang also knew that the prince was not unwilling to accompany her out, but was unwilling to appear in front of people in a wheelchair. For this, Yao Huang was prepared to be rejected once, twice, even 10 times, 100 times. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If the first step was that easy, Prince Hui would not have locked himself up in the bamboo courtyard for so long, and Yao Huang would not have to choose a place where no one knew him, and then try every means to coax the prince over. But Yao Huang could no longer pretend to be nonchalant and go along with him, and really leave the prince alone to go out for a stroll, because if she went along with him this time, she would have no reason to invite him again next time. Since she had made up her mind to take the prince out, Yao Huang had to go against his wishes and be a willful and bad princess who only wanted her husband to play with her and could not understand the bitterness and helplessness of her disabled husband. The danger of this plan was that the prince might be so angry that he would scold her for being immature, and Yao Huang would react according to the degree of his anger, and at worst, the group would go back in disgrace. While the prince is still greedy for her body, she is young and can easily be aroused. After returning to Beijing, Yao Huang has a good chance of coaxing him with some tricks. Then she will be a sensible princess and stop provoking him. Without any worries, Yao Huang came boldly. She lowered her head and pretended to be pitiful as if she had been scolded. Zhao Yan was indeed furious, but this anger came from his disabled leg and had nothing to do with the princess. Seeing her clenching her hands anxiously, not daring to look at him or speak, thinking of her joy and expectations before leaving Beijing, Zhao Yan didn't want to ruin her interest in playing. He slowed down his tone and said, "On the night of the wedding, I told you that I didn't like going out. Later, you invited me to go horse racing in the suburbs. I also repeated that you don't have to think of me when you have any travel plans, so as not to disappoint your kindness every time. So just now you asked me to go out with you, and my words were a little harsh." Yao Huang looked at his fingers and whispered, "I was wrong, the prince was right to scold. It's all my fault for having a bad memory." Zhao Yan. "I didn't scold you, Yao Huang turned his face away and raised a sleeve to wipe his eyes. "Don't worry, the prince, I remember everything. I ate too much at noon, and now I'm not hungry at all, the prince can eat by himself." After finishing her words with a sob, Yao Huang stood up and ran out of the door like she was escaping. She ran with half of her face covered, clearly crying, which made Fei Chuan, who was standing in the yard waiting to serve, dumbfounded. When he reacted, the princess had gone to the backyard and could not be seen. Fei Chuan's heart was beating fast. He was fine when the princess came just now. Why did she cry? He approached the hall cautiously, not daring to look around, only expecting that the prince must be in a bad mood at this time. So he stayed closer, lest he could not hear when the prince called him, or run slowly, giving the prince an excuse to vent his anger. The prince may have read too many Buddhist scriptures in the past 6 months, and he hardly lost his temper with them. But Fei Chuan did not forget the tea bowls and porcelains that the prince smashed behind his back last year after the imperial physician declared that there was nothing he could do for the prince's legs. He also did not forget the prince's awkward figure when he fell to the ground when he was holding the guardrail at the beginning, and he and Qingyai rushed in to help the prince, and the veins on the back of the prince's hand popped out, and he lowered his eyes to ask them to go out. About a quarter of an hour later, the prince called him. Fei Chuan lowered his head and stepped into the hall. His eyes could only reach the position of the prince's chest. He saw that the prince was still holding the Buddhist scriptures in one hand, and said in a flat tone, "Just now, the lady misunderstood that I didn't like her going out for a walk. So, you go and ask Dr. Liao if there are any good restaurants in the town. If there are, you can ask Qingyai Aji to accompany the lady for a walk." Zhao Yan thought that Qingyai and Fei Chuan were the two most useful eunuchs around him. He asked them to go out with her at the same time, so she should understand that he had no intention of being angry with her. Fei Chuan accepted the order and asked, "Then I will go to the kitchen to bring the second master's dinner?" Zhao Yan, "Yes." Fei Chuan went to the west courtyard and asked Qingyai to deliver food to the prince. He took Aji with him to coax the princess. However, when they arrived, they found that the princess had locked the door of the east room from the inside. No matter how he explained for the prince, he almost wore out his lips, but refused to open the door. He didn't even pay attention to him, and only heard a few sobs occasionally. Aji had no idea what was going on. He thought his princess had really been wronged, and he was so angry that he asked Fei Chuan, "What did the second master do? Madam has been kind-hearted since she was a child, and ordinary grievances can't make her cry." Fei Chuan finally understood that this matter was not as simple as the prince said. But even if the prince really made the princess angry, he was the prince after all. The prince arranged for him and Qingyai to come here, which was equivalent to coaxing the princess. If the princess continued to make trouble, it would probably be more trouble than it gained. Telling Aji to shut up, Feichuan pressed against the crack of the east room's door and advised, "Madam, no one knows our second master better than me. He has been very polite since he was 3 or 4 years old. The palace, whatever the third master likes, the second master will give it to him. He would rather suffer a loss than get angry with anyone. Maybe the second master hurt Madam with his inappropriate words today, but I promise that the second master did not do it on purpose. Madam, think more about the second master's kindness to you and don't be sad." The princess's reply came from the room. "Okay, I'm not sad either. I'm just not hungry, but I'm sleepy. You should do what you need to do, take good care of the second master, and go to bed early after you're done." Feichuan Aji, Aji pushed Feichuan aside and tried to coax her. Yao Huang still said the same thing. Qingyai had taken away the dinner that the prince had eaten and came to wait for the princess to go out, but she didn't even want to go out of the east room. After Qingyai's attempt to coax her failed, the two eunuchs had no choice but to ask the prince for instructions. Zhao Yin, She must have cried for so long, her eyes must be swollen. Even if she was coaxed, she couldn't go out again. Zhao Yin told Feichuan, "Ask the kitchen to heat up the princess's food first." Feichuan went there quickly. Zhao Yin asked Qingyai to push him to the backyard again. "You guys go eat first." Zhao Yin arranged it, thinking that he would have to work hard. Aji had no choice but to follow Qingyai to leave. The prince came to coax people, and he certainly didn't want them to listen here. People left, leaving Prince Hui in a wheelchair alone facing the closed door of the east room. "Prince Hui," said calmly, "open the door." Yao Huang bit his lip, turned over, and said to the door, "I'm really not hungry, and I'm not crying, second master, go back." Zhao Yin, "Open the door." Yao Huang, "If I don't, my eyes will be swollen like walnuts, so ugly that I don't want you to see it." Zhao Yin, "For the last time, if you don't open it again, I will ask them to come and tear down the door." Yao Huang, "Tear it down, if you dare to tear it down, I will hit the door in front of you. Anyway, I look ugly enough now, and it won't be uglier if I hit my forehead again." Zhao Yin, Yao Huang got off the bed, walked to the door, leaned against the door panel on one side, and said softly, "Okay, let's not say angry words. I believe that the second master has no intention of scolding me, and I will ask Aji to bring dinner after you leave, but I really can't face the second master tonight. Can the second master not force me?" Zhao Yin, "With this mess, you and I will not sleep in the same room tonight, and everyone will start to have wild thoughts." Yao Huang laughed secretly. Nonsense, this guy just didn't eat enough at noon, and wanted to eat a few more times while her period hadn't come. She wrapped her skirt with her left hand, wrapped it several times, and compromised. "Forget it, second master, come over after it's completely dark, and I won't light the lights here." Outside the door, Zhao Yin relaxed. It was hard to talk during the day, and she could only really trust him if he hugged her at night. Yao Huang didn't cry at all, and her eyes were naturally fine. In order to ensure that everything was perfect, she didn't even see Aji. After opening the door, she took the dinner in and immediately closed the door, and handed the tray out after eating. Feichuan quietly hid in the yard. When he saw Aji coming out with a tray, he tiptoed closer, checked it, and sighed to report to the prince. "Second master, Madam only ate half a bowl of rice, tasted the 3 dishes, and drank only half a bowl of soup." The prince didn't eat much for dinner, and Madame Gao was worried. Now that she saw that the princess had left so much food, she would definitely become the second Master Kong. Zhao Yin knew that the princess's words of not crying and not complaining were all fake, and she was still for his scold. Grievance. After the massage, when it was completely dark, Qingyai pushed His Royal Highness Prince Hui to the backyard again. None of the 3 rooms had lights on, and Aji stood in the yard until the princess walked out of the east room and pushed the prince in, and then the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. In the east room, Prince Hui was silent, and Yao Huang also said nothing, and they got on the bed one after another. Prince Hui lay flat and waited for a while, and the princess next to him always had her back to him, and there was no sign of hugging him like before. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Zhao Yin moved over, turned sideways, and hugged his princess from behind. Yao Huang hid inside. Zhao Yin held her waist, and refused to let her leave. She struggled and pushed, and the princess had such a body shape, which made the prince angry. Because the princess refused to cooperate, Prince Hui used some tricks to coax the princess, half-heartedly. "If I was angry with you, I wouldn't be like this." Prince Hui finally found an opportunity to comfort the princess with words. Yao Huang leaned over and bit his arm that supported his body. Now, there was no need to say anything. Prince Hui coaxed the princess with his own hands until 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a basin of cold water and a bucket of hot water in the room. The hot water had turned warm now, but Yao Huang still refused to light the lamp. The couple wiped themselves in the dark. Just when Prince Hui thought that the princess had been completely coaxed and could sleep peacefully, a few suppressed sobs suddenly came from the side. Zhao Yan moved over again and raised his hand to touch the princess's face, which was facing away from him, and felt a wet area. Zhao Yan hugged her tightly. "Are you still feeling wronged?" Yao Huang sobbed and said, "Yes, I feel wronged. Before, the prince promised to accompany me to this place to escape the summer heat. I really thought that the prince liked me so much that he would rather endure the hardships of the journey for me. When I got here, I found that the prince only liked my body and tossed it just so that I could serve you happily." "Zhao Yan, you are talking nonsense. Is it really just for this? Even if you don't come to escape the summer heat, do you dare to look at me in the palace?" "Yao Huang, of course I don't dare. It's just that you and I are newlyweds, and I have some beauty. The prince is willing to pamper me more. In 2 years, the prince will be tired of the current novelty, and I will fall from grace." Zhao Yan began to have a headache. While wiping her tears, he said, "I am not that kind of person. You are in a bad mood today. I won't argue with you." Yao Huang pushed his hand away, moved to the innermost and said, "Why not? When has the prince ever been passionate to me except in bed? I have only been married to you for more than a month, and the prince is unwilling to accompany me for a stroll. As time goes by, I may not be able to see the prince even if I go to the bamboo courtyard to ask for an audience. Yes, the prince has given me gold ingots and ivory mats. It seems that he treats me very well, but do I have to live with gold ingots and ivory mats? What I cherish most is the prince. The prince is unwilling to accompany me, which means that you don't like me at all. Then I feel ashamed to accept the gold, silver and jewelry given by the prince." Zhao Yan then realized that what she was concerned about was not the tone of his refusal to go out in the evening, but the fact that he refused to accompany her out. Why did he refuse? Because he had a disease in his legs, and because he didn't want to be watched and sympathized by others. But Zhao Yan couldn't tell the princess or anyone else, because this was something they could obviously perceive. However, the princess has always been heartless, and it is understandable that she didn't consider his difficulties. Zhao Yan could only continue to emphasize, "I don't like going out. Yao Huang, I don't like the prince's mouth to be so big. I have endured it, and gradually got used to it. Can't the prince change his preferences for me?" Zhao Yan, Chapter 52. Since he could remember, Zhao Yan had never quarreled with anyone. As a prince, the palace servants and civil and military officials around him basically respected him. As for the few people of the same status as him, Zhao Yan had been polite since childhood, and would not take the initiative to offend them. When King Kong and King Qing were young and naughty, they came to him to make trouble. They just asked for something, which was nothing but material things. Zhao Yan let them do it. When the two of them gradually became sensible, they could at least maintain superficial harmony when getting along. For those who were higher in status than him, or had the title of elders, his father would only assign him tasks or praise him and reward him. Queen Zhou was gentle and kind, but concubine Du often found fault with him. No matter what she said, Zhao Yan remained silent, so concubine Du could not quarrel even if she wanted to. Including tonight, it was the princess who was unilaterally angry with him. Zhao Yan himself was not angry, he just wanted to appease her. The princess was unreasonable. Zhao Yan could not argue with her, waiting for her to calm down and figure out the truth. When the princess brought out evidence that he didn't like her, such as he was only passionate in bed, such as he refused to accompany her out, Zhao Yan became bitter, and he never thought that in the past he only needed to say, "I don't like going out," to make her cooperate and end the topic, but tonight, she complained so bluntly that it was almost vulgar. Even the soldiers in the barracks didn't dare to use dirty words when seeing low-ranking officers. She, a girl, a well-educated official lady, dared to say it in front of a prince, and said it so confidently. If the princess complained about anything else, Zhao Yan would scold her and correct her in decent words. But, after a long period of shock and embarrassment, Zhao Yan thought of many inappropriate scenes. She did have obvious forbearance on the wedding night, including every time afterwards. She needed time to adapt, and when she cried the most, she would scold him without thinking, but Zhao Yan would not mind at that time. After all, she cried and uttered all instinctive words, and the more straightforward her dislike was, the more he. Zhao Yan forced his attention back to the princess, accusing him of this matter. I wanted to blame her for being unreasonable, but she had some reasons. She had indeed been enduring him and indulging him at night. But can these two things really be compared? The princess, who had been sobbing softly, spoke again. Forget it, it's my fault that I have been living too smoothly recently. I forgot that you are the prince, and I am just the daughter of a minor official. I am blessed to be the prince's wife in my previous life. How can I expect the prince to give me gold, silver, jewelry, and true love at the same time? Your Majesty, go to bed early. Don't worry. I have figured it out. As long as you still like my body and are willing to give me dignity, I am really satisfied. After saying that, she wiped her eyes carefully, took the initiative to lean back into Prince Huey's arms, and hugged him affectionately. Prince, please don't be angry about this. There won't be a next time. From now on, whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Zhao Yan looked outside the tent. On the night of the 11th, there was a half moon, and the faint moonlight shone through the window paper, so that nothing in the room could be seen clearly. Coaxing her was to make her stop misunderstanding, stop feeling wronged, and stop crying. Now the princess stopped crying and sounded calm, but Zhao Yan knew that once he acquiesced to her words, it was equivalent to acquiescing that all the good things he had done to her since the wedding were just out of satisfaction with her body, and acquiescing that in a few years he would dislike her for not being fresh enough, and thus treat her badly. Zhao Yan is not that kind of prince, and he doesn't want his princess to silently endure such an unnecessary grievance. Zhao Yan also doesn't want to explain to her why a disabled prince is unwilling to go out, and he doesn't want to face her sympathetic and pitying eyes every day from now on. He has seen enough of such eyes, and it is better for the princess to continue to be heartless. Since the princess has determined her death, Zhao Yan can only satisfy her desire to truly clarify her misunderstanding. Holding her hand on her waist, Zhao Yan said, I will go shopping with you tomorrow. The little hand in his palm froze for a moment, and the next moment, the head against his shoulder lifted up, whispering into his ear like a dream. Prince, what did you just say? Zhao Yan leaned over, looked at her and said, I said, I will accompany you to visit this town tomorrow. The princess's laughter burst out before her lips rose. Just like that day at noon outside the bamboo forest, the overjoyed princess rushed over again, lying on him. Happily swaying for a while, the princess raised her head again and asked hesitantly, Is it only tomorrow, or will the prince accompany me whenever I want to go out? Zhao Yan pursed his lips. Yao Huang immediately said considerately, I know the prince likes quietness. He won't ask you to accompany me every day. Well, accompany me 6 or 7 times a month, right? Just like the prince will accompany me 6 or 7 times a month. Zhao Yan, okay, but only in Lingshan town. If I accompany you too much in the capital, if my father knows, he may be angry because I have repeatedly refused to enter the palace before. Yao Huang smiled and said, Okay, but I think my father should not be so stingy. After his children get married, they will take care of their own families more, just like my father must spend more time with the ladies than with you. Zhao Yan covered her mouth and took the opportunity to say, You must not talk about the emperor without permission, and you must change your habit of speaking without restraint. If someone hears your words, it will not only damage your dignity as a princess, but also make it easy for people to criticize your father-in-law and mother-in-law for your upbringing. Yao Huang bit her lip and glared at him, saying, It's because of the prince that I'm angry. I'm usually a lady. Prince, we didn't answer. Yao Huang continued to make up for it. Besides, my father and mother taught me very strictly, and never allowed me to read those messy books. They were all written by my brother and his classmates. When I was a child, I went to watch them play polo. When they were fighting, I accidentally heard some obscene words. At that time, I didn't know what they meant. It was only after I married the prince that I came to understand. Zhao Yan. Is the storybook you read last time considered a messy storybook? Yao Huang. Of course not. That storybook tells a serious story and exposes the ugly behavior of some corrupt officials. As for what the messy storybook is about, I don't know because I haven't read it. When I go to the bookstore to pick a storybook, the bookstore clerk will also stand in front of some storybooks and remind us that it is not for us girls to read. Prince Hui suddenly pinched her plump cheek. It hurt a little. Yao Huang slapped his hand. Why are you pinching me? Zhao Yan, you have wronged me a lot tonight, so I will punish you a little. Yao Huang thought about it and pinched his face. I told you to be frugal with words and made me cry so much, so I will punish you a little. Unfortunately, Prince Hui's face is not very fleshy, so it is not easy to pinch. The tears were fake, and Yao Huang slept soundly that night. The next day, he suddenly woke up in a familiar body abnormality. Although it was early in the morning, it was already bright outside the window, and if you listen carefully, You could hear the crowing of chickens in the distant people's houses. Yao Huang looked at the sleeping Prince Hui beside her, sat up quietly, and looked at the silk mattress. Sure enough, there was a touch of red. She looked at Prince Hui again. He was awake, and was silently observing her every move. Yao Huang covered her eyes with her hands first. Is it very swollen and ugly? Zhao Yin. Fortunately, it's not ugly. Yao Huang touched her eyes and muttered. Fortunately, I applied cold water to my eyes more last night. Zhao Yin, is your period coming? Yao Huang's face was hot, and she glared at him several times. Second Master was so fierce yesterday, otherwise I would have starved you for more than 10 nights in a row. Zhao Yin lowered his eyes, and sat up on the bed with his hands. Yao Huang took the clothes, and went to the bathroom to clean herself up. When she came back, she saw that Prince Hui had already put on his inner clothes. Yao Huang went out to take a look. The quilt on the couch in the west room had been folded. Aji was either fetching water or helping in the kitchen in the west courtyard. Fei Chuan, on the other hand, had already sat on the bench in the corridor. When he saw her, he jumped up immediately. Yao Huang returned to the east room and pushed Prince Hui out to Fei Chuan. Fearing that the family of Jin Xiaocai next door would hear them, the three of them did not speak. There was nothing to say. Soon, Qing'ai came over with a bucket of warm water, followed by Aji. After Qing'ai took away the water used in the east room last night, Aji came to the bedridden princess and said with a smile, "Have the madam and the second master reconciled? The houses in the small town are not as soundproof as the walls of the palace." In the dead of night, Aji was lying in the west room and heard the madam's voices clearly. Yao Huang glared at her. Aji talked about something else. Just now Fei Chuan went to the kitchen to pass on a message, asking us to bring warm water to the madam to wash, and also asked me to put breakfast directly next to your bed. The second master is quite caring. Yao Huang, it hurts, my waist is so sore now. Aji, I rub it for you. Yao Huang didn't need her to rub it. She just wanted to lie still. Aji took care of the princess's washing, and took away the clothes and bedding to be changed. The breakfast in the kitchen was also ready. Aji and Qing'ai brought it over together. The meal was placed in the main room first. Aji was responsible for moving a table to the princess' bed, and Qing'ai went to the front to push the prince over. Everything was in order. So, Prince Hui and his princess, who had separated early in the morning, met again by the bed. Yao Huang lazily leaned against the bed. Her body was weak, and her appetite was not as good as usual. Zhao Yin regretted last night. If he hadn't asked, her weakness might have been less this morning. Is it difficult to sit? Zhao Yin asked when she saw her looking at the table, and not moving forward. Yao Huang nodded, then lay down again, looking at him and said, "Second master, eat by yourself. I really don't feel hungry this time." Zhao Yin, you have to eat it too, ask Aji to come in and feed you. Yao Huang's heart moved, and she whispered, "I want to eat what second master feeds." Zhao Yin looked at the princess's face, which was no longer rosy as usual, and her black eyes looked even more pitiful. He pushed the small table between them to the side, and then turned the two large wheels of the rattan wheelchair to move it to the head of the bed. Breakfast was river porridge, with vegetarian dumplings made and fried by Gan Yangzi, and two side dishes, one cold and one hot. The river shrimps had been shelled and deveined. Zhao Yin held a bowl in one hand, and fed the princess, with a spoonful of porridge, and a spoonful of shrimp in the other hand. Yao Huang opened his mouth, and took his spoon, staring at him with his black eyes. Zhao Yin, what are you looking at? Yao Huang smiled with a look of taking advantage. I was thinking, I am so bold that I dare to ask the prince to serve me. Zhao Yin, you know it and still dare to ask? Yao Huang, you are still my husband. It is natural for a husband to love his wife. Zhao Yin just fed her. After Yao Huang finished eating, she watched the prince chew slowly. When Prince Hui finished eating and was about to leave, Yao Huang said, "Wait a minute, second master, write me a receipt about what we agreed to last night. Otherwise, I am afraid that my menstrual period will delay me for 2 days. When I ask you to accompany me for a walk again, second master will turn against me and refuse to admit it." Zhao Yin, Chapter 53. Prince Hui kept his word and asked Fei Chuan to send him a note written by himself in an envelope. During the period of living in Lishan town, he will accompany his wife to go out for a walk 6 or 7 times a month, and must not break the contract. The signature is a single character. Sway. Yao Huang read it over and over again, put away the note, and stuffed the envelope under her pillow, thinking about what happened last night, and breathed a sigh of relief. The plan went so smoothly, in addition to her acting so realistically, it was also due to Prince Hui's softness. If he really treated her as a low-class princess who could be summoned and dismissed at will, and didn't care whether she felt wronged, Yao Huang would cry until her eyes went blind, and Prince Hui would only dislike her for not knowing the rules even more. Of course, Yao Huang also treats people differently. If Prince Hui is such a cold person, Yao Huang will not even plan to come to Lingshan to escape the summer heat. After a good rest in bed, Yao Huang felt much lighter at dusk and ran to the front yard to discuss with Prince Hui, "Let's eat early later, and then go out for a walk?" The princess in Zhao Yan's eyes was wearing a white short jacket and a bright red skirt embroidered with colorful butterflies and flowers. The skirt was bright enough, and with a face that was so beautiful that it could shame the moon and the flowers, Zhao Yan could already imagine what kind of eyes the passers-by would cast on her when such a beauty pushed her husband in a wheelchair on the streets, and what kind of gossip they would whisper after passing by. But he agreed in person, and also signed a document for her. "Yes." Yao Huang smiled and asked Fei Chuan, who was waiting in the yard, to get the elm wheelchair that Master Ding had just made. The rattan chair was more suitable for use at home. Before leaving, Yao Huang showed the new elm wheelchair to Prince Hui, saying that Master Ding thought she still needed an elm wheelchair and made one just in case. Prince Hui looked indifferent, probably thinking that he would not go out at all in the town, so he would not need a more solid elm chair. Madame Gao cooked 2 soups for dinner. The one for the prince was winter melon and pork rib soup, and the one for the princess was angelica and mutton soup. They were each served in a soup bowl, about 2 bowls in size, with a rich aroma. Yao Huang blew slowly and drank a bowl of soup. Sweat beads appeared on the tip of her nose, and her cheeks were flushed. She felt that she didn't need to change the way she supplemented herself every day, but she couldn't resist Madame Gao's good cooking skills, so she had to complain to Prince Hui, "Second master, just wait and see. By the end of the year, I will definitely be a lot fatter than when we first got married." Zhao Yan glanced at her mutton-fat white neck and silently drank the pork rib soup that the princess scooped for him. After the meal, the couple washed up in their respective courtyards for a while, and Yao Huang came to the front yard to pick up Prince Hui. Qing'ai and Fei Chuan were worried about letting the princess push the prince out alone, and they didn't dare to ask the prince, so they looked at the princess eagerly. Yao Huang smiled and said, "If you like to go shopping, you 2 brothers can go by yourselves. Don't follow us and our husbands and wives and get in the way." Such a refusal is to prevent the wall from having ears. The eldest uncle Qing'ai and the younger brother-in-law Fei Chuan were more and more speechless. They only hoped that the secret guards, who moved in earlier, would do their job well, and not let the prince and princess get into danger. Fei Chuan went forward to open the east courtyard gate that had been closed for 3 days, and waited for the princess to push the prince out, and then closed it from the inside. In front of the gate was a stone road that could accommodate a carriage passing by leisurely. At the other end of the stone road was the river that was about 5 meters wide. There were some weeping willows, peaches, plums, and other trees planted on both sides of the bank. There was also a stone pier extending from the bank to the waterside, where people could stop their boats or squat by the water to wash clothes and pick vegetables. The river is generally straight, and at a glance, there are 5 stone bridges across it from east to west. The bright sunset shines from the west, without the scorching heat of midday, but still dazzling. The neighbors are probably eating at home, and there are not many people on the road for the time being. Yao Huang pointed to the east and said, "Let's go this way first, walk to the farthest bridge, turn to the other side, go back to the bridge next to it, and then go to the main street in front to see what shops there are. What do you think, second master?" "Second master," Zhao said with a dead look, "you decide." Yao Huang looked down and smiled. "I don't ask you to smile like me, but at least show some joy in the trip, okay? You clearly agreed to accompany me out here. Don't make me force you to come out. If someone sees us, they will think that you and I are not in harmony." "Willingly." Zhao Iri, who went out. Yao Huang pushed him and set off. "Second master, just imitate us when we were strolling in our hometown. You looked quite friendly at that time." Zhao Yan just looked at the road ahead, looking at the figures far and near in his field of vision. Yao Huang first pushed him to the shore in front of his house, and looked out at the river. The water was clear, and some small fish were swimming around. Zhao Yan looked at the footrest of the wheelchair that had already extended to the shore and his feet that were standing on it, and then looked at the 2 small front wheels that seemed to be able to continue rolling forward at any time. He could not deny that his heart beat a little faster. The plainclothed guard, who was hiding in the dark and had no chance to see the real face of the princess, was the beautiful woman who could push the prince into the river at any time really the princess? Commander Zhang only told them to protect the prince and princess from being harmed by outsiders, but he didn't mention whether they should take action if the princess intentionally or unintentionally hurt the prince. Finally, Yao Huang had seen enough of the water, stepped back a few steps, turned his wheelchair and walked east. There was a peach tree next to him. Yao Huang stopped and pointed at the dark green leaves and said, "Second master, look, the tip of that peach is almost red." Zhao Yan looked up and found 5 or 6 green peaches the size of eggs in the direction of the princess's finger. The tip of one of them was indeed pink. "Yao Huang, it's a pity that this tree grows outside. Just wait and see. The peaches will be picked by the children nearby before they are ripe. Zhao Yan, if you like, you can ask someone to watch outside." "Yao Huang, I'm not that stingy. The person who planted this peach tree originally must have wanted to see the peach blossoms in spring, not to eat peaches in summer. Besides, I especially liked to pick wild peaches when I was a child. I can't let other children have fun when I grow up, right?" Zhao Yan estimated the distance between the princess' head and the green peaches and asked, "Could you pick them when you were a child?" Yao Huang, "Yes, if my brother is here, I will step on his shoulders to pick the peaches. If he is not here, I can use branches to knock the peaches down." Zhao Yan glanced at his shoulders and stopped talking. After looking at the peaches, Yao Huang set out again. Passing by the door of He Xiucai's house next door, Yao Huang saw that the door was open and looked inside curiously. Unexpectedly, this family did not have a screen wall, so the whole yard could be seen at a glance. The 4 members of the He family set up the dining table in the yard for coolness. Yao Huang looked inside, and the 4 members of the He family looked outside, and they looked at each other. Prince Hui in the wheelchair was looking forward, but because the princess stopped for some reason, Zhao Yan turned his head and then saw 4 completely unfamiliar faces. Among them, a woman in her 40s stood up with a bowl in one hand and asked in surprise and joy, "Are you the second master and second wife of the Liao family who just moved in next door?" Zhao Yan, Yao Huang smiled and said, "Yes, we just finished our meal and came out to take a walk while it was cool." "And he is eating that?" Xu quickly put the bowl back on the table, rushed to the door enthusiastically, looked at the young scholar in the wheelchair with a smile on her face, and then looked at Yao Huang carefully, and couldn't help but praise, "It's really eye-opening. Before today, I didn't even know that there were such handsome young masters and wives in the world. They made us country people look like mud." Zhao Yan lowered his eyes, not knowing if it was an illusion, but the woman's saliva seemed to splash on his face. At this time, He Xiucai also came over with his 2 children, He Wenbin and He Wenqi. They were all scholars, but He Xiucai was older, so he waited for the young man in the wheelchair to greet him first. Unexpectedly, the young man was very arrogant. Not to mention calling him Uncle He or Senior, he didn't even look at him. Yao Huang saw it clearly and smiled, "My second master is very quiet, and not good at speaking. You 2 elders, please bear with me. Then we will continue to stroll around. You should go to eat quickly. I will come to bother you next time if I have the chance." "Shoo, okay, go quickly. We have a beautiful scenery here, and there are many places worth visiting." Yao Huang kept walking forward. After passing 2 houses, she pretended to look back unintentionally, and happened to see the last corner of the clothes of the 4 members of the He family returning to the yard. At this time, Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair to the shore and asked the gloomy Prince Hui to wait. She took out a handkerchief and walked down the stone steps leading to the water. She squatted down to wet the handkerchief, then walked up, bent over, and couldn't help laughing as she helped Prince Hui wipe his face. The people in the town are like this. When they see new neighbors, they have to say hello. You are wronged. Zhao Yan looked at her smile, which she did not even try to hide, and asked, "Since you feel that I have been wronged, why do you still gloat over my misfortune?" Yao Huang changed the handkerchief he had used to wipe it, and wiped Prince Hui for the second time. "I am not gloating over my misfortune. I am laughing at you. When I kissed you in the carriage before, you scolded me for being rude, but I was sprayed in the face by a strange woman's saliva. Second master, on the contrary, became good-tempered and said nothing. You really accompanied me to pretend to be an ordinary citizen. How is it? Is there anything else that needs to be wiped?" Zhao Yan. Forehead. Yao Huang stopped smiling and acted slightly annoyed, saying as she wiped, "I seem to be at a disadvantage. My saliva hasn't even touched the second master's here." Zhao Yan. Yao Huang washed the handkerchief 3 times in total. The first 2 times were to help Prince Hui wipe it clean, and the 3rd time was to wash the handkerchief clean. Zhao Yan watched her run up and down step by step, and finally unfolded the wrung handkerchief and put it on the left armrest of his wheelchair, which was not on it at the moment, and smiled. "Put it here, it can just be exposed to the sunset. I will concentrate on pushing the second master, and the second master must keep an eye on it for me. If a girl's handkerchief is lost, it will easily cause some trouble. Zhao Yin thought of her storybook, in which Pan Xunyang's handkerchief was picked up by a blacksmith and used to do despicable things in the middle of the night. So the Prince of Hui, who was forced to come out to enjoy the scenery, had no mood to enjoy the scenery at all. His peripheral vision was always staring at the silk handkerchief on the armrest. Every time the wheelchair swayed slightly, the handkerchief swayed with it, and the Prince of Hui was ready to reach out to hold the handkerchief several times, but the handkerchief was still there. Finally, Zhao Yin took off the handkerchief directly, folded it several times into a palm-sized square, and held it in his palm. Yao Huang was surprised and asked, "Did it finish so quickly?" Prince Hui did not answer. The stone bridge at the eastern end of the river was in sight, and to the east were a few houses and scattered farmland, followed by mountains. Yao Huang suddenly left his wheelchair and ran to the stone bridge alone. Zhao Yin sat in the wheelchair, watching the princess's cheerful look, and then watched her stop in the middle of the stone bridge, turn around, hold the guardrail with one hand, wave at him with the other, and smile at him in the fiery red sunset. "Second master, would the scenery here look good if it were painted?" A commoner couple came up to the north of the bridge and looked at them, but the princess ignored them and waited for his answer. Zhao Yin had no choice but to nod. Yao Huang ran back with a smile and pushed him onto the bridge. When the wheelchair reached the bridge, the commoner couple was only a few steps away from the bridge. The princess' familiar voice sounded above his head. "Have you two just come back from the fields?" "Yes, you are. We are the nephew and niece of Dr. Liao, who just moved to the town. We just came out for a walk after dinner." "Oh, I've seen Dr. Liao. He's handsome enough. I didn't expect his nephew to be so handsome that they don't even look like they're from the same family." The woman who was talking didn't care what the scholar in the wheelchair looked like. She lowered her head and looked at him carefully, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. "Zhao Yin, eh?" Yao Huang smiled and said, "My uncle is just old. He was also very handsome when he was young. Then you guys should go home and have dinner. We go to the other side to take a look. Go ahead, come and visit us when you have time. We live in the third house under the bridge, the one with 2 stone pillars at the door." Okay. Chapter 54. When Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the north bank of the river, more and more neighbors on both sides of the river came out to enjoy the cool air after dinner. Some of them sat on the riverside with a small stool and fanned themselves with a palm leaf fan, while some of them gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat about family matters. All of these people's eyes fell on the strange and extremely handsome young couple. When Yao Huang was a child, she often faced such scenes when she went to her grandfather's house to play. When others smiled at her, she smiled back. When she met an older person, she would greet them first, such as old uncle, grandmother, uncle, and aunt. If someone of similar age took the initiative to talk to her, Yao Huang would stop and respond. As early as when he was in Nannan, Zhao Yin had already experienced the princess's enthusiasm and talkativeness. After so many times, Prince Hui's initial resistance and discomfort turned into numbness. Although Prince Hui grew up in the royal family, he rarely had the outward or inward arrogance that was common in the royal family, or even ordinary nobles and children of high families. When he traveled with a prince's ceremonial guard, the people and officials were in awe of his identity and his lonely and cold demeanor that seemed to keep people away. Therefore, when Prince Hui changed into an ordinary cloth, when he tried to slow down his expression to cooperate with the princess's interest in traveling or to maintain basic etiquette in front of these enthusiastic people, the neighbors saw only a handsome scholar who became too quiet and taciturn because of his crippled legs, rather than a lifeless scholar who disliked everyone and refused to communicate with anyone. "Come, the scholar's wife, come sit over here too. We're all sitting down, but you're the only one standing. What's the matter?" A woman who had just started chatting moved aside, giving up half of the smooth stone she was sitting on to Yao Huang. In addition to this woman, there were 5 other women sitting on the stones of different sizes around, 2 of whom were old ladies with gray hair, and the rest were aunts in their 30s or 40s. Yao Huang was still considering whether Prince Hui could stand such a grand occasion, when an old lady persuaded him. Sit down, it's rare to have a pair of male and female gods here, let us take a good look at them." The woman who first spoke to him lived in the house opposite these stone benches. She pushed Yao Huang to sit down, then ran home to bring out a large pot of fried melon seeds, and gave Yao Huang a handful of them first. "Look, we are all benefiting from this, right? In the past, when we sat here and chatted, no one was willing to share melon seeds with us. I couldn't bear to do that. There are so many mouths to feed. Even if our family runs a fried food store, we can't afford to feed you. You can enjoy the benefit of the scholar's wife today." Amidst the laughter, Yao Huang gave half of the melon seeds to Prince Hui in the wheelchair. Zhao Yan didn't want to eat this, and just as he was about to refuse, he heard the woman opposite him snickering. It was called snickering, but the sound was loud enough for him to hear. "Look, young couples are so loving, so sweet." Zhao Yan, With a half-wet handkerchief still clenched in his left hand, Zhao Yan couldn't peel the melon seeds even if he took them. Trying to ignore the women's gazes, he whispered to the princess, "Eat it yourself, I don't need it." Yao Huang had a handful of melon seeds in her left hand, and a handful of melon seeds in her right hand. There were still some melon seeds that would fall from her fingers from time to time. How could she eat them without freeing up one hand? Prince Hui didn't reach out, so Yao Huang directly put the melon seeds in her right hand on the hem of his long gown that was spread out on his knees. "It's just right if you don't eat them. I love them. You peel them for me." After that, she also put the seeds in her left hand on top, leaving only some that were easy to take and peel as she ate. Zhao Yan, Yao Huang didn't have time to explore Prince Hui's mood at the moment, and turned around to chat with the ladies. "How old is this scholar's wife?" 17. "I said you look young, so you must have just gotten married?" "Yes, we got married last winter." "You are also lucky. You are pretty, and your husband is like a god." Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui, who was still staring at the pile of melon seeds on his hem, and said sweetly, "That's right, I'm not bragging. Wherever I go, I have never seen a man more handsome than my husband." Everyone nodded to the handsome scholar in the wheelchair. When a group of women get together, they will have endless things to talk about, not to mention that other women, young wives, young girls come over one after another. When there are more people, it is difficult to notice from a distance that there is a man in a wheelchair among the women, so other men and women are tactful and don't come here. Zhao Yan didn't want to join in the chat, but he felt the many eyes on him almost all the time, and the more he didn't move, the more unbearable it was. After sitting stiffly for a cup of tea, Zhao Yan lowered his eyes, and put the handkerchief in his left hand into his right sleeve, then picked up a melon seed, and peeled it with both hands. After peeling, Prince Hui placed the melon seeds on the right armrest of the wheelchair next to the princess, and the melon seed shells. Prince Hui was just in a dilemma, and the woman who was sitting on the other side of the princess, who was delivering the melon seeds, smiled and said, "Just throw it on the ground, I sweep it up later." Zhao Yan, Scanning his eyes at other women who were eating melon seeds, they all threw them at their feet, including his princess. Zhao Yan could only follow the local customs. He didn't say anything, but he peeled the melon seeds quickly. Soon, a long strip of melon seeds accumulated on the right armrest. Yao Huang finished eating the one in his hand, turned around, and took the piece of melon seeds on the armrest into his palm, so he didn't have to peel it himself anymore. When she collected it for the second time, the women were envious again. "The scholar is really good to you. My husband never peels melon seeds for me. I have to bring food to him." "Who says it's not true? That's why you have to marry someone who can read and care for others. It depends on the person. Mr. He from the opposite side has moved here for almost 20 years, and I have never seen him serve his wife. You are all wrong. The point is that Xiao Yao is beautiful. Let alone a wife, I would be willing to support her even if she is my brother's wife or my daughter-in-law. If it were any other young wife, she would have blushed after being teased by a group of people. But Yao Huang was not shy because she was beautiful and Prince Hui treated her well. Look how neatly she peeled the melon seeds." After eating the melon seeds, Yao Huang had told everything she could about the Liao family. Seeing that Prince Hui had nothing to do, Yao Huang stood up and said, "We still want to go to the main street to get to know the way. You guys continue chatting. If we meet again tomorrow night, I will treat everyone to melon seeds." Everyone sent them off warmly. At this time, the women gathered here almost included all the women of the neighborhoods on both sides of the new house. When Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui forward, there were only some elderly men who greeted him briefly, and children running around and playing. Arriving at the stone bridge closest to the new house, where Yao Huang decided to turn to the main street, two children came out from the family next door. The brother, who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, brought his sister, who was about 4 or 5 years old. There were 2 puppies, one black and one yellow, following the children. Seeing strangers, the little black dog barked, and the little yellow dog was thin and timid, so it hid behind the brother and sister. Zhao Yan frowned slightly. The brother sensibly stopped the little black dog. The sister ran to the wheelchair and solemnly comforted the handsome brother whose face was pale with fear. "Don't be afraid. We won't let the little black dog bite you, and the little black dog is still young, so it won't hurt if it bites people." Zhao Yan, Yao Huang suppressed his laughter and lowered his head to ask the little girl, "How do you know he is scared?" The little girl looked at Prince Hui's face with her big black and white eyes. "His face is very white. My brother is like this when he is scared." Yao Huang shook his head. "My husband is not afraid of your dog. He is very brave. His face is white because he rarely gets sun recently." Zhao Yin, eh? The little girl looked at her beautiful sister and asked, "Your face is also very white. Is it because you don't get sun less?" Yao Huang, "Of course not. I was born white, and my white is called white with red. The whiteness that comes from hiding from the sun is not as good as mine." Zhao Yin never thought that his princess could chat with a little girl. When she learned that the beautiful sister was a new neighbor across the street, the little girl's eyes lit up, ran over and grabbed the skinny little yellow dog, and asked expectantly, "Sister, can you raise Xiao Huang? Our big dog gave birth to 5 puppies in total. We kept Xiao Hei for ourselves, and gave away the other 3. Only Xiao Huang was skinny, and no one wanted it. My father said that we should not waste food, so Xiao Huang had to be thrown away." Yao Huang, eh? Seeing that Prince Hui, who had been silent for a long time, tilted his head towards her, Yao Huang put away her gloomy expression and smiled again. "I don't have the final say on this. You have to ask him if he wants to keep it." The little girl immediately looked at her handsome brother in the wheelchair. The puppy lay obediently in her arms, and its watery black eyes looked at the stranger opposite vigilantly. Zhao Yin looked at the dog and asked, "Why is it called Xiao Huang?" Yao Huang, eh? Little girl, because its fur is yellow, the black-haired one is called Xiao Hei, and the yellow-haired one is called Xiao Huang. Knowing that Prince Hui was deliberately making fun of her, Yao Huang held the wheelchair with one hand and pinched his shoulder with the other. "First tell me whether you want to keep it or not. If you do, then change its name." Zhao Yin let her decide. "It depends on whether you like it or not." "I'm fine with it." Yao Huang looked at the little girl's bright eyes, then looked at the overly quiet new house on the other side, and said, "Then keep it, change its name to Jinbao. Look at its fur. It's obviously more like the color of a gold ingot." The little girl exclaimed, "Sister, have you seen a gold ingot?" Yao Huang patted Prince Hui on the shoulder. "I have seen one, he gave it to me." The little girl was envious, and was about to hand the puppy to Yao Huang. Yao Huang pointed to his new house, and said to the brother and sister, "Talk to your parents first. If they agree, you can send Jinbao to that family, and say we bought it for 100 coins. They will pay." The brother and sister were very happy when they heard that there was money to be made. They immediately ran in to find their parents. Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair and turned to the main street. Zhao Yin asked, "Why did you pinch me just now?" Yao Huang, "Stop playing dumb." Prince Hui smiled. The summer days are long, and all the shops on both sides of the main street are open. Before Yao Huang found Dr. Liao's clinic, he saw a blacksmith shop, and regular knocking sounds came from the shop. Passing by the blacksmith shop, Yao Huang looked inside curiously, and saw a shirtless strong man swinging a heavy hammer to hit something. The strong man was facing this side, with thick and strong shoulders, a bulging chest, and a young face without a beard that was reflected red by the firelight. Of course, Yao Huang's eyes only turned around the blacksmith's face and returned to him. What the princess saw was also what Prince Hui saw, but Prince Hui glanced up and saw that the princess tilted her head and stared at him. Prince Hui pursed his lips, pressed the big wheels on both sides with both hands, and pushed forward himself. Chapter 55. As the wheelchair moved, Yao Huang's sight was immediately pulled back to the white back of Prince Hui's hand, which was bulging with veins as he pushed the wheelchair. Yao Huang hurriedly took over the wheelchair. She exerted her strength here, and the big wheel rolled, and Zhao Yin had to let go. Yao Huang looked down and saw that Prince Hui had a stern face, which was no longer simply dead. Yao Huang looked up and found that 2 shops away, diagonally opposite, was Liao's medical clinic. The door of the clinic was locked, but there was a pergola outside, and a few benches were placed in the shed for the people who came to see the doctor to sit and wait. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui under the shed, and made him face the bench, and she sat over there. In a short walk, Prince Hui's face changed from unhappy to lifeless again. Yao Huang stretched out her hand to him. "Give me the handkerchief." Zhao Yin took out the handkerchief from his right sleeve, and put it in her palm. The handkerchief was still damp. Yao Huang shook it open, and was about to grab Prince Hui's hand that was dirty by the wheel. After understanding her intention, Zhao Yin snatched the handkerchief. "I do it myself." When he wiped his hands, his palms were facing down. Yao Huang saw it and wanted to help again, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Prince Hui avoided it. Yao Huang just found it funny, and whispered to the handsome face that everyone praised, When those young girls and wives stared at you, I was just proud of my husband's good looks, and I didn't think they were taking advantage of my husband. Why do you get angry when I look at others, and they don't notice or care? Zhao Yin, don't look at anything inappropriate. Yao Huang, common people don't have so many rules. Prince Hui finally looked directly at his princess. You are the king now. Yao Huang nervously covered his mouth, looked around, glared at him and said, be careful, don't let anyone hear you. Zhao Yin, Yao Huang took his hand back, and considering that he was born in a royal family, he said softly, okay, I promise I won't stare at other men anymore, and I will only stare at you. As he said that, his eyes still turned around the upper body of Prince Hui, which was bound by the long gown. Zhao Yin. Go back. Yao Huang, it's still early. Since you are here, let's see if there are any shops in front. After resolving this small disagreement, Yao Huang continued to push Prince Hui to walk forward. Passing by the roasted food shop, Yao Huang bought 5 pounds of original and 5 spice roasted melon seeds, each in 2 small linen bags. The shopkeeper handed the linen bags to Yao Huang, and Yao Huang turned around and stuffed the 2 bags of melon seeds into Prince Hui's arms. Prince Hui could even carry her, so carrying 10 pounds of melon seeds would definitely not be tiring. After walking around for more than half an hour, Yao Huang finally pushed Prince Hui back to the new house. It was still light at this time, and Yao Huang waved to the women on the other side before entering the door. Fei Chuan, who came to open the door, pretended not to see the 2 sacks in the prince's arms, and closed the door very quickly. Yao Huang held the wheelchair and asked, did 2 children come to deliver the dog? Fei Chuan, yes, Liao. My father checked it carefully. It's Jinbao, right? Jinbao doesn't have lice or other diseases, but he is small and has not been eating enough. He looks thin and weak. My eldest brother just washed it twice and put it in the west yard to dry its fur. Should I bring it over now? Yao Huang, go ahead. Fei Chuan bowed and looked at the prince for instructions. The prince acquiesced. Fei Chuan knew that the prince had no inconvenience for the princess to take care of him for the time being. After Fei Chuan left, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the backyard. She always kept a basin and a pot of clean water in her room. After wetting a towel, Yao Huang walked to Prince Hui, put the 2 bags of melon seeds on the table, and then shook the towel in her hand. Second master, do you want to wipe it yourself, or should I help you? The river water only looked clear, but it was definitely not as clean as the well water. Whether Prince Hui's face was touched by other people's saliva or his hands were pushed by the wheelchair, he had to wipe it again. Zhao Yin took the towel and waited for the princess to turn around and wash it before covering her face. Yao Huang went outside to hang the towel, and when he came back, Prince Hui had already wiped it. Yao Huang poured a bowl of water for each of them, then sat next to him, took a handful of melon seeds from the sack, and peeled them with his hands like Prince Hui, and handed the melon seed kernel to his mouth. Second master peeled so many for me outside, it's time for me to feed you a ready-made one. Zhao Yin, I didn't peel it for you. I really don't eat this kind of snack very often. Yao Huang, is it because of respectability, or because the second master doesn't like it? Men are busy, and they are embarrassed to sit on a cushion. Maybe they are afraid that eating casual food will be criticized for not being dignified and serious? Zhao Yin was silent. Yao Huang understood, and smiled as he stuffed the melon seeds between Prince Hui's lips. Zhao Yin had to open his mouth, and when the princess handed it to him again, he took it with his hands. After feeding a few in a row, Fei Chuan and Aji came over together. Whether the prince stayed in the backyard or not, Aji would keep watch for the princess in the west room. Fei Chuan held Jinbao, who had been bathed by Qing'ai, the eunuch who served the prince in the royal family. The puppy was also shy and huddled in Fei Chuan's arms pitifully. Except for turning his watery black eyes to observe the surroundings, he dared not move at all. Yao Huang took Jinbao, Fei Chuan, and Aji and left. Jinbao was in the princess's arms, but he still didn't dare to move. Yao Huang stroked its furry head and laughed at it. Why are you so timid? I tell you, I am the daughter of the most blessed minor official in the world, and you are the most blessed ordinary puppy in the world. When you meet the second master, you just eat and drink well and enjoy yourself. No matter how good your 4 brothers and sisters in the same litter are, they can't compare to you. Jinbao didn't understand, but he could feel the tenderness of his new master's hands, which was more comfortable than the touch of his previous masters. Prince Hui was watching quietly on the side. Yao Huang reached out to touch Jinbao's belly, which was round and plump, and it seemed that he had eaten a full meal at Madame Gao's place. Yao Huang had been pampered enough, so he asked Prince Hui, Second Master, do you want a hug? Qing'ai was washed very clean, and it was full of the fragrance of soap beans. Zhao Yin, no need. Yao Huang deliberately said, Second master, are you really afraid of dogs? Zhao Yin looked at Jin Bao and suddenly called out, Xiao Huang. Jin Bao pricked up his ears, obviously more used to this old name. Yao Huang, eh. She stared at Prince Hui dimly. Prince, if you tease me like this again, I will never talk to you again. Zhao Yin, you started it first. Yao Huang, then I didn't give you a nickname. From childhood to adulthood, only those kids in the alley who hated me would deliberately call me Xiao Huang, Huang Huang, Ah Huang. Does Prince also want me to be annoyed with you? Zhao Yin did not answer this question, but just reached out and touched Jin Bao's head and said to the puppy, It is indeed your blessing to be named by the princess. Yao Huang gave him a glare. It was getting dark outside the window, and Zhao Yin still had to massage and bathe, so he asked Fei Chuan to push him to the front yard. Before leaving, Prince Hui looked at Jin Bao in the princess's arms and said, Ask Aji to send Jin Bao to the west yard and send it back tomorrow morning. In Prince Hui's eyes, cats and dogs are only brought in and teased by the masters when they like them, and the rest of the time, they are all taken care of by the servants. Yao Huang smiled and said, No, just let it sleep in my room. It will be a good companion for me. Zhao Yin looked at the princess for a few more times, wondering if she was hinting at something. However, the princess was touching Jin Bao again, her eyes full of love. It really didn't look like she was using the dog to express her feelings. After Prince Hui left, Yao Huang washed up, asked Aji to go to the west yard to find a small basket, put a layer of hay in the basket for kindling, pressed it down, and made a doghouse for Jin Bao, and placed it next to Yao Huang's bed. Jin Bao is the youngest dog in the litter. He has been bullied by the other four since he was born. He can only eat leftovers when he eats milk or food. That's why he is timid and cowardly. He is fine during the day. Tonight, he suddenly moved to a strange place to live. He woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't find the big dog that always slept with him. So the little guy started to cry in a childish voice. Yao Huang was sleeping soundly. Jin Bao cried 7 or 8 times before she woke up. He laid down beside the bed in a daze, stretched out a hand into the doghouse, and coaxed her perfunctorily while touching her. Okay, stop crying. Jin Bao, who was lying in the nest, felt the warmth of the hand and stopped crying. At this time, Aji pushed open the door from the outside and asked, Madam, are you okay? Yao Huang held down Jin Bao, who wanted to turn over again, and said vaguely, It's okay. Jin Bao missed home and cried a few times. You go to sleep. If you hear it crying again, you don't have to come over. Aji, you should carry it to my side. Don't delay Madam's rest. Yao Huang, no, go to sleep quickly. Aji wanted to sleep. Just as he walked to the door of the west room, he heard someone knocking on the door on the veranda. Aji hurried over and heard Fei Chuan whispering through the door, What's wrong with Madam? Maybe a snake or a mouse ran in and frightened the lady? Aji explained. Fei Chuan was relieved and went to the prince to reply. Zhao Yan's mind flashed the scene of the princess coaxing a puppy even though she was very sleepy, and she was menstruating again. When Prince Hui was awakened by the slight barking of a dog in the backyard for the second time, he called Fei Chuan and asked, What time is it? Fei Chuan looked at the clepsydra and said, Just after midnight. Zhao Yan, light the lamp. Aji knew that the princess liked dogs. He had raised one when he was a child for 7 or 8 years. Later, the dog got sick and died. The princess cried so hard that she was taken to Wangxian Tower by the master and his wife for a feast before she was coaxed. So the princess insisted on taking Jin Bao to sleep by herself, and Aji did not fight for the job again. Jin Bao didn't call for long, and Aji was about to fall asleep again when Fei Chuan's voice came from outside the window, asking her to open the door. Aji woke up suddenly. There were only 2 keys to the small door, one for the front yard and one for the backyard. Fei Chuan dared to use the key only when the prince came at night. After hurriedly putting on her clothes, Aji opened the door as quickly as possible. Under the faint moonlight, there was indeed a wheelchair outside the door. Aji lowered her head and stepped aside. Fei Chuan pushed the prince into the east room in the dark. Yao Huang first felt Jin Bao's uneasy movements, and then realized that someone had come in. The wheelchair was rolling, and it was the prince. Yao Huang didn't want to move, and continued to comfort Jin Bao and asked, Why is the second master here? I'm fine here. Zhao Yin, it disturbed me. Let Fei Chuan carry it to the west courtyard. Yao Huang didn't mind the hardship, but he couldn't delay the prince's rest, so he had to watch Fei Chuan take away the doghouse. It was late at night, and since Prince Hui came to the backyard, he naturally wouldn't go back. Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair to the bedside, and Prince Hui sat on it by himself. Yao Huang leaned into his arms as usual, muttering, "Second master, how can your ears be so sharp? I thought you couldn't hear it." Zhao Yan patted her hands. "Go to sleep." Perhaps because he had touched Jin Bao for too long, he held the sleeping Yao Huang for a while, and then touched the prince's chest. Under the thin silk clothes, there was a clear muscle bulge. Although it was not as exaggerated as the blacksmith in the shop, it was also solid, and could be slightly pressed down with a little force. Prince Hui, who was touched, "Don't want to sleep." Yao Huang, who became more and more awake as he was touched, turned around quickly. Chapter 56. After sleeping restlessly in the first half of the night, Yao Huang slept very soundly in the second half. She thought she could sleep in, but she was awakened by a familiar dog barking early in the morning. There was a sound of someone getting up next to her. Yao Huang turned around and saw Prince Hui sitting upright, looking out of the tent with a profile that was not very happy. Yao Huang secretly worried about Jin Bao. It was not easy for her to get lucky and enjoy the glory and wealth in Prince Hui's mansion. She must not be kicked out because of this barking and offend Prince Hui. Yao Huang liked Jin Bao very much. First, Jin Bao had golden hair and looked cute. Second, she and Jin Bao were more or less a little yellow. For Jin Bao, Yao Huang had to go over and hug Prince Hui's waist, with his head against Prince Hui's back, saying, "Dogs are all spiritual. I coaxed Jin Bao for half the night last night. It must be attached to me, so it ran to the east courtyard early in the morning. Second master, please don't bother with it." Zhao Yan looked at the arm lying in front of him. The sleeve of the princess's middle coat was rubbed to her elbow, revealing a soft and white jade-like forearm in front. The back of the princess's hand was also plump and fleshy, with 5 fingers like bamboo shoots, from thick to thin, lazily and weakly resting on the edge of his right leg. Zhao Yan held the hand and explained, "I didn't bother with it. If I had to bother with it, it was because Qingyai didn't think highly of Jin Bao." Yao Huang felt sympathy for Qingyai again. Hearing that there was indeed Qingyai's deliberately suppressed voice in the yard, Yao Huang speculated, Qingyai came to deliver water, and when he got here, he found that Jin Bao had followed him. He wanted to drive Jin Bao back, so Jin Bao barked. Zhao Yan looked back. In this case, Jin Bao and Qingyai are both wrong. The fault is that I am narrow-minded, and can't tolerate even a few barks of dogs. When Fei Chuan took Jin Bao away last night, the princess looked disapproving, as if she blamed him for making trouble in the middle of the night. When Yao Huang heard this, she hugged him tightly and said, "Second master is very generous. He can tolerate the gossips of so many women. He has the broadest mind." As she spoke, she raised her hand and rubbed Prince Hui's broad mind. Zhao Yan held down the hand, pulled the princess, who was hiding behind, to talk back to her original place, and then measured the princess's mind. Yao Huang said in panic, "I'm still having my period." Prince Hui didn't think about that. The barking of dogs was annoying, so he wanted to hear something nice. Outside the courtyard, Aji, Fei Chuan, and Qingyai took some effort to catch Jin Bao. Looking at the east room, Qingyai covered Jin Bao's mouthpiece and slipped back to the west courtyard. Fei Chuan helped to bring water into the main room, and then returned to the corridor to wait for the prince. Aji quietly approached the door of the east room, wanting to hear whether the prince and the princess were woken up by Jin Bao. Just as he calmed down, he heard the princess's low moan that was so charming that it seemed to squeeze out water. Aji's heart trembled, and he backed away. Prince Hui went to the front yard, leaving his princess lying limply in the quilt, and it took a long time for her to muster up strength. When Aji came in to serve, he saw that the princess's face was still red, and he was a little worried. "Second master, you are really messing around like this. Will it be bad for Madame's health?" Yao Huang did not explain to the silly Aji, who was still a 14-year-old girl. Not only was her princess not hurt, but she was also very happy. Yao Huang could do the changing clothes and washing her face by herself, and asked Aji to bring Jin Bao over, so she didn't need Aji to serve her anymore. Jin Bao really stuck to Yao Huang, circling around Yao Huang's skirt. Yao Huang was going to the front yard, and Jin Bao followed behind with his short legs. In the front yard, Prince Hui was sitting in a wheelchair in a green shirt, still holding the Buddhist scripture in his hand. When he noticed the princess coming in, he just looked up and continued to read the scripture. Yao Huang asked Fei Chuan to go to the west yard to serve food, and she sat on the side of the long table. Jin Bao saw it, and squatted down at her feet. Yao Huang rubbed Jin Bao's head and criticized, "Yesterday, you just arrived, and the second master and I didn't pursue your fault of disturbing people in the middle of the night, but you can't call any more from tonight, otherwise the second master will really punish you, and I won't plead for you anymore." When the princess started to train the dog, Prince Hui's eyes went over the Buddhist scriptures and looked at the princess' serious face with a rosy complexion. After the princess finished training, Prince Hui looked at Jin Bao below. Jin Bao just tilted his head, staring at his mistress curiously with his watery black eyes, and didn't realize his mistake. Before the princess looked over, Prince Hui's eyes returned to the scriptures. He saw the princess stretched out a finger and poked Jin Bao's head. "Don't pretend with me. Don't you know what good you did this morning?" Prince Hui, Fei brought breakfast. Yao Huang picked up a piece of cold meat and threw it on the ground, and Jin Bao immediately came over to eat it. Yao Huang understood. "So you haven't eaten it yet? No wonder you are so greedy." Prince Hui, who had just scooped a spoonful of porridge, almost choked. Yao Huang heard the sound and looked over. Seeing that Prince Hui had been avoiding her sight, she reacted and blushed. She lowered her head and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? I didn't make indirect accusations. Besides, the second master has eaten it many times before, so it doesn't match at all." Prince Hui ate his meal silently, as if he didn't understand. After eating, he went to the study. Yao Huang took Jin Bao to the backyard to play. When Gao Nyangzi and Aji went to the river to wash clothes, Yao Huang followed them, and found that they only took the cloth and clothes outside to wash. The precious silk materials that could not be shown to others were washed in the back house. In the morning, the riverside was full of women washing clothes. 3 daughters-in-law holding a large basin of clothes came out from the west neighbor Chi Yuanwai's house. The east neighbor He Xiucai's house was Ju's mother and daughter. Yao Huang took out her outer cloth from Aji's basin and prepared to wash it while listening to the women around her chatting. Aji snatched it back. "Sister-in-law has never done such work. Even if the family is in trouble now, you don't need to do it." "Mrs. Gao, that's right. God sent you, such a fairy-like figure, to be my niece-in-law. If I had the strength, I would not ask you to do these things. Just sit next to us, and don't make trouble for us." As soon as this word spread, the young wives nearby immediately envied the second wife of the Liao family for having such a good aunt and sister-in-law. During the day, the women have their own housework to do. At noon, when the sun is shining, everyone stays in the house or takes a nap. At dusk, after dinner, it is a good time for women to gather and chat. Yao Huang divided 4 pounds of melon seeds mixed together, and before leaving, he went to invite Prince Hui. "I want to go to the door of Aunt Xiao's house on the other side, the one we stayed at yesterday. Do you want to go, second master?" Zhao Yin looked at the princess with a smile in her eyes, and knew that the princess had already known the answer. Sure enough, the next moment the princess left, followed by Aji. As soon as the princess left, Prince Hui's surroundings became quiet again. Only Jin Bao, who was also left at home, wandered around. In the end, no one knew what was in his mind, but he actually came to the male owner's wheelchair and laid down, with his mouth on the ground and his black eyes looking up at the male owner. Prince Hui stared at a puppy in silence for a long time. While the princess was away, Dr. Liao came to give Prince Hui a massage. Fei Chuan stayed outside to guard and not allow anyone to approach, but today there was an extra Jin Bao in the house, and Jin Bao actually wanted to follow him in. Fei Chuan looked at the prince inquiringly. Zhao Yin glanced at Jin Bao, who had already entered the west room, and acquiesced. Arriving in the west room, Zhao Yin changed his clothes and lay flat on the narrow couch in the south. Dr. Liao closed the door, took out the medicine oil from the medicine box and laid it out, then went to wash his hands. Jin Bao squatted in front of the couch, his black eyes following Dr. Liao's figure. Zhao Yin tilted his head and watched Jin Bao's eyes turn around, until Dr. Liao began to massage. Jin Bao's eyes appeared at the same time him and Dr. Liao. Dr. Liao, as always, only looked at Prince Hui's legs. Since King Hui's leg was crippled, the closer people are to him, the more pressure they bear. Even though Dr. Liao knew that King Hui's temper was already gentle enough, he would still be nervous every time he massaged him, fearing that an unintentional eye contact would cause dissatisfaction from His Royal Highness King Hui. Zhao Yin had only massaged half of his left leg when he looked at Dr. Liao and asked, "You see patients in the clinic during the day, and you have to rush over to massage me in the morning, noon and evening. Isn't it tiring?" Dr. Liao relied on the steadiness he had gained from years of acupuncture practice to remain calm when King Hui just opened his mouth. Even so, he just kept the movements and strength of his hands unchanged, and a thin layer of sweat still broke out on his forehead. "Don't worry, second master. There are not many people in this town, and there are not that many patients. It's not tiring." Zhao Yin understood. After massaging the left leg, Dr. Liao was about to massage the right leg. Prince Hui spoke again. "What are the customs of the people in this town like?" "Dr. Liao, We have carefully inquired about it. The people in this town are generally honest and honest. However, like the people in all places, they have some grievances and disputes. Occasionally, men get drunk and fight, and women quarrel and curse. It is inevitable due to the limitations of 7 emotions. Zhao Yin, there is a blacksmith shop on the main street. I passed by it yesterday, and the blacksmith inside seemed to be making arrows. The imperial court restricted the private manufacture of weapons. Dr. Liao understood what Prince Hui meant and explained. This town is at the foot of Lingshan Mountain. There are quite a few hunters in the town, and some nearby villages, who make a living by hunting. They often go to the blacksmith shop to forge and repair machetes and arrowheads. The blacksmith will report to the head of the village how many he forges, so the local government allows it. Zhao Yin, how many employees are there in the shop? Dr. Liao recalled for a moment and said, the family's surname is Liu. Only Liu the blacksmith and his 2 sons work there. There are no other apprentices. Zhao Yin, what kind of people are the second sons? Dr. Liao didn't know why Prince Hui was so interested in the blacksmith's family, so he could only tell him what he knew. The eldest son is over 30 years old, he is steady and smart, and he should take over the business of the blacksmith shop in the future. The second son is said to be a little stupid, with only brute force and good blacksmithing skills, but it is difficult for him to be independent, so he can only listen to his family's arrangements. The figure of the young blacksmith appeared in Zhao Yan's mind again. If the other party was not stupid, he would be a good blacksmith or a soldier. A crippled leg bent by Dr. Liao appeared in his vision, and Zhao Yan closed his eyes. The young blacksmith at least had a strong body, so why should he be pitted? Yao Huang and Aji stayed outside until it got dark before returning. The front yard was quiet, Prince Hui was not outside, and there was no light in the east room. Yao Huang asked Fei Chuan, who came to open the door, is the second master asleep? Fei Chuan, he has been resting for 2/4 of an hour. Yao Huang stood there for a moment, walked straight over, pushed open the half-closed door of the main room, and came to the bed in the east room in the dark. Today is June 14th. The moonlight outside is like water, and there is some light in the room. Yao Huang sat on the bed, leaned down, and his face was almost touching the handsome face of Prince Hui, who still had his eyes closed. Yao Huang kissed him on the face. Are you pretending again? Are you angry that I came back too late and deliberately ignored me? Zhao Yin had to open his eyes and look at the princess in front of him, and said, no, I thought you would leave after taking a look. Yao Huang, how is it possible? I still want to ask the prince to go out for a walk. Now the river is quiet, just right for you and me to meet under the moon. Zhao Yin, you've been busy all day, aren't you tired? Yao Huang, I'm only 17, not 70, and the prince is only 23, not 32. Besides, 30-somethings are in their prime. My father is 43 now. Whenever there is a lantern festival in the capital, my father can accompany my mother to go out for a walk for half a night. Zhao Yin thought of the inconveniences of changing clothes at this time, and said, let's lie down tonight, tomorrow night. You can go out for as long as you want tomorrow night. Yao Huang, okay, then let me tell you some new things I just heard. Zhao Yin moved inside. Yao Huang didn't dare lie down, and said with a smile, let's just say that. After that, I have to go back to take a shower. I'm sweating all over in the crowd. I don't want to stink the second master. 2/4 of an hour later, the princess left lightly, and Prince Hui lay alone on the bed. The scent of melon seeds from the princess' body still lingered in the tent. Chapter 57. In the evening, Yao Huang took a bath in advance, changed into a clean skirt, and wore a mosquito-repellent sachet around her waist. When it was completely dark, she went to the front yard to see Prince Hui. On the north side of the main hall, although Prince Hui was holding a Buddhist scripture, he was sitting on the elmwood wheelchair, and he was obviously ready to accompany the princess out. Yao Huang walked to the back of the wheelchair, and before pushing it, he suddenly bent down, sniffed Prince Hui's neck, and smiled. Knowing that it would be late to come back, Prince Hui also washed. Zhao Yan's shoulders and neck were slightly stiff, and he wanted to remind his princess that such actions and tone were quite frivolous. In the end, Prince Hui said nothing and let the princess push him out. Before leaving, Yao Huang leaned on one side of the door and stuck her head out to look around, especially under the shade of the weeping willows on both sides that could easily hide her figure. After making sure that there was really no one, Yao Huang turned back to push the wheelchair. Zhao Yin looked up at her. Are you afraid of running into people? Yao Huang whispered. It doesn't matter during the day, but if we go out at night and get caught by someone, it's okay if we are close, because people know that we are a formal couple. I'm afraid that if we are far away, The other party won't be able to see clearly, and think that unmarried men and women are running out to meet secretly in the middle of the night. Zhao Yan lowered his eyes. Since you know, why do you still go out at night? Yao Huang smiled and leaned close to his ear. The beauties in the storybooks have had secret meetings with their lovers. If I don't take you out for a secret meeting while you are still new to me, I am afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. Wouldn't this life be missing a fun thing? Prince Hui doesn't like to go out during the day, but can he really feel comfortable staying in this strange new house all day? Yao Huang tricked people here, so Yao Huang had to find a way to add more fun to Prince Hui's trip to Lishan. Fortunately, there is a river in front of the door. The clear river water reflects the bright moon, which is indeed a good scenery. This night tour was a sudden idea of the couple of Prince Hui, and it was not appropriate to let the team of secret guards in the inn know about it. For the sake of caution, Prince Hui only asked Zhang Yu and Wang Dong, who lived in the new house, to hide in the dark and keep a distance. When they reached the street, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the east directly. He was afraid that the rolling sound of the wheelchair would wake up the neighbors, who had just rested, so Yao Huang walked very slowly. The last time I came out, the second master was busy watching me socializing with others. Now is the time to enjoy this river. Zhao Yan also wanted to enjoy the scenery, but because of her words, Zhao Yan subconsciously paid attention to the doors and windows of both sides of the river. He always felt that those closed doors might be pushed open from the inside at any time, and there would be women stretching their necks to look at them, secretly guessing why the two of them went out in the middle of the night. Prince Hui, who had been following the rules since childhood, had never felt guilty. It was clear that it was not impolite for him to accompany the princess on a night outing. As they walked, the two passed the easternmost stone bridge. After passing 3 households east of the bridge, the terrain in front suddenly dropped. The flat stone road disappeared here, and turned into a soiled downhill road that had been trampled hard by generations of people. The high stone river bank next to it also turned into a gentle slope covered with weeds, extending all the way to the water. Yao Huang walked along the river bank for a while, and came to a good place far away from people. The river was wide, and the water was shallow. Even in the moonlight, you could see the pebbles connected together at the bottom of the water. Yao Huang reminded Prince Hui to hold the handrail firmly, pushed the wheelchair down the gentle slope, and then bumped across the narrow river beach covered with pebbles, and parked the wheelchair by the water. Turning to the side of the wheelchair, Yao Huang leaned down and asked Prince Hui carefully, "Did your butt hurt?" Prince Hui didn't want to answer such a question. Yao Huang pointed to a section of pebble beach she had left in front of the wheelchair. "Sit here, we can talk side by side." Prince Hui first confirmed the stability of the wheelchair on the pebbles, and then when the princess held the wheelchair considerately, he lifted his feet off the footrests, supported the wheelchair seat, and lowered his body, so that he sat on the ground next to the wheelchair, and the pebbles that had been exposed to the sun on the river beach for a day were still warm. Yao Huang moved the wheelchair away, and sat down next to Prince Hui. He held Prince Hui's left arm with his right hand, and leaned his head over. Zhao Yan, Zhang Yu, and the others are in the dark. Yao Huang turned his head and looked around. There was no one on the shore or on the ground. Thinking about how respectful and cautious everyone in the palace was when serving the prince, he said with certainty, "They are there. Could it be that they are still keeping a close eye on you and me? They must be on guard from a distance." Zhao Yan did not refute. Yao Huang grabbed a small stone and threw it into the river, making a sound dong. Zhao Yan looked at the moon in the sky, the water in front of him, and then looked at the quiet princess beside him. "What are you thinking about?" "The princess is more suitable for the hustle and bustle of the day, rather than the desolate and quiet here." "Yao Huang, I was thinking about the things that other men and women often do when they run out to meet secretly in the middle of the night. Second Master is a scholar. Do you have to write a poem for me? It seems that the talented men in the storybooks have to recite a good poem, and the beauties will be attracted by his talent and fall deeply in love with him from then on." Zhao Yan, He had learned poetry and songs, and had composed a few poems when his father asked the princes or civil and military officials to write poems, but Zhao Yan's mind was empty for a moment. Seeing that he was really struggling to think of a poem, Yao Huang smiled and hugged him, saying, "I don't want to listen to any sour poems. I can look at the face of the second master all night without getting tired of it." Zhao Yan looked aside. Yao Huang pretended to be unhappy. "Look at me too. It seems that meeting tonight is just my wishful thinking, and the second master doesn't want to accompany me at all. The men in the storybooks will only become like you if they fall in love with someone else or abandon women for fame and fortune." Zhao Yan, what kind of stories are you reading? Yao Huang, talented men and beautiful women. Good talents tell stories about how they and their beloved women overcome numerous difficulties, and finally get married. Bad talents tell stories about how they betray their beauties, and end up being exposed for their ugly faces, and suffer the consequences of being dismissed from office or even beheaded. Zhao Yan, a good talent, probably won't meet his beloved woman in the middle of the night. Yao Huang let go of him and hummed, "Second master is right, let's go back." Zhao Yan glanced at the dark and said, "Okay." The river view was beautiful, but he was still not used to doing anything intimate with her outside. Yao Huang, She pushed the wheelchair behind Prince Hui angrily, waited for Prince Hui to sit on it, and then pushed the wheelchair back to the shore. Because the princess walked slowly, and it was the return journey, Prince Hui finally calmed down and enjoyed the night view along the way. Back to the east courtyard, Yao Huang was about to hand the wheelchair to Fei Chuan, who came to open the door, when he heard Prince Hui say, "Go directly to the backyard." Yao Huang, who had been annoyed all the way, just remembered that tonight was the 15th day, and Prince Hui wanted to spend the night with her. When they arrived at the east room in the backyard, Prince Hui pointed to the window and said, "I enjoy the moon again." Yao Huang couldn't stand the moon watching anymore. She looked for a good place during the day and pushed someone over like a thief at night, just to accompany Prince Hui to enjoy the moon by the river. But after a few words, the person started to make a fuss and wanted to go back. Pushing the person to the window with a stern face, Yao Huang muttered behind Prince Hui's back, "You can enjoy it if you want. I'm sleepy. I go lie on the bed first. Call me when you've enjoyed it enough." Zhao Yan, "Well, wipe my hands first." Yao Huang went to wet the towel, put away her annoyance, and came to Prince Hui. Zhao Yan wiped his own hands, but put the towel on the table in front of him, grabbed the wrist of the princess next to him, and pulled the unprepared princess to sit on his knees. Yao Huang, "What?" Zhao Yan, "Look at you." Yao Huang recalled what she said when she teased Prince Hui by the river, but she dared to talk nonsense when Prince Hui was embarrassed by her. When Prince Hui really looked at her seriously, Yao Huang's face was on fire, and she bowed her head and said, "A good talent would not say such words." Prince Hui humbly asked for advice. What would a talented man do when he meets a girl in private? The princess bit her lip and said nothing. Prince Hui took off her right shoulder. Yao Huang's breathing became disordered, and she asked in surprise, "Have you also read this kind of storybook?" Zhao Yan, "I'm just doing what you and I always do." Yao Huang, Zhao Yan lifted the princess' body and looked into her guilty eyes. "So what kind of storybook did you read?" Yao Huang covered his mouth and stopped him from asking any more questions. Yao Huang thought that Prince Hui must have been very depressed these days, otherwise he wouldn't have come to bother her again so early in the morning. But Yao Huang was not made of iron, and she really couldn't stand such service. She pushed Prince Hui away, grabbed the quilt, and covered herself tightly, and said sadly, "If you do this, Zidane will hit your body so hard that it will break your skin." Prince Hui, who can do it but can't say it, Avoiding the sight of the princess, Zhao Yan wanted to sit up and change clothes, and go back to the front yard. Yao Huang rushed over quickly, and pressed him down on the bed. Just when Zhao Yan was about to look into the princess's eyes to see what she was going to do, the princess's hand suddenly went down. Zhao Yan grabbed her wrist first, closed his eyes, and said, "Don't mess around." Yao Huang was originally quite shy, but when he saw Prince Hui's serious attitude, he laughed. Now I believe that Prince Hui has really never read folk stories. Prince Hui has a good memory, and he also read a book from the princess, so he instantly understood the princess's intention of reaching out. He remained silent, and his hand still tightly grasped the princess' wrist. Yao Huang put her face against his chest and whispered, "Don't worry, second master, before I got married, the palace sent a nanny to teach me how to serve you. It's all serious and won't hurt you." Zhao Yan, "I don't need it, so you don't have to do this." "That's not a good thing. It's completely opposite to the beauty of the princess." Zhao Yan didn't want to wrong his princess. He insisted on moving the princess's hand away, helped her to lie down beside him, and quickly sat up. After putting on his clothes, he looked back and saw that the princess had covered her whole body under the quilt. Zhao Yan tried to pull the quilt, but she pulled it back after lifting a corner. "Zhao Yan, what are you doing?" The princess complained sullenly. "It's obviously you who are greedy. I want to serve you with good intentions, but you act like a gentleman, making me so shameless. How can I see you in the future?" Zhao Yan, "I don't think so. I just don't want to dirty your hands." Yao Huang, "Why didn't you listen to me when I didn't want to dirty your hands? Are you bullying me because I'm not as strong as you?" Zhao Yan, Yao Huang turned over in the quilt and said angrily, "Today, either you lie down honestly or you leave. Don't come to me in the future." Find a lady who is as serious and abiding by the rules as you. Zhao Yan looked at the bulging quilt on the bed, as if he had returned to the night when the princess hid in it and cried and felt wronged. How could he leave? Persuasion was useless, and Prince Hui could only lie back on the bed. The quilt spread over like a tide, and covered him as well. Chapter 58. Yao Huang hid in the quilt, and just moved a few times gently. She was grabbed by the shoulder, and turned around by His Royal Highness Prince Hui. Like a police officer holding a fierce man, his left arm crossed under her neck and held her shoulders, and his right hand held her legs like a pair of pliers. Yao Huang just thought that this man was crazy and wanted to do something crazy, but the familiar earthquake had already begun. Yao Huang was stunned for a while, and asked in confusion, where did the prince learn this method? The female doctor didn't teach her, and she hadn't seen it in the storybook. Zhao Yan didn't want to answer, but he didn't want her to guess randomly, so he simply said, on the night of the wedding. Yao Huang tried hard to recall and remembered that at first, His Royal Highness we tried many times but failed. In the confusion, he thought he had succeeded. Thanks to a reminder, he avoided a waste of effort. Who would have thought that it could really be done this way? This was much easier than working hard with her hands. Yao Huang praised thankfully, Your Highness is still smart, The big hand holding her shoulder suddenly covered her mouth. Yao Huang blinked and smiled, knowing that His Royal Highness Hui, who was particular about etiquette, would not listen to her talking about these things. The incident happened suddenly, and there was no towel prepared, so Prince Hui directly grabbed the pants of the princess next to him. Yao Huang had been obediently facing away from him, quietly tidying up the silk clothes. When he heard that Prince Hui had finished tidying up, Yao Huang turned his head and looked around, and then he found that Prince Hui's middle clothes were neatly arranged, and the silk pants that were rolled up and thrown at the end of the bed were her silk pants. Yao Huang grabbed the person who was about to move to the wheelchair and complained, Why do you always take my clothes? Why don't you use your own? Zhao Yan turned his back to the princess and said in a calm voice, I still have to go back to the front yard. Yao Huang, this is my favorite pair of pants. Second master ruined them. You have to compensate me with a new one. Zhao Yan, okay, I asked the embroidery room to give me a new one after I returned to Beijing. Yao Huang, second master didn't put in any effort for the silk awarded by the palace, and the needlework used by the embroiderers from beginning to end. Do you have the nerve to say that you are compensating me? Zhao Yan, what should I do? Yao Huang smiled, propped himself up and knelt behind him, leaned on his shoulder and said, I have inquired about it. There are markets in the town on the 6th, 16th, and 26th of every month. Not only will the shops in the town bring out more goods, but small vendors from local and nearby villages will also come to set up stalls to sell small goods, often with some wild game. Today is the 16th day of the lunar year. Will you accompany me for a walk? I want you to pick it for me personally. Zhao Yan had read about the market in the book. The market means that vendors of all sizes will gather here, and people from far and near will flock to it. Zhao Yan didn't want to join in the fun, but even if there was no pants, he had promised the princess that he would accompany her when she lived in Lingshan town. Looking at the two jade arms across his waist, Zhao Yan asked, If I didn't touch you this morning, how would you have said it? Yao Huang looked at his profile. How do you say it? Going to the market? Zhao Yan agreed. Yao Huang smiled. Just say it as you want to say it. You can touch me, but it's another matter if you agree to go out with me. Ah, second master, have you forgotten that the document in black and white was written by you yourself? Don't think of denying it, and don't expect me to serve you every time I go out. It's wishful thinking. After saying that, she lowered her head and bit his shoulder. Like a wolf, 6 nights a month is enough to make me tired. Zhao Yan. Lie down, I call Fei Yuan in. Yao Huang immediately laid down, covered himself with the quilt, and watched Prince Hui sit on the wheelchair, and then tidied up the hanging curtains with his backhand. After tidying up, the man did not immediately ring the bell, but held the big wheel of the rattan chair with both hands. Yao Huang, isn't it Fei Yuan? Zhao Yan looked forward. There is only one curtain here. I will call him when I'm away from the bed. As expected, the prince was particular. Yao Huang's eyes turned and said, Let go. Zhao Yan let go and looked back, and saw the princess stretched out a leg from the quilt, and her snow-white right foot stepped on the back of the wheelchair. The next moment, the wheelchair moved forward, and the princess's mischievous smile flashed in his vision. The princess used quite some strength in this kick, but she stepped diagonally, causing the wheelchair to roll out along a diagonal line, and finally stopped a few steps away, leaving Prince Hui on the wheelchair facing the east room door sideways. Zhao Yan closed his eyes, and shook the bell after a while. If you want to go to the market, You don't have to go too early. Yao Huang came to the front yard to pick up Prince Hui at noon. After all, it was summer. Although the Lingshan area was cooler than the capital, it was still a bit hot when the sun was high. His Highness Prince Hui had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he was a prince who went to the battlefield at the age of 18. He had experienced wind, sun, rain, and frost, and would not take this little sun exposure to heart. But when he looked at the princess, who was wearing a light green long skirt and looked like a peony bud that had just opened a few petals in the flower bed, and looked at the princess's white and tender neck that was faintly reflecting the light under the sun, he finally reminded, "Hold an umbrella." Yao Huang was surprised and said, "Second master is more covered than a ghost. And whiter than me? Are you afraid of getting tanned?" "Prince Hui, who is whiter than a ghost. It's for you to use." "Yao Huang, I'm even less afraid. I often played outside when I was a child. I was born so white. There's nothing I can do." Zhao Yin, Give him the purse filled with silver and copper coins, and Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair out of the door alone. This time, we had to go west, and just pass by the gate of the west house where Liao Longzhong and others lived. A mother and daughter came out of the house of He Xiucai, a neighbor in front. They were Zhu and her daughter He Wenqi. Having introduced each other before, they saved a lot of small talk when they met again. Zhu looked at the handsome scholar in the wheelchair and asked Yao Huang with a smile, "Are you going to the market too?" Yao Huang, "Yes, I have never seen such a lively scene before." "Auntie, do you know where there are good things to sell in the market?" Zhu closed the door and walked to Yao Huang with her daughter, chatting as they walked. "You are from the county town. You may not like the things here. Probably only the freshest mountain products and game can be bought and tasted. By the way, the north and south ends of the main street sell mountain products, grains and vegetables, livestock and game, farm tools, baskets, firewood and other things that are not easy to carry. Jewelry, spices, handkerchiefs, cloth and food are all placed on the main street, looking clean and tidy." Yao Huang smiled and said, "Aunt, please stop saying such things. Since we have moved to the town, we have the same conditions as everyone else. We also want what you want." Zhu secretly looked at the young scholar's wife's cloth clothes and simple jewelry on her head, and felt comfortable. What if she is beautiful? What if her husband is also a scholar? Her old scholar husband can at least be a teacher in a private school. A disabled scholar can only rely on the previous family background and the help of his uncle and aunt to make a living. At this time, a woman in a blue skirt stopped in front of the stone bridge and shouted to them, "Let's go to the market. What are you going to buy?" Zhu looked at Yao Huang. Yao Huang said first, "Let's just look around and buy if we like it." Zhu said, "My Wenbin has made an appointment with several classmates to go hiking. This is the last time he goes out before the spring examination. I bought him 2 pieces of fabric to make a new dress so that he can go in spirit." This was full of show-off meaning. The woman in the blue skirt cooperated and said enviously, "You are still lucky. You are the wife of a scholar, and your son is about to take the imperial examination and become an official. You have become an official's wife. Don't forget us old neighbors." Zhu waved her hands repeatedly. "No, Wenbin is just a person in our town. When hundreds of candidates from all over the country come to Beijing next year, he will be nothing among them. I dare not say such big words." Yao Huang slowed down his pace. Zhu guessed that the young couple was sad. She also felt that the wheelchair was too slow, so she quickened her pace and walked in front with her daughter and the woman in the blue skirt. When they were far away, Yao Huang looked down at Prince Hui and saw that his handsome face was calm. Yao Huang smiled and said, "I almost forgot that you are not a real scholar, so how could you be jealous of others who passed the exam?" Zhao Yin looked at the flowing water under the bridge. There was an old weeping willow on the bank. The branches on the road side had been trimmed, while the branches on the water side hung straight into the water, swaying gently with the waves. Yao Huang looked at Zhu's happy back and whispered, "You see, even though the neighbors around us were very enthusiastic when we first arrived, they actually had their own little calculations in their hearts. Some people were really nice, while others secretly compared themselves with us. Maybe some of them were jealous of my good fortune to marry a handsome husband without having to work. Not only here, our Changshu Lane, including my grandfather's town, has such people. To be honest, I am also such a person, but I am only proud of what I have or envious of what others have in my heart, and I will not show off in front of others." Zhao Yin, "What do I envy?" Yao Huang, "There are many things. I envy my father's superior, who has a higher official position, so that my mother, who obviously doesn't like the superior's wife, has to flatter him. I envy him for being rich and being able to wear jewelry that my mother is reluctant to buy. Oh, I can't say this. It will be suspected that I am asking you to help my father get an official position. Second master, please don't use connections for my father. My father and I are not such people, and we don't want to be criticized. Zhao Yan, I will not use my power for personal gain. Yao Huang was relieved. Zhao Yan, what have you envied others for? Yao Huang thought for a while and said, there are many things, such as walking on the street before getting married and envying other girls who were dressed better, envying other girls who were thin and not laughed at, and envying others who had a nice name and nickname that sounded good no matter how they were called. Zhao Yan, Yao Huang is the first of the peonies, and it is also an elegant name. Yao Huang, okay, second master only explain my name and never mention my thinness. Do you also think I am really fat? Zhao Yan, did you envy others after you got married? Yao Huang thought for a while before saying, at first, I envied other couples who could eat and live together, but second master left me alone. Later, I didn't envy them anymore. You know why? Prince Hui, who was openly disliked by the princess in the morning, We arrived at the main street. On both sides of the street, which could barely accommodate 2 carriages, there were 2 rows of vendors and stalls, which took up half of the road. Now even a carriage could not pass easily. As soon as the couple appeared at the intersection, several vendors nearby looked over at the same time. They didn't care whether they were in a wheelchair or not, whether they were handsome or not. The vendors only had the desire for business in their eyes. Come and have a look, young lady. This year, the most fashionable jewelry in Beijing can be bought without going far away. Rouge, the most fashionable rouge in Beijing, 20 win a box, 35 for 2 boxes. Going out to have fun, Yao Huang first pushed Prince Hui to the jewelry stall. The vendor spread a large piece of coarse cloth on the ground, filled with various hairpins, earrings, etc. that looked good at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were made of cheap materials and were not finely crafted. Yao Huang squatted down, holding the wheelchair with one hand, and picked out the items with the other. When he found something good, he picked it up and asked Prince Hui, how about this one? Prince Hui shook his head 3 times, thinking that such a simple thing was not worthy of his princess. The vendor saw that the beautiful lady had lost interest, and became anxious. He jokingly scolded the man in the wheelchair. The lady likes it so much. What does it mean that you keep shaking your head? Do you really think it's not good, or are you reluctant to buy it for the lady? Zhao Yin, Yao Huang cooperated with the vendor, holding up a palm-sized pink peony silk flower, and said pitifully, I like this, can you buy it? Some people stood around, all curious whether this handsome husband was really so stingy. Zhao Yin had no choice but to take out his purse to pay. Yao Huang smiled happily, squatting on one knee, and turned to his chest. My husband is so nice, please help me put it on. Prince Hui held the silk flower that the princess stuffed in, and everyone was looking at them, and laughing from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 59. After putting on the silk flower, Yao Huang continued to push Prince Hui forward. The road was full of townspeople and nearby villagers, who came to the market. The wives and girls crowded in front to choose the items they liked. Some of the men who were traveling with them helped to choose, and some stood beside them with the things they had bought before. The vendors shouted with red faces, staring at every hand reaching out to the stalls, and the people who were buying things bargained while picking and choosing. Most people were busy with their own livelihoods and didn't care at all that a couple with outstanding looks appeared on the street, and the man was in a wheelchair. Yao Huang had expected this to happen, so she didn't make a special effort to observe. She focused half of her attention on the various stalls, and half on keeping the wheelchair stable, and avoiding the people who walked too fast and rushed around. Zhao Yan didn't need to observe, because he was good at observing people's expressions, and was extremely sensitive to other people's gazes, since he was a child. However, in this noisy and crowded small-town market, Zhao Yan only felt some fleeting glances that swept across him casually. Apart from that, no one respected or feared him, and no one mocked or sympathized with him. There was a cloth shop in the town, and today, like other shops, it had set up a stall outside the door. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui over, pointed at the coarse and fine cloths within his reach and said, only the ones you picked out and bought for me are gifts. Just as Zhao Yan was looking at the fine cloths, the women next to him were still touching and turning them over with their hands. Zhao Yan frowned slightly. The female stall owner standing inside the stall soliciting business had a sophisticated look and lived in the town. She had heard that a wealthy family had just moved into the town, and one of them was in a wheelchair. Not only was he handsome, But the young wife he married was also as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing that the young master of the Liao family was dissatisfied with those hands and fabrics, the female stall owner smiled and said, "There are better fabrics in the shop. Why don't you go in and take a look?" Zhao Yan nodded. Yao Huang didn't move, but looked at the threshold of the shop and said casually, "It's not convenient for our wheelchair to enter and exit. Please take out the best fabrics." Zhao Yan felt his blood run cold, and the women who were selecting fabrics around him also started to stir, looking at him and the princess one after another, and more of them fell on his face, as if saying, "What a big tone, so rich, Zhao Yan, eh?" The stall owner looked at Zhao Yan with an inquiring look. "Does your wife keep her word? If she really gives it to you, will you be willing to spend money on her?" The chill that spread throughout Zhao Yan's body disappeared in these eyes. He glanced at the princess's hand on the wheelchair, and nodded to the stall owner. The stall owner asked everyone to wait for a moment, and ran inside happily. After a while, she came out with a small basket. In the basket, there was a circle of silk samples cut into the size of a handkerchief neatly laid out. "This is all the silk materials in our store. You too can see which color you like. After you choose, I will bring out a whole piece of silk for you to see carefully." Zhao Yan looked at the basket, and Yao Huang asked the price. The female stall owner, "These are the best-selling silks in the capital. In the capital, one piece sells for 8 cents of silver. I have connections, and the purchase price is cheaper, so I only sell it to you for 7 cents of silver." Although Yao Huang was reluctant to make silk clothes often before, she was very familiar with the prices of various materials in the silk shops in the capital. The female stall owner took out the most common silk, which actually only sold for 6 cents of silver per piece in the capital. It stands to reason that the price should be reduced when it is sold in a small place in the town. She probably thought she and Prince Hui were being taken advantage of. Therefore, Yao Huang stopped smiling and looked hesitant. Zhao Yan didn't take the price seriously at all, so he didn't observe the princess's expression. He took out a piece of light blue, a piece of peach pink, and a piece of plain white silk, and asked, "Which of these 3 do you like?" "The things are too ordinary, so I will buy one to meet the princess's requirements for the time being, and ask the silk and satin shop in Beijing to send the best silk and satin for the princess to choose after returning to Beijing." Yao Huang pulled his sleeve. "They are all good, but too expensive, forget it." The princess's voice was tender, and her eyes were full of desire, but unwillingness to buy, which made the women around him look at him more closely. "Zhao Yan, I want all 3, and send them to Dr. Liao's house, who just moved south of the bridge." There was a sound of inhalation from both sides and behind him, and the princess also joined in the fun, bending down and hugging his shoulders for a while. "My husband is so kind." Zhao Yan just took out the change from his purse. Before he handed it to the female stall owner, Yao Huang snatched it away and bargained with a smile. "We bought 3 at once. Can you give us a discount? I won't cut the price if there's more. I reduce 1 cent per piece, so 3 pieces will cost 1 tael and 8 cents. How about that?" The female stall owner realized that the scholar was very generous, but the beautiful scholar was shrewd. 6 cents per piece was enough for her to make, so the female stall owner quickly said some polite words to show that the two of them were getting along well, agreed to Yao Huang's price, and promised to send the 3 pieces of silk to the Liao family. Yao Huang gave the silver happily, and when she left, she was still talking to her husband in a personal way. "You and I can both use the 2 pieces of blue and white. When the time comes, make me a set of silk skirts, and make you a set of silk clothes. As a couple, you and I should wear the same material, so that we can be a good match." Zhao Yan heard someone muttering behind him. "The young lady is so sweet. No wonder her husband is willing to buy her such expensive materials." After walking around the main street, the couple came to the north end of the main street, where a group of villagers gathered to sell wild game. The goods sold included mink fur, rabbit fur, wild vegetables and fruits, and some medicinal materials. Yao Huang first bought a wicker basket, and asked Prince Hui to hold it. She picked 2 wild vegetables that looked fresh. Passing by a long basket placed on the ground by a dark old farmer, Yao Huang looked at the rhizomes in it that looked like ginger in color, but rounder than ginger, and asked curiously, "What is this?" The old farmer spoke with a thick village accent. "Ginseng, a good thing from Leishan, can be used as a medicine and can be eaten. It tastes sweet and refreshing when eaten raw, and can also be taken home to stew soup or porridge. If you don't believe me, I cut one for you to try." Yao Huang looked at the old farmer's nails covered with black mud and hurriedly said no, but he was really interested. It can be used as a medicine, so what does it matter? The old farmer looked at the pretty boy in the wheelchair and smiled innocently. "It matters a lot. It can nourish the spleen and lungs, strengthen the bones and muscles, nourish the yin and kidneys. Basically, you can eat it if you have any discomfort in your body, otherwise why is it called ginseng? It's really no worse than ginseng. Zhao Yin, Yao Huang thought she might need to take some supplements, but she was afraid that His Royal Highness we would misunderstand, so she quickly pushed the wheelchair away. After walking back and forth twice on the main street, she finished shopping at both ends of the street market, and returned to the new house to rest for a while and have lunch. Fei Chuan and Qinghai brought lunch, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a chicken soup. The chicken soup was served with red dates and wolfberries, and something else Yao Huang couldn't recognize. She didn't care. She scooped a bowl of soup without red dates and wolfberries for the prince, and then scooped a bowl full of red dates for herself. The dates in the soup were full of soup juice, sweet and soft, and Yao Huang liked it very much. Accustomed to drinking Gao Nyangzi's chicken soup, Yao Huang tasted a new flavor in this chicken soup. When Fei Chuan and Qinghai came to clean the table, Yao Huang pointed to the almost empty soup bowl and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The 2 eunuchs looked over, and Qinghai said, "Huang Jing, a fresh mountain product bought by Dr. Liao at the market, and asked Zhang Yu to send it back, saying that it can be stewed for the second master's wife." Yao Huang, Huang Jing. Zhao Yin glanced at her and said lightly, "The name of the medicine is Huang Jing, and the people are used to calling it Jitushan." Yao Huang, What's wrong with Dr. Liao? Prince Hui is so vigorous. Why does he need to be supplemented? Yao Huang didn't go to the front yard all afternoon. He took Jin Bao to the west yard to talk to Gao Nyangzi and Aji. At dusk, the heat dissipated. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the riverside in front of the house. She also carried a small stool, then sat in the shade of the tree and parked the wheelchair where the sunset could be basked. The sunset was too bright. Zhao Yin had to lower his eyes and asked the princess, who looked relieved, "Why?" There was no one around. Yao Huang stared at him and said, "Why did the old farmer praise his ginseng for kidney in front of you? And why did Dr. Liao buy ginseng to make soup for you? It's all because you stay in the study all day reading, and your face is too white. Get a tan as soon as possible to avoid misunderstandings." Zhao Yin, are you afraid of others misunderstanding? Yao Huang gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid of outsiders misunderstanding. I'm afraid that Dr. Liao and Madame Gao will make soup for you every day, and I will be the one who suffers in the end. The princess' face, which was not exposed to the sunset, also turned red. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and felt the slight warmth of the sun on his face. He had a basic knowledge of medicine when he was young, and he had studied various medical books on his own after his legs were injured. So Zhao Yin knew very well that people are like flowers, plants, and crops, and too much or too little exposure to the sun will affect their bodies. He didn't care before, because there would be no more serious problems than losing his legs. Now, he has a princess by his side, and in time, the princess will get pregnant with his and her children. The princess is in good health, and if the child has any deficiencies, it must be his problem. Even with his pale skin, he may not be able to make her conceive successfully. The river was flowing gently under the long levee. The prince, drowned by the sunset, thought about his offspring for the first time after his wedding. He was already a burden to the princess, so how could he give her another child with the same physical deficiency? Suddenly, the footsteps of the princess left came from beside him. Zhao Yin opened his eyes, and saw the princess running to the yard. Zhao Yin kept his head tilted, and watched the princess run all the way to the backyard. Not long after, she came back with a green skirt in her hand. Does this make your eyes uncomfortable? I tie it for you. Back in front of the wheelchair, Yao Huang suggested with a smile. Zhao Yin looked at the other side of the river. In the distance, there were several men waiting for their family to finish their meal sitting together, looking at them from time to time. Zhao Yin faced them. The princess sat in the shade of the tree with her back to the setting sun, so they wouldn't be able to see her clearly. He acquiesced to the princess's proposal. Yao Huang stood behind him, covered his eyes with a green skirt, and tied a knot behind his head. After sitting down again, Yao Huang saw a Prince Hui who looked even more handsome and elegant despite covering his eyes, with eyebrows like spring mountains. Yao Huang tried to wave his hand. Zhao Yin turned around. Although it's blurry, I can see your movements. Yao Huang, just now there was a mosquito, I helped you drive it away. The corners of Prince Hui's lips slightly raised. Yao Huang saw it and said in surprise, so the second master can also laugh. The corners of Prince Hui's lips immediately returned to their original state, and he leaned towards the river. Yao Huang casually broke off a willow branch and quietly reached towards his neck. Zhao Yin pressed down the willow branch and reminded, there are people on the other side. Yao Huang didn't go to see who they were. If there are, there are. You and I are a serious couple. What's wrong with making a fuss? Zhao Yan let go of his hand and let the princess poke him twice. He was like a wooden man. Yao Huang pointed to the easternmost stone bridge and said, "On the morning of the 19th, I will stand on the bridge. Can you draw a picture for me? Keep it as a souvenir." Zhao Yan, why the 19th? Yao Huang poked him again. Don't play dumb. You remember it better than me. Chapter 60. Yao Huang likes His Royal Highness Hui Wang's paintings very much, but this time she chose the stone bridge in Lingshan town as the painting location, in order to make Hui Wang more accustomed to being in the crowd and more accustomed to the sight of people around him. So on the first day when she took Hui Wang out, Yao Huang ran to the stone bridge and asked him if the scenery on the bridge was beautiful, so that when she really asked for a painting, it would not seem too abrupt. Yao Huang was 17 years old. Before this, her relatives and friends tried every means to make her happy. His Royal Highness Hui Wang was the only one who made Yao Huang spend so much effort. But who made King Hui her husband, the man who would live under the same roof with her for decades? Her wealth and glory came from His Royal Highness King Hui, and this alone was worth Yao Huang's efforts on him. His Royal Highness King Hui's tolerance and indulgence towards her, and the brief smile that finally appeared on His Royal Highness King Hui's face, all made Yao Huang more motivated and energetic in helping King Hui regain his vitality. "Why are you silent? Will you help me paint or not?" Yao Huang set a date for the painting, but King Hui didn't give a reply, so he had to pull his sleeve. Zhao Yan's eyes were covered by a green skirt, but he could still see the princess's pleading eyes. After a moment, he nodded. His Highness Hui Wang liked to stay in the study. When he left the capital, he brought 2 boxes of books and 1 box of study treasures, including a box of pigments that might be used for painting. On the evening of the 18th, the mist was green, and Fei Chuan prepared the pigments, easel, small table, and other items. After breakfast the next day, Yao Huang pushed Hui Wang Yi and set off, and his little cousin Fei Chuan followed behind with things. The sun rose in the east, and Yao Huang, who stood on the bridge and looked west, could not get the sun. Hui Wang Yi's wheelchair was parked behind a weeping willow on the shore, which allowed him to see the princess's dress and face clearly, and also prevented him from being exposed to the scorching sun when the sun rose. Fei Chuan first helped the prince set up the easel and arrange the paints. Yao Huang was exercising on the bridge while thinking about what kind of pose to take. Mid-June was not the busy farming season, and there were still many idle neighbors on both sides of the river. They were attracted by the scene of the Liao family scholar and his wife, and came over one after another. "Liao Xiaocai, are you going to paint?" Fei Chuan smiled and replied, "Yes, my second sister-in-law likes the scenery in our town very much, and my second brother is good at painting, so he came to paint a picture. There are not many young men in the town who are educated and have a promising future, let alone painting, which requires more skills and financial support." The neighbors are more interested, and some even ran home to bring a stool, as if they wanted to watch Liao family scholar finish the whole process. The news gradually spread, and more neighbors gathered here, and there were men, women, old and young, not just women. Zhao Yan looked at the princess at the bridge. Today, the princess wore a light blue top and a plain white waist-length skirt. The blue color was very dignified and calm, suitable for such an occasion where people would be around and paint her. The princess's face was also slightly drooped, with one hand holding the top of the guardrail next to her, as if she was watching the fish or hiding something on her mind. The neighbors who were watching around saw the scholar from the Liao family pick up the paintbrush and stop talking at Fei Chuan's signal. Zhao Yan first painted a section of the stone bridge where the princess stood. Hu, the shopkeeper who sold the 4 treasures of the study in the town, looked at it for a while and praised in a low voice, "It's wonderful." Liao Xiaocai's few strokes seem to be understated, but they can make the stone bridge's long history vividly appear on the paper. This kind of skill must be either Liao Xiaocai's extraordinary talent or at least more than 10 years of dedicated carving to practice. The neighbors who didn't understand the skills, but thought Liao Xiaocai's painting was indeed very good nodded. After painting a short section of the stone bridge, Zhao Yan began to paint the beauty on the bridge, starting from the neck. Painting requires patience, and so does viewing paintings. Some neighbors lost interest after watching for a long time and walked away, while others went to visit shops or do other things. The neighbors who came and went, and finally stood closely behind Prince Hui, and watched the paintings closely were the neighbors on the east and west ends of the new house. On one side were Zhu, He Wenbin, and He Wenqi, brother and sister, and on the other side were Qi Yuanwei, whose black hair was mixed with silver threads, and his second wife, Lu, and Hu, who was sandwiched between the two families and was reluctant to leave because of his elegance. Who praised the paintings from time to time, and with his explanation, the neighbors understood more and more how exquisite Liao Xiaocai's painting skills were. Shopkeeper who, I saw a painting worth 100 taels in a calligraphy and painting shop in Beijing. If you think about it carefully, it is actually 3 points inferior to Liao Xiaocai's. The neighbors gasped. Yao Huang heard this on the bridge and laughed in his heart. His Royal Highness Hui Wang's calligraphy, 1,000 taels of silver, is worth a lot of rich merchants. After Zhao Yan finished painting the princess's dress, hands, and arms, he began to paint the princess's head, leaving the facial features blank until the end. Zhu was already unhappy when she heard shopkeeper Hu praising Liao Xiaocai in front of her son, who was a Juren. At this time, seeing Liao Xiaocai signaling that the young lady could get off the bridge, Zhu couldn't help but say, it is said that the finishing touch of a painting is the finishing touch of a dragon. The facial features, especially the eyes, should be the most challenging part of the painting skills. Liao Xiaocai, please continue painting and let us all open our eyes. Zhao Yan ignored him and just picked up his brush to paint. Fei Chuan sneered at Zhu, you are the examiner, how can I paint according to your will? Others were flattering, but this person made people feel uncomfortable, full of provocation. Zhu, Naturally, there were people around who were not used to Zhu's usual style, and they started to make a fuss. Shopkeeper who, the best painter in our town was Wenbin before, now you judge for us, how does Liao Xiaocai's painting compare with Wenbin's? Before shopkeeper who could answer, another person laughed and said, this is not a good comment. According to what shopkeeper who just said, Liao Xiaocai's paintings are worth 100 taels and more, and our Wenbin is not bad either. A while ago, Qi Yuanwei offered Wenbin a reward of 10 taels of silver to paint a birthday picture for him, but Wenbin refused. It can be seen that Wenbin's paintings may also be worth 100 taels. Mr. Qi, who was mentioned, stroked his beard and continued to watch Mr. Liao paint. Wenbin looked at the beauty in the painting who had approached the crowd, and heard what he had just said, and his face blushed. Mrs. Zhu glared at the two people who were making a fuss, and explained for her son, it's not what you said at all. Mr. Qi is our old neighbor. If he celebrated his birthday at another time, Wenbin would paint for him without asking for money. Isn't it just that he is preparing for the spring examination? The spring examination is so important. How can he have the time to waste energy on painting? When Fei Chuan heard this, he thought it was a mockery of his prince's crippled legs and not having to prepare for the spring examination, so he laughed. You don't have time to paint for Mr. Qi, but you have time to come here to watch my second brother paint? Zhu was about to refute again, but Wenbin pulled his mother and said to Mr. Qi, Uncle Qi, I was wrong before. Studying should be a combination of work and rest. Practicing calligraphy and painting are both elegant things to cultivate one's character. As long as Mr. Qi doesn't mind, I can paint for you today. Mr. Qi smiled kindly. How can that be? The spring examination is more important. My dear nephew must not be distracted by my business. Yes, please don't waste women's time. Otherwise you will be held responsible if something happens next year. This is to curse her son to fail the exam. Zhu was so angry that she pointed at the man and cursed. Ivory can't be spit out by a dog's mouth. How can you talk like that? Fei Chuan jumped up and chased the three of them back. Go away. If you want to quarrel, go somewhere else. Don't ruin my second brother's painting mood. Wenbin's brother and sister were young and wanted to save face, so they took their mother away together. The sun was getting higher and higher, and there were fewer and fewer neighbors watching. When Zhao Yan stopped painting the princess, only the facial features were left to be painted. Besides Zhao Huang and Fei Chuan, there was only Qi Yuanwei sitting on the stone on the shore and waving a fan. Fei Chuan was in charge of packing up. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui and turned to Qi Yuanwei, saying with a smile, we are going back. Will you come with us? Qi Yuanwei nodded happily and said to Prince Hui sincerely, I have not read much, and I don't know how to praise people, but today I can see my nephew's paintings and finally understand why some people are willing to pay hundreds of thousands of gold to buy famous calligraphy and paintings. Zhao Yan, it's just my humble work. Thank you for your praise. Qi Yuanwei walked to the side of the wheelchair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and sighing, my nephew just heard it all. I will celebrate my 60th birthday on the 29th of this month. I didn't do anything elegant when I was young. When I got old, I suddenly wanted to ask someone to draw a birthday picture for me with a large family. The nephew of the He family is busy, and I dare not disturb him again. I wonder if my dear nephew is willing to help me with this? As for the reward, please forgive me for the fact that my family's wealth has been exhausted by the descendants in the yard. Now I can only give out 10 taels. If I give more, my family will quarrel. It's not worth it. When I was young, I hoped that my descendants would prosper. When there were so many descendants, I found that they were all here to collect debts. If I gave this, I had to give that. All eyes were on the little savings in his hands. Yao Huang looked at the top of Prince Hui's head. These were admirers he had attracted himself, and she would not interfere. Zhao Yan glanced at the hem of Mr. Qi's clothes. Under his coarse cloth clothes was a pair of half-worn cloth shoes. He was frugal, but he was willing to pay a lot of money for a painting. When he was painting, the old man first stood, then sat aside, his eyes always staring at his painting and brush, and it can be seen that he really likes it. The scholar of the He family has no spare time, but he does have a lot of spare time. Zhao Yan asked, "What kind of birthday picture do you want?" Mr. Qi was overjoyed, and after a while of excitement, he said nervously, "It may be a bit troublesome. I want a picture of me sitting in the main seat of the main hall, with my 3 sons sitting on both sides, and my grandchildren kneeling in the middle to kowtow to me. It's okay to simply draw the grandchildren without seeing their faces. It's better if I and my 3 sons can all see their appearance. I just want them to live in harmony after I'm gone." Yao Huang felt for Mr. Qi. There are 7 or 8 grandchildren in the Qi family. It would take a lot of effort to draw even the backs of them kneeling there, not to mention that he has to draw 4 adults clearly. Prince Hui is used to being alone. Can he be patient to draw this for an old man he doesn't know? After walking for a while in silence, Prince Hui spoke, "Okay, but every time you draw, your family needs to be ready in the main hall in advance. When I arrive, I will draw directly. I don't want to hear any gossip. Considering that the children are young, I can tolerate 3 times of noise, and I will let it go if there are more." Mr. Qi was overjoyed and promised to abide by the rules. The old man sent the young couple to the door before leaving. After Fei Chuan closed the door, Yao Huang turned to the front of Prince Hui and said in surprise, "When did the second master become so easy to talk to? I have to coax you to ask for a painting from you." Fei Chuan quietly slipped into the back room in the front yard. Zhao Yan looked up at the princess. "Did you coax me when you asked for a painting?" Yao Huang smiled, leaned over and pulled his sleeve, shaking it and said, "This is called coaxing." Zhao Yan, Chapter 61. After painting for the whole morning, it was time for lunch after a short break. Yao Huang asked about the painting. "Why didn't you paint my face?" Last time he painted in the palace, Prince Hui spent the whole afternoon painting her clothes, the luohan bed, and the surrounding window scenery, and only left her head to continue painting in the evening. Later, after the tossing and turning on the luohan bed, Yao Huang guessed that this person was deliberately delaying time to make her sleepy and fall asleep so that he could get things done. Zhao Yan, too many people have too many eyes. The princess stood on the bridge, in full view of the public. A few lechers did not dare to stare at her blatantly. Once her face fell on the painting, the lechers could covet her beauty under the guise of appreciating the painting. Yao Huang tasted it carefully and smiled. "Then I really chose the right skirt today." There was a full cupboard of dresses, and this blue and white dress was the least outstanding. Yao Huang thought so. She asked her husband to paint for her outdoors, which was already out of line. If the dress was too gorgeous, would the neighbors who gathered around come for Prince Hui's painting, or for her? Yao Huang's original intention was to dress plainly, so that the neighbors would focus on His Highness Prince Hui. Unexpectedly, he accidentally ran into His Highness Prince Hui's stinginess. Zhao Yan ate his meal slowly, and when the princess withdrew her gaze and started eating, he inadvertently looked at the light blue blouse on the princess. The princess was usually as gorgeous as a peony, but today the light blue hue suppressed her beauty a little, adding a quiet and gentle beauty like still water. Lunch was almost over, and Zhao Yan asked, "When do you want to finish the rest?" Yao Huang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said lightly, "The brush is in second master's hand. I will just follow your instructions." Zhao Yan looked out the window, and Dr. Liao was in the west courtyard, waiting to give him a massage before going to the clinic. "Take a break, and remember to dress up like this." Zhao Yan was skilled in fine brushwork. He could use more than 2 hours in the morning to paint the nearby stone bridge, long embankment, flowing water, and houses, crops and green mountains in the distance, and the paintings were so vivid that people felt like they were there. When it came to depicting the facial features and expressions of the princess, such a small face, it took more than half an hour. In order to reproduce the princess's demeanor on the bridge, Prince Hui asked the princess to place a chair under the magnolia tree in the backyard. The princess stood on the chair, leaning against the magnolia tree and bowing her head slightly. He sat on a felt mat on the ground a dozen steps away, carefully sketching and coloring. The main gate of the east courtyard was bolted from the inside, and the inner door connecting the front and back courtyards to the west courtyard was also closed. Tian Jingyai and Fei Chuan stood in front of the west courtyard to guard, and no one, including the little Jin Bao, was allowed to disturb them. The courtyard was strangely quiet. When Prince Hui finished painting without distraction, Yao Huang's legs were also sore. Jumping off the chair, Yao Huang ran to the felt mat and sat down next to Prince Hui, and then looked at the painting on the rice paper. They had been admiring the scenery for a long time in the morning. At this time, Yao Huang mainly looked at himself in the painting. Looking at it, Yao Huang whispered, "It's obviously my eyebrows and eyes. Why don't I feel like it? Zhao Yin, you are always smiling at ordinary times, but today you pretended to be worried." She should have smiled when she admired herself in the mirror, so even she was not used to her expression in the painting. Yao Huang gently pushed him, who pretended, "I was worried, there were so many people around you at that time, talking all the time. I was afraid that you would be irritated by their sweat, and I was afraid that you would be annoyed by their noise, and then abandon me in a rage, making me a laughing stock among the neighbors." After listening to the princess' explanation, Zhao Yan looked at his own painting again, and felt that he had emphasized the princess's worry too much and should have replaced it with restlessness. "If you don't like it, I repaint it." Yao Huang held down Prince Hui's hand as he was about to take the painting, and looked at the painting with a smug look on his face. "I like it. It turns out that I look so good when I'm worried." "Zhao Yin, eh?" Yao Huang left Prince Hui behind, took down the easel with care and placed it flat on the chair under the magnolia tree, letting it dry slowly. After arranging the painting, Yao Huang turned around and found that Prince Hui was already sitting in a wheelchair. Yao Huang pushed him into the house, and wiped his face, and washed his hands. Prince Hui said nothing, but just kept looking at her, which made Yao Huang's face get hotter and hotter, and her mouth get thirstier and thirstier. After hanging the towel, Yao Huang wanted to pour a bowl of water, but suddenly an arm came across her waist, and took her into his arms. Yao Huang was scared to death. He was sitting on a rattan chair now. Could it bear the weight of two people? How could he explain to the people around him if it collapsed? "Let go, I'm thirsty." Yao Huang pulled his arm nervously. Prince Hui didn't move, and his breath on her neck was hotter than the summer heat outside. Yao Huang's feet were still on the ground, and she struggled so hard that the rattan chair rolled back and forth. The more it rolled, the more she was afraid that the rattan chair would fall apart, so she had to bite the bullet and said, "I drink some water first, and then I push you inside." Prince Hui let go. Yao Huang ran to the table like she was escaping, and drank 2 bowls of cold water with her back to Prince Hui. Thinking that he had been painting outside for so long, she lowered her head and handed him a bowl. After drinking, Yao Huang was annoyed by Prince Hui's fiery eyes, so she untied her skirt and tied it up again. It was broad daylight, and she felt uncomfortable. Zhao Yan allowed the princess to do whatever she wanted. When they got to bed, he whispered in her ear, "So you chose to paint today, it's really for this." Yao Huang. "Just keep talking, see if there will be a next time." Prince Hui laughed, but there was no sound, only the change of his breathing. It was not until dusk that the sound of Zhu cooking in the kitchen of the He family next door came to Yao Huang's understanding of what Prince Hui's laugh meant. She begged breathlessly, "Yes, and more, as many times as you want, just stop." When Mr. Qi went to He Wenbin to ask for a painting, he had prepared the finest brushes, inks, pigments and other elegant items that ordinary people would not afford to buy, but He Wenbin refused because he did not want to delay his exam preparation. Mr. He was willing to paint for Mr. Qi on behalf of his son, but Mr. Qi had seen Mr. He's paintings, and at least it was not worth his 10 taels of silver, so the matter was shelved. If he had not seen the paintings of Mr. Liao next door, Mr. Qi would have given up the idea of asking for a painting. Fortunately, Mr. Liao agreed. It happened that on the 20th, the grandchildren did not have to study and stayed at home all day. After Mr. Qi gave some instructions, he asked his children and grandchildren to put on new clothes early and sit and kneel in the main hall, and asked his wife and daughter-in-law to avoid the backyard. When everything was quiet, Mr. Qi came to Liao's house to invite people in person. When Mr. Qi went out, he had 10 taels of silver in his arms, 2 bags of tea in his left hand, and a basket in his right hand, in which a fresh pig's hind leg was placed. His luck was not very good, as he ran into Zhu, who was sweeping the door with a broom as soon as he went out, but Mr. Qi had nothing to feel guilty about, and knocked on the door of the Liao family's east courtyard as if nothing had happened. Fei Chuan knew that the princess was not awake yet, so he ran to open the door as quickly as possible, and then met Mr. Qi, who was humble, respectful and polite. Mr. Qi looked inside and smiled. "It's the third brother. Is your second brother here?" Fei Chuan thought, "I can't draw, So you call me the third brother. The prince can draw and has a good demeanor, so you know how to respect him. Yes, but my second brother likes to be quiet, so you should hold your voice down and don't speak too loudly. Mr. Qi nodded repeatedly. Fei Chuan asked him to wait in the courtyard, and went to the study to push the prince out. Mr. Qi came forward with things, saying that everything was ready at home, and as long as it was convenient for my nephew, he could go over to draw now. In the 9th day, it would be Mr. Qi's birthday. Starting tomorrow, his grandchildren would go to private schools or academies to study, so Mr. Qi had to be anxious. Small places don't pay much attention to etiquette. Qi Yuanhuai's gift and apology are already pious enough. Since Zhao Yan has taken over the matter, he didn't care about these things. He said, "Thank you for your appreciation. It's your 60th birthday. I want to give you this painting as a birthday gift to show my gratitude. I don't need to pay for it. You can take it back and keep it for guests." Qi Yuanhuai couldn't take it back. He picked up the basket and stuffed it into Fei Chuan's hand. The pig's hind leg in the basket is really fresh, with a strong blood. Not to mention His Royal Highness Fei Chuan feels it's pungent. "Okay, I take the tea and pork on behalf of my second brother. You should put the reward in your pocket, otherwise I kick you out immediately and pretend that I never mentioned the painting." Mr. Qi gave up when he saw that he was serious. Qingyai rushed over after hearing the news. Fei Chuan knew that he was already stained with blood, so he asked him to accompany the prince to the Qi family. Zhu was still sweeping the floor outside. When she saw Mr. Qi welcoming the Liao family scholar to her home with a smile on his face, she naturally understood what was going on, and clenched the broom in her hand in hatred. 10 taels of silver, how could she not be greedy? But she knew that Mr. Qi could offer 20 taels, even 30 or 50 taels of reward, so she let her son refuse. Mr. Qi refused to ask for more money, and Zhu was angry. She refused to let her son change his mind, and decided to let her husband take over the business. However, Mr. Qi despised her husband's status as a scholar and turned away. The scholar from the Liao family with a broken leg showed up halfway, and Zhu realized that the 10 taels of silver from the Qi family really flew away. She felt so aggrieved that when Zhu returned home, she said to the Liao family's yard in a sarcastic tone, "Women, I have a good thing to tell you. Your Uncle Qi has invited Scholar Liao to draw a birthday picture for him. Now you don't have to feel guilty about him anymore. This is good. It doesn't delay your exam preparation, and it helps Qibo fulfill his wish, and it also allows Liao Xiaocai to earn some money. Alas, he is different from you. His legs are in such a state, and his future is completely ruined. He can only make a living by painting for others. He is so young, how pitiful." Prince Hui went to Qi's house. Qingyai couldn't hear what he said, but Fei Chuan, who stayed in the front yard, heard it, and Princess Hui, who was still sleeping well, was directly woken up. Putting on her outer clothes, Yao Huang walked to the window, opened the window, and said to the He family lightly, "Where did the long-tongued bird croak so early in the morning?" Shu, who was standing at the foot of the wall next door, said, "Eh?" He Wenbin, who was muttered by his mother, was startled by the lazy voice. He didn't want to offend Liao Xiaocai, and he didn't want Liao Xiaocai's beautiful wife to misunderstand that he looked down on her husband like his mother did. He hurriedly pulled his mother to the main room and persuaded her. Yao Huang saw that there was water in the room, washed his face, and changed his clothes, and went to the front yard. Fei Chuan still hated Zhu. "Madam, do you want me to ask someone to teach her a lesson?" Yao Huang smiled and said, "How to teach her a lesson?" Fei Chuan, "Ask Zhang Yu and Wang Dong to stop her and threaten her with fists. This time is just a scare. If she dares to make a noise a second time, we will do it for real." Yao Huang thought for a while, and said, "Don't stop her. 2 men and a woman will easily cause misunderstandings if they are caught by others. Go to stop her son, and say that if it happens again, we will break her son's legs, and let her son accompany our second master." Fei Chuan, Chapter 62. Yao Huang had just discussed with Fei Chuan how to ask Zhu to keep her mouth shut, when Ji came from the west courtyard, carrying the breakfast that had been warmed for the princess for a long time. Although Fei Chuan ran away quickly, Yao Huang still blushed. It must be because of the chicken head ginseng that she gave to Prince Hui 2 days ago. He pestered her twice yesterday afternoon, and he was able to get a hand for her at night. If it weren't for Zhu's nagging, Yao Huang would probably sleep until noon. Ji stuffed cotton balls in his ears last night, and slept soundly. Seeing that the princess was not in good spirits, Ji smiled and said, "My mother went to buy 2 black chickens, and just killed one. I will make soup for you, and the second master at noon. There is still a lot of chicken head ginseng. Dad said that the soil in Lingshan is good, and the chicken head ginseng grown there is more nutritious. Yao Huang, you are calling me more and more intimately. Aji, I have to be intimate. Every time I go out to wash clothes, many people will gather around me. If I don't practice more, I will definitely be exposed. Yao Huang, what about your husband? Aji, he went to the Qi family with your husband. The master and servant quarreled for a while, and after dinner, Yao Huang took Fei Chuan out. Although the Qi family was a wealthy family in the town, they did not employ servants, and probably had no place for servants to live. The house with 2 entrances and side rooms was fully occupied by the 16 people in the family. The men of the family were waiting to be painted in the main hall, while Qi Yuanhuai's second wife, Lu, was sitting in the shadow of the screen wall. She heard footsteps at the door, and saw through the crack of the door that the 2 figures were indeed coming towards her house. Lu looked at her husband sitting upright in the main hall, curled her lips, and stood up and walked to the door. Recognizing the scholar's wife, who looked like a little vixen from the Liao family, Lu's eyes flashed slightly, and she opened the door with a smile. Xiao Yao, are you here to look for your husband? Come in, it's already been painted. Yao Huang didn't tell the neighbors her full name. She only said her surname was Yao, so the older aunts and grandmothers called her Xiao Yao. Yao Huang said embarrassedly, excuse me, but my husband has a strange temper. He has to be with me to get along with him, so... The main room is facing the main door, and the voice of the princess's ordinary chat is clearly heard by Prince Hui, who is painting. The brush just raised was suspended in the air for a moment, before it fell on the paper again. Lu asked Yao Huang and Fei Chuan to go in, and she continued to guard in front of the door. Yao Huang walked around the screen wall, and saw the grandparents of the Qi family in the main room. Prince Hui's easel was set up outside the main room door, and the bright sunlight was shining on his head. Yao Huang looked at Qingyai, who was standing aside, and pointed at the top of Prince Hui's head while he was concentrating on painting. Qingyai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had proposed to hold an umbrella for the prince, but was rejected by the prince. Yao Huang whispered to Fei Chuan to go back and get the umbrella, and then said to Qingyai, "Brother, go back. Sister-in-law needs your help." Qingyai resisted the urge to bow, and walked away with his head held high. There were 12 people in the hall, including 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren. Mr. Qi and his 3 married sons remembered the rules of Liao's scholar painting, and did not speak or move. However, the younger ones among the 8 grandchildren could not help but look back and curiously looked at the beautiful lady next door. Seeing that Mr. Qi wanted to reprimand the children, but was afraid to speak, Yao Huang smiled and waved his hands at the restless children, asking them to turn around. Prince Hui did not move, but his brush did not stop. Yao Huang walked to the side of Prince Hui, just in time to block the sunlight for him. Zhao Yan saw the figure of the princess in front of him, and saw a long hairpin inserted in her bun. After a brief distraction, he continued to paint. Yao Huang saw the slightly reddish side of Prince Hui's face from the sun, and saw a layer of fine beads of sweat floating on his forehead. On the rice paper, the outlines of Mr. Qi and his 3 sons were already there, and their movements and postures were determined. The brush was now focused on the 8 grandchildren kneeling in 4 rows. Mr. Qi wanted to draw his and his 3 sons, and the grandchildren only had a back view. Prince Hui did draw only 8 back views of different heights, but he drew them very carefully, and put the 8 children's profiles and small finger movements on the paper. For example, although the 2 oldest grandchildren in the first row were kneeling respectfully, the one on the left had his mouth pursed, revealing maturity and stability, and the one on the right had his lips raised, revealing a bit of joy. Kneeling at the back were the Qi family's only 7-year-old granddaughter and Qilong, who was just 3 years old. In Prince Hui's painting, Qilong tilted his head to talk to his sister, and his sister also tilted her head, with a fierce look in her eyes, as if warning her brother to be honest. Fei Chuan brought an umbrella, Yao Huang opened it, and covered her and Prince Hui under the shade of the umbrella. Zhao Yan did not let his princess work too hard for too long. After 2/4 of an hour, he stopped writing, and said to Qi Yuanhuai, "The children's part has been drawn. I will draw you, and the 3 young masters after the afternoon break." The youngest children cheered and stood up, but were stopped by Qi Yuanhuai and the 3 fathers. Then, Qi Yuanhuai stepped out of the hall quickly and bowed to thank them. His subconscious gaze on the drawing paper stuck to him. He stood there for a long time. Tears rolled down Qi Yuanhuai's eyes. He choked and continued to bow. "Thank you, nephew, thank you, nephew." Mr. Qi didn't know what else to say. Such a good painting was a priceless treasure to him, and any thanks would be too light. Zhao Yan looked at Fei Chuan. Fei Chuan ran over to help Mr. Qi up, and Zhao Yan said again, leave the painting tools here. I come back at 5:55. Mr. Qi said yes repeatedly, left his children and grandchildren behind, and sent the scholar, who didn't like noise, out of the house alone. When he came back, he saw his son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters all gathered in front of the easel, mumbling and whispering, and some were even ready to reach out to touch it. Mr. Qi shouted and drove them all away. Out of caution, he also checked the various brushes and paints that the scholar brought with him. In the east courtyard, Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair into the hall, looked at Prince Hui's sunburned face and said, "You can help me, but why do you have to paint under the scorching sun? When I asked you to paint, I didn't want you to suffer this." "Zhao Yin, don't you think I covered my face too white?" Yao Huang glared. "I was just talking casually, and if you want to dry it, you have to wait until dusk. How can you dry it now?" "Zhao Yin, it's still half an hour before noon. Even if you don't go, I will stop writing." Yao Huang wet a towel and let him wipe his face. When Prince Hui regained consciousness, Yao Huang asked, "Second Master didn't answer me yesterday. Why did you help Mr. Qi?" This is a lonely prince who lives in a bamboo courtyard and even chooses a day to see his own princess. Zhao Yin looked at her and explained, "My current identity is a common scholar. I am a scholar and have free time. How can I refuse a 60-year-old neighbor who sincerely asks for a painting?" Yao Huang, "Second Master, don't you think that scholars are all gentlemen? Not to mention the distant past. Just say that those notorious corrupt officials in the past, which one of them was not a genshur who passed the imperial examination through studying? There are also those scholars who look down on ordinary people after reading a few books and passing some exams. Although they have not done any evil, they have accumulated a lot of problems, and have nothing to do with being a gentleman." Zhao Yin was silent. Yao Huang walked around behind his wheelchair, leaned down, hugged his shoulders and praised, "So, my second master is a real gentleman." Zhao Yin, "Not really, we have to live here for more than a month, and we don't want to have a reputation for arrogance." Yao Huang, "Well, the second master is not only a gentleman, but also very humble." Prince Hui stopped talking. In the afternoon, the couple took a break separately. When the time came, Prince Hui went to Qi's house to paint. Yao Huang followed him, and continued to hold an umbrella for Prince Hui. At this time, only Mr. Qi and his 3 sons were in the hall. Qi De and Qi Er sat on the left, and Qi San sat on the right. Yao Huang heard from Aji that Qi De, who was already 40 years old, was born to Mr. Qi's first wife, and Qi Er, who was only in his early 30s, and Qi San, who was younger, were born to his second wife, Lu. Qi De was honest and good at farming. Qi Er and Qi San had some business acumen. They opened a grocery store in the town together, and made a lot of money, which made the brothers look more promising than Qi De. Qi Yuanwei treated his 3 sons fairly, but Qi Da's eldest son was 18 this year, and studied in the most famous academy in Lingshan. He had passed the county and prefectural examinations. If he could pass the academy examination in August this year, he would become the first scholar in the Qi family, so he was highly valued by Qi Yuanwei. Yao Huang heard more gossip from the women who were chatting together, and knew that Qi Yuanwei's family was divided into 3 obvious groups. Qi Da's family was one group, Lu and his 2 sons were one group, and Qi Yuanwei was in the middle, and was a separate group. Qi De himself is not good at talking, but he married a smart and capable wife, and it was thanks to this wife that the family was not bullied too much by the mother and son of the Lu family. Various open and secret struggles made Qi Yuanwei seem to have the blessing of prosperous descendants, but in fact, I don't know how much sadness and helplessness he had. Just talking about this painting, Qi Yuanwei deliberately arranged Qi De and Qi Er to sit on one side, but Yao Huang came twice today, and Qi De and Qi Er didn't even look at each other, and the brothers were like strangers. At dusk, the whole painting was completed. Qi Yuanwei thanked them profusely, but he couldn't send the reward, so he begged everyone in the Liao family to come to his birthday banquet on the 29th. He was sincere and wanted to block the scholar from leaving if he didn't agree. Yao Huang was about to step forward to stop Mr. Qi's enthusiasm, but Prince Hui, who had been silent for a long time, actually agreed. "Okay, we will definitely go to your house to congratulate you." Mr. Qi was overjoyed. Yao Huang looked at Fei Chuan, and Fei Chuan was also shocked. Back to the east courtyard, Yao Huang wondered. Second Master agreed to go to the Qi family for a banquet, so it has nothing to do with being a gentleman, right? From last year's Mid-Autumn Festival to this year's Dragon Boat Festival, Emperor Yongchang held several palace banquets, but Prince Hui didn't go. As a result, he agreed to go as soon as Mr. Qi invited him. Prince Hui didn't worry that the news would spread to the palace and make his emperor father unhappy. Zhao Yin, It's a matter of reciprocity. Only if I go, he will feel at ease. With the gift of the painting, the Liao family can no longer refuse the Qi family. If he doesn't go, the princess will have to stay to take care of him, and listen to the excitement next door in a cold and lonely manner. Yao Huang, does the second master know how noisy the banquets in the folk are? Especially on the male side, there are always some drunkards, who like to compete with others in drinking. When they are drunk, they will go to toast to everyone they know or not. I am afraid that such people will bother the second master. Zhao Yin, with Qingyai Feichuan, Zhang Yu and Wang Dong here, such people can't get close to me. I can just eat some food and leave early. Yao Huang imagined the scene, and there was really nothing to worry about. However, the fact that Prince Hui agreed to Qi Yuanhui's 2 requests so easily, did it mean that he was already accustomed to appearing in front of everyone in a wheelchair? The plan had made progress, and Yao Huang happily hugged Prince Hui again. Zhao Yan knew that the princess really wanted to go to the banquet. Chapter 63. Because it was the 20th, there was another dish of fragrant chicken soup with ginseng on the table of Prince Hui and his wife in the evening. After eating almost everything, Yao Huang scooped a bowl of soup for herself. She didn't want to give it to Prince Hui, but thinking of Prince Hui's chaotic breathing like hers every time after the incident, and the efforts he made repeatedly, Yao Huang glared at Prince Hui first, then scooped the soup into the bowl and placed it in front of him. At this time, Yao Huang discovered the magical effect of Prince Hui's dead air. As long as he lowered his eyelids and remained silent, others could not tell whether he was ashamed and reflected on bullying the princess at night. They bathed separately. It was getting dark, so Feichuan pushed Prince Hui to the backyard. Yao Huang took him into the house and put him on the bed. She changed her resentment or fear when they were alone together during the day, and took the initiative to lie on Prince Hui's shoulder. His Highness Prince Hui's breathing was slightly heavy, and he raised his hand to put on the princess' waist. Yao Huang did not hide, and discussed with him in a soft voice. Second master, you see, we live close now, and we eat 3 meals a day together. Can we cancel the rule of 5 or 10 days? Not to mention sleeping together every night. It's okay to spend 1 night together, and 1 night apart. I really can't stand it like yesterday. I'd rather share it over several nights. Zhao Yan's palm was against the silk fabric of the princess's body. After a moment of silence, he said, I get up early and will disturb you. If he could walk by himself, he could keep quiet when getting up and changing clothes, but he wanted Feichuan to come in, and the wheelchair would make a noticeable sound. In addition, Zhao Yan could not guarantee that he could sleep through the night every night. Once he needed to get up at night. In such an occasion, Zhao Yan did not even want to keep Qingyai and Feichuan around, let alone the princess. Yao Huang, I sleep deeply. As long as the second master covers me with a blanket when he leaves, I will not wake up. Besides, waking up for a while is nothing. It is better than being woken up by you several times in the middle of the night, and each time for several quarters of an hour. Zhao Yan did not answer, but turned the princess around first. When the princess started to cry again, Zhao Yan whispered in her ear, I will come to accompany you in the afternoon on the 5th and 10th nights. Yao Huang reluctantly asked, come every day. Zhao Yan, okay. Yao Huang, She was asking, not begging. She wanted to explain, but Prince Hui did not give her a chance to speak smoothly. She went to bed early, and slept well last night. When Prince Hui was about to leave in the morning, Yao Huang woke up, opened her eyes, and saw Prince Hui sitting at the end of the bed, covering her with a quilt. Yao Huang liked to stretch her legs out when she slept, especially in spring, summer and autumn, and in summer, she would often expose one leg. Prince Hui didn't want to disturb her, so he couldn't just pull the quilt and throw it casually, so he could only move closer and cover her gently. Because Yao Huang didn't move, Prince Hui didn't notice that she woke up, and still had his back to her. Such a gentle and careful movement made Yao Huang think of her mother in the capital. She closed her eyes again, listening to Prince Hui moving himself to the wheelchair, listening to him slowly pushing the big wheel of the rattan chair away with difficulty for a few steps, and then shaking the bell twice briefly. Feichuan came quickly and pushed Prince Hui away. The room became quiet, and Yao Huang turned over while holding the quilt. Last night, the prince said that the rule of the 5th and 10th days was to not disturb her sleep. At that time, Yao Huang only thought that she didn't care. This morning, she realized that if the prince stayed in the backyard every night, then in order to take care of the princess's dignity in front of Feichuan and Qingyai, the prince would have to cover her with a quilt every morning, and he would have to carefully stretch it from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. Stretching, it is easy for people with healthy hands and feet to do it, but the prince had to stretch it for a while, and then move his legs. Therefore, The prince must have decided to do it every 5 or 10 days, because he wanted to save himself some inconvenience. Otherwise, given his passion for that matter, why would he wrong himself? Then, is the only inconvenience of covering the quilt. Sometimes after finishing, Yao Huang would go to the bathroom to relieve herself. Would the prince also have the need to relieve herself to feel comfortable? But the prince has never used the bathroom with her. Is it because he doesn't want the princess to push him in? By the way, other men relieve themselves while standing. How does the prince solve this problem? These are all trivial matters that happen every day. Yao Huang either never thought about them, but today, a gap suddenly opened up, and all the inconveniences related to the prince's disability suddenly came out. Yao Huang stared blankly at the window in the distance. She could understand the prince's concerns, because if she had a broken leg, she could accept having sex with her husband normally, but she absolutely could not stand her newlywed husband carrying her to the toilet. Maybe this would be okay when they were old married, but she was still young and thin-skinned, and the prince was young and noble, and had just been married for 2 months, so he could not stand this. Feichuan said that the prince didn't like them to go to his bath or toilet, so there must be something installed in these 2 places that allows the prince to take a bath and relieve himself. Rather than leaving everything to the people around him, like a useless person, the prince must prefer to live in a place where he can take care of himself. The bamboo courtyard is such a place. In order to satisfy her wish to escape the summer heat, the prince asked Liao Longzhong and others to build a front yard into such a place. Yao Huang thought that in fact, she could build it like the front yard. But the prince didn't want the princess to know this, and didn't want the princess to figure out how he took a bath or urinated. What Yao Huang had to do was to remain ignorant and not curious. After a few years, when the couple became more familiar with each other, the prince could be more relaxed in front of her, and the prince would speak up. After breakfast, Yao Huang smiled and asked Prince Hui, "Second master, do you really want to get a darker tan?" Zhao Yan looked at the princess and said, "It's okay to get a darker tan, so that you don't have to worry about the kitchen stewing soup for me every day." Yao Huang gave him a glare. "It's just right. I don't want you to get a tan like my father and my brother. Second master is so handsome, and I like him more if he has a handsome face. By now looks like a ghost. When there are many people around, he sits alone in the dark inner room or bamboo forest, which is scary at first glance." Looking outside, Yao Huang suggested, "Then I will accompany the second master to walk for half an hour in the morning and evening when the sun is not so strong, walk by the river, walk at the foot of the mountain next to it, bask in the sun and enjoy the scenery of Lingshan Mountain, so as not to waste our bumpy journey." Zhao Yan agreed. It is also possible to bask in the sun in the yard, but instead of sitting in such a small yard for half an hour, it is better to accompany the princess to walk. Just as he finished thinking, the princess came over and smiled at him with her dark eyes. "These 2 trips in the morning and evening are considered as my companionship with the second master, but they cannot be counted as the 6 or 7 times you promised me before. I want to go out, and half an hour is not enough." Zhao Yan looked away and said, "Okay, but it's still early, come to me at 5:55 in the morning." Yao Huang understood that the neighbors in the town got up early, and this was the time when many people went out to work or squatted by the river to wash clothes. Even if Prince Hui went out to bask in the sun, he would like to be quiet. Yao Huang took Jin Bao to the west courtyard, asked Qing'ai to call Zhang Yu over, and whispered, "Is the matter done? There are women like Zhu in Changshu Lane. They are not evil, but they are mean to those who are not as good as her when they are not satisfied." If Yao Huang was not the princess, she could have choked Zhu with a few words across the wall, but she couldn't let the prince's husband hear Zhu's sarcasm, and she didn't want the prince to see her having such an indecent verbal dispute with others. Fortunately, there was someone around her who could be used. Zhang Yu said ashamedly, "He Wenbin didn't go out yesterday, so we didn't have a chance to do it." Yao Huang didn't have the patience to wait. What if Zhu suddenly got angry and hurt the prince's heart, making him unwilling to go out again? She spent so much effort, and she couldn't let it go badly because of a mean neighbor. She said to Zhang Yu, "I will accompany the prince out for half an hour at noon. While we are away, you and Wang Dong go directly to his house. By the way, can you break a wooden board with 1 punch?" Zhang Yu still had a calm look. "Yes." Yao Huang, "Okay, let's go call Zhu and he Wenbin out. No need to waste words. Each of you break a wooden board for Zhu to see, then point at he Wenbin's legs to warn her to keep her mouth shut. She will definitely restrain herself after seeing how powerful you are. As it concerns the prince, Zhang Yu has to be cautious. What if Zhu gets angry and makes a big deal out of it?" Yao Huang, "Alas, you went to the clinic early yesterday. Didn't you hear Zhu scolding the second master as a cripple?" Zhang Yu immediately became murderous. Yao Huang, yes. With that kind of look and that kind of momentum, she still dares to make trouble like this. I have to respect her as a heroine. Zhang Yu, At the appointed time, Yao Huang came to pick up Prince Hui and walk eastward in the sunlight. When they passed the last stone bridge and were about to go downhill, Yao Huang looked back and saw Zhang Yu leaning out and looking over here. Time was limited. Zhang Yu and Wang Dong flashed out and came to the door of He Xiuzai's house. The door was actually half closed. Since they were threatening, why should they be polite? Zhang Yu pushed the door open and closed it after Wang Dong came in. Zhu was wiping the tables and chairs in the main room. Her husband was a scholar, and her son was a Juren. They often had guests at home, so they had to keep the house clean. He Wenbin was reading in the study in the east wing. When his mother's surprised and somewhat panicked words came from the window, "What are you doing here?" He Wenbin subconsciously put down the book and walked out quickly. When he went out, he saw two strong men in cloth clothes taking out a brand new hardwood board as thick as a finger from their clothes behind their backs, and swept him with murderous and vicious eyes, and then attacked at the same time. With two bangs, the two hardwood boards broke into two pieces in an instant. He Wenbin's face turned pale, and Zhu's legs were weak and shaking like seas. Zhang Yu pointed at He Wenbin and said to Zhu, "My two brothers only saved our lives because of the Liao family shelter. You insulted and mocked the second master, which was mocking our lifesaver. Yesterday, we didn't bother with you because you were a first-time offender. If you do it again, we will kill your whole family and surrender to the government, leaving no trouble for the Liao family." The bullies in the town threatened people with glaring eyes. Zhang Yu and Wang Dong just had cold faces from beginning to end, and even Zhang Yu's words were said in a low voice calmly. But the more this happened, the more people believed that he was serious. Zhu seemed to have seen the two men climbing over the wall in the dead of night, and killing the four members of her family. She used her last bit of strength to run to her son, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Please spare my life, my dear friends. It's all my fault. I said the wrong thing. Don't worry, I promise I will never disrespect the Liao family again. Really, I swear to God." Zhang Yu just threw the broken board in front of the mother and son, and left side by side with Wang Dong. Chapter 64. After basking in the sun, Prince Hui went to the study to read. Yao Huang came to the backyard and received a brief reply from Aji. "It's done." Yao Huang rubbed Jinbo's head and was in a good mood. In the afternoon, Yao Huang changed into her middle clothes and lay on the bed. Just when she was about to fall asleep and thought that Prince Hui had forgotten what he said last night, Prince Hui came to accompany her. For a break. The princess did not come out to greet her. She might have fallen asleep, or it might be because her pajamas were too thin in summer, and it was not easy to show up. Zhao Yan looked at the rattan chair under him, and completely went into the east room, so he signaled Fei Chuan to leave. Fei Chuan kept his head down, and closed the door from the outside. Just as Zhao Yan was about to push the big wheel of the rattan chair, there was a movement on the bunk bed. The princess came out in a light green silk dress embroidered with lotus flowers, her eyes lowered and her cheeks flushed. Zhao Yan retracted his gaze and looked at his legs. Last night, he was in high spirits and impulsive, deliberately misinterpreting her meaning and setting a new rule of accompanying her every noon break, but after all, it was broad daylight, and would the princess really agree to do this? Yesterday, the princess praised him as a gentleman. How could a real gentleman be so greedy for pleasure? The princess came closer and pushed him towards the bed curtain. After parking the wheelchair, the princess climbed up and lay on her side with her back to him. Having reached this point, Zhao Yan couldn't call Fei Chuan to come in and push him away. He silently propped himself up on the bed and closed his eyes and lay flat. In fact, if he only had sex once or twice a night for 6 nights a month with the princess, it wouldn't be so unbearable. In broad daylight, Yao Huang's heart was beating like thunder for a long time, but Prince Hui next to him didn't make any movement at all, as if he just came to accompany her for a short break. But Yao Huang hadn't just married. How could she believe it? Prince Hui was reserved, and he had to find a reason before he could think about it, or let her speak or take action first. Are all princes and noble sons like this, or is it just Prince Hui who is thin-skinned, or is it because Prince Hui's legs are broken that he has become like this? If his legs were fine, he wouldn't need to sleep in a separate room from her, and naturally, he wouldn't need to endure his anger for a few days. It was she who first discussed sleeping together every night, and Prince Hui was worried about the inconvenience of his legs, and couldn't agree, so he thought of using the break to share his anger. Forget it, sharing the burden is good for both her and the prince. What is there to be ashamed of for a proper couple? Turning over, Yao Huang rolled into Prince Hui's arms. Zhao Yin still closed his eyes, patted the princess's hand, and whispered, "Go to sleep." Yao Huang thought he couldn't let go, and asked in his ear, "In the evening, let's go to the cloth shop to buy a piece of black silk, make a curtain and hang it up. Will it be the same as at night?" Zhao Yin: "No need to do this. I'm here to accompany you to rest, not necessarily to tire you out." Yao Huang laughed. "What are you thinking, second master? I mean, if we put up the black curtain, we can sleep as soundly as at night. What does it have to do with tiring me?" Zhao Yin: Yao Huang: "Besides, second master, if you don't tire me now, are you going to tire me to death next time?" Zhao Yin turned the princess around. Aji, who had been lying on the narrow couch by the window of the west room for a while, suddenly raised his head like Jin Bao was startled, and looked towards the east room in disbelief. There was a sound coming from there that was more deliberately suppressed than at night. After the shock, Aji skillfully turned out the cotton ball hidden here and continued to sleep with the quilt. After taking a break, Prince Hui returned to the front yard an hour later. When he went out to bask in the sun at dusk, Yao Huangzhen pushed Prince Hui to the cloth shop on the main street and asked the female stall owner for a piece of black silk with a smile as usual. When the female stall owner went to get the silk, Yao Huang looked down and saw Prince Hui's eyes drooping. Although he was not dead, he looked like a soul out of his body. The female stall owner took out the black silk and asked casually, "What do you want to buy black silk for, young lady?" Yao Huang: "Make a black gown for my husband." The stall owner didn't understand why the scholar wore a black gown in the middle of summer, so she just handed the black silk to Yao Huang and waited for him to pay. Prince Hui's soul came back, and he took out his purse. Prince Hui stayed in the front yard at night. Yao Huang had a good sleep in the afternoon. Before it got dark, she sat in the yard to cut black silk and sew a curtain. This was simple, and was something the couple used in the house, so there was no need to be too particular about needlework. Aji sat next to her, feeling sorry for the black silk bought with 6 coins of silver, and questioning the princess's vision, who uses a black curtain. Yao Huang said calmly, "It's not that I like black, it's just that the windows are too bright at noon and the second master can't sleep." Aji suddenly realized that it was difficult for the second master to take a nap, and if he was awake, he would have to. The next day, Yao Huang didn't rush to change into pajamas, but sat on the bed waiting for Prince Hui to come. The black curtain she had sewed by hand was already hung next to him, just waiting for His Highness Prince Hui to appreciate it. However, Yao Huang waited and waited, but no one came. Recalling Prince Hui's expression when he bought the black silk yesterday, Yao Huang smiled and went to the front yard alone. The door of the main room was closed. Yao Huang peeked through the crack and saw Fei Chuan napping on the long table. Yao Huang knocked gently on the door. Fei Chuan immediately raised his head and tiptoed over to open the door. Yao Huang looked at the east room and asked, "Is the second master asleep?" Fei Chuan whispered, "He has rested for a while. I wonder if he has fallen asleep." It had been 3/4 of an hour since Dr. Liao finished the massage. From the sound, the prince had also wiped his legs. It was so quiet inside. What else could the prince do except take a nap? Yao Huang thought about it, and asked him to keep the door open. She went to the backyard to take down the black curtain, and then carried it to the front yard. Asking Fei Chuan to wait outside, Yao Huang walked into the east room. She didn't care whether Prince Hui on the bed was really asleep or not. She first gathered the white curtains hanging down to both sides, then turned around Prince Hui's rattan wheelchair next to her, fixed it, and stepped on the chair to hang the black curtain in her arms. After hanging it up, Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui, who had opened his eyes at some point, jumped off the rattan chair barefoot, unfolded the 2 black curtains, stood outside the curtain and smiled. "I sewed it myself. What do you think, second master?" Zhao Yin felt that the princess seemed even whiter, with a layer of black silk between them. "Come in," Prince Hui whispered. Yao Huang did not move. "Why go in?" Prince Hui was silent. Yao Huang stepped back on the wheelchair, untied it the way it was hung, and then hugged a ball of black silk, put on his shoes, and said without raising his eyes, "Second master said it himself, to accompany me to rest every day, so I just waited for a long time in vain, but you are already resting. In that case, second master, continue to rest, I will sleep by myself." After saying that, the princess glared at him and walked away. Zhao Yin had no choice but to call Fei Chuan in and push him to find the princess. Every day, he accompanied the princess to enjoy the meals and tonic soup cooked by Gao Nyangzi, and insisted on sunbathing for half an hour in the morning and afternoon for several consecutive days. On the 26th, he was pushed by the princess to visit the market for a whole morning. When Qi Yuanwei, the neighbor to the west, was celebrating his birthday on the 29th, The Prince Hui in the wheelchair had successfully shed his former paleness and became a real handsome man. Yao Huang accompanied the Prince Hui every day, and he didn't feel it clearly. After breakfast, he specially called Gao Nyangzi, who had almost no chance to see the Prince Hui even though she came to the town with him, and said with a smile, "Auntie, take a look at our second master." Madame Gao shuddered in her heart. Is this something she can see? But the princess ordered, so Madame Gao raised her head slowly and nervously, and finally looked at His Royal Highness Prince Hui. She saw that the prince was sitting on a rattan chair with a book in his hand, as if he didn't hear the princess's jokes at all. The next moment, Madame Gao understood why the princess wanted her to see the prince. Seeing the surprise and joy on Madame Gao's face, Yao Huang was sure that Prince Hui's complexion had indeed improved, and it was not her wishful illusion. Taking into account Prince Hui's dignity, Yao Huang didn't joke anymore, and asked Aji to give Madame Gao a bag of reward silver. Auntie's dishes have been delicious in the past half-month, and the second master and I are very satisfied. We will continue to trouble Auntie in the future. Madame Gao knew her own abilities very well. Master Kong's cooking skills were equal to hers, or even better. She had tried her best but failed to improve the prince's appetite. She had only arrived at the palace a little earlier than the princess. How could she satisfy the prince? The prince's appetite was now stimulated by the addition of a beautiful and caring princess. After Madame Gao left, at 5:55 in the morning, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui out again. There were people coming and going at the Qi family's side, all of whom were relatives and friends, who came to help with the birthday banquet. After half an hour, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui back and saw a stage with lights and decorations set up on the river bank outside the Qi family's door. A troop of about 7 or 8 people were painting eyebrows and eyes in front of the neighbors. Yao Huang was surprised and asked, "You even invited a troupe?" Although it was a folk troupe with ordinary or even mediocre singing skills, they could be invited to sing for half a day for a few taels of silver. In such a small town, it was very respectable and honorable, and worthy of the people of the town to talk about for a while. A steady stream of people were rushing here. The adults were relatively steady, and the children were running over one by one. No one cared about the man in a wheelchair next to them. Zhao Yan had already gotten used to this small town and such lively occasions. Yao Huang followed the edge of the crowd, taking a few steps and stopping a few times, and finally pushed the wheelchair back to the east courtyard. Once the gate was closed, the crowded crowd could no longer be seen, but the buzzing noise continued to spread inside. Zhao Yan didn't care much and said to the princess, "I read a book, you go to the opera, and pick me up when the banquet is about to start." "Yao Huang, there are too many people, and I'm too lazy to squeeze in on the hot day. Anyway, I can hear it at home." Prince Lu Hui was reading in the study. Yao Huang, Madame Gao, and Aji set up a small table in front of the west courtyard, and the three of them ate melon seeds while listening to the opera. It was almost noon, and the guests of the Qi family gradually arrived. Mr. Qi even sent a grandson to inform the Liao family, so they simply packed up and left. Yao Huangyang and her 2 children were led to the backyard of the Qi family. Mr. Qi treated Zhao Yan as a distinguished guest because of his status as a scholar and the painting. Liao Longzhong and his 2 godsons and apprentices were also invited to the main hall. Sitting at the same table were 2 other people of considerable status in the town, Mr. He and his son He Wenbin, who was a Juren. Zhang Yu and Wang Dong sat next to Mr. He and his son. In He Wenbin's mind, these were 2 murderers who were ready to kill at any time. He wanted to reprimand them, but was powerless to resist, so he could only sit there stiffly. He Xiaocai was even more timid than his son, and he didn't even dare to move his eyes. This father and son were too abnormal. Zhao Yan looked at Fei Chuan. Fei Chuan tilted his head and explained in a low voice, "On the morning of the 20th, Zhu's loud noise disturbed my second sister-in-law's sleep, so I asked them to go over and warn her." Zhao Yan remembered Zhu's voice, which was indeed very noisy. Zhang Yu and his partner's methods might have been a bit excessive, but it was understandable. Chapter 65. Qi's Backyard. The Liao family's female members only included Gao Nyangzi, Yao Huang, and Aji Nyang, a table of 8 people. Qi Yuanhui's second wife, Lu, not only accompanied them personally, but also arranged for the town's village head's wife, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, He Xiaocai's wife Zhu and daughter He Wenqi. Zhu's temper made people dislike or hate her. He Xiaocai and He Wenbin's father and son's fame were there, and He Wenbin was more likely to pass the imperial examination and become an official, so the people of the town were very flattering to the He family. Today, Zhu changed her previous arrogance and rarely took the initiative to talk. Even if someone talked to her, She would sneak a glance at the Liao family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law from time to time. Yao Huang didn't care about Zhu. She also had a lot of social engagements. Xiao Yao, let's live comfortably here. I see your scholar is getting better and better. So handsome that I can't get enough of him every time I see him. Yao Huang, it's comfortable. The mountains and rivers here are beautiful. I only regret not moving here earlier. Someone else started to make a fuss. It has nothing to do with the mountains and rivers. It's the ginseng we have here. I see your second uncle is collecting ginseng every day. In addition to making medicine, he must be stewing soup and porridge at home, right? As soon as this was said, everyone envied the Liao family's wealth. Yao Huang listened to it, and realized that those unprepossessing ginger-like ginsengs were sold for 100 coins per pound, which was more expensive than chicken, duck, fish and meat. This is only for eating raw. It is said that the processed dry ginsengs can be sold for 5 or 6 coins per pound, and the older the ginsengs are, the more expensive they are. Unfortunately, we locals don't know how to process them, so we can only sell the ginsengs we have worked so hard to dig in the mountains at a low price to the herbal medicine dealers, who come to collect them. After generations of digging, there are fewer and fewer ginsengs in the mountains, and the herbal medicine dealers don't come as often. Yes, when my old lady was young, anyone in the village or town who had a headache or fever could go to the mountains to dig some ginseng to make soup. Now it's our turn. We can't dig it ourselves, so we can only wait for those brave villagers to go to the mountains to find it. Alas, they have spent so much effort, so of course they have to sell it at a high price. Liao Longzhong is still honest, and willing to pay a high price for the old ginseng. He is much better than those wild dealers, who come from nowhere. The more Madame Gao listened, the more she sweated for Liao Longzhong. Would the princess think that Liao Longzhong was pretending to be a good man by taking the money from the palace? She leaned close to the princess's ear and whispered, I heard from Lao Liao that his price was only 20% higher than the hawkers. Whether it's for soup or medicine, it's much cheaper than buying it in the city. Yao Huang smiled and said, It's as it should be. It's not easy for everyone to collect herbs. The women's banquet lasted for a full hour. When Yao Huang returned to the east courtyard, Prince Hui had changed into his middle clothes and was waiting for her to rest on her bed. Perhaps because he thought the black curtain was ugly, Prince Hui asked her to put it away after using it twice. Anyway, he had already started doing this in the daytime, so Prince Hui didn't need to be reserved anymore. Yao Huang went to the west room to wash herself briefly, then sat on the bed in a white silk dress with pink edges. While combing her hair, she talked to Prince Hui about the price of chicken head ginseng. So I really enjoy the good life with the second master, otherwise how could I drink tonic soup every other day with chicken and chicken head ginseng? So a pot of soup would cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. Zhao Yan had long discovered that the princess liked to chat, and most of the time he didn't need to talk, just listen. The princess' voice was soft, her expression was lively and vivid, and her words were simple but pleasant to listen to. Hey, second master, have you been drinking? Yao Huang suddenly smelled a faint smell of alcohol. Zhao Yan tilted his head and said, When everyone toasted Mr. Qi, I took a sip. Yao Huang held a comb in one hand, and turned Prince Hui's handsome face back with the other hand. I don't dislike you. I think your little bit of alcohol smell is quite good. What I can't stand is the strong alcohol smell that my father and brother brought back from drinking with others. It's so suffocating. Zhao Yan. Rinse my mouth. Rinsed my mouth and drank tea. But the alcohol smell was stubborn and still remained. Yao Huang glanced at Prince Hui's lips. This time it was her turn to turn her head away. She blushed and said, It's none of my business whether you rinse your mouth or not. He didn't kiss her again. Zhao Yan, eh? His eyes were fixed on her bright red and plump lips, and then moved away. Some things must be done on the wedding night, when the couple consummates their marriage. He is the prince, and the princess will not show it even if she dislikes it in her heart. When they are familiar with each other's bodies, Zhao Yan knows that the princess can get pleasure from his actions, so he can do whatever he wants. What fun can there be in being so close to each other? Zhao Yan couldn't imagine that. Even now, he would have such thoughts about the princess. If another woman hinted at him like this, Zhao Yan would be angry. However, if there was no fun in the superfluous intimacy, he could accept the princess, who was as beautiful and sweet as a peony in every way. Could the princess accept him? Zhao Yan didn't want to see any reluctance in her eyes. If there was no certainty, and it was not necessary, then just keep it as it was. At dusk, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui along the river bank to the foot of the mountain in the south. This was a small hill. From then on, there were countless high and low hills connected to the east, west and south. The most majestic hill worth climbing, and looking far away, was about 10 miles away from Lingshan town. It was precisely because there were no famous mountains and peaks near Lingshan town that this small town was not as prosperous as other towns around the foot of Lingshan mountain. Zhao Yan looked up at the high peaks. Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair and saw that it was the first time that Prince Hui looked at the mountains for such a long time, and with such obvious movements, so he thought that Prince Hui wanted to climb the mountain. Yao Huang wanted to fulfill Prince Hui's wish, but the famous peaks in Lingshan mountain suitable for tourists to climb were all built with stone steps, and the wheelchair could not move. The nearby peaks looked short, but they were actually hundreds of feet high. The mountains were also full of bumpy mountain roads trampled by mountain people who had been cutting firewood, hunting and collecting herbs for many years. No matter how strong Yao Huang was, he had to push the wheelchair for most of the day, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was in a very embarrassed state before he could push Prince Hui up alone. Yao Huang didn't think that Prince Hui would enjoy such a mountaineering trip. Not only did he not want to bother her, but if it was EP51 or other guards, Prince Hui would not be the type to bother others to please himself. Seeing that Prince Hui was looking longer and longer, Yao Huang thought for a while and said, "Second Master, it is said that such deep mountains and old forests are most likely to produce monsters and spirits. Do you think there are really spirit beasts and spirit herbs in the world that can cultivate into spirits, or are those stories purely made up?" "Zhao Yan, I don't believe in ghosts, gods, immortals, and monsters." "Yao Huang, in the past, many emperors loved to eat elixirs. I thought that the emperors were well informed and had a way to become immortals." "Zhao Yan, they are just some tonic pills that are said to be elixirs by the people." "Yao Huang, I hope there are gods in the world, so that there will be a chance for gods to show up and satisfy my wishful thinking." Prince Hui stopped looking at the mountain and glanced behind him. "What do you want to ask the gods for?" "Yao Huang, of course, immortality. I am so beautiful that I don't want to become an old lady with wrinkles in the future. And Second Master, it would be best if you can stay so handsome forever." When he was mentioned, Zhao Yan's blood ran cold for a moment, but then returned to normal. "Hey, let's change places. I'm afraid that instead of gods, a female demon will appear. The female demons in the story books like handsome scholars, like Second Master the most." Turning the wheelchair, Yao Huang muttered and walked away quickly. "Zhao Yan, eh?" As night fell, the princess went back to the backyard to sleep, and Dr. Liao came through the moon-shaped door between the two front yards to massage His Royal Highness Hui Wang. Zhao Yan asked, "Why is Lingshan Huangjing more effective?" This effect was not something he experienced personally, but something Zhao Yan had seen in medical books about famous doctors in the old dynasty. Dr. Liao had gotten used to Prince Hui's occasional talk recently, and thought, the local water and soil nourish the local people, and the same is true for medicinal materials. It should be that the soil of Lingshan is more suitable for the growth and accumulation of Huangjing. He can identify the age and quality of medicinal materials, but as for what is good about the soil of Lingshan, Dr. Liao can't say clearly. "Zhao Yan, Princess, I heard from others that Huangjing on Lingshan was not rare in the past, but it became increasingly rare due to continuous excavation. Does this mean that Lingshan Huangjing itself is easy to survive and reproduce?" Dr. Liao: "Yes, if the mountain folks don't dig it, the Polygonatum sibiricum should be able to grow a large area. However, wild game is ownerless. Since it can be sold for money, the mountain folks will definitely dig it up when they see it. Leaving it there will only benefit those who come later. Zhao Yan, I think this area is all barren mountains and wilderness. If we could open up the wasteland and grow medicine, the surrounding people will have another way to make a living, and at the same time supply more good medicines to various places." Dr. Liao then understood what the prince was worried about, and sighed. Most people are thrifty. Polygonatum sibiricum sells for so much money. If it can be planted just by opening up the wasteland, the people will definitely have started it long ago. It must be that there are many difficulties in growing Polygonatum sibiricum. The people found that they couldn't grow it or grow it well, so they gave up the idea. In addition, Lingshan is a famous mountain, not a barren mountain. The government has strict governance and prohibits people from cutting trees at will. Zhao Yan, Huangjing can grow in the deep mountains, which shows that it likes shade and fears drought. Therefore, there is no need to cut down tall trees when reclaiming land. Just clear the weeds and shrubs in the forest. This is just my guess. Tomorrow I will call Li Dekhun and several guards to come over, and ask them to go to the mountains to check the planting method of Huangjing. When he comes down the mountain, you two can discuss it more. Li Dekhun is another Dr. Li in the palace. Dr. Liao: "Yes, We will definitely do our best to handle this matter. Yao Huang didn't know what Prince Hui had ordered. After finishing sunbathing that morning, Prince Hui went to read a book. Yao Huang came to the west courtyard and found Gao Nongzi sitting on a small stool in the kitchen watching the fire. Yao Huang exempted her from the courtesy, looked at the big pot with a lid, and asked curiously, "What kind of food are you preparing so early in the morning?" Gao Nongzi smiled and said, "It's not food. Lao Liao has been collecting ginseng. The ones used for stewing soup before were 3 or 4 years old." Lao Liao said that it's not a pity to use such ginseng directly for stewing soup, but the ginseng that has grown for 5 years has sufficient medicinal properties. It's better to collect more and dry it. That way, the medicinal properties are more sufficient, and it is more nourishing. Look, I have collected more than 10 pounds, and let me cook them all in one pot. Yao Huang lifted the lid of the pot, and saw that it was indeed full of clean ginseng. Just boil it. It's too early. It said that it needs to be boiled 9 times and dried 9 times. The first time it needs to be boiled for 3 hours. It's too troublesome to dry it during the day and shade it at night. So the villagers nearby just sell it raw. Yao Huang, he is not tired of collecting herbs, but Auntie is busy. Mrs. Gao, he will help when he comes back, and Aji Qingai Feichuan will also share the burden for me. It's not too tiring. It was troublesome, but no matter whether it was raw or processed, there was always some left over from each stew. Madame Gao was the most popular person in the kitchen, and she could get paid and nourish herself with her masters, so she was willing to do it no matter how much trouble it was. A few days later, a guest came to the west courtyard of the Liao family. It was Dr. Li, a good friend of Dr. Liao. He said he was going to take 2 apprentices into the mountains to look for medicine, so he stayed at the Liao family. Yao Huang went to see the excitement and ran to the study in the east courtyard to ask Prince Hui what was going on. Zhao Yan briefly explained it to the princess. Yao Huang, So the Prince Hui was staring at the mountain that day to figure out how to grow Polygonatum sibiricum, not to climb the mountain. After being surprised, Yao Huang breathed a sigh of relief, because she had been secretly thinking about it for several days, but still couldn't figure out a way to easily push Prince Hui to the top of the mountain. Sitting next to Prince Hui, Yao Huang smiled and said, "If you can really grow it, will you rent a mountain to do medicinal business?" She knew that the palace also had many shops and farms, and the annual income was more than Prince Hui's title salary. Zhao Yan, no, this matter needs to be led by the county magistrate to encourage local people to open up wasteland. Coptis chinensis can be used as medicine for at least 5 years, and only people who live nearby can take care of it for a long time. Yao Huang understood that Prince Hui was thinking about Coptis chinensis not for himself, but for the benefit of the people in the Lingshan area. Chapter 66. Li Longzhong and his 2 companions arrived at Lingshan town on the 4th day of July. On the morning of the 5th day, they hired a herbalist who was familiar with the mountain conditions, prepared dry food and set off. There are some small villages scattered in Lingshan. Li Longzhong and his companions can look for Polygonatum during the day and stay at the villagers' homes at night. On the 9th day, the sky was gloomy in the morning, and it soon rained heavily. There was no sun, so Prince Hui sat in the main hall reading a book. Yao Huang was not interested in this, so he went to the west courtyard with an umbrella in one hand and Jibao in the other. Only Madame Gao lived in the backyard of the west courtyard. The east wing was converted into a water room. The water for bathing in the 2 houses was boiled here. The west wing was converted into a laundry room, where the silk clothes and quilts of the prince and princess were washed at home. There were also several rows of clothes drying racks inside. Silk was precious, and could not be exposed to the sun. When Yao Huang came over, Madame Gao and Aji were sitting on a small bench, washing clothes in the west wing. Yao Huang stood at the door, and put Jinbao down first. The little guy immediately ran around in the room, like he was having fun. Madame Gao looked at the princess, who was lowering her head to close her umbrella. The princess was wearing an ordinary cloth skirt, and a pair of wooden clogs bought at the market. It was raining heavily outside, and the princess trotted over, her feet soaked in water. As she was watching, the princess held the door frame and stretched out her left foot. The rushing rain immediately washed over the princess's feet, washing away the few splashes of mud on them, leaving only the delicate instep, like scallion white, and the 5 toes were all dyed with bright red nail polish, like red fruits that tempted people. Thinking of something, Gao said with concern, "Madam, your period is coming soon. I go and boil a basin of hot water for you to soak your feet, so they don't get cold." Yao Huang smiled and said, "No need to boil it. I'm not that delicate. Aji knows that I have to wade through water so many times every summer." After washing his feet, Aji also spread a piece of coarse cloth on the doorstep. Yao Huang sat here, watching the two washing clothes and chatting. The rain made the place even quieter. Suddenly, a woman's angry cry came from the Qi family next door. Why? Why can Daolang, Erlang and Sanlang go to Lingshan Academy to study, but Silang can't go and can only make do in the private school in the town? It was Lu's voice. Yao Huang and the other two looked at each other and pricked up their ears at the same time. Jin Bao, who was getting more and more courageous, ran over and prepared to shout outside. Yao Huang held Jin Bao's head and continued to identify Qi's voice. The man who responded to Lu's voice was very low and could not be heard at all. Then Lu said angrily again, "Don't lie to me. Sanlang obviously didn't pass the exam to the academy last year. It was all thanks to Dalong's connections there. You also gave him 5 taels of silver to show your favor. This year, Silang and Sanlang's scores are almost the same, so you should give Dalong another 5 taels of silver and let him go and make arrangements. You said that although they are not from the same grandmother, they are brothers. Why does he only help his brother, and not his cousin?" Mr. Qi still did not say anything. The old man did not seem to be the type to raise his voice to confront others. But because Mrs. Lu mentioned the children of the Qi family, Mrs. Qi spoke up in a loud and resonant voice. "Mother, what are you saying? They are all your brothers. Daolang must hope that his brothers will have a bright future. Sanlang did not do well in the exam last year because he caught a cold. Daolang took him there and asked him to answer the new questions given by the teacher. He answered well, so the academy made an exception and accepted Sanlang. Silang, mother, please tell me yourself, how is Silang's academic performance? Will he be able to pass the make-up exam even if we take him? If he does poorly in the exam, the academy will not make concessions for 5 or 10 taels of silver, so why should our family spend that money?" "Mrs. Lu, shut up. It's not your turn to interrupt me when I'm talking to your father." "Mrs. Qi, I don't care about other things, but it's unacceptable for mother to accuse Daolang of not talking about brotherhood." "Mrs. Lu, damn it, how could I be deceived by your pretended honest appearance? If I had known you were a shrew, I would never have married you." The eldest daughter-in-law of Qi laughed. "I gave birth to 3 scholars for the Qi family. Mother should be happy that you have good vision." "Mrs. Lu, come on, both of you, come at me together. If I don't tear her mouth apart today, I will." "Mrs. Qi, come on, let's see who dares to fight me." Yao Huang was stunned. Aji whispered, "Mrs. Qi's arms are very strong. I dare say that the 3 mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law of the Lu family combined are not her opponents." Mrs. Gao, "Yes, that figure and eyes are not easy to provoke. She must have been very good at pretending to be stupid back then, otherwise the Lu family would not be so stupid as to find a powerful stepson and daughter-in-law for herself." The quarrel in the Qi family continued, but no one heard the voice of Mr. Qi from beginning to end. Yao Huang stayed in the west courtyard until Madame Gao was going to cook before returning to the east courtyard to see Prince Hui. In the north of the main hall, Zhao Yan sat in a wheelchair, watching the princess put down the gold treasure first, and then put away the umbrella to wash her feet. When the princess was about to come in, he retracted his gaze in advance. "Yao Huang, the quarrel in the Qi family was very fierce just now. Did you hear it, second master?" Zhao Yan shook his head. He held the railing in the west room for half an hour, then rested, bathed and changed clothes, and sat down not long ago. Yao Huang thought he was reading a book, so she came over, snatched the Buddhist scriptures, and put them on the long table, and then pushed the wheelchair to the front of the main hall facing the yard. "You only know how to read books, and you are not afraid of damaging your eyes." After that, she brought a chair and put it next to Prince Hui, sat next to him, and told him about the bad lawsuit of the Qi family. For the first time, Prince Hui interrupted the princess's chat, looked at her wet feet, and said, "Go and dry them first." Yao Huang smiled and said, "Why are you as worried as Aunt? I like this coolness." As she spoke, she stretched her feet out of the clogs, turned around and placed her legs across Prince Hui's knees, deliberately shaking her feet. Zhao Yan watched for a while, and suddenly held the princess's left foot, which was cool to the touch. He took out the handkerchief from his sleeve, and covered the princess's instep. "Yao Huang, will you continue to use this handkerchief to wipe your face?" Zhao Yan, "No, I give it to you." Yao Huang glared at him. "I don't want a handkerchief to wipe my feet, you give me a fragrant one." Zhao Yan, eh? When he wiped the princess's feet dry, the handkerchief was completely wet. Seeing that he didn't know where to put the handkerchief, Yao Huang smiled and snatched it, put on his clogs and walked under the eaves, stretched out his hands, and washed the handkerchief with the rain. The raindrops dripped and wet her feet again. Zhao Yan thought that the princess must have done it on purpose. Sitting down again, Yao Huang thought of Dr. Li, and the other two who were still in the mountains, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's raining so hard. I wonder if they are taking shelter in the villagers' houses or trapped in the mountains. Zhao Yan, it was cloudy in the morning, they probably wouldn't go out. On July 14th, Dr. Li and his party came back. Dr. Li washed and changed clothes first, then went to see the prince through the moon-shaped door in the front yard. Yao Huang also wanted to know the progress of the matter, so he sat next to Prince Hui and listened together. In order to prevent someone from passing by the gate and peeking in through the cracks in the door, Fei Chuan closed the door of the main hall from the outside. Dr. Li greeted the prince and his wife and whispered, "There are indeed not many Polygonatum oderatum on the periphery of Lingshan Mountain. There are only some 1 or 2-year-old seedlings left. We have checked the Polygonatum oderatum seedlings on 7 hills in recent days. Most of them grow on the edge of the woods in a humid area. The surrounding soil is moist and has many rotten leaves. It is shaded enough but can still shine through the light between the branches. I asked the herbalists in the mountains, and they found that the Polygonatum sibiricum they found in the mountains also grew on the edge of the shady and damp woods. This is probably why the herbalists can't grow Polygonatum sibiricum in their own homes. According to the method tried by the herbalists, Polygonatum sibiricum can be cut and planted by roots or harvested seeds. I want to try it out by picking a piece of forest land in the mountains. Now I bury the roots and sow the seeds. I will sprinkle a layer of rotten leaves on the medicinal field in the same way as where the wild Polygonatum sibiricum grows. I will observe it for another year next year. If the Polygonatum sibiricum in the field can germinate and grow normally, I can spread this method." Zhao Yan, well, first open up 4 mu of land and build a house next to it. You can take care of it with others. I will find someone to take over before returning to Beijing. Dr. Li said yes, and seeing that the prince had no other instructions, he took his leave. Yao Huang asked curiously, "Who are you going to find to take over?" Zhao Yan, the magistrate of Lingshan County. Yao Huang thought of the many hills nearby, and then thought about the price of Polygonatum, and speculated, if this can be done, it should be a great political achievement, right? Zhao Yan agreed. Yao Huang, the method was thought up by the second master, why don't you continue to take responsibility? This is a great merit that will benefit the people of Lingshan for generations, and even generations to come. If the county magistrate is in charge, I will not be able to stand the praise of the county magistrate in the future. I think the people all know that this is the idea of the second master, and they all remember the good things of the second master. Zhao Yan, this area is the seat of Lingshan County. Even if I am a prince, I have no right to directly bypass the county magistrate to open up wasteland and plant medicine. Yao Huang only has a father, who is a warrior, who is appointed by swords and guns, and does not understand the affairs of civil officials. But she knows that Prince Hui has a father, who is an emperor, who controls the world. Approaching Prince Hui, Yao Huang whispered, "It's easy to manage things. Prince, go and tell my father. Doesn't the court send out some imperial envoys every year? There are so many county magistrates in Lingshan County, who have never thought of planting Polygonatum oderatum on the mountain. Only Prince Hui has both the heart and wisdom to enrich the people. If my father knows, he will definitely be willing to let you continue to preside over this matter." Zhao Yan lowered his eyes. "Once this matter starts, it will take at least 5 years. I don't have the energy. It is most appropriate for the county magistrate to take over." Yao Huang lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Zhao Yan looked at the princess' finger and said, "Father doesn't know that you and I have come to Lingshan to escape the summer heat, and I have no intention of letting him know. I will tell the county magistrate to submit a memorial to the court on his own and conceal my involvement. After returning to Beijing, you must not let it slip, and it is best not to mention it to your parents-in-law." The princess raised her head, her eyes full of suffering and loss. Zhao Yan held her hand and said, "Don't just think about the benefits of success. First of all, Li Dechuan's farming method may not be feasible. Even if it is feasible, it will take several months to convince the people to believe and encourage them to open up wasteland. After opening up wasteland, you have to teach the people how to farm and monitor the growth of medicinal seedlings from time to time. It will take 5 years of hard work. I just had a sudden idea. The one who actually implemented it was the county magistrate. If the county magistrate dared to take it, the political achievements would be his." The princess still pouted. "Zhao Yan, besides, the county magistrate needs political achievements to get promoted. I am already a prince. Why do I need this little bit of icing on the cake?" At the age of 18, he volunteered to go to the battlefield in order to show his ability to serve the country, not to prove anything to his father. Before his leg was disabled, Zhao Yin had never thought of competing for that position, and now, he would not think about it. He just wanted someone to take over this matter, and really promote it, without any reputation or credit. Yao Huang could not refute Prince Hui. But she was just unhappy. So many people in the capital regarded Prince Hui as a useless person. The fact is that Prince Hui is not useless at all. He is very powerful, very powerful, very powerful. Chapter 67. Because the princess was not happy, Zhao Yin came to the backyard in the evening even though it was the 14th day. The rooms in the palace were decorated with various exquisite candlesticks, all lit up to make the lights bright. The luggage for the summer vacation in Lingshan was mainly clothes and books. The candlesticks were newly purchased by Dr. Liao in the town, so Yao Huang only placed 4 candles here, and the lights were dim and soft. Prince Hui himself did not want to take credit, and he really did not need this achievement to get promoted and make money. Yao Huang felt aggrieved for him for a while, but then it passed. Now, looking at her husband who looked even more handsome under the lamp, Yao Huang asked in confusion, "Why did the second master break the rules tonight?" Zhao Yin looked at the princess's face, which had returned to normal, and said in silence for a moment, "Tomorrow is the Ghost Festival, and I think you may not be able to sleep well alone. The Ghost Festival is also known as the Ghost Festival by the people. Some people don't take it too seriously, and some people really don't dare to go out after dark." Yao Huang is a brave person. When she was a child, she deliberately let her hair down and pretended to be a ghost to scare her playmates, who liked to call her Xiao Huang and A Huang. But on the day when Prince Hui misunderstood that he wanted to climb the mountain, Yao Huang said that she was afraid of monsters in the mountain, and Prince Hui actually believed it and came to accompany her. Second master is really considerate. Yao Huang simply pretended to be relieved and happily pushed Prince Hui to the bunk bed. The couple had their period in the past 2 days, and they had a quiet sleep in the afternoon. They would definitely not do anything tonight. Lishan town was indeed very cool at night. Covered with a thin blanket, Yao Huang leaned in Prince Hui's arms and felt warm and comfortable. Tomorrow night, there should be people releasing river lanterns by the river. Shall we go too? For children and young people whose families have not lost relatives recently, releasing river lanterns on the night of the Zhongyuan festival is similar to enjoying flower lanterns on the Lantern Festival. Both are lively. Zhao Yin, yes. Yao Huang, then we make it ourselves? The ones sold in the shops are all the same, and you can't tell them apart when they float among the lanterns. Zhao Yin, can you make it? Yao Huang, yes, but I can only make the simplest one, which is to use a few bamboo strips to make a square frame and fix it on a thin wooden board, paste a circle of lantern paper around it, and then insert a candle inside. Zhao Yin looked at the top of the bed. I've never made it. Yao Huang had been to the palace several times, and he expected that in such a place with strict rules, the nobles and palace servants would not randomly release river lanterns, and Prince Hui had no playmates to take him to play with, let alone make it himself. He might not even have seen it. She propped herself up and looked at him with a smile. I will make the frame. After cutting the lantern paper, you can draw something on it. With your painting, I will be his playmate. I may not even have seen it, let alone making it myself. She propped herself up and looked at him with a smile. I will make the frame. After cutting the lantern paper, you can draw something on it. With your painting, the ordinary river lanterns I make will become elegant lanterns. Zhao Yin agreed. The next day was a sunny day. When it was time to accompany Prince Hui to bask in the sun in the morning, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the main street and bought the bottom board, bamboo strips, tung oil, lantern paper, and other items needed to make river lanterns in a shop that temporarily set up many river lanterns for sale. The princess picked and chose, and Zhao Yin looked at the finished river lanterns on the stall. There were lotus lanterns folded from colored paper, and the kind of paper-pasted square lanterns described by the princess. Most of them were crudely made, but there were also a few with fine craftsmanship. The lanterns were covered with neatly written sacrificial texts or simple drawings. After buying everything, the couple returned to the east courtyard. In the study, Fei Chuan and Jingyai prepared the scissors and paste that the princess would use, as well as the 4 treasures of the study and various colors of paint that the prince would use. Making a lantern stand is a craft. This time Yao Huang wanted to make it more delicate, so it would take longer. Zhao Yin watched the princess packing the bamboo strips and asked, What do you want to draw or write? Yao Huang did not look up, and said softly and casually, I have seen flowers and plants on other people's lanterns, and people are also painted. Second master knows that my family is rough and can't draw, so I wrote my grandparents' names on the lantern paper. First wrote a few sentences that everyone in the family misses them, then said that everyone is doing well, so they don't have to worry about them, and finally wished them to reincarnate quickly and be reborn into a rich and noble family. Zhao Yan was looking at the paper, and thinking about how to write the princess's vulgar words in a more elegant way. Then he heard the princess say, "I have been setting river lanterns for our Yao family's ancestors for more than 10 years. I just married the second master this year, and it is the first time for me to set river lanterns with the second master. This lantern should be set for the second master's ancestors. So the second master can draw whatever he wants and write whatever he wants. It's all up to you." Zhao Yan was still looking at the paper. The royal family had many ancestors and many descendants. He, Zhao Yan, was just an accidental child of his father's favor to a dancer. Zhao Yan was already familiar with his father. He knew what extraordinary deeds his father had done when he was still a prince, and what achievements his father had made after he ascended the throne. Zhao Yan had read the historical records of every emperor, and even princes and princesses since the founding of the great Qi dynasty. But Zhao Yan only knew that the person who had carried him into this world for 10 months was named Wen, and that she was a court dancer when she was alive, and was posthumously named a beauty. Perhaps some palace people knew more about her, but Zhao Yan never went to inquire. The court dancers were either from the families of convicted officials, or orphans or sold by their parents at a young age. If it was the former, the emperor did not think of showing favor to his mother's family after his father valued him, which meant that the Wen family no longer existed, or that the crime was unforgivable. Based on concubine Du's sour remarks over the past decade, Zhao Yan speculated that even if the Wen family was a convicted official, they were only minor officials, not worth concubine Du's detailed investigation. If the Wen family had been prominent or committed a serious crime that would be remembered for many years, concubine Du would use it to punish him. If it was the latter, Zhao Yan would not have needed to inquire about a family that would abandon her. In short, Zhao Yan had never seen that person, did not know her name, and had no idea about her. But when he was still young, he did imagine what she looked like in the mirror. Yao Huang saw Prince Hui pick up a paintbrush. Retracting her gaze, Yao Huang continued to concentrate on making her lamp stand. Painting takes time. Yao Huang did not know what Prince Hui would paint specifically, so she deliberately made her work more detailed, so detailed that Prince Hui had stopped writing, but Yao Huang was still busy. She was surprised and asked, "So fast?" Zhao Yan looked at the princess's hand and felt that she had a talent for bamboo craftsmanship. Yao Huang came to Prince Hui with the almost finished lamp stand. The lamp paper should surround the lamp stand in a circle, and then become 4 sides. Although there was only a long strip of lamp paper on the desk at this time, it was divided into 4 pictures. The first picture had a few strokes of lake water, and a thin branch stretched out from the lake, with a slender willow branch hanging down. Yao Huang had seen Prince Hui's painting skills, but he was still attracted by this simple weeping willow. Those thin willow branches were obviously not moving, but Yao Huang seemed to see them swaying in the wind, like a graceful beauty. In the second painting, the willow branch looks quiet, and there is a small black swallow on the branch. Yao Huang stares at the black swallow and thinks that this black swallow, which folds its wings and tilts its head, as if it is going to sleep in its wings, is very cute. In the third painting, there is a pair of black swallows on the thin branch. The black swallow standing on the branch with folded wings looks bigger and more stable. The other one spreads its wings and flies beside this one, with its head facing it and its beak open, as if calling to it. In the fourth painting, the pair of black swallows flew away, and the willow branch stood quietly. There was a line of small words beside the painting: "Happy without wind and rain, spring birds announce peace." Yao Huang understood it, and shyly glanced at Prince Hui. A refined person is different, telling the ancestors that he was married and could still draw it like this. When the princess looked at the painting, Zhao Yan's heartbeat was not very stable. He expressed his emotions with the painting for a while, but he didn't want others to see the clues after the painting was finished. Seeing that the princess only saw the 2 anthropomorphic black swallows, Zhao Yan was about to relax, but he saw the princess stretched out her delicate fingers like bamboo shoots and pointed at the water ripples under the weeping willow. Others use mandarin ducks to refer to couples. Why do you want to draw swallows? Forget about this one for the river lantern. Next time you give me a mandarin duck. Zhao Yan, as for mandarin ducks, the females are not as beautiful as the males. Yao Huang, forget it, I am better than the second master. Yao Huang was stuck in the middle of her words, looking at the increasingly handsome face of Prince Hui. Zhao Yan lowered his eyes and said, "In terms of beauty, no one can beat you." Yao Huang's eyes were filled with sweetness, and he pressed his hand on Prince Hui's lips. "Did the second master secretly eat honey while I was away?" Zhao Yan pressed down the princess's hand in time and whispered, "Don't be rude." After dinner in the evening, when it was still bright, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to take a walk by the river. Usually, there were only neighbors on both sides of the river. When it got darker, more and more people came to the river. Yao Huang looked left and right, leaned over Prince Hui's head and said, "See, the girls and wives holding river lanterns are all on the north bank, and the men are all standing on the other side. They are obviously out to see their loved ones." Zhao Yan glanced around, and it was true. "Yao Huang, I will also go to the north bank later, and the second master will watch me here." Zhao Yan, When they arrived outside the east courtyard, Yao Huang fixed Prince Hui's wheelchair on the river bank facing north, and called Qingyai out to accompany him. Then she took Aji and each of them carried a river lantern, and went around the nearby stone bridge to the other side. Only the last ray of rosy clouds remained in the sky, blocked by the houses on the hilltop. The people on the shore were all in the dim twilight, but when the princess walked to the middle of the stone bridge, the smiling face, she turned her head to look, it suddenly showed a warm sun, like a candle that had just lit up, and like a bright moon that suddenly jumped out of the clouds in the night sky. Zhao Yan just watched his princess wave at him, then took Aji's arm, and walked down the bridge step by step. Maybe it was because the Qi family, the neighbor to the west, had a talented Daolong, and the He family, the neighbor to the east, had a He Wenbin who passed the imperial examination, that the girls gathered on the other side of the river. Every household was releasing river lanterns, and He Wenbin, who had been studying in the room during the day, and the Qi family's Daolong, who had returned home from the academy to celebrate the festival, all came out. Yao Huang, who had finally found a place by the river to release the river lanterns, heard the girls around her praising her husband. Yao Huang looked up and saw Prince Hui in a wheelchair opposite her. The light and shadow were hazy, and His Royal Highness was as quiet and elegant as jade. Yao Huang had good eyesight, so she could see clearly that although so many girls were looking at Prince Hui's eyes were always fixed on her. Yao Huang smiled and put down the river lantern, watching the river lantern she and Prince Hui made together drift away along the gurgling water. After putting it away, Yao Huang stood up, forgetting that Aji was still there. She ran all the way across the stone bridge to Prince Hui's side, and then pushed Prince Hui back to the east courtyard under the regretful eyes of the girls on the other side, and closed the door. It's a pity that her period is still tonight, otherwise she must eat up such a handsome Prince Hui. Chapter 68. After a good sleep, Prince Hui went to the front yard early in the morning. He got up too early, so Yao Huang continued to sleep for half an hour wrapped in a quilt before getting up. Aji came in with a basin of water, looked at the rosy-cheeked princess sitting by the bed, and snorted, "Last night, Madam ran so fast. If you hadn't been laughing when you closed the door, I would have thought you saw something unclean and left me to escape." Yao Huang, "I looked like I was running for my life?" Aji, "No, Madam looked so beautiful when she ran, and it was obvious that she was going to meet her lover." Yao Huang went over to tickle the little girl, and Aji was so scared that he went around behind the washstand and begged for mercy. "Madam, don't be angry. I tell you a story. There was another quarrel at the Qi family this morning. My mother told me when I went to boil water." As expected, Yao Huang changed his mind, and put the towel into the water, motioning Aji to continue. "Aji, didn't Daolong of the Qi family go home for the festival? He was going back to the academy this morning, and then Mrs. Lu found out that Mr. Qi gave Daolong another 5 taels of silver. Mrs. Lu cried that Mr. Qi was partial, saying that he gave all the money in the family to his eldest son's family, and Silang couldn't go to the academy to study. She kept making a fuss, and Daolong wanted to take out the silver. At this time, Qi's wife also started to make a fuss, saying that Daolong would go to the county to take the college entrance examination in August, and he would also have to socialize with his classmates. He would have to stay in the inn for 5 days before and after. He took 5 taels of silver to prevent other accidents in the middle. If there were no accidents, he would naturally bring back the rest of the silver." After listening, Yao Huang said, "Fortunately, the second master confiscated the reward from Mr. Qi, otherwise he might be scolded by Lu because of the 10 taels of silver. Maybe it won't come out in the open, but there will be no lack of indirect sarcasm. Aji, Lu is really wrong in this matter. It's no big deal to take the exam. The Qi family is rich, so they would rather prepare more than delay the exam because of lack of money. And her grandson Silang is a troublemaker at first glance. He is not a good student at all. It's useless to send him to the academy. Yao Huang, the silver in Qi's hands is a fixed number. If he gives 5 more taels to his eldest son's family, Lu's 2 sons will get 5 less taels. Of course she will make a fuss, but she can't exchange reason for silver. In the final analysis, it's still Chi's fault for not managing the family well. He should either establish the prestige of the head of the family early, so that his wife and children dare not disobey his decision, or make both sides fair in terms of silver. The quarrels like now are not satisfactory for the couple. Aji, listening to what the neighbors say, the Liu family got the upper hand. The Chi family only had 3 children who spent some money on education, while the Liu family's 2 sons got married with more gifts and later opened a shop outside, spending a lot of money. In addition, Liu bought jewelry for herself every few days. Fortunately, Chi married a strong wife, otherwise he couldn't even support 3 students. Yao Huang smiled and concluded, "You have to be strong. If you are weak, you will only be bullied." Liu and Chi Da's wife were both strong, so they got the benefits they wanted. Chi Yuanwei was not strong, so he could only be caught in the middle and suffered. Yao Huang didn't think the Chi family's affairs were new, so she didn't tell Prince Hui. When the time came, she just pushed Prince Hui out to bask in the sun. After walking along the river for half an hour, when they came back, they suddenly heard a commotion at the main street in and out of the town. It didn't sound like a quarrel, but more like something urgent. Before Yao Huang decided whether to go and take a look, a woman hurried to the stone bridge closest to the new house and shouted to the Chi family, "Chi's eldest wife, come out quickly, Daoang is in trouble." Yao Huang's face changed slightly. At this time, Chi Er, who ran a grocery store on the main street, also ran over, staggering, crying and shouting, "Dad, it's bad, Daoang met bandits on the road." Chi Yuanwei, Liu and the 3 daughters-in-law all ran out. Chi's eldest daughter-in-law rushed the fastest and grabbed Chi Er, who had fallen to the side of the bridge, and asked a series of questions. "Where is Daoang? Is he okay? Have you seen him?" Chi Er pointed to the main street and said with a pale face, "He is back. He was carried back by 2 mountain people. My eldest brother sent him to the clinic." The eldest daughter-in-law of Chi left him and ran to the main street. Chi Yuanwei followed him. After all, Liu was the step-grandmother, so she was not so anxious. She pulled her son up and asked, "How is he, injured or not?" "Chi Er, he was beaten, his nose and face are swollen, his body is full of footprints, and he is still unconscious." After confirming that the man was still alive, Liu was relieved and asked the 2 daughters-in-law to stay at home to look after the children. She went with her son. All the neighbors who got the news were rushing to the main street. Yao Huang saw that Aji was also squeezed in, so he pushed Prince Hui back to the east courtyard. After entering the house, Zhao Yan said to the princess, "Go if you want." Yao Huang glared at him. "I only like to see happy events, not sad ones." It's okay to listen to it later. Yao Huang is not interested in the miserable state of others after being beaten. Leaving Prince Hui to Feichuan, Yao Huang went to the west courtyard. After waiting for about 3/4 of an hour, Aji came back inside. De Lang woke up and said that he met bandits and his silver was robbed. He has external injuries. My father checked him and found internal injuries. He needs to stay in bed for at least 5 days to see the situation. Madame Gao patted her chest. Fortunately, it's not too serious. There are still 20 days before his college entrance examination. If he takes good care of himself, he should be able to catch up. Aji, Mrs. Chi is making a fuss. She believes that it was done by Liu and wants to report to the police. Madame Gao, that's impossible. Liu only found out that Daoan got the money this morning. She stayed at home the whole time. Chi-san. Aji, they were both in the store. The neighbors nearby testified. So Mr. Chi said that it's okay to report to the police, but he only wants the government to investigate the whereabouts of the 2 bandits, and not to let Mrs. Chi make random accusations. When I came back, Chi-da and Chi-er went to report to the police together. Yao Huan listened to the details and then told Prince Hui, "Second Master, do you think this was done by mountain bandits, or?" She pointed in the direction of the Chi family. Zhao Yin, solving a case requires evidence, and you can only draw a conclusion after investigating. Yao Huang, I didn't ask you to solve the case, I just want to hear your thoughts. Zhao Yin looked at the princess' eyes that seemed to want to hear a story, and then he put down the Buddhist scriptures in his hand and said, 3 possibilities. First, it was done by mountain bandits, and the government can just investigate the mountain bandits. Second, the nearby villagers knew that the Chi family was rich and that Daoan would take that road to the academy, so they pretended to be bandits to rob money. Third, because the mother and son of the Liu family were at odds with their stepson, they bought thugs in advance to rob Daoan. If they had silver, they would rob him, and if they didn't, they would beat him up. In this way, the quarrel between the Liu family this morning cannot be used as evidence that the mother and son had nothing to do with the matter. Yao Huang was more interested in the third analysis of Prince Hui. So, the Lu family is still suspected. Zhao Yan nodded. Yao Huang, if you were the magistrate of Lingshan County, how would you investigate this case? Zhao Yan, before coming here, I sent people to investigate this area. There have been no cases of highway robbery in recent years. Dalong's robbery is more likely due to hatred. I will first ask Dalong or passers-by who have seen the bandit about his physical characteristics, and then interrogate those who have had hatred with him recently. People, including relatives and friends, who may be willing to be instructed by these people, have been whereabouts from last night to this morning. There are rarely thugs in small places. To resolve grievances, trusted relatives and friends are usually instructed. Yao Huang's eyes lit up. If it was really done by Lu, her two sons are in town, so she must have asked her brothers or nephews from her mother's side for help. We can just find out if those people were not at home last night and this morning, and we can identify the suspect, right? Zhao Yan, unless they can't stand the interrogation, even if they did it, they can shirk it by saying that they went to other places with no witnesses this morning. In a case of assault like this, unless someone saw the crime, it would be difficult to convict the person after investigation. Yao Huang was immediately deflated. How many cowards would confess at the first trial if they dared to go and beat someone up? In the afternoon, a county police chief led 2 constables to the Qi family. Yao Huang saw that the neighbors had come to watch the fun, so she took Gao Nyangzi and Aji to go, and Fei Chuan followed. The police chief had already checked and found that Qi's Dalong was attacked from behind. He did not see the figures and appearances of the 2 bandits. The mountain people who sent him here only saw Dalong unconscious on the ground, and did not see the process of the bandits committing the crime. When Yao Huang heard the police chief asking whether Qi Yuanwei Dalong had any enemies recently, he knew that the government also suspected that this was done by Dalong's enemies. Qi's eldest daughter-in-law jumped out and pointed at Lu and cursed her. After a while of commotion, the police chief drove away the neighbors, who came to watch the fun. Yao Huang and his friends immediately retreated to the west courtyard and stood under the wall to listen to the noise. They found that the police chief was interrogating Qi Er and Qi San about their movements in the past few days. He also asked the 2 about their friends and asked about Lu and her 2 daughters-in-law's family situation. The interrogation was not very smooth, with the Qi family crying and shouting, and the police chief scolded several times before he got the questions clear. After leaving the Qi family, the 3 police officers confirmed with the Liao family, the He family and other neighbors that the 3 branches of the Qi family were not in harmony, and then changed to another place for investigation. Yao Huang ran to the east courtyard excitedly and said to Prince Hui, "This police chief seems to be a big shot, and he actually thinks the same as the second master." The police chief. Zhao Yan glanced at the princess and reminded, he may have just received instructions from the county magistrate. Yao Huang, that's right, that means the local magistrate is a person of character, not just a freeloader. Prince Hui was silent when he thought of Pan Xunyang's final destination in the story that will be explained in the next chapter, which was the magistrate. The detectives did not get any confessions or hard evidence from the relatives and friends of the 2 branches of the Lu family, but the Qi family made a big fuss about it. In the end, on the 4th day after the Qi family reported the case to the authorities, despite the opposition of Qi's eldest daughter-in-law, Qi Yuanwei asked Qi De and Qi Er to go to the government to withdraw the case and not pursue it. The Lu family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stopped crying and making a fuss. The eldest daughter-in-law of Qi also calmed down. On July 24th, the eldest daughter-in-law of Qi personally sent Dalong, whose internal injuries had almost recovered, to the academy. After returning home in the afternoon, the eldest daughter-in-law of Qi suddenly made a big fuss. She wanted to divide the family. Yao Huang also went from watching the excitement with relish at the beginning to having a headache when she heard the quarrels of the Qi family. In the evening, she pushed Prince Hui to the backyard, and after lying down, she reluctantly discussed with him, "How about we return to Beijing early?" Originally scheduled to go back on August 8th, but the Qi family was noisy all day long. Yao Huang was fine, but she was afraid that Prince Hui would be annoyed. With this worry, she was annoyed too. "Zhao Yan, if you have lived here for a long time you can. If you are just worried that the Qi family's affairs will disturb me, it is not the case." Yao Huang said in surprise, "I thought the second master would not be able to stand such noise and dirty words." "Zhao Yan, the window is closed, so I can't hear clearly." Yao Huang, "Then stay for a few more days? I also want to know whether their family can be divided." In the middle of the night, Jinbao, who was sleeping in the doghouse in Qingai's house, suddenly pricked up his ears and barked Wang. Qing'ai woke up and was about to check what happened to Jin Bao, but a woman's scream came from the Qi family next door, which seemed to be Lu's voice. Master, who killed my master? Chapter 69. The town was so quiet at night that only the sound of running water could be heard. When someone from the Qi family shouted murder, the first to be alarmed were the neighbors. Yao Huang had read many novels, but tonight was the first time a murder had happened to her, and the victim was the kind-looking old man. Zhao Yin had already sat up. With his legs disabled, Zhao Yin looked awkward when putting on and taking off his pants, so after getting married, he would bathe in the front yard every time he came to the princess's place, wearing only his undergarments, saving the steps of taking off his outer garments and changing into his undergarments. If there was no need for the ethics, Zhao Yin could lie down in his undergarments and leave in a wheelchair the next morning. If he was interested, Zhao Yin would even take off his underpants behind the princess' back at first. After getting used to it, he changed to taking off his pants with one hand while the princess was distracted, and then quickly put them on when the princess was too weak to pay attention to him afterwards. This resulted in Zhao Yin having to go to the front yard to change into outer clothes before he could rush to Qi's house. Zhao Yin looked out the window. Qing'ai and Fei Chuan should be coming soon. Yao Huang also came back to his senses from his astonishment and sat up. Thinking that the princess might be frightened by this matter at the age of 17, Zhao Yin held her hand and said, "I go and take a look. I ask Aji to come and accompany you later." Yao Huang subconsciously said, "I go too." She didn't want to go because she was eager to watch the fun. She didn't understand why Mr. Qi died. Even if Yao Huang felt that he was a bad housekeeper and made the family restless, it was the Qi family's own business. For them, Mr. Qi really appreciated Prince Hui's paintings and treated her kindly. In Yao Huang's heart, Mr. Qi and her husband and wife had a good relationship. Yao Huang wanted to know what happened to Mr. Qi. She was so close to him, and Prince Hui had gone there too. Why did she just wait at home? Yao Huang quickly went downstairs and lit the lamp. When she grabbed her coat to put on, her eyes swept across Prince Hui sitting quietly on the bed. Yao Huang reacted and went to the closet to get a set of coats and trousers that she had prepared for him. She hurriedly got on the wheelchair and walked out of the tent to continue putting on her own clothes. Before putting on the clothes, you have to take off your undergarments. When the princess showed her shoulders and back, Zhao Yin lowered his eyes and silently took off his pants. In his peripheral vision, the princess always had her back to him. She changed her clothes openly, as if she was sure that he would not peek. When Yao Huang tied her skirt and turned around, Prince Hui also changed into a long gown. Qing'ai and Fei Chuan finally arrived. Yao Huang quickly helped Prince Hui tie up his long hair to make sure he was dressed neatly. She picked up a hairpin from the dressing table and pushed the wheelchair out. Let Qing'ai take over the wheelchair. Yao Huang followed while she used her fingers to pass through the hair and then fixed it with a hairpin. Arriving at the west courtyard, Wang Dong, who was waiting here, whispered, "Uncle Liao took Zhang Yu over first." Zhao Yin. Before this, was there any unusual movement in the Qi family? Everyone else was sleeping, but since they moved into the town, Zhang Yu and Wang Dong had been taking turns to guard the town in the middle of the night. Wang Dong said, "No one is walking on the street. The murderer is either from the Qi family or from the Ding family to the west of the Qi family. If someone jumped over the wall from the Ding family to the Qi family's yard, Wang Dong would not be able to hear it from such a distance as long as the action was not particularly clumsy." Zhao Yin understood, sat in a wheelchair and was pushed by Qing'ai, and then took the princess, Fei Chuan, and Wang Dong to the Qi family. The door of the Qi family was open, and everyone in the Qi family, and some male neighbors, who came in only wearing middle clothes or even bare-chested, gathered in front of the main hall of the East Wing. Lu and the 3 brothers of Qida, 3 daughters-in-law, and several grandchildren who did not go to the academy were crying. Zhang Yu blocked the neighbors, who wanted to squeeze in, and explained loudly that they had to wait for the government to come to inspect a murder scene and not damage the evidence inside. There were too many neighbors, so Prince Hui couldn't get through. Fei Chuan looked at the prince and asked him if he wanted to reveal his identity. Zhao Yin shook his head. Wang Dong saw this and squeezed out a path in front, saying loudly, "My second master is knowledgeable and well-informed. Please make way for him. After he has checked the situation inside, he may find some clues." The neighbors knew that the second master of the Liao family was a scholar. With such good painting skills, he should also have real skills in other aspects, so they cooperated and made way. He Xiaocai, who came a step behind, heard this and looked at the son of the Jiren next to him. He went and studied to pass the imperial examination and become an official. Being an official means dealing with politics and judging cases, so he also wanted to try. Zhu grabbed her son and looked at Zhang Yu and Wang Dong with lingering fear. These two door gods wanted to show off the skills of the Liao family scholar. What if her son tried to steal the limelight and was retaliated? With Zhu's reminder, the family of three followed other neighbors and surrounded the outer circle. Qingai pushed Prince Hui forward. Zhao Yan turned his head and found that the princess was still following behind, her eyes illuminated by the light, ignorant and fearless. Zhao Yan looked at Dr. Liao, who was also guarding the door, and asked, "What is the cause of death? Do we need to send the children away?" Dr. Liao sighed and nodded. When the neighbors who were nearby heard this, they drove the children who ran over out. Zhao Yan looked at his princess again. Yao Huang understood what he meant, but she was not a child. He simply pushed Qingai away, pushed the wheelchair, and walked to the door of the main hall in a few quick steps, and looked up inside. The east wing of the Qi family was divided into 3 rooms. The south room was the children's study, where they could read books and do homework when they returned home. The main hall was set up with tables and chairs, which was considered a small hall. The north room had a locked door, which was the study of Mr. Qi. At this time, the main room was still tidy, with only one chair that had been knocked over. The door to the north room was open. From Yao Huang's perspective, she could see a pair of half-worn cloth shoes and a piece of trousers, which was the body of Mr. Qi. Yao Huang felt cold, but she looked at the top of Prince Hui's head and thought that they were all the same. Why shouldn't the prince dare to look at her? With the help of Zhang Yu, Qingai, and Dr. Liao, the 4 of them carried the wheelchair into the main room. A few more steps, and they were outside the door of the north room. Yao Huang finally saw the whole body of Mr. Qi. The old man was lying on the ground with his back facing inwards. The back of his head was smashed by a heavy object, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Yao Huang's face changed slightly, but she had seen how butchers killed pigs in the town where her grandfather lived, and had seen basins of steaming pig blood, so the death of Mr. Qi was not as horrible and unbearable as she had expected. In order to check whether Mr. Qi could be saved, Dr. Liao was the only outsider who had entered. He pointed to a bloody inkstone not far from Mr. Qi's body and said, "The inkstone should be the murder weapon. Judging from the degree of blood coagulation, Mr. Qi has been dead for half an hour." Zhao Yan looked at Mr. Qi's right hand stretched out in front of him and asked, "Is there any writing there?" Dr. Liao noticed it when he was checking Mr. Qi's pulse, and whispered, "Yes, it looks like what Mr. Qi left before he died, only half of it was written." As he said that, Dr. Liao wrote the half word in the air with his finger. Yao Huang recognized that it was the upper half of the word "fin." This month, Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Qi's eldest daughter-in-law often quarreled with each other. The neighbors all knew that Mrs. Qi's eldest daughter-in-law's surname was Tian and her name was Fin. For this reason, Mrs. Liu also gave Mrs. Qi the stigma of field dung ball. Yao Huang looked at the people kneeling and crying outside the door. Mrs. Qi was crying at the top of her voice, just like Mrs. Liu, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were also crying and expressing their true feelings. But the bloody words left by Mr. Qi seemed to be telling everyone that the murderer was his eldest daughter-in-law. Because Mr. Qi did not want to split up the family, and the eldest daughter-in-law of Qi was resentful, Yao Huang just thought of this, and suddenly heard Prince Hui said, "Let's go, you and Zhang Yu continue to guard here until the government comes, and you don't need to tell the neighbors anything else." After leaving the hall, Prince Hui did not answer the questions of the Qi family or the neighbors, and went all the way back to the east courtyard. Prince Hui ordered everyone to disperse and rest. Yao Huang pushed him back to the east room. Although Prince Hui didn't touch anything, she still wet a towel and handed it to him to wipe his hands. Zhao Yan looked at the princess in front of him and asked, "Were you scared just now?" Yao Huang shook her head and asked expectantly, "Did second master see it? If you don't tell the neighbors, you can tell her, right?" Zhao Yan wiped his hands first and lay back on the bed. He hugged the princess, who came over and said, "There is no blood on the base of Qi's right palm and the side of his little finger. You can think about it. If you want to smear your own blood to leave a clue when you are dying, will you raise your hand and only use the tip of your finger to smear the blood, or move your whole hand horizontally to smear the blood?" Yao Huang imagined the scene and frowned, saying, "So much blood was shed, and the words were only half written, which means I was about to die. I couldn't lift my arm when the blood was stained, so of course I moved my whole hand over." "Ah, I understand. The words were not written by Mr. Qi, but someone lifted his hand to stain the blood after his death, deliberately framing Dalong's mother." "Zhao Yan, don't be so loud." Yao Huang couldn't suppress his excitement, sat up, grabbed his hand and asked, "Why is the second master so powerful? I really suspected Dalong's mother at that time, but you could see something wrong at a glance. Perhaps if she had enough time, she could also see this clue, but Prince Hui just glanced at the door and caught the key at once. Zhao Yin. From experience, if you read more stories related to solving the case, you can also see the poor plan of the murderer. The princess gave him too high praise for just one clue, and Zhao Yin did not add other clues. For example, the blood on Mr. Qi's head was exactly the same as his current lying position. But if Mr. Qi really woke up after bleeding so much and left blood, his body, or at least his head, should have moved away from the bloodstains on the ground. It can be seen that Mr. Qi should have been killed in one blow, and there was no more struggle after the blood flowed to the ground. The murderer was a little clever, but not rational and calm enough, so he left so many loopholes. So Zhao Yin was not modest, but the princess really praised him. He had read so many files of the Ministry of Justice, and only considering the murderer's methods, Mr. Qi's case was not worth mentioning. Yao Huang, I don't care, the prince is awesome. Zhao Yin caught the princess, who rushed over and smiled helplessly. At dawn, Lingshan County Magistrate Su came with his detectives. According to the laws of the Great Qi, the magistrate must go to the scene of any murder. Prince Hui didn't want to go out again, so Yao Huang and Aji squeezed into the Qi family's house and looked inside on tiptoe. They found that this magistrate Su was only 25 or 26 years old, with a slightly dark complexion and a regular face. Su stayed in the north room for about 3/4 of an hour, then came out and looked at the Qi family like a hawk, which made the Qi family panic. Su magistrate said, I found half a bloody word under the hands of old Qi. Among you, is there anyone whose name has the grass radical? As soon as these words came out, Lu was the first to rush to Qi's wife. Qi's wife was stunned for a moment, then she pushed Lu away and shouted that she was innocent. The suspicion and accusations of the neighbors also reached a peak at this time, making Yao Huang's ears buzz. Just when she was secretly worried about Su Zhixian's ability to solve the case, Su Zhixian shouted at everyone to be quiet, staring at Qi's wife and stretching out her left hand. In addition to the bloody words, I also found an earring in Qi Lao's left hand, but is it yours? Everyone looked at Qi's wife, but they all saw Lu, who was thrown to the ground, touching her earlobe in panic. Looking at the palm of Magistrate Su's hand, it was clearly empty. Magistrate Su's eyes had already fallen on Lu's face, and he said sternly, You bold and cunning woman, if you are not guilty, why do you check your earrings? Mr. Qi was clearly held up by someone to write bloody words, so that only his fingertips were stained with blood and his palms were clean. Do you really think I can't see such a clumsy trick? Blood? No blood on the palm. Lu felt a thunder in her mind, and then looked at the magistrate, who was like a thunder god in the world, and looked at the neighbors around her, who had already identified her as the murderer. Lu was panicked and scared, kneeling on the ground and crying, It's unfair, I didn't kill the master, he stayed up late at night and ran to the study to prepare the list of division of the family. I wanted to ask for more silver, he didn't agree, and he fell to the ground while arguing. She really didn't kill the master, but the master died, and she was afraid that the crime would fall on her head, so she wanted to put the blame on Qi's wife. Chapter 70. According to Lu's crying, Mr. Qi fell to the ground and died. She was afraid that this would also be considered as her murder, so she thought of using an inkstone to hit Mr. Qi's head, and then wrote blood words to put the blame on Mr. Qi's wife. At this point, the neighbors all scolded her, and no one questioned Lu's words. Including Yao Huang, they also thought that the case could end here. County Magistrate Su continued to interrogate the couple of Qi San who lived in the back house in the front yard. Mr. Qi went to the east wing in the middle of the night and had an argument with Lu. Didn't you hear any sound? Qi San's wife cried. I really didn't hear anything. My youngest son is only 3 years old. I have been taking care of the child all day. Last night, the child fell asleep and I fell asleep too. I was awakened by my mother's scream until something happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qi Lang. He is young and won't lie. Su Zhixian looked at Qi San, who knelt on the ground with his head down, his whole body trembling. Qi Da's wife suddenly said, Your Excellency, my third brother hates the child's crying and sleeping alone most of the time for a month. If Lu needs help, he is the most convenient person to find. Lu! Shut up! I did this alone, it has nothing to do with Lao San. Su Zhixian, you shrew, don't argue. Look at the scattered bloodstains around Qi Lao. Whoever hit him with an inkstone would have bloodstains. Come, search Lu and Qi San's room. If nothing is found, search other rooms. The crime happened too soon. Lu and her accomplices had no time to deal with the bloody clothes. If they burned them in the stove, the smoke might alarm the neighbors, who got up at night, and it would leave a strange smell. Before the constables could take orders, Chi San's body tilted and fell to the ground. When the constable found the blood-stained undershirt in a winter boot hidden under the cabinet, Lu once again took the blame on herself, saying that she helped Chi San at the cost of her life, and that Chi San was a filial son, but was forced by her, etc. Su Zhixian did not listen to her excuses, and ordered people to escort Lu and Chi San to the county government office for a detailed investigation, including Chi Yuanwai's body. The coroner also needed to perform a further autopsy to determine whether Chi Yuanwai died of an accidental illness or a severe brain injury. Chi Da's father died, and he cried bitterly. Chi Er's father died, and he was about to lose his mother, so he cried miserably. Seeing that Su Zhixian was about to leave, Chi Da's wife stood up and asked Su Zhixian to help them preside over the division of the family. Sir, the mother and son of the Lu family are extremely difficult to deal with. My father lost his life because they did not agree to the division of the family. Now the Lu family and my third brother have been arrested. My second brother's wife, third brother's wife, and their relatives are still there. Our family of 5 cannot fight them. If you don't help us divide the family, I'm afraid that my husband and I will be the next to die. She knelt in front of Su Zhixian and cowed out heavily. Daolong, who had rushed back from the academy, also knelt down and cowed out. The Lu family is suspected of killing my grandfather, and they also colluded with my third uncle to frame my mother. They are cruel and ruthless, regardless of family affection. Please help us. Our family does not want the family property, but only wants to sever ties with the Lu family. The neighbors responded one after another, hoping that Su Zhixian could help the Qi family's eldest house, otherwise there would be trouble in the future, making the neighbors uneasy. Su Zhixian thought of the division list that Chi Yuanwai had prepared on the table in the north room. The old man gave almost the same property to his 3 sons, but Chi Er and Chi Sen were both from Lu. At first glance, it seemed that Lu's branch had taken advantage, so Lu deliberately left this list as evidence of Chi's eldest daughter-in-law's resentment and murder. County Magistrate Su ordered someone to bring the list and read it out in public. Chi's eldest daughter-in-law cried, "My father had a miserable life and was unable to enjoy his old age. Please help me divide the share he didn't get." Su Zhixian then asked someone to bring all the deposits and valuables that were not mentioned in the list of division of the family. Basically, they could be divided equally, and in the end, only one birthday picture was left, which was kept in a box by Mr. Qi with great care. Su Zhixian unfolded the scroll, and was stunned after seeing it clearly. Yao Huang also saw the picture, and his blood boiled for a while, and he said loudly, "Sir, this picture was painted by my husband. He never paints for others." It happened that Mr. Qi's 60th birthday was approaching, and Mr. Qi asked him earnestly, so he carefully painted this picture to celebrate Mr. Qi's birthday. Now that Qi Bo is dead, I hope to burn this painting to comfort Qi Bo's spirit in heaven. I hope you will help me. Except for Qi Yuan, no one else in the Qi family is worthy of collecting this painting of Prince Hui. Qi's eldest son was the first to support this move, followed by Qi Da and his wife, and Qi Er had no face to object. Su Zhixian said, "What a pity," and set fire to the birthday painting that did not satisfy the old man's wish. Su Zhixian left with the detectives, but the neighbors who were still blocking the Qi family were still praising the wisdom of the magistrate. Yao Huang also thought that the magistrate was wise, but when she looked at the back of Su Zhixian riding on a horse and being sent off by the neighbors, and listened to the neighbors' praises, the lonely figure of Prince Hui sitting alone in a wheelchair reading Buddhist scriptures before she left emerged in her mind. Su Zhixian stayed in the north room for 2/4 of an hour before coming out. Prince Hui made a decision after taking a few glances at the door of the north room last night. Yao Huang didn't insist that the neighbors should praise her husband instead. She just felt sorry for Prince Hui. He was obviously as good as others in both literature and martial arts, but because his legs were crippled, he no longer had the opportunity to display these talents. He said he didn't need political achievements and praise. How could he be so selfless at the age of 23? Has he read too many Buddhist scriptures, or does he think that it is useless for a disabled prince to get political achievements and praise? So why not leave them to those who need them more? While the neighbors were still discussing the lawsuit of the Qi family, Yao Huang took Aji back to the west courtyard, and then went to the east courtyard alone from the moon gate in the front courtyard. Before turning to the door of the main hall, Yao Huang made himself laugh. Zhao Yan had heard the footsteps of the princess long ago. He put down the Buddhist scriptures in his hand, looked up, and saw a princess who was smiling but with a complicated smile. He put the Buddhist scriptures aside and asked, "Have you found the murderer?" Yao Huang nodded, and instead of sitting on the chair next to the long table, he sat directly on the long table facing Prince Hui, holding his hand and saying, "Ms. Lu, did you guess it was her last night?" "Zhao Yun, indeed, she is the most suspicious." "Yao Huang, then do you see that she has helpers?" Zhao Yun had already heard some gossip from the street, and guessed the process of County Magistrate Su's trial. The princess should be happy that the truth was revealed. Now asking these questions, could it be that she felt uncomfortable because her husband did not find out more than County Magistrate Su? After a moment of silence, Zhao Yun said, "Look at the blood on the ground." Mr. Qi fell to the ground first, and then suffered a serious injury on the back of his head. Otherwise, the blood would be farther away from his head. Wang Dong didn't hear any sound last night, which means that when Mr. Qi fell to the ground, he couldn't ask for help and could only be attacked. Lu Shi did have the opportunity to act alone, but a woman who was not calm enough and had many flaws would probably find it difficult to throw an inkstone at her husband so cruelly. Lu Shi was greedy for money. People like her might kill people when they were impulsive. Even if she was cruel enough, she couldn't control her strength accurately to kill her unconscious or even dead husband again. Yao Huang only felt ironic. She couldn't bear to do it, but Qi San, her own son, could do it. Yes, the Lu family was fighting for the family property for their two sons, and they really blamed Qi Da's wife. Qi Da had neither the face nor the ability to argue more. Qi San's swing at his old father's inkstone was for himself, not to help his mother clean up the mess. Zhao Yun glanced at the empty yard, and stroked the princess's heavy face with his right hand, saying, "The dead are gone, no need to think too much." Prince Hui had a thick layer of calluses on his palms, so every time he touched, no matter where he touched, Yao Huang would feel itchy, and it was not just an itch, just like his breath behind her ear and neck at night or in the afternoon, which could easily arouse her anger. But Yao Huang knew that Prince Hui just wanted to comfort her at this time, and he had no such intention. Ignoring the little spark that was not appropriate at the right time, Yao Huang pulled Prince Hui's hand down, lowered his head and said, "Okay, let's talk about something else. I asked County Magistrate Su to burn the painting you gave to Qi Bo. Will Second Master mind?" Zhao Yu held the princess's hand and turned his palm down. "It was originally given to Qi Bo. It should be burned." Yao Huang smiled and mentioned County Magistrate Su. "Second Master wants to give the matter of reclaiming land and planting polygonatum to County Magistrate Su. Why don't you meet him while he is here?" "Zhao Yun, he wants to handle a case, but today is not the right time." Yao Huang, seeing how quickly he handles the case, he must be a capable magistrate, and maybe he can really help the Second Master with this matter. Zhao Yun did not tell the princess that after he had the idea of reclaiming wasteland, he asked someone to check the character of the magistrate of Lingshan County. If he was stupid or incompetent, Zhao Yun would not entrust him with the task of reclaiming wasteland. On the day when Magistrate Su took Lu's mother and son away, Qi Da, Qi Er, and Qi San's wives divided the family. Qi Da's family got the backyard of Qi's house, Qi San's wife and two children got the front yard, and Qi Er's family got the shop on the main street with one house inside. The land was divided equally among the three families. There was also a small door between the two courtyards of the Qi family. The couple directly demolished the door and built a wall to block it, and then lived separately. Qi San's wife could not raise her head in front of the neighbors because her husband had smashed his father's head, so she took the children back to her parents' home for the time being. Therefore, the Qi family was quiet these days, and there was no noise. On July 28th, the county government had a result. Qi Yuanwei did die of a sudden illness, but Lu and Qi San mutilated Qi Yuanwei's body first and conspired to frame Qi Da's wife later. Qi San, who directly attacked Qi Yuanwei's body, was sentenced to death for being extremely unfilial, and Lu was sentenced to exile, and the execution would only be carried out after the Dali Temple reviewed it. The case was settled. Qi Da and Qi Er took the coffin to the county government office to bring back Qi Yuanwei's body, and buried him that night. After seeing Qi Yuanwei off for the last time, Yao Huang returned to the east courtyard and sighed to Prince Hui, "Now we don't need to find an excuse to move out again. Someone in the neighbor's house died, and we are not short of money. The neighbors can understand that we need to move again." Zhao Yun silently looked at the small courtyard where he had lived for more than a month. The princess suddenly came over from the side and asked him with a smile, "Second Master, are you also reluctant to leave? Apart from anything else, when we return to the palace, it will be more convenient for the Second Master to rest at my place." Zhao Yun lowered his eyes, and did not respond. Yao Huang had long been accustomed to the reserve of Prince Hui during the day. At night, she leaned against him and asked, "What should I do in the future? Will Prince accompany me to rest?" Prince Hui held down the hand of the princess, who was using his Adam's apple as a toy, and could not tell whether he was unwilling or willing to say, accompany. Chapter 71. Prince Hui wanted to see Magistrate Su, but he didn't want to delay Magistrate Su's official duties, so he could only choose the end of July, when officials were on holiday. After entrusting the land reclamation, the Liao family had to prepare for another move. They asked the middleman to find a location for the new home. Some patients at the clinic needed more medicine. It would take time to pack up the bags in the east and west courtyards. They also had to entertain the neighbors, who came to say goodbye after hearing the news. It would take several days to deal with all the trivial things. In the end, the couple set the return date on the 5th day of August. When it comes to whether to keep or sell these two houses, Prince Hui, who is not short of money, thinks that they can be kept, and he can accompany the princess to escape the summer heat next year. Yao Huang said, "The town is nice, but we have lived here for more than 50 days. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, we are tired of it. If we really want to escape the summer heat next year, we should find a new place to go so that we can see new scenery every year and appreciate the local customs and habits of new places. So, let's sell these two houses to save the trouble of keeping someone to take care of them." The houses were bought at a high price. Now that someone has died in the neighborhood, it will definitely be a loss if they are sold again. However, rather than keeping two houses that will almost never be moved in, Yao Huang would rather exchange most of the silver for buying the houses. Zhao Yan looked at the princess's bright eyes, and knew that the princess could indeed take him to a new place for summer vacation every year, so she couldn't leave two empty houses taking up space every time she went to a place. The house was sold, but this house could also be kept on paper. On the 29th, Prince Hui drew two more pictures. In the morning picture, Yao Huang sat under the magnolia tree in the backyard for a long time, with fruits and tea on the small table. Jin Bao, who had grown up a circle, squatted at the princess' feet and watched her eat fruit, looking very cute. Prince Hui also wrote a title for this painting, enjoying the cool. In the afternoon painting, Yao Huang came to the front yard to find Prince Hui after lunch, only to find that he was sitting in the north of the main hall and painting again. He went over to take a look and found that Prince Hui was painting the doors and windows of the main hall and the courtyard outside that he could see from his place. The door edges, window edges and window paper were almost finished, and there were only some simple outlines in the courtyard. Yao Huang moved the chair to Prince Hui's side, supported his chin with one hand, looked at the painting and then at Prince Hui, and smiled. "I can see how reluctant the second master is to leave here." Zhao Yan did not explain, and continued to draw a few strokes before saying to the drawing paper, "This painting is called Playing in the Rain, and it depicts the scene of you standing in front of the door and washing your clogs with rainwater that day." Yao Huang: "It's been so long, and you can still draw it?" Zhao Yan: "The rain and the dress can be imagined, but if you want to draw the person vividly, you need to go over and do the movements at that time again." Yao Huang: "Then don't I have to keep my feet up and wait for you to finish drawing?" Zhao Yan still looked at the drawing paper. "It's done. You should like this one more than the previous three." Yao Huang's eyes suddenly flashed with the three paintings that Prince Hui had given her so far. Why did she like them? Because in Prince Hui's painting, she was beautiful in every one of them. In other words, in Prince Hui's eyes, the way she washed her clogs was more beautiful than the way she lay on the Luohan bed, stood on the bridge to watch the water, and sat under the tree to play with the dog. Yao Huang couldn't imagine that she had to wash her clogs several times every year when it rained, and she had her back to Prince Hui. How beautiful could she be? However, since she had nothing to do, Yao Huang still cooperated and went to the backyard to take off her shoes and socks and put on clogs. Then, according to Prince Hui's instructions, she brought a pot of cold water and put the copper pot in a place where Prince Hui couldn't see it. After Prince Hui finished painting her back and asked for her dress, Yao Huang picked up the copper pot and poured water on the outstretched foot. When the painting reached dusk, Prince Hui asked her to go and accompany Jin Bao for a while, and come back in half an hour. Yao Huang was afraid that if she went there now, she would see herself without facial features again, so she simply went to the west courtyard to watch Gao Nyangzi cook, and returned to the east courtyard when it was almost time. Prince Hui had stopped writing, and Yao Huang walked around him, and looked at the easel. There was a heavy rain in the painting. The princess in a red jacket and white skirt faced the main room diagonally, holding the door with one hand, and raised her right foot in clogs and stretched it into the rain. Although she showed a hint of her profile in the painting, Yao Huang's attention fell on her right foot first. The toes painted with bright red nail polish were wet in the rain, making the nail polish brighter than usual. The 5 toes were round and smooth, and the instep was painted by Prince Hui as white and plump, with water droplets rolling. Yao Huang wanted to continue looking, but was afraid that Prince Hui would laugh at her for looking at her own feet, so she turned her eyes away to look at her profile, which was hazy, so only those who knew her well could recognize her. Yao Huang deliberately asked, "If I can't even see her face clearly, how can I like her?" Zhao Yan didn't argue with the princess. At night, the princess, who had obtained 2 beautiful women's paintings, pushed Prince Hui back to the backyard. Knowing that Prince Hui had a pair of strong arms, Yao Huang took advantage of the fact that there was no moon outside the window, and it was dark inside the tent, hugged Prince Hui's shoulders, changed to lying flat, and silently brought him to her. Zhao Yan didn't understand why, but the princess wouldn't mess around at such a time. In order not to crush her, Zhao Yan supported her with both hands on both sides of the princess. His legs were powerless, and they weighed heavily on his waist, like a fish or a beast biting a drowning person and dragging him under the water. Prince Hui supported himself on top. Yao Huang moved down, and put his hands on his waistband. Prince Hui's breathing became heavier. He had also read the script that the princess had read, so he understood her intention. When the princess moved up, Zhao Yan said with difficulty, "Bold." He couldn't hold on for too long because of his legs. Wasn't she afraid that he would be embarrassed and angry? Yao Huang moved up and down in the heat, and was scolded. She retorted with resentment, "I thought the prince liked my feet." "Zhao Yan, what does this have to do with your feet?" Yao Huang bit her lip, touched his tense arms, and whispered, "Hold on, come on bolder." After that, she climbed up Prince Hui's neck with both hands, and the pair of feet that had been on Prince Hui's drawing paper stepped on his back from above. The grandson of the prince, he has been noble since childhood, but on this night, Yao Huang wanted to step on him once. He stepped on him too many times, and Yao Huang couldn't help but sleep in. When he woke up, he was startled and called Aji to ask, "Are there any guests at home?" Today is the end of the month, and County Magistrate Su is going to meet Prince Hui on a big day. Aji shook his head. "No, what guests?" Yao Huang didn't explain to her, quickly changed his clothes, didn't even bother to eat breakfast, and went straight to the front yard. Prince Hui was in the elegant hall next to the study, sitting on a rattan chair, holding a Buddhist scripture in his hand. As Yao Huang approached the door, Prince Hui looked up. The sun was so bright that it made Yao Huang's face feel hot. The night when people couldn't see each other's faces would make people bolder. When the sun rose, their courage would shrink. Prince Hui's gentlemanly face and calm eyes reminded Yao Huang that she was the first to cause all the trouble last night. Yao Huang didn't go in any further. She hid by the door and window, so that Prince Hui could only see half of her body. Then he asked in a low voice, "Has that person not come yet?" Zhao Yan looked at the embroidered shoes half hidden under the princess' skirt and hummed lightly. Yao Huang touched the window paper. "Why are you so late?" "Zhao Yan, I asked Li Dekhun to take him to the mountain to see the medicinal fields first. If he is fast, he can arrive before or after lunch. It takes time to rush from the county government office, and it takes time to go up and down the mountain." Yao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I will go to have breakfast first. When he comes, I will hide inside and listen to you talk." Zhao Yan wanted to ask the princess why she wanted to listen, but the hungry princess ran away directly, leaving only a series of footsteps. Su, the county magistrate, was named Dongong. He was Li Dekhun, whom he met yesterday evening after finishing his official duties. Su Dongong first heard of Liao's scholar when the detectives briefly mentioned the 2 courtyards of Liao, when they introduced the situation of Qi's neighborhood after investigating the beating of Qi's Daolong. Because it was not related to the case, Su Dongong did not take Liao's scholar to heart. He really remembered Liao's scholar after seeing the birthday painting at Qi's house. Su Dongong saw the painting as if he saw a god, and even thought about visiting him when he had time to make friends with literature. When Li Dekhun took out the waist card of King Hui, Su Dongong suddenly realized that it was not the small Lingshui town that was hiding a dragon and crouching tiger, but the son of the royal family, who concealed his identity and lived in the town. Because King Hui wanted him to go to the mountain first, Su Dongong suppressed his excitement and stayed in the county for one night. This morning, he followed Li Dekhun on horseback to Lingshan town at dawn, passing through the town without entering. After entering the mountain, Su Dongong not only looked at the 4 tents of medicinal fields opened by Dr. Li, but also followed Dr. Li to check several nearby hills. The people have limited arable land and must use it to grow food. Even if they can figure out how to grow polygonatum in arable land, they will be suppressed by the government. Moreover, polygonatum takes 5 years to grow and sell at a good price. If the people use their arable land to grow medicine, how can they eat and pay the land tax in the past 5 years? Lingshan is a famous mountain in the Central Plains. The government prohibits logging and reclamation, but the medicinal herb Huangjing grows under the forest, which not only preserves the forest scenery but also allows the people to grow medicine and sell it for money. King Hui's plan is not only feasible, but also a good plan that will benefit the surrounding people for generations. The mountain road is difficult to walk, but Su Dongyang is getting more and more energetic. He followed Dr. Li until noon, and went down the mountain to see King Hui while eating dry food. He ate first, so that the prince would not have to take care of him for lunch. The two came in from the west courtyard, and Qing'ai went to the prince first to pass on the message. Zhao Yan looked at the princess, who had been guarding here. Yao Huang smiled and hid in the inner room. Qing'ai went to the west courtyard to get someone without being surprised. Not long after, Yao Huang hid behind the curtain and watched her own prince sitting in the main seat. She watched Su Zhixian, who was dressed in cloth, kneel down after entering the door and respectfully saluted King Hui. Yao Huang's heart was slightly shocked. The prince had always treated her kindly, and there were not many servants around him. Therefore, the longer Yao Huang and the prince were married, the less she respected him. It was not until this time that Yao Huang realized how noble the prince's status was. Zhao Yin, no need to be polite. Su Dongyang stood up straight, lowering his eyes respectfully. Zhao Yin, what do you think of the strategy of reclaiming wasteland and planting medicine? Su Dongyang had been reminded by Dr. Li and Qing'ai, and knew that His Royal Highness Hui Wang did not like flattery, so he simply said, I think the strategy is feasible. Zhao Yin, I leave it to you, are you sure? Su Dongyang, I will do my best. Zhao Yin, this strategy is laborious, and will only be effective in 5 or 6 years. If it goes against your wishes, and nothing is achieved, not only will you have no political achievements, but you will also be impeached for wasting money and labor. Su Dongyang smiled and said, officials can only achieve achievements if they are willing to do practical things for the people and the court. If they look ahead and behind, they can only live a life of idleness. Don't worry, my lord. I would rather work hard for several years and fail than sit back and watch the people of Lingshan live in poverty. Zhao Yin, in this case, I will leave this matter to you. Whether you write to the court for instructions or discuss this matter with relatives and friends, you don't have to mention me. Su Dongyang looked up in astonishment. Zhao Yin waved his hand, retreat. Su Dongyang looked at the wheelchair under Prince Hui, lifted his clothes and knelt again, kowtowed and walked away backwards. Perhaps Prince Hui has forgotten that he was a jinshi in the 25th year of Yongchang. At the Qiongling banquet that year, he had seen the 18-year-old Prince Hui from afar. He was tall and straight, with a graceful figure. A prince who is both civil and military, with a crippled leg, still cares about the people's livelihood. He has healthy legs and feet, and since he has received the prince's guidance, he will go through fire and water without hesitation. After Su Dongyang left, Yao Huang came out and looked at Prince Hui with a smile. Zhao Yin, what are you laughing at? At this time, Prince Hui was sitting in an elmwood wheelchair that was more suitable for meeting guests. It was strong enough, so Yao Huang sat on Prince Hui's lap with confidence, hugged his neck and said, I can't explain it. I just felt that the prince looked more handsome just now. Zhao Yin, He had to run over, and finally looked at him? Chapter 72. On the 5th day of August, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui out after breakfast and handed the bags of the 2 courtyards to Qing'ai, Aji, and others to pack. The palace guards disguised as carriage escorts were already waiting on the street. There were still 4 carriages, which attracted the neighbors on both sides to either come closer to watch the excitement or stand at their doorsteps from afar and look over here. Yao Huang accompanied Prince Hui along the riverbank for the last time. Just like the first time he went out after arriving in the town, Yao Huang was responsible for greeting the neighbors who greeted him, and Prince Hui just sat quietly. But there was also a difference. Now Prince Hui's complexion was as handsome as jade, no longer pale as before, and Prince Hui's expression was indifferent and peaceful, no longer lifeless. Everyone was busy. Yao Huang brought Jin Bao out as well. The little guy ran ahead, then sniffed at the shore, looked up and saw that his master had gone far away, then chased after him. In front of them was the easternmost stone bridge. Yao Huang was going to cross the bridge, walk around slowly, and come back, and he would be able to get on the car. Unexpectedly, Jin Bao ran to the tree by the bridge again, and when Yao Huang and Prince Hui looked over, he raised one of his hind legs and started to blister. Zhao Yin, Yao Huang lowered her head and saw the familiar expression on Prince Hui's face. She laughed immediately. Second master, have you never seen such an indecent scene? Zhao Yan glanced at the princess's teasing eyes and looked away. Yao Huang whispered in his ear, "What's the big deal? I've seen 7 or 8-year-old boys taking off their pants in the street." Such an intimate posture. When the princess was halfway through her words, Zhao Yan thought that the princess was going to say that she had seen him, and a fire silently burned in his chest. After listening to the princess's whole sentence, the fire quickly extinguished and failed to spread to his face and ears. "Don't say anything inappropriate." After a long time, Zhao Yan reminded in a low voice. "Yao Huang, it's just you and me. Why is the second master so serious?" Zhao Yan was silent. Yao Huang tried. "Second master really doesn't like to hear me say these things? Then I will definitely control my mouth in the future, and never talk nonsense in front of the second master again." Zhao Yan did not respond, but he knew that it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. The princess is a straightforward person. She will still say what she should say next time, and he will probably get used to it gradually. Passing by the house where Jin Bao was sent to them, the little brother and sister were outside. Yao Huang looked at Jin Bao and said to the 2 brothers and sisters, "We are moving away. Take Jin Bao in to meet his mother again." Ordinary people cherish food, and at most they keep a dog for guarding the house, or an old dog and a puppy. If Jin Bao stays, he will only be given to others, so Yao Huang has discussed with Prince Hui and will take Jin Bao back to the palace. Jin Bao still remembers the old owner's house, and went in with the brother and sister. After playing with the big dog for a while, he ran out by himself, as if he was worried that the new owners would leave if he stayed too long. 2 or 3/4 of an hour later, Yao Huang took a last look at the locked gate of the east courtyard, took Jin Bao, and got on a carriage with Aji. The weather was good, and the journey back was as smooth as the journey here. Although there were still various unavoidable inconveniences, Yao Huang felt that these troubles were nothing when he thought that Prince Hui could sit in a wheelchair and appear in the busy streets. On the 7th day of August, near noon, the 4 carriages of Prince Hui's mansion finally drove into the south gate of the capital. After a long journey, the 4 carriages drove into the Prince Hui's mansion without a threshold. Yao Huang jumped off the carriage, picked up Jin Bao who was looking around and put him on the ground, and said with a smile, "Look, this is your real home, go and have a good look." Jin Bao ran around the screen wall, and then came to the door leading to the second entrance, looking inside curiously and cautiously. Yao Huang walked towards Prince Hui's wheelchair. Zhao Yan said to Fei Chuan, "Qing'ai, follow me to Ming'an Hall, and you go to clean up the bamboo courtyard." Fei Chuan took the order and left. The guard came back in advance and told them that the water room in Ming'an Hall had already boiled hot water, and Master Kong, who had been idle for almost 2 months, had already been busy in the kitchen of Ming'an Hall, waiting for the prince and princess to rest, and then serve delicious food. Compared with the simple courtyard in Lingshan town, Ming'an Hall was too comfortable. Beiling, Chunyan, and Qiuchan, the 3 big maids, enthusiastically and attentively embraced the princess into the bathroom in the west room, serving tea, fanning, and changing clothes. Why did Aji, who was also tired from traveling, have to serve her by packing things and pouring water? Soon, Yao Huang was soaking in her big bathtub comfortably. Beiling and the other 2 had just helped the princess wipe her body and wash her hair. Their foreheads were sweating from the busy work, and now they stood in a row in front of the bathtub, staring at the princess they had not seen for a long time. "Yao Huang, we will see each other every day in the future. Why do you look at me like this?" Chunyan smiled and said, "The princess is not here, and the servants have nothing to do all day, and they are almost bored. There are many rules in the palace, and the servants cannot walk around when the masters are not here. Except for going to the streets at the end of each month, the 3 of them can only wander around the maid's room and the backyard of Ming'an Hall on weekdays, which is far less comfortable than when the princess is here. Yao Huang, Aji must be envious of you. She cooks and washes clothes outside, and also takes care of my new dog." The 3 maids looked at each other, and no one dared to say a witty remark. Next time, let Aji rest in the palace and take them out to work. Yao Huang asked them to sit on the stool and asked, "Has anyone come to the palace in the past 2 months?" Chunyan and Qiuchan both looked at Beiling. Beiling said, "On June 15th, the imperial concubine sent someone to invite the princess to the palace. When she learned that the prince and princess had gone out to escape the summer heat, she summoned me to the palace for questioning." Yao Huang heard this, and told Chunyan and Qiuchan to leave for the time being. As soon as the 2 left, Beiling knelt on the ground and said nervously, "Princess, please understand. Her Majesty asked me about the specific situation of your relationship with the prince, and also asked about Huamei's punishment. Huamei's punishment was her own fault. I did not hide it, But I never told her anything that violated the rules of the palace. Please believe me, princess. Yao Huang, stand up and talk. You are not allowed to kneel unless you are told to. Bai Ling stood up in panic. Yao Huang looked at her for a while, and said, I believe you. But the queen has not gotten anything out of you. How can she let it go? Bai Ling's eyes turned red. Yao Huang frowned. Tell me, how did she punish you? Bai Ling looked at her arm, and said with tears in her eyes, the queen asked someone to pinch me a few times. Slapping will leave marks, but pinching the arms, waist, and legs can hide the bruises with clothes, so as not to lose the dignity of the imperial concubine. Yao Huang was familiar with the temper of imperial concubine too, and said with pity, I'm afraid it wasn't just a few times, but dozens of times? How could concubine do easily calm down when the maid sent out refused to listen to her? Bai Ling wiped her eyes, looking relieved as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden. Princess, don't feel sorry for me. After this incident, I have become a traitor in the eyes of the concubine. I have been punished. The concubine will not trouble me again in the future. This was the end of the master-servant relationship between her and concubine. Yao Huang was not there at the time, and could not protect Bai Ling. It was not worth making a fuss afterwards. After all, the evidence was gone, and concubine Du took the title of elder. She said to Bai Ling, don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, even if she troubles you again in the future, she will have to get through me first. Bai Ling burst into laughter. As early as when the princess dealt with Huame, she knew that the princess was not a soft persimmon, so she believed that the princess could protect her. After bathing, Yao Huang went to the front yard with her hair loose. In the main room, Prince Hui changed into a jade green satin summer robe, wore a white jade hairpin on his head, and sat on the family's red sandalwood wheelchair, and the royal nobility was overwhelming. Noticing that his eyes first fell on her loose wet hair, Yao Huang was inexplicably nervous. Was this man going to criticize her for her improper manners? When she got nervous, her eyes showed timidity, and her steps slowed down. She was just as carefree as when she turned around. Zhao Yan lowered his eyes, and took a Longan-sized green grape from the fruit plate in front of him. His original intention was to use this homely action to dispel the princess's concerns, but the moment he picked up the green grape, he suddenly remembered the absurdity he and the princess had done under the grape trellis. After a slight pause, Zhao Yan put the grapes into his mouth as if nothing had happened. Yao Huang's attention was diverted. Looking at the two kinds of grapes on the table, one green and one purple, he asked in surprise, Are these grapes grown in our garden? Zhao Yan, they are just beginning to ripen these days. Master Kong picked 2 bunches. Yao Huang had already sat to his right, and took a purple grape, and put it in her mouth. It tasted sour and sweet, better than anything she had eaten before. Then Yao Huang remembered that when Guishu, the general manager of the palace, brought people into the palace to transplant grapevines, he said that these 2 vines of grapes were transplanted from the royal farm in the suburbs of Beijing that supplied vegetables and fruits to the palace. The children of the royal family may not have the best looks or talents in the world, but the food, clothing and daily necessities of the royal family are basically the best in the world. Such delicious grapes would be even better if the seeds were not spit out. When there were only 2 round seeds left in her mouth, Yao Huang glanced at Prince Hui, and took out the noble lady's posture she learned in the palace. She first spread out a silk handkerchief to cover half of her face, and then gently spit the grape seeds into the empty plate next to her for seeds. Zhao Yan, If the princess had not spit out the seeds while secretly glancing at him, this posture would have been better. While the princess lowered her eyes, Prince Hui raised her hand to catch the grape seeds in his mouth, and put them on another empty plate. Yao Huang put down her handkerchief, and found the seeds on Prince Hui's side. She was surprised and asked, When did the prince spit it out? The key is how he spit it out. She also wanted to see what the noble and dignified Prince Hui looked like. Zhao Yan did not answer. He picked up a purple grape, and peeled and seeded it with his hands that had held a pen, and wielded a sword and gun. He then put the flesh on the fruit plate in front of the princess. Yao Huang was about to take it with his hands, but when he saw the grape juice flowing from the flesh onto the plate, he smiled and said to Prince Hui, who was about to peel the second grape, Prince, you see your hands are already stained with juice. Why don't you feed it directly to my mouth? Save me from having to wipe my hands back. Zhao Yan, After a moment, he picked up the flesh that was only connected to one side because of the seed removal, and put it into the red lips of the princess, who opened to him. Yao Huang ate 7 or 8 grapes in a row and was hungry. So when Prince Hui fed him another grape flesh, Yao Huang took the grape while holding Prince Hui's wrist. Zhao Yan met the princess's gaze, And then the princess moved her face forward and helped him clean the grape juice from his fingertips with good intentions, but in an unmannerly manner. Prince Hui closed his eyes and heard the princess say, "I can't ask you to serve me for nothing." Chapter 73. It was the beginning of August, and the afternoon sun was still dazzling. In the backyard of Mingen Hall, the east room where the princess lived had a row of windows neatly closed. The light was partially blocked by the white window paper, and it was much softer when it was projected onto the floor of the room. If you look carefully for a while, you can see the dust floating in the light. Yao Huang couldn't see anything in the double curtains. At first, she didn't understand why Prince Hui used his skirt to wrap her eyes 2 or 3 times. When Prince Hui stretched out his slender fingers, Yao Huang came to her senses. Prince Hui liked to see her like this, but Prince Hui was an elegant man who followed rules and etiquette. He could do it, but others couldn't see him doing it. So he closed his eyes before the meal to cover his ears and steal the bell, but now he covered her eyes. But Yao Huang felt that Prince Hui was completely unnecessary. She was also a shy girl. When had she taken the initiative to look at him at such a time? Yao Huang was embarrassed to look, and she didn't have many opportunities. Either her eyes were looking forward and she couldn't see Prince Hui behind her, or her eyes were blurred with tears. She accidentally met Prince Hui's eyes a few times, and then Prince Hui would turn her face away, not allowing her to see his impolite behavior that was different from the dignified manner during the day. Only in the pitch-black night, when you can't see your hand in front of you, will Prince Hui be able to let go completely. With the last shake of the curtain, Prince Hui finally took his fingers away. Yao Huang's skirt belt had been wet with tears and sweat, and it was uncomfortable to be bound. She first pulled the belt off, then turned her back to His Royal Highness Prince Hui, and closed her eyes to breathe. Her breathing became more and more stable, and Yao Huang's head gradually became clear. Listening to the rustling sound of Prince Hui adjusting his inner clothes, Yao Huang grabbed the ivory mat that had already warmed up. Elegant or not, it can be seen that Prince Hui still likes these vulgar things, so he often scolds her for being impolite, but he won't really ask her to change. Including the emperor, concubine, prince, and princess in the palace, except for their noble status and great power, the hidden little thoughts and calculations in what they say and do are not much different from those in ordinary people's homes. At most, they say more tactfully and do better to save face, so that the good things they want will be more valuable. After hearing that Prince Hui had packed up, Yao Huang turned around and bit the fabric of his middle clothes on his shoulder and said, "Prince has become bad." Zhao Yan couldn't refute, so he kept silent. After complaining, Yao Huang smiled again, hugged his broad shoulders and said, "But I like the prince like this, you don't know. When I first went to see you, I saw you dressed so elegantly and looked so superior, I thought the prince had forgotten our closeness in Lingshan town, and wanted to continue to put on airs with me." Zhao Yan, when did I put on airs with you? It was because she was afraid of the prince's status, that she was always worried that he would be angry. Yao Huang raised her head and looked into his eyes. Then the prince said that you don't have airs. I can get along with you like an ordinary husband? Zhao Yan agreed. Yao Huang rolled her eyes and stretched out her left index finger, which had only touched the ivory mat in front of him. She carefully observed the expression of Prince Hui and whispered, "Just now, the prince bullied me for a long time, which made me uncomfortable. I want you to have a taste of that feeling, so that you will be more restrained next time." At the same time, she was also curious about why Prince Hui liked that. Zhao Yan, The princess had closed her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't look either." Zhao Yan paused, held the princess's wrist with his right hand, and pressed the princess back to her shoulder with his left hand to keep her from looking at him, and then he fulfilled the princess's wish. After just 2 strokes, the princess struggled to retract her hand, turned around and rolled into the bed, pulling up the quilt to cover her whole body, looking extremely embarrassed. Zhao Yan looked outside the tent. After a long journey, it was reasonable to take a long break. After a full break, Yao Huang woke up at dusk and learned that Prince Hui had left for more than half an hour. After taking a bath and changing clothes again, Yao Huang felt relaxed and comfortable, as if she had really finished her journey and returned home. After putting on her makeup, Yao Huang took Jin Bao to the back garden. Little Jin Bao had a golden and shiny coat. As a puppy from the countryside, it didn't understand the complicated rules of the royal family. It only knew that its owner was following behind it, and there was no strange atmosphere around, so Jin Bao had fun in the garden. Passing by the bamboo forest path leading to the bamboo courtyard, Yao Huang pointed to the closed gate deep inside and said, "Look, that's the prince's little home. Even I can't enter the house." Jin Bao walked up the path for a while, and found that the owner didn't follow him, so he retreated. Yao Huang first took Jin Bao to the vegetable garden. The north side of the vegetable garden was planted with grains. The leaves of the sweet potato vines were yellowing and needed to be dug up in a while. The wheat in the middle was harvested by Chao Gonggong and his men. The ground white flour, several vegetables in the vegetable patch, and the melons that ripened last month were sent to the town for the prince and princess to taste. The corn in the innermost part had grown, and each plant had a strong corn cob. The small cabbages in the vegetable patch on the south side have grown into green cabbages. In addition to the old melons for seeds, there are also some fresh small melons hanging on the cucumber vines. Yao Huang picked a cucumber that was 2 fingers thick, wiped the dust and small melon thorns on the surface with a handkerchief, and came to the grapevine while biting it. After a careful walk, Yao Huang took Jin Bao to the bamboo courtyard. After knocking on the door, he sat on the stone bench next to it and waited. Fei Chuan stuck his head out and confirmed that the person coming was really the princess before going in to pass on the message. Jin Bao recognized Fei Chuan and ran after him. Before Fei Chuan entered the main hall, he wanted to chase him away, but Jin Bao barked twice. Fei Chuan, This little guy was so timid when he first met her, but after being spoiled by the prince and princess for 2 months, he dared to be mean to him. After a while, Qingyai pushed Prince Hui out and saw Jin Bao rushing into the hall. Prince Hui didn't care, and Qingyai and Fei Chuan didn't catch it again. After leaving the courtyard, Zhao Yin saw the princess sitting at the stone table, holding a piece of cucumber that was almost finished. The cucumber was very crisp, and the princess chewed it with relish. She slowed down her movements when she saw him. Qingyai pushed the prince to the stone table and retreated. Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui, who seemed to have completely forgotten what he did in the afternoon, and asked, "Do you want to continue to live in the bamboo courtyard? Only go to Ming'an Hall on the 5th and 10th days, and then go over to accompany me for a rest after lunch every day, and come back after rest? It takes a quarter of an hour to walk from the bamboo courtyard to Ming'an Hall, and the wheelchair is even slower." If it is really this troublesome, Yao Huang feels troublesome for Prince Hui. Zhao Yin heard the princess's disapproval and asked, "What do you want?" "Yao Huang, I want to live with the prince. Why don't you move back to Ming'an Hall, just like we do in the town? Although we don't sleep together every night, we can share 3 meals a day. When the prince is tired of reading and wants to enjoy the scenery, I will accompany the prince to visit the garden." In the past, Prince Hui locked himself up in the bamboo courtyard because he didn't want to see anyone. Now that he can go shopping with her, it is of course more convenient for him to live in Ming'an Hall to go out and walk around. The bamboo courtyard was deserted, and Yao Huang was afraid that Prince Hui would become dead again after a few days of living there, not wanting to go anywhere. Zhao Yin avoided the princess's sight. For him, Ming'an Hall was inferior to the bamboo courtyard in 2 ways. First, there were no handrails in the main hall and the side room of Ming'an Hall, so he had to be served when he passed these 2 places, but now he had a rattan chair that he could push himself, so this shortcoming disappeared. Second, Zhao Yin had to hold the guardrail every day to stand. For a period of time, although there were handrails in the inner room of Ming'an Hall, the space was too small, and the only things in his sight were the furnishings inside the house, and the houses outside the window. The activity range in the backyard of the bamboo courtyard was larger, and there were bamboo views to enjoy, and even the air was fresher than that of Ming'an Hall. But this was a comparison before marriage. Now, Ming'an Hall has one more advantage than the bamboo courtyard. Living in Ming'an Hall, he would spend more time with the princess every day. The princess also hoped that he could spend more time with her, so Zhao Yin could have breakfast every day, rest for a while, and go to the bamboo courtyard to complete the morning and afternoon massage and standing here. "Okay," he agreed. Yao Huang smiled, came around, and pushed Prince Hui to visit the garden. Passing by the vegetable garden, Yao Huang said, "Prince, I have been away for so long this time, my father and mother must miss me, and I miss them too. It happens that the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, and I should also go to them, and give them a festival gift to my grandparents and uncles. What do you think? Which 2 days should I choose to go?" "Zhao Yin, prepare the festival gift tomorrow, visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law on the 10th day, and leave the city the next day. Yao Zhenhu has work to do, and he is at home on the 10th day. The elders of the Luo family should be free every day." Yao Huang bent down and blew on his head. "Am I going alone? During festivals, other husbands will accompany their wives to their parents' home to give gifts. At least husbands who treat their wives well will do so." "Zhao Yin, After the princess took a few more steps, Prince Hui said, "I go with you." Yao Huang smiled and kissed him on the head. After walking around for a while, Yao Huang suddenly said, I almost forgot that the prince has also been away from Beijing for 2 months. Do you miss your father too? Zhao Yin, eh? He didn't think about it, but he couldn't say it. Even if there were no outsiders, the princess always praised him as a gentleman. How could a gentleman be unfilial? Thinking of Emperor Yongchang, Yao Huang said more. No, given the status of my father and my family, we must first go to the palace and fulfill our filial duties in front of my father and mother. Otherwise, if we leave my father behind and go directly to my mother's house, the news will reach my father. He will be sad and think that his son will not have him as his father in his heart after marrying a wife. Your Highness, don't you think so? Emperor Yongchang may not be willing to blame his own son for his crippled leg, but he will vent his anger on his daughter-in-law, accusing her of taking away the filial piety that Prince Hui should give him. Even if Emperor Yongchang was too busy to think of her, what about concubine Du, the adopted mother-in-law who disliked her? Therefore, Yao Huang must leave the impression of a good daughter-in-law in the eyes of Emperor Yongchang, so that concubine Du's pillow talk would be in vain. Zhao Yin was silent again. If it were just him, he could not care whether his father was happy or not. With the princess, if he was not polite again, his father and outsiders would blame the princess. I will hand over a letter to the emperor tomorrow morning to see if he is free. After the morning court the next day, almost 2 months later, Emperor Yongchang received another letter from his second son, saying, I respectfully wish you the best of health. The hot summer is over. I have brought the princess back to Beijing. Is your health good in the past 2 months? I hope that the emperor will allow me and the princess to come to the palace to pay respects and fulfill my filial duty. Emperor Yongchang subconsciously turned over the cover of the memorial, and saw that it was written with absolute certainty. Presented by Prince Hui Zhaoyin. With moist eyes, Emperor Yongchang said with great joy, Quickly, pass on my oral order and summon Prince Hui and the princess to the palace to have lunch with me. Chapter 74. The Emperor Yongchang's oral order reached the Prince Hui's mansion, and Yao Huang and Prince Hui had just finished their breakfast. Of course, if Prince Hui didn't have to wait for the princess to join him, he, who was used to getting up early, should have finished his breakfast in about half an hour. The one who came to deliver the order was a young eunuch serving in the Qianyuan palace, who was usually under the charge of the chief eunuch Wang beside the Emperor Yongchang. Waiting at the first entrance of the central road of the Prince Hui's mansion, in front of Guishu and eunuch Chao, the young eunuch held his head high, chest and back straight, showing the majesty of the Qianyuan palace. When the sound of a wheelchair moving came from inside, the eunuch bent down and prepared to salute the king of Hui. However, when the king of Hui, who was sitting in a wheelchair, finally showed his face, the eunuch was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes, with surprise hidden in his eyes. The king of Hui was unable to walk, and Emperor Yongchang had already exempted him from kneeling. As the princess, Yao Huang had to kneel down to receive the order. Fortunately, this time it was just a verbal order, and the prince had reminded her on the way out that she didn't have to kneel. The king of Hui and his wife sat and stood, and the eunuch repeated the original words of Emperor Yongchang, and then said, Today there is an early court, the emperor eats late breakfast, and lunch is scheduled at 5 p.m. The emperor told the prince and princess not to leave in a hurry, and they can go to Qianyuan Hall at the beginning of noon. Zhaoyan nodded. Eunuch Chao led the young eunuch to the back room for tea, and Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui back. When they were far away from the front, Yao Huang asked, I heard that the morning court starts at the hour of Mao and lasts for about an hour. Is it true? Zhao Yin, it is true most of the time. Yao Huang sighed. Then the emperor is very hard-working. When it is not busy with farming, ordinary people can sleep until dawn. Qingyai, who followed behind, heard this and thought that her own prince was even harder working. He got up before dawn every day to study, since he was enlightened. The emperor only held court meetings about 9 times a month, and he had 20 nights of good sleep. Zhao Yin was going to the bamboo courtyard for a massage, and signaled Qingyai to push the wheelchair. While he was still there, Yao Huang asked, Your Highness, do you think that the emperor only invited us to lunch today, or did he also invite other princes? Zhao Yin, it should be just you and me. Yao Huang, there are so few people, do I not need to dress too formally? Yao Huang didn't like to use rouge and powder, and didn't want to wear 3 layers of clothes inside and outside, which would get in the way when using chopsticks to pick up food. Zhao Yin, okay. Yao Huang made way, and smiled as he watched Qingyai push Prince Hui away. Zhao Yin stayed in the bamboo courtyard for the whole morning. When he was about to leave, Qingyai pushed the big red sandalwood wheelchair that the prince used to sit in when he entered the palace. It was also the one that the prince started to use last year, after he was willing to get out of bed. Zhao Yin took a look and said, switched to the red sandalwood chair I usually use. Whether he was standing or sitting, he was the prince, and did not need a luxurious wheelchair with complicated carvings to show his identity. Whether it was the first oversized wheelchair with a floor, or the new red sandalwood wheelchair made by Master Deng without a floor, but still with a hole carved back, they were too bulky as chairs. The princess treated this lunch as a homely meal. Her father also sat in an ordinary armchair when he ate. Why should he be out of place? Qing'ai went to get it immediately. In Ming'an Hall, Yao Huang was ready. She wore a green jacket and white skirt. In addition to the gold and jade jewelry, she also pinned a pink crabapple silk flower in her hair, which added the delicate beauty of a 17 or 18-year-old bride to her elegant appearance. From a distance, she saw the light red sandalwood wheelchair that Prince Hui was sitting on. It was obviously not as eye-catching as the big one, but Yao Huang felt that His Royal Highness Prince Hui looked more noble at this time. He was noble in a real way, not in a forced way. In the palace, concubine Du dressed up carefully and walked gracefully to the west warm pavilion behind Qianyuan Hall, where Emperor Yongchang usually rested and ate. Emperor Yongchang was preparing for this lunch. As an emperor who was quite diligent in his work and had to worry about border wars or natural disasters every 2 or 3 years, Emperor Yongchang rarely thought of asking children to come and eat with him when he was young. He would rather stay alone to calm his mind or ask the beautiful concubines to come and keep him company. The children were all afraid of him, and he had to take the initiative to find something to talk to them when they gathered around the table. What was the point of eating like this? At that time, Emperor Yongchang showed his concern for his children by calling them over from time to test their homework and martial arts, or taking them to the garden, hunting and watching operas. It was not until he got older, got used to the stress of being an emperor, and lost interest in new beauties, and it was time to consider the selection of the crown prince, that Emperor Yongchang paid more attention to his only 6 children. The 2 princesses were still young, and did not need his care. The eldest of the 4 sons was like that. He had no opinions, and liked to run to the virtuous concubine when he encountered problems. What future could he have? The 4th child was still young, and the 2nd and 3rd children were 3 years apart, so Emperor Yongchang naturally paid attention to the 2nd child first. Then Emperor Yongchang discovered that the 2nd child was not only gifted in studying, but also could read and comprehend all kinds of history books, military books, and imperial examination papers. His martial arts skills were not inferior to those of the young talents carefully cultivated by the generals, including his calligraphy and painting. This child was usually silent and taciturn like a mute, but when he was picked out, he was outstanding in everything. Just when Emperor Yongchang was worried that his 2nd son, though talented in both civil and military affairs, was too quiet and indifferent to fight, he might just be a fool for both civil and military affairs, who could not take care of things, a war broke out in the south. His 2nd son, who was quiet and handsome like a porcelain figurine that could only be placed on a cupboard, stood up and said concisely that he wanted to lead the army. Not to mention him, all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked. With a triad mentality, Emperor Yongchang approved his 2nd son's self-recommendation. Then, his 2nd son won a great victory in his first expedition. The generals who went with him came back and praised the 2nd prince, saying that although the 2nd prince spoke little, every word he said was to the point, and that the 2nd prince was awe-inspiring without anger, and that he could calm down the situation at a young age, and that even the most impulsive and reckless generals could not stand up to the 2nd prince. Emperor Yongchang was pleasantly surprised. He realized that he saw his 2nd son as quiet and taciturn, but in the eyes of civil and military officials, the 2nd prince was cold, majestic and born aristocratic. For such a good son, Emperor Yongchang made him a king early, and sent him to the Ministry of War for training. If there was a war again, he would let his son go. Recalling the scene when he personally sent his son to the north to resist the Wu Kingdom's cavalry, Emperor Yongchang regretted it for the umpteenth time. He should have stopped him back then. With a sigh, Emperor Yongchang returned his attention to today's family dinner. Although he appreciated his 2nd son in the past few years, he never asked his 2nd son to have dinner with him alone. None of his sons had such grace, which led to Emperor Yongchang not knowing what topics to talk about when he was dining with a son who had been crowned a prince, married, and had a crippled leg, so that his 2nd son could feel the care from his father. Eunuch Wang suddenly said outside the curtain, "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine is here." Emperor Yongchang frowned subconsciously. What is she doing here? Eunuch Wang, it looks like she is here to have dinner with the emperor and the prince. Emperor Yongchang, just say that I just want to have dinner alone with Prince Hui and his wife, and don't need her to accompany me. If concubine, Du was the biological mother of the second son, or a foster mother as gentle and amiable as Empress Shou who truly cared for the second son. Emperor Yongchang would definitely ask concubine Du to come over, but concubine Du simply treated the second son as a prince. When she didn't have one, she rushed to recognize this prince, and when she had her own child, she even wanted to neglect the second son's homework. Fortunately, Emperor Yongchang knew that the second son was a good reader, so he specially selected a teacher for his son and continued to send boxes of books to the second son, so that the second son's talent was not delayed halfway. If the imperial concubine really sat at the table, how could the second son still have the mood to eat? The imperial concubine Du, who was standing outside, never expected that she would be sent away without even seeing the emperor after coming here in the blazing sun at noon. She immediately felt aggrieved and said to Eunuch Wang, "Please go and tell the emperor that I haven't seen King Hui for a long time and miss him very much." Eunuch Wang, who knew the emperor's intention very well, smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, please don't make things difficult for me. How can I change the emperor's mind?" Eunuch Wang didn't help, and the imperial concubine Du didn't dare to go in by herself, so she had to leave embarrassedly. Eunuch Wang continued to wait outside, and finally saw the figure of Prince Hui and his wife, and hurried inside to pass on the message. Emperor Yongchang took a deep breath and walked out with the kind father's smile he had practiced in front of the mirror. When he arrived at the door of the main hall of the warm room, Emperor Yongchang looked out and saw that in the corridor on the right, his second son was actually sitting in a simple small wheelchair, pushed by his princess in a white dress. Accustomed to the large wheelchair that almost blocked the corridor that his second son often used, Emperor Yongchang was not used to it for a while, and then he felt sad. Is his second son becoming more and more self-destructive, even perfunctory with the wheelchair that serves as his legs? The sadness made Emperor Yongchang look away immediately. When the sadness passed, Emperor Yongchang looked at the wheelchair again, and only then did he see his second son's face clearly. It was a face as handsome as jade in his memory, without any trace of dying air. Emperor Yongchang took a step forward in shock. At this moment, a familiar and more intimate voice than the two princesses called him father came into his ears. Emperor Yongchang raised his eyes in surprise. Yao Huang turned around while pushing the wheelchair and greeted him with a smile. "I haven't seen you for so long. Why do you look more radiant than at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet? We were worried about you being too hot in the capital when we were out to escape the summer heat." Prince Hui in the wheelchair, Emperor Yongchang under the eaves, resisting the urge to touch his face, and shaking off the strange feeling aroused by the unfamiliar exaggeration, Emperor Yongchang smiled as naturally as possible. "Don't worry about me, I have been using the ice jar for a whole summer, and I don't feel hot at all." As he spoke, Emperor Yongchang's eyes fell on his second son's knees in surprise, where there was a tray, supported by his son's hands. Seeing this, Yao Huang explained, "Father, you have seen all the good things in the world. The prince and I brought back some specialties from our summer resort, and picked a bunch of grapes and 2 cucumbers from the vegetable garden of the palace. Father, please eat them to quench your thirst in your spare time. Especially the cucumbers, which are sweet and crispy, and can be eaten as fruits." Emperor Yongchang looked at his son with mixed feelings. Didn't the palace have servants? He also wanted his daughter-in-law to push the wheelchair, and his son to carry the tray? Zhao Yan lowered his eyes. Originally, Qingyai pushed and Fei Chuan carried. When they entered Qianyuan Hall, the princess said that he didn't need to bring too many people to dine with his father, so she gave him the tray. Chapter 75. Yesterday, when Yao Huang mentioned that he would go to the palace to pay respects to Emperor Yongchang, he asked Prince Hui, "If the emperor asks where you and I escaped the summer heat, should we say that we went to Lingshan?" Zhao Yin, "Yes, you can't lie to the emperor. Since you can't lie to the emperor, you will definitely mention Lingshan." So Yao Huang also prepared a pound of dried Polygonum odoratum that had been steamed and dried 9 times in the sun for the gift to Emperor Yongchang. Polygonum odoratum grows in sections, like lotus roots, and only grows 1 section every year, so the year of the Polygonum can be determined by the number of sections alone. The ones that were selected by Dr. Liao to be steamed and dried were all old Polygonum odoratum bought from the mountain folks at a high price. After steaming more than 30 kilograms of fresh Polygonum odoratum, a total of about 4 kilograms of dried Polygonum odoratum were made. The couple used some of it, and Yao Huang took a kilogram of the most from the rest to show filial piety. The dried Polygonum odoratum was black, and had a hint of dark red. Several of them were placed side by side on the wallpaper. At first glance, they looked like burnt-thin tree roots. Sensing the confusion in Emperor Yongchang's eyes, Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair inside while explaining, first talking about the nourishing effect of Polygonata moderatum, and then talking about the wonders of Lingshan Polygonata moderatum. She simply used some of the plain and vivid original sentences of the mountain folks at the market, including the envy of the townspeople for their frequent drinking of Polygonatum odoratum soup. Emperor Yongchang was originally worried about how to spend the few minutes before the meal with his son and daughter-in-law, but he didn't expect to listen to his daughter-in-law talking about Polygonatum for a quarter of an hour. The key is that he hasn't heard enough. Yao Huang can't just talk. She has to prove to Emperor Yongchang that the medicinal materials she and Prince Hui sent are non-toxic and harmless. When Emperor Yongchang sat down, Prince Hui's wheelchair also stopped steadily at the lower left of Emperor Yongchang. Yao Huang twisted a piece of Polygonatum the size of a little fingernail off a piece of Polygonatum, and said to Emperor Yongchang, "This thing can be stewed in soup, porridge, soaked in water, and soaked in wine, and it can also be eaten dry. It's a bit sticky and a bit sweet, like dried sweet potatoes, but not as delicious as dried sweet potatoes." As she said this, she put the dried Polygonatum in her hand into her mouth, and chewed it in front of Emperor Yongchang. Emperor Yongchang, Eunuch Wang, Zhao Yin was silent for a moment and said, "Father, the prepared Polygonatum has stronger medicinal properties. It is better to let the imperial physician arrange the dosage according to your dragon body." Emperor Yongchang certainly understood this principle. He looked at the tray of gifts and ordered Eunuch Wang, "Send it to the imperial kitchen, prepare the cucumber salad, and wash the grapes and send them over." Eunuch Wang took the tray away. Yao Huang was still standing, picking up the teapot, first pouring tea for the royal father and son, and then pouring a cup for himself, just to rinse his mouth. Emperor Yongchang felt a kind of boldness in his daughter-in-law, who was also bold in speaking, laughing and running during the Dragon Boat Festival. As an emperor for 30 years, he had seen the personal or memorial works of many ministers in and outside the capital. Emperor Yongchang had also met some straightforward and outspoken ministers, including beauties with similar temperaments, but it was the first time he had seen such a daughter-in-law, and because the daughter-in-law lived outside the palace, she could bring in some folk food. After understanding his daughter-in-law's temperament, Emperor Yongchang quickly adapted to it and looked at his son. After returning from this summer vacation, Zhao Yino looks much better. Could it be that Lingshan Huangjing is particularly nourishing? Zhao Yin, "Father, Lingshan Huangjing is only slightly better than ordinary Huangjing from other places. It has no miraculous effect on health. It was the princess who pushed me outside to bask in the sun for half an hour every morning and evening. After persisting for dozens of days, the disease in my body was cured." Emperor Yongchang thought to himself, the second son hasn't said so many words in a row for a long time. He looked at his daughter-in-law sitting next to his son with satisfaction. Yao Huang smiled and said, "Father, you don't have to praise me. If the prince doesn't want to bask in the sun, I dare not push him. This matter should be attributed to the Huangjing and Lingshan." The daughter-in-law's smile hides a story, and Emperor Yongchang became interested. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yin just understood what the princess meant, and the princess had already spoken. Father didn't see it. That day, the prince accompanied me to the market in the town. When we walked to the mountain people selling Huangjing, the mountain people didn't know the prince's identity, and only regarded the prince as a weak white-faced scholar. They praised the effectiveness of Huangjing to us, ha ha. The princess, who was telling the story, laughed until her face turned red, and she bent over with laughter. The crisp and continuous laughter floated in the quiet Qianyuan hall. Emperor Yongchang also found it funny, but when he saw his son with his eyes downcast and no expression, he secretly pinched his legs and suppressed his laughter. Yao Huang laughed halfway, and saw that neither the father and son were supportive. She felt embarrassed and regretful. It was over. Would the emperor misunderstand that the prince was really weak? Would the prince be angry that she said the wrong thing because he guessed that the emperor would misunderstand? Yao Huang quickly added, "But those mountain folks don't know that the prince's hair is so white just because he likes to stay in the study and read. In terms of strength, the prince can win the championship in archery. 100 young generals can't compare to him. Even if the Huangjing and Lingshan is better than the prince's, it is just icing on the cake to make up for the usual consumption. Including father, we send you Huangjing only because Lingshan town has this one specialty that is slightly worth mentioning. We hope that father will drink a bowl of Huangjing soup to refresh himself when he is tired of reading memorials." Emperor Yongchang understood that his son was willing to go out to bask in the sun because he didn't want others to misunderstand his physical condition because of his complexion. However, it was a great achievement for his daughter-in-law to persuade her son to go out to the market to watch the fun. Before the meal, Emperor Yongchang was not in a hurry to reward. He recalled the only time he visited Lingshan when he was young, talking about his daughter-in-law. He mentioned that the main peak of Lingshan was 500 or 600 feet high and majestic. Emperor Yongchang recalled the scene and sighed. Time flies. 20 or 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Even if I go to Lingshan now, I may not be able to climb it. Yao Huang, a 70-year-old man, can still go into the mountains to chop wood and collect herbs. If your father can't climb, he's just lazy and doesn't want to move. Emperor Yongchang smiled. Considering that his son might not like to hear the word climb, he changed the subject in time. Lingshan Town. I remember that last month the Dali Temple received a lawsuit from Lingshan County, saying that an old man's second wife and her son smashed his body to frame the eldest son of his first wife in order to fight for the family property. Is it the town where you live? This case was not a big deal, but Emperor Yongchang was impressed because it involved a son who attacked his father's body, which was unfilial and rebellious. Seeing that Prince Hui had no intention of speaking, Yao Huang continued, Yes, the old man's surname is Qi, and he lives next door to us. He alarmed the entire street in the middle of the night. Father, you don't know that the prince just went to the scene and took a few glances that night to deduce the murderer. Next, Yao Huang poured out Prince Hui's two analyses, because the princess admired her own prince's insight and wisdom from the bottom of her heart. This admiration was revealed in her bright eyes, including the tone of her voice when she talked about the exciting parts, and the action of raising her wrist to analyze the bloodstains, which was even more interesting than the storyteller in the tea house. Even though she was a princess, Emperor Yongchang was the biological father of Prince Hui. It was his duty, as the magistrate of Lingshan County, to solve the case. When his son solved the case, Emperor Yongchang felt extremely proud. His second son was a man of both civil and military talents. He could do anything, Zhao Yin. Finally, it was time for dinner. The eunuchs from the imperial kitchen filed in, and placed 18 dishes on the Wangwali dining table that Emperor Yongchang used. Emperor Yongchang, it's just the three of us. We didn't ask the imperial kitchen to go to great lengths. He was a fairly frugal emperor. Yao Huang, There were special eunuchs, who were responsible for serving the dishes. All of them had good eyesight. Yao Huang only observed the dish once, and the eunuchs immediately helped her pick up the dish, and put it on the plate in front of her. Sometimes Yao Huang really wanted to eat, but most of the time she was just curious about what the dish was made of. However, since she was dining with Emperor Yongchang, Yao Huang did not dare to be too relaxed. After being served by the eunuchs 4 times, she stopped looking at the dishes far away, and only picked up the dishes close to her. Zhao Yin knew that the princess had a good appetite, so in order to let her eat slowly and relaxed, Zhao Yin also ate slowly, until the princess was full, and put down her chopsticks. Zhao Yin followed the princess to drink soup. Yao Huang noticed that the plate of cold cucumbers sent by the imperial kitchen was eaten up, and most of them were eaten by Emperor Yongchang. Emperor Yongchang noticed that several dishes near his son and daughter-in-law were also eaten more cleanly, and his daughter-in-law ate most of them. No wonder his son not only looked good, but also didn't look as thin as before. If there is someone with a good appetite around, everyone will not be able to help but eat a few more bites. The meal took more than 2/4 of an hour. Emperor Yongchang got up early in the morning. As he got older, he had to rest in the afternoon. After chatting for a while, Emperor Yongchang said, It's rare that you still miss me when you are away from the summer heat. You are filial and bring me special products. I can't let you go back empty-handed. He called Eunuch Wang over and gave him some instructions. When Eunuch Wang came back, he was holding a box in his hand. He opened the lid of the box. Inside, 2 suede jade ruies as white as ice and snow were placed side by side on the dark purple brocade. Emperor Yongchang said to his son and daughter-in-law, I wish you and your wife happiness every day and everything goes well. Zhao Yin gave the princess a look, and Yao Huang knelt down to thank him. Emperor Yongchang gave her a little help, not letting her kneel down, and said with a smile, We are a family, there is no need to kneel down. Yao Huang took the box, and felt that her face was illuminated by the 2 jade rui. She smiled and said to Emperor Yongchang, You can get such good things from your father by sending some special products. Then I will bring you special products when I go out with the prince in the future. Emperor Yongchang laughed. You are clever, but my collection is limited. If you bring too much, I may not be able to afford it in the future. Yao Huang, other fathers-in-law can say this, but my father said that I don't believe it. After sitting for a while at Queen Zhou and concubine Du's place, Prince Hui and his wife finally left the palace. Yao Huang got on the carriage first, took Prince Hui up and fixed the wheelchair, then turned around and took the box containing the jade rui from Qinghai. Sitting on the side, Yao Huang held the box and looked at Prince Hui with uncertainty. Prince, did I perform well in front of my father today? Did you say anything wrong? Zhao Yan and the princess exchanged a few glances, and finally said, very good. Father is not a very smiling person, but he always smiles before and after meals. Since father likes the princess's straightforwardness, the princess does not need to change. Yao Huang was relieved, opened the box, took out a jade ruby, held it with one hand, and touched the bright jade ruby from head to tail with the other hand. The white jade was engraved with peaches, Ganoderma lucidum, bats and other auspicious patterns. Yao Huang liked it more and more. He held up the flat round head of the jade ruby, and put it on his cheek, which was refreshing and comfortable to the tip of his heart. Seeing that Prince Hui was looking at her, Yao Huang raised another jade ruby, and put it directly on Prince Hui's handsome face to make him cool. Zhao Yin, Chapter 76. Yao Huang discovered that Prince Hui would sometimes say one thing and mean another. Just like when he praised her for her good performance in front of Emperor Yongchang in the carriage, he actually still remembered her mentioning that he was despised by the people of Lingshan. The evidence was that Prince Hui was resting very hard today, and the ivory mat that was about to be useless was rubbed against the inner side of the bed board and raised a wide edge 2 or 3 inches high. Yao Huang sobbed and cursed. You should continue to stay in the study. You are really weak. Let's see how you can torment me. Prince Hui was indifferent. Yao Huang thought of a new trick, turned his head and shouted outside, come and see. Before he could finish what to see, Prince Hui covered his mouth. However, Prince Hui had to let her go early after being provoked by the princess. After doing something bad, Prince Hui went to the bamboo courtyard without resting for a long time. Yao Huang wrapped himself in a quilt and slept until dusk. When he woke up, he received 2 Mid-Autumn Festival gift lists sent by the general manager Guishu, one for the princess's family in Changshu Lane, and one for the princess's grandfather's family in the suburbs. Mid-Autumn Festival is a big festival, and the festival gifts are more abundant than those during the Dragon Boat Festival, including ginseng, swallows, wine, tea, chicken, duck, fish, meat, silk, satin, rouge and powder. Thinking of her efforts for Prince Hui, Yao Huang accepted 2 gift lists for her family without any guilt. In the evening, Prince Hui returned to Mingyan Hall from the bamboo courtyard. Yao Huang lowered her head and clenched her fingers. Prince Hui had 2 faces on the bed and off the bed. Yao Huang felt that she was the same. Before she married into the palace, although she was not a dignified lady, she had never said anything embarrassing or done anything embarrassing. Those bold words that made her feel particularly embarrassed when she recalled them later were really all bullied by Prince Hui. After finishing the meal in silence, Yao Huang felt more and more angry. He walked around behind Prince Hui's wheelchair, poked his shoulder and said, it's all your fault. Zhao Yan looked outside the door, not sure what the princess was blaming. Yao Huang, if you were really weak, I wouldn't say such crazy things. Zhao Yan. Yeah. Yao Huang, I punish you to take a rest tomorrow. Zhao Yan nodded. The princess felt better, and ran out with a red face. On the morning of the 10th day, Zhao Yan leaned on the railing in the bamboo courtyard for 3/4 of an hour, and returned to Mingyan Hall after doing massage and bathing. Yao Huang received the news and looked at the clepsydra. It was just past the hour of Chen. If she set out for Changshu Lane now, she could stay at home half an hour longer than she had expected. She went to the front yard to see Prince Hui and asked tentatively, have you finished reading, Prince? Zhao Yan, it's a long way to Changshu Lane, so leave early. Yao Huang was very happy, and couldn't wait to ask Fei Chuan to go to the front yard to tell him to prepare the car and load the gifts. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, people are visiting relatives and friends and giving each other gifts. Rich families give more, while ordinary families give less, focusing on being suitable for the occasion. When the carriage of Prince Hui's palace turned into Changshu Lane, the people waiting outside stretched their necks. Yao Huang hid behind the curtains and peeked, and suddenly waved to Prince Hui, and opened the slit of the curtains a little to let him look out. That round head wearing a blue cloth short shirt. Do you see it? His Royal Highness Prince Hui, who always sat upright, had to turn his head, and followed the corner of the curtain raised by the princess. He saw a young man, wearing a blue cloth short shirt in front of a house in front of him. He was of medium height, and not fat, but his head was indeed very round. Because the princess's curtain was raised high, the other party also saw him, and his eyes widened in shock, and then he lowered his head in fear. Yao Huang also saw this scene, lowered the curtain, and hummed to complain to Prince Hui, it's him. When I was a child, he always called me Ah Huang. When I grew up, he often laughed at me for being fat behind my father and brother's back. Fortunately, I am broad-minded and don't want to argue with him. Otherwise, if my father or my brother hit him, he would have to lie on the bed for a few days. Mainly, he was more worried that his father or brother would hit him too hard, and he would go to the government to complain. Zhao Yan looked at the princess's beautiful face in the carriage, and couldn't understand why a man would laugh at her. The princess came closer to the slit in the curtain again, and sighed as she looked. Zhao Yan, why are you sighing? Yao Huang looked at him and said, I feel sorry for you. If the prince's status was lower, such as the son of a marquis, I would drag you out to show off in front of the neighbors, and let those who dare to gossip about me envy me. But you are the prince, and if I really drag you out, everyone on the street will have to kneel down and salute you, and that would make me look too bullying, and I can't do it. Zhao Yan's eyes immediately flashed with the fearful expression of the young man in the blue cloth shirt, and then he thought of the neighbors on both sides of Lingshan town. He once thought that when he appeared in front of people in a wheelchair, those people would sympathize with him, or ridicule him, or treat him like a monster. When he was really pushed to the street by the princess, Zhao Yan found that few people cared about his legs. Apart from being curious about how he injured his legs, the neighbors cared more about his appearance and wealth, and were envious or jealous of his wealth, painting skills, and the fact that he married a beautiful wife. As for strangers, they were all busy with their own things, and their eyes would not stay on him for too long. If he revealed his identity, what would these people do? They still would not sympathize, because he was still the extremely noble His Royal Highness Hui Wang in their eyes, a prince they had to respect and fear in order not to get into trouble. Just as the people feared him before the age of 22, they would continue to do so after the age of 22, including the dukes, nobles, civil and military ministers in the princess's mouth, who would still maintain the proper etiquette of a minister meeting a prince in front of him. Zhao Yan was not proud of his status as a prince. He just suddenly realized that except for himself, except for a few people around him, who would pity him and gloat over his misfortune, no one else cared whether his legs were disabled or not. They only cared whether his money, talent, and power would affect them, such as the female stall owner of the cloth shop trying to please him, Qi Yuanwei asking him for a painting, such as the noisy scholar's mother, who was jealous of him stealing her son's limelight, and the neighbors, who had offended the princess, were afraid of his revenge. The ancients cherished their own little things, but today he just feels sorry for his broken legs. I heard that there are 10,000 longevity stones in Changshu Lane. After a long silence, Zhao Yan asked the princess. Yao Huang was about to get off the car, and looked at him in surprise. This prince knows all about it. Zhao Yan, when I was young, I saw the map of the whole capital, and some street names have allusions. Yao Huang once again experienced the erudition of Prince Hui. He can really remember what he sees, unlike her, who is only impressed by some interesting or non-serious things. Then Yao Huang felt a little ashamed and explained, What longevity stone? There was an old man in the alley. There used to be a stone in front of his house. It was a flat stone that could be used as a stool. The old man liked to sit on the stone and chat with people. After he died, the stone became known as the longevity stone, and was placed at the entrance of the alley by the village head. If I had known that the prince was interested, I would have pointed it out to you when I turned in just now. Zhao Yan, no hurry. When they arrived at the Yao family, Yao Zhenhu, Luo Jinhua, and Yao Lin were already waiting at the door. When Yao Huang and Qinghai pushed Prince Hui out of the car, the three of them could see the prince in the wheelchair clearly. Yao Zhenhu was surprised and envious. How cool it must be over there in Lingshan to keep the prince's son-in-law in such good condition. It was so hot in the capital in summer that his wife didn't want to sleep in the same bed with him. Luo Jinhua was just happy. The better her son-in-law looked, the better her daughter's life would be. After greeting, everyone came to the main hall. The front door of the Yao family was covered with wooden boards, and the new wheelchair passed easily. With Yao Huang taking the lead, Yao Zhenhu was the first to relax and curiously asked his daughter about the situation in Lingshan town. Luo Jinhua personally went to the kitchen to watch the grapes brought by her daughter. It was a heavy basket. It was all up to her family to eat without getting sour. It was still early for dinner. Zhao Yan said to Yao Lin, I want to see the longevity stone in this lane. How about Ling Yun leading the way for me? Yao Lin looked confused. What longevity stone? Yao Huang. It's the stone at the entrance of the alley. Yao Lin was about to say what was so interesting about that broken stone, but when he received his mother's look, he immediately stood up. Okay, I take the prince there. Yao Huang was surprised that Prince Hui would choose her careless brother to accompany him, and was also afraid that her brother would not be a good companion, so she asked, Can I go with him? Zhao Yan, you should accompany your mother-in-law more. Yao Zhenhu, yes, Yao stay at home, your brother and I will accompany the prince, There is nothing to worry about. The village head heard that the prince was coming today, and asked every household to tie up their dogs to ensure that the prince would not be disturbed. Yao Huang, Watching the muscular father and brother escorting Prince Hui out of the door, Yao Huang suddenly felt uneasy, as if Emperor Yongchang had handed over the precious egg to her, and she was handing it over to her father and brother. Luo Jinhua smiled and pushed her daughter into the east room. Don't worry, eunuch Qinghai is here. Your father and others can't offend the prince. Tell mother quickly. How did the prince get so energetic? Yao Huang didn't tell her long-term plan, but only told her, acting like a spoiled child, to induce Prince Hui to agree to accompany her out. Luo Jinhua sighed. The prince must have you in his heart, otherwise your hunger strike would be useless. Yao Huang, I am still capable of making the prince have me in his heart. Luo Jinhua, In Changshu Lane, a group of neighbors who were looking at the door of Yao's house suddenly saw Prince Hui in a wheelchair coming out again. Those who lived close to their homes ran back immediately, and those who were far away and couldn't run stood there stupidly. When they saw someone kneeling to welcome the prince, these people actually knelt down one after another. Yao Zhenhu was stunned. Zhao Yan said, I'm just walking around, father-in-law. Please tell them not to be polite. Yao Zhenhu, who was going out with the prince's son-in-law for the first time, also came back to his senses from the scene. He took 2 steps forward, took a deep breath, and a loud voice, like a tiger's roar, spread throughout the alley. The prince is going to observe the longevity stone at the entrance of the alley, so please don't be polite. Hurry up and do what you need to do. When the neighbors who were kneeling on the ground heard this, they hurriedly stood up and ran away in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhao Yan decided to accompany the princess incognito in the future. Qinghai pushed the wheelchair, and the 4 of them came to the alley in silent footsteps, and saw the really ordinary longevity stone. Yao Lin, who had been unable to find words, thought of an old story and pointed at the longevity stone and said, When I first went to the martial arts school, I usually lived in the martial arts school and only came back on holidays. Then every evening before the holiday, my sister would sit here and wait for me. After so many times, she even changed the name of the stone to Waiting Brother Stone. After saying this, Yao Lin smiled when he saw the prince's brother-in-law. Yao Lin looked at his father excitedly. Yao Zhenhu snorted. His daughter had never sat here and waited for him. Chapter 77. Considering that the relationship between her daughter and the prince was stronger than when she first returned home, and that the prince no longer looked so high and mighty and difficult to approach, Luo Jinhua no longer hid her husband's wine jar under her skirt during lunch. Yao Zhenhu was very happy. After finishing the first bowl, he picked up the wine jar and poured the second bowl for the prince's son-in-law, and then for himself and his son. At this time, Yao Zhenhu had already opened up his chatterbox, drinking and talking about the recent preparations made by the East Camp for the Imperial Military Review next month. The Great Qi dynasty was founded more than 100 years ago, and Emperor Yongchang was already the 11th emperor. Emperor Taizu led his troops to conquer the world, and with his powerful military force, he intimidated the small Zhou states to surrender. The next 2 emperors inherited Taizu's military and literary strategies, and ushered in a prosperous era for the Great Qi dynasty. However, the moon waxes and wanes, and so do dynasties. For various reasons, the successive emperors of the Great Qi dynasty were inferior to the previous generation, and the neighboring countries successively provoked large and small wars. When the throne was passed to the previous emperor, the Great Qi dynasty was already a mess with many holes. The late emperor worked hard to govern the country. After ascending the throne, he worked very hard for 20 years, and finally achieved some results in cleaning up the bureaucracy and strengthening the military force. Then he died in his early 40s. The Yongchang emperor who succeeded to the throne followed the will of the late emperor, using wise officials to improve people's livelihood and good generals to train troops and guard the border. It was not until last summer that the Wu Kingdom cavalry, which had repeatedly invaded the north, was severely defeated, and the prestige of the Great Qi dynasty during the time of the Taizu emperor was once again revived. The Great Qi dynasty can have today's elite troops thanks to the annual Small Military Review and the 3-year Large Military Review. The Small Military Review was presided over by the imperial envoys and the commanders of each capital sent by the court, and the Large Military Review was presided over by Emperor Yongchang himself. 10,000 people were randomly selected from the military registers submitted by the 20 commanders, and finally a 200,000-man army was gathered to perform military exercises in Beiyuan. The top 3 commanders of the Large Military Review will be rewarded, and the commanders at the bottom will be demoted. In addition, the 4 major camps in the suburbs of Beijing are close, so Emperor Yongchang will personally go there every year to review the military. There is only 1 month left, and the training of the 4 camps is becoming more and more strict and intensive. The emperor puts pressure on the 4 commanders, and the commanders distribute the pressure to the commanders, 1,000 households, and 100 households of each camp. Yao Zhenhu was burdened with the training of more than 100 soldiers under his command. He had been staying in the camp for 7 consecutive nights. Today, his daughter and son-in-law came to give him gifts, and he returned home. Yao Zhenhu, it's okay here. The soldiers under me are all from ordinary people. They are afraid of losing their salary, and they train very hard. But many of the young masters, who got in through connections, can't stand the hardship. The superior's instructions to them go in one ear and out the other. They don't care about them, and are afraid that they will hinder their performance in the martial arts field. They are worried to death. After saying that, Yao Zhenhu took another big sip from the bowl. Luo Jinhua knew her husband was just talking casually, but she was afraid that the prince's son-in-law would think that her husband wanted to make things difficult for some young master, so she said, "You don't have such soldiers under your command. How do you know that they all got in through connections? Maybe they got in through a proper exam, but some ordinary soldiers envied them and wanted to throw some dirty water on them. Those who can get in through the back door are all related to the royal family. What if the son-in-law can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, and asks her husband to hand over those lists, and then go to the emperor to complain? The emperor can punish him if he wants, but can those royal family members just let it go easily after being wronged?" She dared not deal with her son-in-law, but she had countless ways to use on her husband, making him suffer and unable to complain. Yao Zhenhu put down his wine bowl and said to his wife, "Be serious." Luo Jinhua quickly picked up a piece of pork ribs and stuffed it into her husband's mouth. "Eat, I hate to hear such gossip about people behind their backs." Yao Zhenhu, Nonsense, my wife obviously likes to hear him talk about the right and wrong in the military camp. Yao Huang saw the grievance in her father's eyes, and she also knew that her father was telling the truth. Not to mention the distant past, a cousin of Li Tingwang's mother entered the East camp with the help of his father Li Qianhu. Yao Huang had seen that cousin. He was about the same height as her, round and fat. Although he was trained to be thinner by Captain Li after entering the army, if he hadn't had this relationship, he would never have been able to enter the 4 major Beijing camps with strict recruitment requirements. Captain Li was still considerate of his dignity, and asked his relatives' children to train with ordinary soldiers in the wind and sun. When it came to those higher-ranking officials, they would just let their own unpromising nephews go to the barracks to work as an errand boy and receive a salary for nothing. What could others do if they didn't like it? Of course, this was an old practice in the officialdom. Yao Zhenhu couldn't interfere, and Yao Huang didn't need to worry about it. She didn't want these things to spoil Prince Hui's appetite, so she helped him pick up the dishes as if nothing had happened. "We didn't invite the restaurant chef this time. It was all cooked by Aji's mother. Prince, try it, and see if it suits your taste." Zhao Yan tasted it, and found it a bit salty, but he didn't show it. As for the matter of noble officials inserting people into the military camp, Zhao Yan had known about it for a long time, including his father, who always attached great importance to military strength. However, this matter involved too many people, and it was difficult to see results if he managed it. He could only catch a few useless drunkards and punish them to serve as a warning to others, reminding those children who really wanted to eat for free to at least train up the physique and combat power that a soldier should have, and then carefully verify the promotion of military officers to prevent such children from claiming other people's military merits. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, Yao Zhenhu wanted to pour a 3rd bowl for his son-in-law, but Yao Huang glared at him. Yao Zhenhu put down the wine jar in dismay. On the way back to the mansion, Yao Huang said to Prince Hui, who was resting with his eyes closed, "My father is even more outspoken than me, and he says everything. Next time, if the prince doesn't want to listen, just give me a wink and I tell him to shut up, including drinking. The prince doesn't have to force himself to drink." Zhao Yan looked at the princess and explained, "I'm used to quietness, so I think my father-in-law's conversation is humorous and interesting." Yao Huang, The 10th day of the lunar month is the day when Prince Hui will stay in the backyard. Because of Yao Huang's punishment yesterday and the break he missed today because he came back too late, Yao Huang thought Prince Hui would be very ruthless tonight, but she didn't expect that he only hugged her from behind once, and his strength was restrained. It was like a different person. Yao Huang was not used to it, and asked worriedly, "Is the prince okay?" Don't let her bold words that deliberately provoked him to finish quickly in the morning affect him, or let him encounter something that spoiled his mood at her parents' home. Zhao Yin. Grandfather's home is outside the city, we have to get up early tomorrow. Yao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared, I thought the prince. Zhao Yin, what did you think? Yao Huang smiled and leaned close to his ear and said, I thought the prince would mind what I said that day, and would be so polite to me in the future. Although it was hard to be cruel, but looking back on it later, Yao Huang still liked the Prince Hui, who completely threw away the rules and etiquette and treated her like an ordinary wild man. Only at that time did Yao Huang feel that they were the same. There was no prince and no centurion's daughter, just a man and a woman. He could be cruel, and she could scold him. The princess reminded Zhao Yin of the memory of the day before. She was obviously his princess, but she suddenly called out to him, as if he was forcing her. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yin pulled back the princess, who was moving to the bedside to get a wet towel to wipe her. It was nearly 10 miles from the Prince Hui's mansion to the south gate, and another 16 or 17 miles from the gate to the town where the Luo family lived. If the carriage was moving normally, it would take more than an hour. The couple still set off just after noon, but there were 3 carriages parked outside the palace, one for the festival gifts and one more. After getting in the carriage, Zhao Yin explained to the princess, You and I will take separate carriages on the way back. With the experience of going back and forth to Lingshan, Yao Huang understood that the journey from departure to return was too long, and Prince Hui needed a separate car to relieve himself. Yao Huang did not have this worry, and she could relieve herself at her grandfather's house in the middle. With a slight fever on her face, Yao Huang picked up the book on the low cabinet beside her and found that it was actually a travelogue of mountains and rivers. Yao Huang asked curiously, Have you finished reading those Buddhist scriptures, Prince? Zhao Yin, No, I am tired of reading them. It is more conducive to understanding if I put them aside for a while. Yao Huang, I understand. I didn't make any progress in spear practice before, so I went to learn sword. When I got tired of sword practice, I went to practice spear. The fresher it is, the easier it is to master the trick. Zhao Yin was surprised and asked, Do you know martial arts? Yao Huang, Yes, I practiced once in the palace, using the old spear of the prince. Didn't Guishu tell you? Zhao Yin was silent. He had already told her that after the princess entered the palace, she would be in charge of all matters, big or small, and unless it was necessary, Eunuch Chao, Madame Lu, and Guishu would not need to report the princess' words and deeds to him. Yao Huang reacted and was very happy. It turns out that the prince really gave me the whole palace. I thought Guishu got your permission before he dared to give me the spear. Some husbands say they let their wives run the household, but how the wives spend money and do things still depends on their husband's moods. Prince Hui is different. He really doesn't want to control her, Zhao Yin. Come back to the mansion in the evening. I show you your spear skills. Yao Huang said modestly, It's okay to show off in front of the maids, but showing off in front of the prince, isn't it just showing off one's skills in front of an expert? Zhao Yin. Just don't hurt me. He was sitting in a wheelchair, so it was hard to hide. The modest princess was immediately furious and glared at the prince and said, I'm not that stupid, don't underestimate me. In order to prove his ability, Yao Huang first took the wooden spears that his cousins usually used for martial arts practice and demonstrated his spear skills to Prince Hui when he arrived at his grandfather's house. The Luo family's courtyard was particularly spacious, with a persimmon tree planted on the east and west walls, and a large area in the middle. The grandparents, uncles, and aunts didn't know what their heroine had gone crazy about, but when they saw Prince Hui in a wheelchair staring at her intently and finally praising the princess, the whole family was relieved. It's good that the prince and princess don't have a quarrel, because my grandfather's family was very restrained. After dinner, Prince Hui and his wife said goodbye. Not long after leaving the town, Prince Hui sent Fei Chuan to invite the princess to his carriage. The sky was blue, and the refreshing autumn wind passed through the curtained windows. The only fragrance in the carriage was the elegant fragrance of the sachet on Prince Hui's waist. Yao Huang skillfully took off the sachet and hung it around her waist. After she sat down, Zhao Yin pointed to a low mountain on the north side of the town and said, Is there a river under the mountain? Yao Huang, Yes, it's the river where my brother and his friends used to dive when they were young. The deepest part is 2 feet deep, and the shallowest part is ankle deep. Zhao Yin, It's rare to go out of the city, let's go there for a walk. Yao Huang was startled to see Prince Hui facing the window. His handsome face was much brighter than in the study, so she smiled. Okay, I teach you how to skip stones. Chapter 78. Yao Huang has always loved fun, since she was a child. Her grandfather had 3 cousins and 1 cousin, so she often lived here when she was a child. She had played all the fun things around the town thousands of times. As she grew older, the places that once made her linger became less and less attractive to her, including the river near the town. After seeing it thousands of times, what else is there to be surprised about? Yao Huang is no longer old enough to compete with others in skipping stones. If it was her cousins who suggested going out for a stroll today, Yao Huang would have scolded them for having nothing better to do. But it was Prince Hui who asked for a stroll for the first time in more than 3 months since she married him, a disabled husband whom she tried her best to make more lively. So, let alone strolling by the river, even if Prince Hui wanted to go to the hill on the other side of the river to get some fresh air, Yao Huang would be happy to push him up. The carriage stopped steadily on the dirt road by the river, and Yao Huang and Qingyai worked together to push Prince Hui down. After they were done, Yao Huang looked up and found that Aji was spreading a felt mat under the shade of a tree by the river, and Fei Chuan was moving a low table from the car that carried the festival gifts. After giving the low table to Aji and placing it on the felt mat, Fei Chuan went to the car to get boxes of tea and cakes. After everything was ready, Qingyai signaled the drivers to drive the carriage to the intersection ahead. He followed Fei Chuan and Aji to 100 steps away, and sat on the stone beach waiting for the prince and princess instructions. So, the prince was ready to stay outside the city in the afternoon? Yao Huang asked in surprise, as only the couple were left around. Zhao Yan looked at the blue sky behind the princess and said, "The weather has been very good these days. The palace garden has the elegance and seclusion of a garden, and the city has the ruggedness and vastness of the city." Zhao Yan grew up in the palace, and was used to spending time alone. After he was crowned king, his father valued him so much that his every move was watched by others. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion, Zhao Yan still lived in the palace when he was not on duty. Anyway, he was used to this kind of life. But habit does not mean liking. Zhao Yan was also curious about what the outside of the palace looked like, and what scenery was outside the capital. When the weather was good, he also thought about going out of the city to enjoy the spring, horseback riding, and snow. When his legs were intact, he suppressed these interests to avoid unnecessary disputes. Now that his legs are broken, he will not threaten anyone no matter what he does, but can do what he wants. Yao Huang understood that the lifeless Prince Hui was really alive. This was a happy thing, but there was no need to say it out loud to celebrate. Yao Huang looked at the stone beach next to her, which was only a foot wide, and asked the prince to wait. She kicked away the pebbles with her feet, and cleared 2 narrow paths for the wheelchair to pass smoothly. Holding the wheelchair again, Yao Huang smiled and said, "Your Highness is not afraid of bumps, but I can't bear to see this red sandalwood wheelchair ruined by stones. It's better to make a path. Zhao Yan, I will use elmwood when I go out of the city in the future." Stopping at the edge of the river bank, Yao Huang picked up a few small flat stones, raised one and shook it towards Prince Hui. "Watch it." Zhao Yan looked at the princess's hand, watching the small stone fly out of her hand, floating on the sparkling river surface for 5 times before sinking to the bottom of the water. "Come on, you try it too." Zhao Yan held the stone that the princess stuffed in, not wanting to try it. Yao Huang thought about it, stuffed all the flat stones in his hand to him, turned his back, covered his eyes and said, "Prince, practice first. I watch you when you float well." Yao Huang thought that Prince Hui didn't want her to see his clumsy attempt. Zhao Yan didn't want to do the posture of leaning his body and tilting his head to throw stones. The princess's movements were natural, and he couldn't do it, and he didn't want the princess to see it. Looking at the princess's back covering her eyes, Zhao Yan threw the stones straight into the water one by one. He didn't even raise his hands high, but just threw them casually from his knees. Yao Huang was listening to the sound. There were a few thumps, and it was obvious that the stones had sunk directly into the water, and the sinking position was not far from the river. Yao Huang couldn't imagine how Prince Hui's strong arm could throw the stone so far. Could it be that he really didn't have the talent for this? It's okay. Yao Huang turned back and looked at Prince Hui's calm and handsome face, which showed no shame and annoyance of repeated failures. "Yao Huang, can I demonstrate it again?" "Zhao Yan, I thought it was a child's game." "Yao Huang, you should have said it earlier." "I wouldn't have wanted to teach you if you had said it earlier." Zhao Yan smiled and pointed at the felt mat and said, "Go over there." The afternoon sun was still scorching. Yao Huang pushed him over to the felt mat. Yao Huang held the wheelchair steady from behind. Zhao Yan pushed himself onto the felt mat and adjusted his position. Yao Huang took off her embroidered shoes and walked to the opposite side of the low table. She had been sitting in a carriage for an hour in the morning. She had basically sat down to eat at her grandfather's house. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Yao Huang lay straight down. Above her head was the top of a locust tree. The broken light leaking through the leaves stung Yao Huang's eyes. She tilted her head, and found that Prince Hui was looking at her. Did he think her lying posture in the wild was indecent? Yao Huang blushed and said, "It's very comfortable this way. If you don't believe me, try it." Zhao Yan didn't lie down, but there was a locust tree trunk behind him, so it was comfortable to lean on it. Yao Huang crawled over, and used one of his legs as a pillow. Zhao Yan held the princess's hand, and looked at the mountain on the opposite bank, the trees on the mountain, and the sky behind the trees. Yao Huang looked around with his neck tilted up, and felt that there was nothing to see, but Prince Hui was obviously enjoying it, so Yao Huang just lay quietly, his eyes wandering around Prince Hui's handsome face, white neck and Adam's apple in the middle. Compared to the ordinary scenes that she was used to seeing, Prince Hui from this angle was more worthy of her appreciation. Suddenly, Prince Hui's sleeves fell down. Yao Huang smiled under his sleeves. "Prince, are you afraid of me seeing it?" Prince Hui did not answer. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, there was no curfew in the capital for 3 consecutive days on the 14th, 15th, and 16th, and the 4 streets would also hold lantern festivals for 3 consecutive nights. There was also a lantern festival in the palace, with a banquet for all the ministers on the 14th night, and a royal family dinner on the 15th night. Last night, Emperor Yongchang brought his sons to eat with the civil and military officials. Concubine Lu Xian, concubine Shen Rou, Princess Fu Chengzhang, and others did not have the opportunity to get close to Zhao Yan. At this time, the whole family was sitting in a water pavilion in the imperial garden. Princess Fu Chengzhang stared at Zhao Yan for a while, and then said with relief, "Prince Hui's complexion has recovered so well, the emperor is relieved, and I can also put my heart at ease. She is an aunt, and she should express her gratitude to her nephew no matter what happens to him." Concubine Du smiled and said, "It's all Huang's credit, so the emperor's decision to let King Hui choose his own princess on the day of this election was really wise. Otherwise the noble lady I chose might not be as satisfactory as Huang." Princess Fu Chengchang's smile froze slightly, and she looked at her daughter inconspicuously. Zheng Yuanzhen's hands under the table tightened secretly. She understood what Concubine Du meant, that in King Hui's eyes, she might not be as good as Yao Huang, a daughter of 100 households. If Yao Huang was from a high-class family like her, Zheng Yuanzhen would not take Concubine Du's sarcasm to heart, but Yao Huang's humble status could still make King Hui feel happy and recovered, which means that King Hui did not regret missing out on her marriage, and that King Hui might really think Yao Huang is better than her. What's better, beauty or figure? The topic was diverted by Concubine Shen Rou, and fewer eyes fell on her, so Zheng Yuanzhen secretly looked at Yao Huang sitting next to her. The moonlight was like water, and the lights were warm. Concubine Hui, who was 1 year younger than her, was not dressed outstandingly, but she had a truly delicate and snowy skin, and her slightly red cheeks looked like she had used the most precious rouge, red and moving without any trace of smearing. Zheng Yuanzhen felt restless for some reason as her eyes swept over the waist of her dress, which looked even taller when viewed from the side. After having enough food and drink, it was time to enjoy the lanterns. Queen Zhou made the decision, and asked the 3 princes to accompany their princesses or princesses-to-be to enjoy the lanterns in the garden. Yao Huang and Zheng Yuanzhen were fine, but Xining had been living in the palace since this election was over. She was very pitiful because she had been bored for so long. Queen Zhou wanted to let the little girl spend some time alone with Prince Kong to relieve the boredom of the past few months. Yao Huang was a married princess, and she pushed Prince Hui to leave first. There were a few people who spoiled the fun at the palace banquet, so she had to appreciate the lanterns carefully made by the skilled craftsmen in the palace to offset their sarcasm. King Kong subconsciously chased after her. "Second brother's wife, let me push my second brother." He thought Queen Zhou wanted the 6 of them to appreciate the lanterns together. If so, how could he let his delicate sister-in-law do the hard work of pushing a wheelchair? Yao Huang thought King Kong was a little stupid. Looking at Xining, who was a few steps behind and looked uneasy, Yao Huang whispered, "It's a beautiful day. Why doesn't my eldest sister-in-law accompany me to be alone with the prince?" Zhao Yan, King Kong, When King Kong came back to his senses from his second brother's wife's blunt words, Yao Huang had already pushed his own prince away for a distance. King Kong was a father after all. After his wife passed away, he still had 2 concubines to accompany him. Turning around, he looked at the future princess not far away. She was a 16-year-old girl, weak and delicate, and he would be her closest husband after she left her homeland. "Let's go!" King Kong called Xining to his side, and pointed to another road. Xining didn't dare to look up at him at all. She nodded with a red face, and deliberately kept a distance from King Kong. Zheng Yuanzhen, who had known King Qing since childhood, came to this fork in the road. Zheng Yuanjun looked dignified. King Qing looked at this cousin who would be married back to the palace in a few days, but a fire was burning in his heart. Although the princess chosen by the second brother was indeed outstandingly beautiful, she was a stranger who appeared this year after all. After King Qing had his first taste of human nature from the palace made at the age of 14, King Qing began to consider all the young women around him in that aspect. He had no interest in those with mediocre looks, and tried to get those with outstanding looks. Among them, his cousin Zheng Yuanjun was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and she was also the apple of his aunt's eye, and he would not allow him to desecrate her at will. The more he could not move, the more the king of Qing missed her. When he learned that his aunt wanted to marry his cousin to his second brother, the king of Qing was furious. He did not expect that his second brother would be in trouble. He did not have such a blessing. "Cousin, shall we go this way?" The king of Qing pointed to another way. He was very close, and Zheng Yuanjun smelled a nauseating smell of alcohol. For some reason, her peripheral vision was cast towards the wheelchair that was almost invisible, and was mostly blocked by someone. In terms of appearance and talent, that person was the best, but unfortunately. She nodded and agreed to the king of Qing's proposal. Chapter 79. The lanterns in the palace were more beautiful than the other, but too quiet. It was night, and the imperial garden was full of rockery and tree shadows. The sound of stringed instruments on the waterside pavilion added some liveliness. Yao Huang leaned down and whispered to Prince Hui, "Prince, have you visited the lantern festivals on the 4 main streets of the capital?" Zhao Yan shook his head. "Yao Huang, then I take you to South Street tomorrow night. It's 1,000 times more lively than the market in Lingshan town. There are all kinds of food, entertainment, and magic. If you miss it tomorrow night, you have to wait for the lantern festival." Zhao Yan nodded. Just as he finished nodding, as the wheelchair passed a piece of Taihu's stone landscape, 2 figures appeared in his field of vision on the left side. Zhao Yan subconsciously looked over. Yao Huang also tilted her head to look, and saw Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun standing in a corridor with carved beams and painted buildings. Zheng Yuanjun looked up at a palace lantern, and Prince Qing stared at her intently. The handsome man and beautiful woman were very pleasing to the eye. Yao Huang quietly stepped back 2 steps, so that Prince Hui's wheelchair was completely hidden behind the lake stone next to it. She then observed how other princes and princesses watched the lanterns through the gaps in the nearby lake stones. Zhao Yan left. The princess turned her head and hissed at him. Zhao Yan looked at the wheelchair under him. If he could move, he would definitely pull the princess away. However, he was sitting in a wheelchair, and the princess had the final say on whether he moved or stopped. Zhao Yan did not follow the princess's lead and waited quietly with his eyes down. But he heard the voice of King Qing. "The words are too small. Should I take down the lantern to show my cousin?" "Forget it, it's too high." King Qing did not speak again, but Yao Huang saw it clearly. He saw King Qing lightly jump up, raise his right hand to hold the bottom of the lantern and move it upwards, and the lantern hanging on the hook was steadily taken down by King Qing. The lights illuminated Zheng Yuanjun's beautiful face, and also the suave face of Prince Qing. For some reason, Yao Huang thought of Li Tingwang. One year, her brother took her to see the lanterns, and Li Tingwang came with her. When he won the first prize in a lantern riddle competition with his archery skills, the frivolous and proud look that Li Tingwang gave her in the shadow of the lantern was exactly the same as that of Prince Qing at this moment. After Zheng Yuanjun read the riddles on the lantern paper, Prince Qing hung up the lantern again. His posture was neat and agile, and it could be seen that he had some kung fu. The 2 continued to walk forward, and the direction they were heading was towards them. Yao Huang then pushed Prince Hui, and walked out in the original direction to meet the 2. She had seen the lights and scenery behind her, so of course she wanted to see what she hadn't seen on the other side. If they bumped into each other, they would bump into each other. Anyway, they were all serious couples and unmarried couples who came to appreciate the lanterns under the order of Queen Zhou, so there was nothing to hide. Seeing that Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun were looking over, Yao Huang smiled and greeted them. "What a coincidence, we are both here." Zhao Yan, eh? On the other side, Zheng Yuanjun couldn't laugh at all. In a crowded place, Zheng Yuanjun could maintain her dignity, but there were only 4 people present at this time, one of whom was King Hui, who she regretted the verbal marriage, and the other was King Qing, who should have known about it, and was about to marry her. The sense of propriety and integrity in her bones turned into a fire, burning from her heart to her face. Her mother was the only sister of the emperor, and was highly favored by the emperor. As her mother's daughter, Zheng Yuanjun also grew up with the praise of a group of nobles and officials. So far, The only thing that could be criticized about her was that she wanted to marry King Hui when he was proud, and broke the contract and chose another good husband after he became disabled and frustrated. Many decisions are made in a split second. When the imperial physician announced that Prince Hui would be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, Zheng Yuanjin's first thought was that she didn't want to get married, and didn't want to marry a disabled prince, no matter how handsome he was. She was the emperor's favorite niece, and she was clearly qualified to be the crown princess and the future queen. When the marriage really became nothing, when her mother told her that concubine Shen Rou and Prince Qing were both willing to marry into the family, and when she no longer had to worry about Prince Hui and concubine Du insisting on it, Zheng Yuanjin completely relaxed. However, it was at that time that Zheng Yuanjin noticed that some official wives, and even ladies looked at her with something more in their eyes. Zheng Yuanjin then realized that she had gotten rid of the disabled King Hui, but she had left behind a character flaw that would follow her for the rest of her life. She could pretend that she and King Hui had never discussed marriage in front of others, but she couldn't pretend in front of concubine Du, the second princess, and King Hui. Concubine Du and her daughter were two villains. Zheng Yuanjin could ignore them. King Hui. When King Hui repeatedly refused to attend palace banquets and refused to go out and stayed in the palace, Zheng Yuanjin was fortunate, because as long as the two of them didn't meet, Zheng Yuanjin could bury the dead deep in her heart and gradually forget it. However, the King Hui, who had married the princess, was willing to attend the palace banquet again. He even went outside to escape the summer heat, and came to the mid-autumn palace banquet again. Zheng Yuanjin was too embarrassed to go to see the King Hui, and she saw Yao Huang's bright and moving smile. After living together in Chuxiu Pavilion for a month, Zheng Yuanjin never took Yao Huang seriously. With such a relationship, Zheng Yuanjin didn't think Yao Huang would be really happy to see her and the King Qing. So did Yao Huang smile so beautifully on purpose to mock her for being dignified and noble on the surface, but actually a treacherous and snobbish villain? Zheng Yuanjin looked at King Qing. She didn't want to socialize with Yao Huang. King Qing got her mother's support when he married her. He took advantage of her family. In addition, King Qing had been courting her for several years. Zheng Yuanjin could continue to get along with King Qing in the same way as before. King Qing was also secretly observing the expressions of his second brother and cousin. His second brother was still cold as usual, while his cousin was trying to avoid him. King Qing could understand his cousin's feelings to some extent. He was happy about it, because his cousin had no attachment to his second brother, and was really willing to marry him. As for the second sister-in-law, his eyes briefly swept over Yao Huang's beauty and plumpness like a peony under the moon, and Prince Qing smiled and said to his second brother in the wheelchair, "Would you like to come to the corridor? There are steps at both ends, I carry you up." After hearing these two short sentences, Yao Huang's chest was also burning with anger. If it was said that Prince Kong helped Prince Hui push the wheelchair just to show his care for his brother in front of the emperor, then the sympathy in Prince Qing's smiling face was very lacking. She just thought that Prince Qing's action of taking the lamp was suave, and that he was treating Zheng Yuanjin like a lover. Zhao Yan said calmly, "No need, third brother, I just look outside the corridor." Prince Qing, "Okay, then you and second sister-in-law can look slowly, we will go forward." He took Zheng Yuanjin away. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui forward. The scenery in the corridor could be seen from outside, so she naturally would not insist on pushing the wheelchair up the stairs. Zhao Yan heard the princess sigh, looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" Yao Huang lowered her head and whispered in his ear, "After marrying a prince, I thought all princes were elegant gentlemen like you. I didn't expect that Prince Qing had a big mouth like the imperial concubine, and his words were particularly unpleasant." Zhao Yan didn't know how to respond. Yao Huang snorted, "We have to give a gift of 600 taels of silver to such a brother. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel." Zhao Yan was silent. Yao Huang, "Fortunately, King Kong gave 600 taels of silver as a gift when we got married. I will just transfer this silver for free." Zhao Yan, When the couple was about to return to the waterside pavilion, they met King Kong and Qining, who were coming back from another way. Because King Kong was more pleasing to the eye than King Qing, and he was Qingying's husband and had paid a gift of 600 taels for them, when King Kong came to grab the wheelchair again, Yao Huang helped him. While the two brothers were walking in front, she whispered to Qining, "How was it? Did you say anything personal?" Qining blushed, glanced at the upright back of King Kong, and nodded. "He asked me if I was bored in the palace and if I missed home." Qining missed home very much, especially on this Mid-Autumn Festival reunion day, so when King Kong asked, she didn't know why she burst into tears, and King Kong took out his handkerchief and handed it to her to wipe her tears. After wiping, Qining felt that the handkerchief was dirty, and when she was wondering whether she should return it to King Kong took the handkerchief and put it in his sleeve pocket without any care. Qining knew that King Kong did not despise her because of her humble family background, and that was enough. Yao Huang then told Qining the two most important things that Nani Lu had told her. One was that the former princess died of illness, not because of any shady tricks in the harem of King Kang's mansion, and the other was that King Kong did not value women, and there were only 2 concubines in the mansion now, unlike some dukes and marquises, who had a lot of concubines and maids. Qining had the title of princess, so if she only had to deal with the 2 concubines, it shouldn't be too difficult. When entering the palace for this election, she and Qining had no choice but to try their best to live a smooth married life. Qining shook Yao Huang's hand. After tonight, she felt more at ease. The palace banquet was over, and Princess Fu Chunghong and the 3 princes who lived outside the palace were all leaving the palace. Princess Fu Chunghong walked in front with her daughter, and they got on the carriage first. Prince Qin climbed on the horse to escort his aunt and cousin back to the mansion. At this time, the carriage of Prince Hui's mansion had just set up the diagonal wooden board. Prince Qin sat high on the horse and smiled, and waved to his second brother in the wheelchair, and his eldest brother, who was going to help push the wheelchair. King Kong shook his head secretly. The third son was really something. Ever since his father had arranged for his cousin to marry him, the third son had become more ostentatious. In the carriage of the princess's mansion, Zhang Yuanjun threw himself into his mother's arms as soon as he got on the carriage. Princess Fu Qingzhong's face darkened, and she whispered, "Why, did the third son touch you?" Princess Fu Qingzhong watched all 4 nephews grow up. She knew their personalities very well. King Qin was not as talented as King Hui in both civil and military affairs, but he was much better than King Kong. He was the prince most likely to be chosen as the crown prince by the emperor. However, he was too romantic with women and changed his mate almost every year. But it is normal for a prince to have more women around him. If my daughter wants to be the queen, she must be tolerant. Zhang Yuanjun shook her head and raised a sad face that made people feel pity and sympathy even though she didn't cry. We ran into Prince Hui and his wife when we were watching the lanterns in the Imperial Garden. Mother, I really don't want to see him. I feel ashamed every time I see him. So that's it. Princess Fuqing touched her daughter's delicate face like a flower and smiled. What are you ashamed of? It's not you who caused him to lose his legs. He knows that he is not worthy of you now. He didn't hate the concubine for treating him so harshly, so how could he hate you for this matter? You are young and like to get stuck in a rut about this. Zhang Yuanjun, after all, it's me. Princess Fu Chengzong, it has nothing to do with you. Your parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Your marriage is always decided by me. If others want to ridicule you, just blame me. I am not afraid of that. Just remember that the position of the queen is the most important. When you sit in that position, everyone will only flatter you. Zhang Yuanjun looked into her mother's eyes, and thought of the several concubines her mother kept on the farm. Because her mother was the eldest princess, who was deeply spoiled by the emperor, her father dared not speak out, and the officials in the capital despised her behind her back, but they still had to be respectful in front of her mother. After being tortured for a night, her conscience was comforted, and Zhang Yuanjun calmed down again in her mother's arms. Chapter 80. On August 16th, after dinner at home at dusk, Yao Huang and Prince Hui changed into fine cloth clothes and left the palace in ordinary carriages. On the last day of the curfew, South Street was crowded with people who came to join in the fun. The shops on both sides of the street also used various means to attract business, hoping to make a fortune during the Mid-Autumn Festival. People either looked at the lanterns or the goods, or looked at their lovers, or looked at their children who liked to run around. At this time, not to mention that Prince Hui was sitting in an ordinary elm wheelchair and looked inferior to others. Even if he rode a tall horse through the city, it would be difficult to attract too much attention for a long time. Yao Huang secretly observed Prince Hui from above his head, and after making sure that he showed no resistance, he boldly pushed the wheelchair into the crowd. Zhang Yu and Wang Dong each brought a few secret guards to keep a distance and guard nearby, guarding against threats from any direction. Alas, we are still late. There is such a long queue. When they came to the mutton kebab stall that Yao Huang loved to eat, they looked at the long queue that stretched to the corner, so as not to hinder other passers-by from passing, and Yao Huang said regretfully, I also want the prince to taste the freshly grilled ones. The kebabs are best when they are a little hot. Zhao Yin, you can queue up. Yao Huang, aren't you afraid of waiting? Zhao Yin smiled. If the princess praised him as a gentleman, he might feel ashamed. If the princess praised him for his patience, he would not need to be modest. Prince Hui was willing to wait. Yao Huang pushed him to the back of the team. As he walked, he found that there was another wave of young men who seemed to be queuing up on the opposite side. Yao Huang immediately pushed the wheelchair and ran, and took the position at the end of the team before the young men. Zhao Yin, The secret guards, who had rushed over a few steps thinking that something dangerous had happened, Yao Huang was completely unaware, and pointed to the kebab stall in front of him to show Prince Hui how the stall owner was doing. The cool autumn wind blew in from the front, carrying the aroma of barbecue mixed with seasonings. Zhao Yin saw the smoke coming out of the grill, the two children in front of the stall staring at the barbecue with greedy eyes, and the figure of someone in the middle of the line looking out. This kind of waiting was not quiet. Everyone chatted while waiting, complaining about why it was so slow, or discussing where to go next. The line moved slowly, and the princess pushed the wheelchair slowly to ensure that his feet would not touch the people in front of him. When there were only 3 people left in front, Yao Huang asked, "How many skewers should we buy?" Zhao Yin, "We just had dinner, 1 skewer will do." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman holding the child in front looked back at him, but turned back hurriedly because she bumped into his line of sight. Yao Huang secretly poked his shoulder, approached his head and said, "You only buy 1 skewer after waiting in line for so long, people will think you can't afford it." Zhao Yin was silent. In fact, each skewer of mutton was not much, but considering that there were other snacks waiting for Prince Hui to taste, Yao Huang decided to buy only 5 skewers, wrapped them in oil paper, and handed them to Prince Hui. She couldn't free both hands to push the wheelchair. Zhao Yin, "Find a roadside and eat before leaving." Yao Huang, "No need, you can lift the bamboo sticks up after taking a bite, and I will eat directly from your hand without delaying my walking." Zhao Yin, Yao Huang, "Okay, I want to eat now." Zhao Yin glanced around, took out a skewer from the oil paper, and raised it to the princess. Yao Huang smiled and took a bite. Zhao Yin sat up straight, and took a bite when the princess urged him to eat. People came, and went around and stepped on the dust. In order to prevent the mutton skewers from being stained with too much dust, Zhao Yin always put the skewers back into the oil paper first, and took them out when he was ready to eat. They ate, walked and admired the lanterns. Just when the couple ate the last skewer, Zhao Yin recognized a familiar face in the crowd in front of him. He lowered his eyes, and put the skewers into the oil paper. Yao Huang noticed the other person before him. He was too conspicuous. Other people were walking around or gathering in front of some stalls. Only that man stood there straight, staring at Prince Hui in the wheelchair. Looking at Prince Hui's expression and movements at this time, Yao Huang understood that the two knew each other. Yao Huang took the oil paper package from Prince Hui's hand, wrapped it tightly, and held it together with the wheelchair pusher. A few thin bamboo sticks were not a hindrance. As they got closer, the young and strong man had put away the excited and complicated expression that Yao Huang could not understand. He took 2 steps forward and bowed to Prince Hui. "Sinjun greets the second master." The beautiful lady who was traveling with him seemed to have received instructions, and stood with her eyes downcast, not coming forward. Zhao Yin, "No need to bow. When did you return to Beijing?" Sinjun said respectfully, "Last winter, I took the job in the South Camp, got married at the beginning of the year, and came out to watch the lanterns with my wife tonight." Zhao Yin glanced in the direction of his wife and said, "Congratulations, this is my wife." He knew that Sinjun was a careful person, and he must not have been able to confirm the identity of the princess, so he did not bow rashly. Sinjun hurriedly bowed to Yao Huang again, "Meet the second wife." Yao Huang smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite on the street." Sinjun looked at His Royal Highness Prince Hui again. Zhao Yin saw thousands of words in those eyes. He wanted to care about him, but he didn't know how to start. He didn't want to see him lose his leg, but he didn't dare to show it. This was something he didn't want to see before, but it no longer affected him now, or he didn't care what Sinjun thought about his leg. "Go." Sinjun silently stepped aside, and when the wheelchair completely disappeared from his sight, 2 drops of hot tears suddenly fell from Sinjun's eyes. The war with Wu lasted for 2.5 years. In the first 2 years, he served under King Hui and accompanied him in many difficult and victorious battles. Only when his father Silianshan was ambushed by the enemy, he led the troops outside. When he got the news, King Hui had risked his life to rescue his father, but he was chased by the enemy, and would rather die than surrender. Sinjun understood that King Hui went to rescue his father only because his father was a famous general against Wu. With his father, the morale of the border troops, which had been fighting hard for 2 years, would continue to be maintained. Once his father died in the battle, the morale of the border troops would collapse, and the border might be lost. Prince Hui sacrificed himself to save others for the sake of the overall situation, and he had no personal feelings towards the Sin family. But his father could not forget this kindness, and neither could he. After being transferred back to the Beijing camp, he went to Prince Hui's mansion several times to ask for an audience, but the prince refused to see him. Tonight, he suddenly met him and saw with his own eyes that the prince, who had fought side by side on the battlefield in the past, could only be trapped in a wheelchair. Sun Jun felt heartbroken. Okay, be careful not to be seen by the second master. A pair of gentle hands supported him. Further ahead, Yao Huang threw the wallpaper bag into a coarse porcelain jar specially used for leftovers in a small restaurant, and confirmed with Prince Hui. The surname is Sin. Could it be a young master from Weiyuan Marquis' mansion? The great general of this dynasty, Sin Lianshan, is a household name, at least in the capital. When the news of Prince Hui's crippled leg spread last year, some people said that Emperor Yongchang was angry with Marquis Weiyuan and wanted to remove the title of the Sin family. It was only because Sin Lianshan made up for his mistake and won the battle without causing Prince Hui's leg to be crippled that Emperor Yongchang did not pursue the matter further. The people also said that if Prince Hui had not been injured, Sin Lianshan would have been made a duke for his military exploits. At that time, Yao Huangguang just listened to the excitement and never thought that she would marry the rumored Prince Hui. Zhao Yin, the eldest son. Yao Huang, yeah, he is full of integrity and looks like a little general. Is he familiar with the second master? In addition to her cousins, Yao Huang has many younger sisters who have married one after another, and also male playmates who played hide-and-seek with her every day when she was a child and became annoying after she grew up. However, according to her observation, it seems that the only people around King Hui are Qinghai Feiqiu and Chao Gonggong who have always served him. His brothers don't seem to be able to play with him. Friends. Yao Huang just thought that Sun Jun might be considered a friend of King Hui when she heard this person say, not familiar, only dealt with on business. Yao Huang, does the second master have any personal friends? Zhao Yan shook his head. Yao Huang finally understood why Prince Hui could stay in the bamboo courtyard for a long time. In addition to his legs being unable to move, he didn't even have any personal friends. What fun could he have going out alone? After walking on the street for more than an hour, the couple returned to the palace. It was still a festival day. After taking a bath, Prince Hui came to the backyard. Yao Huang was on her period, so she leaned in his arms and chatted honestly. Second master doesn't like skipping stones, but he is quite good at hooping. Fortunately, I only like 3 things, otherwise I would buy a few more hoops, and you would make the stall owner cry. She liked 2 little porcelain rabbits, one with its head facing left and the other facing right, looking like a pear, but the smaller the rabbits, the harder it was to put them on. After wasting 7 rings, Prince Hui offered to help her use up the last 3 rings, and she finally got it right. She also put on a small porcelain plate, which was just right for the 2 rabbits. Zhao Yin was thinking about the princess's pouting mouth after the 7th ring was empty. As they chatted, Yao Huang felt sleepy and hugged Prince Hui, whispering, in the past, I celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with my father, mother, and brother. Now that I'm married to the prince, he will accompany me to celebrate the festival from now on. Zhao Yin held her hand and hummed. Yao Huang, does the prince like this way of celebrating the festival? Zhao Yin still. Yes. Yao Huang smiled and said with her eyes closed, I like it too. She has been to the noisy Lantern Festival for many years. Walking slowly like tonight is a different kind of fun. The princess fell asleep, and Zhao Yin opened her eyes. They have not been married for long, and she is still fresh to him. When the princess is tired of his face and his paintings, will she still have the patience to push him to celebrate this festival? After the festival, officials continue to work. Master Deng, who had not been seen for more than 2 months, once again brought a batch of wheelchairs he had made to the Prince Hui's mansion. The wheelchairs were placed in the carriage, and no one passing by could guess what was inside. The wheelchairs had always been the responsibility of the princess, and Guishu still sent someone to ask the princess, and did not disturb the prince, who had gone to the bamboo courtyard. Yao Huang thought that Prince Hui was no longer opposed to seeing outsiders, so he went to the bamboo courtyard in person, and pushed Prince Hui to see the new wheelchairs together. When they arrived in front, Guishu, Eunuch Chao, and Master Deng were all waiting in the yard, and the wheelchairs had been moved to the main hall in advance. Turning to the door, Yao Huang looked inside. Wow, there were 5 wheelchairs. The 5 wheelchairs were about the same size, 3 of which were 4-wheeled, with 2 large wheels and a circle of smaller and thinner wheels outside. The only difference was the materials used, namely red sandalwood, elm, and rattan. Master Ding walked to the four-wheeled red sandalwood wheelchair, and turned the small circle at the bottom of the large wheel from the back with both hands. Then the small circle drove the large wheel, and the wheelchair moved forward. Master Ding explained respectfully. Before, the princess suggested adding a handle to the large wheel. I tried it, but the multiple handles embedded in the large wheel seriously damaged the stability of the large wheel, and the many handles did not look good. Later, I saw that the shadows of these handles formed a circle when an apprentice pushed the wheelchair. I suddenly had an idea to add this thin wheel directly outside the large wheel. Although it has a little more weight, it will not damage the stability of the large wheel, and it is still easy to push. Zhao Yin could see the structure clearly, but he would not try it at this time, and cast his eyes on the other two wheelchairs. These two wheelchairs were made of red sandalwood and rattan, with only two large wheels with hand wheels in the front, two small wheels missing, and an additional small wheel behind the chair. Master Ding. 3 wheels are more flexible and labor-saving than 4 wheels, but the chair body is not as stable as 4 wheels. Your Majesty is better to use it only indoors to prevent the wheelchair from tipping over. Yao Huang, will it not tip over if used indoors? Master Ding lowered his head and said, I have verified it more than 100 times. Normal pushing or shaking the body left and right on the chair will not affect the stability of the 3-wheeled wheelchair. What I am afraid of is that the uneven ground will cause the chair to lose balance. Yao Huang was relieved. Master Ding waited for a while, and seeing that the prince and princess had no other concerns, he considered and said, in fact, I have another way to improve it. Chapter 81. Yao Huang and Prince Hui looked at Master Ding at the same time. Master Ding pointed to the large wheel and push wheel on the left side of the 3-wheeled red sandalwood wheelchair that had just been displayed, and said, although this push wheel is convenient for pushing, it is so close to the large wheel inside. The 2 wheels together are more than half a foot wide, which not only hinders the movement of reaching out to push, but also looks bloated and cumbersome in appearance. I wondered if it is possible to use fine iron, black iron, fine steel or bronze, brass and other gold materials to refine the large wheel. Gold materials have strong load-bearing capacity, and can be used to reduce the width of the large wheel. If it is matched with a rattan chair, the weight of the entire wheelchair should not increase too much. Prince Hui was not sure what he was thinking about, so Yao Huang asked his own question first. Is it easy to push a wheel made of gold? Master Ding had prepared in advance, and took out 2 small wheelchairs that were only about 1 foot high from a box beside him. The 2 3-wheeled wheelchairs with push wheels were made of elm wood. One of the big wheels was still a wooden wheel, and the other big wheel was replaced with a thin circle of brass. Yao Huang stared at the 2 big brass wheels, and the more he looked at them, the more familiar they looked. Is this made from a copper bracelet? There were some small holes on the inside of the copper bracelet, and Master Ding inserted small wooden sticks into them to assemble them into the shape of a big wheel. Master Ding. Yes, because the folk blacksmith shops don't have iron wheel molds that fit the size of wheelchairs, and I'm worried that they don't have enough exquisite smelting technology to make them on the spot. So I went to the jewelry shop to make this pair of brass bracelets, and tried them out first to see if my idea is feasible. Yao Huang admired Master Ding's ingenuity. Without Master Ding saying anything, Yao Huang put the 2 small wheelchairs on the ground and pushed one with her left and right hands. The brass wheelchair was indeed more labor-saving. She put the small wheelchair on the long table, and then pushed Prince Hui over here, letting Prince Hui try it himself. Master Ding, wooden wheels are light, but the wheelchair shakes obviously when it encounters potholes. The copper wheels with the same load-bearing capacity do not shake as obviously because the contact position between the wheel body and the ground becomes smaller. Yao Huang looked at the 2 small wheelchairs on the long table. The copper wheels really look simpler and more comfortable. The most important thing is that they are smooth and labor-saving to push. She asked Master Ding, you mean, the folk blacksmith shops can't make the iron or copper wheels that the prince needs, and they have to go to the quartz weapons workshop to make them? Master Ding, yes, and I am just a carpenter, I don't know enough about gold materials. I can only provide drawings. The specific gold material to be used needs to be determined by skilled blacksmiths. Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui, who had been silent for a long time. Zhao Yin said to Master Ding, I will consider this matter. The wheelchairs delivered today are all very good. I will pass on the message to you after I try them. Master Ding bowed and said yes. Yao Huang winked at Guishu and asked him to take Master Ding to the account office to collect the reward. This time, Master Ding was obviously thinner than at the end of May, which showed how much thought and energy he had spent on thinking about the new wheelchair. After the people left, Yao Huang squatted in front of the big wheel of a new wheelchair, looked at the structure of the big wheel, and then looked at the various mechanisms connecting the big wheel and the push wheel. Each one required a specially made mold. Even if the blacksmith shop outside could make the mold, they could only buy ordinary pig iron and pig copper. Besides, could those civilian craftsmen who could only make farm iron tools at most really make exquisite wheels comparable to Master Deng's level? Prince Hui is a prince, so of course he needs the best wheelchair. By the way, Master Deng hasn't handed over the blueprint yet. Yao Huang quickly asked Eunuch Chao to ask Master Deng for it. Eunuch Chao looked at the prince. Given the prince's meticulousness, he didn't ask Master Deng to hand over the blueprint just now, which clearly showed that he didn't consider the proposal to alert the weapon shop. Behind the princess, Zhao Yan nodded slightly. Eunuch Chao then went out, and Su returned, saying that Master Deng put the blueprint in the box. Yao Huang approached the box, and there was indeed a thick stack of drawing paper inside. On the top was a detailed drawing of a complete gold wheel, with the wheel height, wheel width, and other dimensions noted. Behind it were detailed drawings of every detail, including the slender racks on the inside of the wheel, and the corresponding inner and outer diameters of the tooth holes. It was so dense that Yao Huang's eyes hurt. She handed a stack of drawings to Prince Hui in the original order. Zhao Yan briefly looked through them, and said, "You go back first. I go to the bamboo courtyard to try out these new chairs." Yao Huang cooperated, and returned to Mingyan Hall. When she was sure that Eunuch Chao and a few eunuchs had pushed 5 wheelchairs to the bamboo courtyard and returned, Yao Huang sent Aji to call Eunuch Chao over and asked him separately, "Is the weapon shop only responsible for making weapons?" Except for the 6 ministries, Yao Huang was not very clear about the responsibilities of other government offices in the court. Eunuch Chao explained, "The weapon shop is mainly responsible for making military equipment, but it is also responsible for making miscellaneous ironware for the palace, such as scissors, candlesticks, etc." Yao Huang, that is to say, as long as the blacksmiths in the weapon shop take the drawings of Master Deng, they can definitely make wheelchair wheels with time and effort. Eunuch Chao and the princess looked at each other for a moment and sighed. "It is possible, but I am afraid that the prince does not want to ask the weapon shop for this. The weapon shop belongs to the court and the royal family. As a prince, if he wants to make a few handy weapons or a wheelchair for himself, he only needs to send someone with the prince's badge to get the job done. The weapon shop will never dare to shirk or neglect it." But the prince was a prince who accepted whatever the emperor rewarded him. Except for volunteering to go to the battlefield, the prince had never asked the emperor for anything since he was a child, including ordering any palace servants who were not around him. If the wheelchair had to have gold wheels, the prince might make an exception, but the prince already had so many styles of wheelchairs, so Eunuch Chao guessed that the prince probably didn't want to occupy the efforts of the blacksmiths in the weapons workshop and occupy the various fine minerals dug from all over the country for his own selfishness. Yao Huang understood. Prince Hui was a fool. The weapon shop could make batches of scissors and candlesticks for the palace. How could it be selfish to make 2 wheels for Prince Hui? It's not like his legs were fine, but he had to make 2 useless wheels. His legs were disabled. He disabled them to protect the country and people of Deqi, and to relieve the worries of Emperor Yongchang. Emperor Yongchang was willing to use gold materials to make candlesticks and scissors. Would he be unwilling to give up a tiny bit of gold materials to make a wheelchair for his disabled son, who had made great military achievements? Bamboo courtyard. Zhao Yan stayed alone in the backyard, where the space was spacious enough. He first tried the 4-wheeled rattan chair with wheels. This was the lightest of the 3 new 4-wheeled chairs. It took about the same amount of effort to push it as the rattan chair he had used before, but the wheels prevented him from getting his hands dirty. There was no need to try the other 2 4-wheeled chairs. Zhao Yan pushed himself onto the 3-wheeled wheelchair made of rosewood. With the same amount of effort from both hands, the wheelchair moved farther than before when pushing the 4-wheeled rosewood wheelchair. He then pushed himself onto the 3-wheeled rattan chair, which took even less effort, allowing him to push himself from the south end of the backyard to the north end in one breath, a full 50 or 60 steps. After a short rest, Zhao Yan pushed himself back to his original position. At this point, he had a layer of sweat on his back, but he felt relieved. With this 3-wheeled rattan chair, he could go around the garden by himself when he was in the mood. Although he still needed to walk a distance before resting, at least in the back garden, he could go wherever he wanted without Qinghai Feichuan following him. Even if he stayed in a certain place for too long, he didn't have to worry about whether the people around him were willing to accompany him so boringly. Even though he was a prince, Zhao Yan didn't want those who served him to suffer unnecessary torment, and didn't want them to dare to complain about serving a master with a weird temper like him one day. After bathing, Zhao Yan returned to Mingyan Hall before lunch. Yao Huang came to greet him with a smile. "How is it?" "Zhao Yan, 3-wheeled red sandalwood with push wheels, and the rattan chair can ask Master Ding to make 2 more spares. The 4-wheeled one is still the old lightweight model from last time. He is far slower than others in pushing his wheelchair. Instead of wasting time when going out, it is better to continue to let people around him. Yao Huang, I can't feel the difference just by listening to the prince. I will go to the bamboo courtyard to try it this afternoon. The princess had already used the wheelchair as a means of transportation, so Zhao Yin would naturally not object. At dusk, Yao Huang came to the bamboo courtyard. 2 3-wheeled wheelchairs were placed in the front yard. Yao Huang sat on the lightest 3-wheeled rattan chair, held the wheels on both sides, and pushed forward. When she used 70% of her strength, the rattan chair finally moved. When her arms were sore, and she could no longer push, Yao Huang looked back and found that she was only 5 or 6 steps away from the original position. Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui, who was sitting on the side and watching. How far can the prince hold on? Zhao Yin, about 30 steps. This is a relatively leisurely distance, and you won't sweat. Yao Huang, Having admired the strength of Prince Hui's arms, Yao Huang said with a face full of longing, the prince can push the wooden wheel so far. If it is really replaced with the gold wheel that Master Ding said, wouldn't the prince be able to push it 50 or 60 steps or even farther? Zhao Yin, this one is enough for me to use indoors, and there is no need to develop a new one. Yao Huang patted the rattan chair wheel and the push wheel that were side by side, like a fat man and a thin man, with a little disdain, and muttered, this doesn't look good. The prince is handsome and elegant, and he deserves a wheelchair as pleasing to the eye as you. Zhao Yin lowered his eyes, avoiding the princess's burning gaze. For indoor use, just like the futon you made, it just needs to be comfortable. Yao Huang was stunned, really unhappy. Okay, I said that my futon is not good looking, it's just a humble statement. It turns out that the prince really thinks my futon is ugly. Zhao Yin, Yao Huang called Qingyai out from the corner, pointing to the upper room of the bamboo courtyard and said, the prince thinks the futon I gave him is too ugly to look at. You go take it out and throw it into the kitchen to burn it. After hearing this, Qingyai just wanted to kneel down to the princess. Zhao Yin motioned him to leave and comforted the princess. I was wrong. I have never seen other futons, and I took your humble words seriously. Yao Huang still looked at him with resentment. Zhao Yin reached out to her. He was sitting on the lightweight rosewood wheelchair used at home, which was strong enough. Yao Huang put his hand on Prince Hui's hand, sat on his lap skillfully, leaned on his shoulder, and asked softly, Prince, do you really think it's ugly? Prince Hui, who mistakenly thought he needed to be coaxed, felt relieved. Yeah. Yao Huang smiled, then turned his head and pointed at the 2 new wheelchairs with push wheels in the distance and said, but I think they are ugly. I want the prince to sit in a wheelchair with large wheels made of gold. If gold is not too soft, I would like to use real gold to make wheels for you. Iron and copper are not worthy of the prince. Zhao Yin. I only use it in the bamboo courtyard. I guarantee you won't see it. Yao Huang, that won't work either. I can imagine what the prince would look like sitting on it. The prince is obviously very handsome, but he only looks 70% handsome when he sits on those 2. Why? I want the prince to always be very handsome. The very handsome Prince Hui. Chapter 82. Strike while the iron is hot. Yao Huang wants Prince Hui to take out his badge and give it to Eunuch Chao, asking Eunuch Chao to go to the weapon shop, lest Prince Hui suddenly regrets the next day. Zhao Yin looked at the sky and said, the weapon shop should have stopped working and rested, and I have to submit a memorial to ask my father tomorrow morning. Yao Huang pretended to be confused. I still need to ask for instructions. Last time I wanted to make a new gun, Guishu said that I just need to go to the weapon shop and let them know. Zhao Yin, the gun is a small item, and the weapon shop has been making it for a long time, so it is not a big deal to make one temporarily. The forging process of the chair wheel is complicated and time-consuming. It is best to inform the emperor to avoid delaying the work of the weapon workshop. After hearing this, Yao Huang felt that Prince Hui's concerns were reasonable. When the guys in a small shop encounter trouble, they will shirk responsibility. The weapon workshop is responsible for the manufacture of military equipment for the entire duchy and the needs of the palace. What if an official is delayed because of other things, and suddenly has an idea to blame the missed job on Prince Hui asking them to make gold wheels? Wouldn't Prince Hui be blamed? Even if we can find out, it will ruin our mood and reputation. Fortunately, the prince is thoughtful, otherwise if something really happens, I will implicate the prince. Zhao Yin lowered his head and saw a trace of fear in the princess's clear eyes, but more of admiration. The princess often looked at him with such eyes, as if what he knew was really amazing. You are also thinking about me, How can you implicate me? Yao Huang smiled and pointed to the stone table in the yard and said, then the prince should write the memorial now. Can I see it? I haven't seen the memorial yet. Zhao Yan motioned her to go down first, and then asked Qing'ai and Fei Chuan to get the memorial and the 4 treasures of the study. The days of autumn began to get shorter. In the sunset, Zhao Yan finished writing the memorial concisely. Yao Huang looked at the elegant handwriting of Prince Hui and whispered, this is the matter. I'm afraid that the emperor will think you are too distant with him. Zhao Yan tactfully reminded the princess. First, the monarch and the minister, then the father and son, the rules should still be followed. Yao Huang was a frequent customer of the tea house after all, and knew that some princes in the previous dynasty were suspected and ignored or even deposed and beheaded because they were too rude to the emperor. But Prince Hui only wants 2 wheels, which is a far cry from those, right? The next day, in the palace. After the morning court and breakfast, Emperor Yongchang was reviewing the memorials handed over by the secretariat, and Eunuch Wan came with a few new memorials in his hands. In addition to the princes who can directly hand in memorials to the emperor, some ministers who directly obey the emperor can also bypass the secretariat. Eunuch Wan respectfully placed the memorial on the side of the imperial desk. Emperor Yongchang glanced at it casually, and the first one turned out to be from the second Prince Hui. Emperor Yongchang smiled. Since the second son married the princess, he talked to him more. In the past, he would only report to him on official business. After all, this was the 3rd time this year. Emperor Yongchang was not as excited as the first time he received the memorial from Prince Hui. He first reviewed the memorial in his hand, and then opened the 3rd one. There were still not many words. Father, I have obtained a drawing to improve the wheelchair. Due to the limitation of folk craftsmanship, I need to mobilize the weapons workshop to develop gold chair wheels. I am willing to bear the cost of gold materials during the period. I hope that father will grant me permission. Emperor Yongchang fell into a long silence facing this memorial. The eldest son, who would only move when pushed by concubine Xian, had asked him for a kite when he was young. The 3rd and 4th sons were even more daring because they were spoiled by their mother. Only the second son, since his 3rd birthday, every time he asked his son if he wanted anything, the little guy would shake his head, looking dull and without desire. He was just dull, not the shrinking of asking for a gift after being scolded by concubine Xian, or the trepidation of being rejected by his father. Now, the second son finally spoke up, asking the palace craftsman to help him make the chair wheels, and said that he would bear the cost himself. If he didn't know the second son's personality, Emperor Yongchang would have thought that his son was deliberately mocking his father's stinginess. Emperor Yongchang threw down the memorial and turned around in the study with his hands behind his back. While turning around, Emperor Yongchang thought of the big red sandalwood wheelchair that the second son had sat on before. Who made it? The second son's family asked a folk craftsman to make it, right? And the wooden board that the second son brought with him when he entered the palace to build the threshold. Emperor Yongchang couldn't turn around anymore, and sat down dejectedly on a nearby chair. He was not stingy. He really felt sorry for the second son's legs, but what else had he given to the second son besides feeling sorry for him? Prince Hui's mansion. Yao Huang got up early. Although the prince said that the Yongchang emperor would at most approve this kind of memorial with a word of approved and send it back, and there would be no oral instructions like last time, Yao Huang was still looking forward to it. Zhao Yan did not wait with the princess. The princess disliked the 2 3-wheeled wheelchairs with push wheels, which were bloated. Zhao Yan was very satisfied and fresh, and he wanted to try again. Considering that the princess would come to the bamboo courtyard to find him after receiving the memorial approved by her father, Zhao Yan just pushed slowly, maintaining the strength and time to prevent his body from sweating. After walking around the backyard, Zhao Yan looked at the sky and guessed that his father was busy with government affairs today and might not have seen his memorial. Zhao Yan changed back to the red sandalwood wheelchair and asked Qing'ai to push him to Mingyan Hall. He wanted to persuade the princess to do something else. When he arrived at the backyard of Mingyan Hall, Zhao Yan found that the princess was playing with Jin Bao. She built a half-foot-high horizontal bar in the middle of the yard, squatted on one side, and induced Jin Bao on the other side to jump over. Jin Bao didn't understand, so the princess actually lifted her skirt and jumped back and forth to demonstrate herself. After jumping, she found that Jin Bao still didn't know how to do it, and when she was about to scold Jin Bao, she found him standing in the corner of the corridor. Qing'ai stood behind the wheelchair. After becoming familiar with the princess' temperament and discovering the prince's indulgence of the princess, he hadn't felt this kind of frightening feeling for a long time. But watching the princess's light jumping feet, and noticing the prince's eyes almost glued to the princess's embroidered ankles, Qingai's heart seemed to have 2 more drumsticks beating back and forth. Yao Huangguang looked at his own prince, glanced at the son, and explained, "The memorial has not been sent back yet. Maybe the emperor is busy today." Zhao Yin, "No hurry." Yao Huang pushed him to a place where he could get some sun, and continued to train Jin Bao. He hoped that Jin Bao could grow up to be a majestic hound. Talking alone was useless. Yao Huang asked Aji to go to the kitchen, and get a plate of braised pork slices. He asked Aji to stand on one side with Jin Bao. Jin Bao, who had knocked down the horizontal bar, had no braised pork to eat, but Aji, who had jumped over high, had some. Because the braised pork smelled so good, Yao Huang also ate a piece for himself, and then stretched out his arm to put a mouthful of it into Prince Hui's mouth. Ji Bao barked with greed. Zhao Yin, eh? After a few times of greed, Ji Bao finally realized that he had to jump over. Yao Huang happily shared the meat with him, and smiled proudly at Prince Hui. At this moment, several figures suddenly came over from the other end of the corridor. The leader was Emperor Yongchang in his casual clothes. Eunuch Wang walked behind him with a slight bow. Qing'ai and Eunuch Chao were at the end with nervous expressions. Prince Hui and his wife were stunned. Jin Bao, who was eating meat, barked when he saw a stranger. Yao Huang pulled him over and covered his mouth. Then he said to Emperor Yongchang in surprise, "Father, why are you here?" Emperor Yongchang exempted his son, daughter-in-law and the maidservant around him from the formalities, and said with a smile, "After reviewing the memorials, I saw the bright autumn sun outside, so I just came out to stretch my muscles." "Is this the dog you raised?" Yao Huang, "Yes, I brought it back from Lishan. My daughter-in-law named it Jin Bao." Emperor Yongchang, "It's a good name. It sounds auspicious and festive." Yao Huang asked Aji to take Jin Bao away, and pushed Prince Hui to the corridor. Emperor Yongchang chatted with the young couple about family matters, and asked about the new wheelchair. After learning from his son that the 2 wheelchair improvements were done by Master Ding under the supervision of his daughter-in-law, Emperor Yongchang looked at his daughter-in-law with more kindness. It didn't matter if she came from a family of 100 households, or if she wasn't dignified in terms of etiquette. His daughter-in-law was devoted to her son in everything, and he had no fault with her. The group moved to the front yard, and only then did Yao Huang realize that there were 3 officials standing in the yard who had come with Emperor Yongchang. Your subordinate, Ji Xun, the minister of the weapon shop, pays respects to the prince and the princess. Your subordinate, Zhou Wei and Ding Xixiao, the supervisors of the weapon shop, pay their respects to the prince and the princess. Yao Huang, eh? Zhao Yin asked the 3 to excuse themselves, and looked at his father with mixed feelings. "It's just a wheelchair, father." Emperor Yongchang held his son's shoulders, and said with a smile, "It's just a wheelchair, Yinner. There's no need to be so formal with father. Come on, tell me how you improved the wheelchair, and let them listen carefully, so that they can pass it on later." Zhao Yin had no choice but to let Qing'ai and Fei Chuan go to the bamboo courtyard to get the box of drawings from Master Ding, and by the way, push a new 4-wheeled wheelchair and a new 3-wheeled wheelchair. The blueprints may be difficult to understand, but with 2 wheelchairs in front of them, Emperor Yongchang and the 3 adults from the weapon workshop all understood how to make better gold chair wheels. Emperor Yongchang also tried the 2 wheelchairs himself. At the age of over 50, he was increasingly neglecting martial arts training. At most, he ran a horse and pulled a bow a few times during autumn hunting, resulting in Emperor Yongchang's arm strength being only slightly stronger than Yao Huang, and he could push a 3-wheeled rattan chair out 10 steps. "It's so laborious, we must make gold wheels." Really understanding the hard work of his son's actions, Emperor Yongchang issued a strict order to the weapon workshop. It was not enough to have only blueprints. He also ordered the 3 to bring Master Ding to the weapon workshop and follow them to make new chair wheels. It must be made in the shortest time to make the most durable, easy to push and beautiful gold wheels. Zhao Yin was afraid that the weapon shop would focus on the wheelchair, so he could only remind them not to delay official business. Ji Xun, the minister of the weapon shop, said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Prince, I will make proper arrangements and neither side will be delayed." The 3 officials left. Emperor Yongchang did not want his son and daughter-in-law to be restrained because of him, so he also had to return to the palace. Before leaving, he took out the letter from Prince Hui from his arms, and threw it on his son's legs in anger. Zhao Yin did not understand why, so he could only pick up the letter and watch his father get on the car. After the emperor turned out of the alley, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui back to the first courtyard of the palace and urged curiously, "Prince, take a look. My father's temper must be related to your letter." When Chao Gonggong, Guishu, Qing Ai and others who were still outside the gate heard this. They immediately moved to both sides of the palace wall. Zhao Yan looked back and then opened the memorial. In the blank space of the memorial, there was a line of imperial reply in vermilion with the momentum of dragons and tigers. I am your father, and I can still support you, Zhao Yan. After reading it, Yao Huang bent over with laughter behind Prince Hui. On the faraway imperial carriage, Emperor Yongchang sat alone, imagining the surprised look of the second son when he saw the reply. Emperor Yongchang first laughed, and then he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. His son had grown up long ago, and no longer needed his father's care. All he could give was some material things. Chapter 83. 2 days later, the news that the emperor ordered the weapon workshop to build a new wheelchair for King Hui spread among the concubines in the palace and the homes of some officials. Concubine Xian said to King Kong, who came to pay his respects, before, King Hui stayed indoors, and you, as the eldest brother, couldn't disturb him. Now King Hui is getting more cheerful. If you have free time, you can go to King Hui's mansion to play chess with him and discuss errands. You don't have to go too often. Just go once a month to show your brotherly love. If you go more often, it will seem deliberate. King Kong, it's easy for me to talk, but I'm afraid he doesn't want to see me. The second brother has been a bookworm since he was young. He only shows up in the study hall, at the palace banquet, or when the father summons him to see him. Although they are brothers, King Kong feels that he is not familiar with the second brother at all. If he hadn't taken the initiative to approach him and talk to him, the second brother would probably never say a word to him in his life. If the second brother hated him, King Kong could just pretend that he didn't have this brother. But the second brother had no resentment towards him. He was purely lonely and kept to himself. So when the father praised the second brother, King Kong didn't feel jealous. When the second brother's leg was crippled, King Kong felt more and more pity for this brother. Helping the second brother push the wheelchair was not all for showing off in front of the father. Concubine Xian, love grows out of relationships. As long as you are sincere, King Hui will be able to sense it. King Kong understood. Concubine Xian looked at her son's long face, which was full of loyalty but lacked wisdom, and sighed silently in her heart. Once King Hui was deposed, if her son had half of her scheming and was the eldest son, would he still need to fight for the position of the Eastern Palace? Now that his literary and military talents, including his appearance and demeanor, were not as good as those of the third son, her son could only play the emotional card, hoping that the emperor would leave the position to him because of his kindness and love for his younger brothers. Here, concubine Ro, mother, and son also mentioned Prince Hui. Prince Qing, my second brother used to be quiet, but he has been in the spotlight several times this year. First, the father ordered all palace gates to prepare wooden boards just to facilitate the passage of my second brother's wheelchair, and personally took the officials of the weapons workshop to prepare a new wheelchair for my second brother's mansion. Concubine Rose smiled and said, the emperor is both sad and ashamed of what happened to him on the battlefield, and can only find ways to make up for it in these small things. You can't be jealous of him because of this, otherwise even if you are right, the emperor will blame you for just seeing him sitting in a wheelchair while you are standing well. Prince Qing, don't worry, my son is not that stupid. Ro Fei, the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. How are the preparations in the palace going? Prince Qing showed a sincere smile. Everything is ready, except for my cousin to marry. Ro Fei, look at you, you are so useless. Since you like Yuanjun so much, you have to control your romantic nature when she marries. The late emperor was diligent in government affairs, and your father was also devoted to state affairs when he was young. The king's lust is a shortcoming. You have finally become the most outstanding among the princes. You must not let your father dislike you because of a few women. Prince Qing, I know, mother, stop worrying about these things, or your hair will turn gray. On August 23rd, Prince Qing got married. The banquet at the Prince Qing's mansion started in the morning. In addition to the royal family that Yao Huang was familiar with, there was also the family of Shen Rufiai's family, the Minister of Personnel, Shen Shanshu. After arriving here, Yao Huang separated from Prince Hui and squeezed into the pile of female relatives, who brought unmarried girls and several-year-old boys. Yao Huang really liked this kind of excitement. Although Prince Hui was handsome and capable at night, he was too quiet during the day and was definitely not suitable for her to spend time with. These wives of officials were different. Yao Huang loved to listen to whatever they talked about. The best thing was that basically few of them dared to offend her. When Yao Huang heard a few questions of interest, they had to cooperate to answer them. Yao Huang finished breakfast quickly. He was chatting with someone when Ah Ji came over and whispered, "The prince has finished eating. You can leave now." The banquet at Prince Qing's mansion will last all day. There are guest rooms for male and female guests to rest. The female family members can also go to the garden to enjoy the scenery. However, there are also some who go back to their own mansion to rest after eating like Prince Hui. They will come back before the lunch and dinner banquets. Yao Huang also whispered, "Tell Fei Chuan to let the prince go back by himself. I have an appointment with someone to enjoy the flowers together." Aji saw the light in the princess' eyes and smiled as she withdrew. She told Fei Chuan, who then went to report to the prince. Zhao Yan thought about the princess's temperament and didn't need to worry about her staying here and suffering any harm. Seeing that his second brother was leaving, the Kong Wang who was sitting at the same table helped push the wheelchair onto the carriage of the Hui Wang mansion. Zhao Yan, the eldest princess, and the second princess took Chen to the Jining Marquis mansion, the husband's family of Princess Fuqing Cheng, to send Zheng Yuanzhen off for marriage. They stayed there for half a morning, and then came to the Qing Wang mansion. At this time, Yao Huang was already familiar with the two concubines of King Kong. When Chen came, she smiled and introduced them to each other. Although the three had met in the palace before, they all followed the rules, and had no time for private communication. Concubine Gu and Concubine Wan were both in their early 20s. They treated Chen as kindly as their sister. Concubine Gu was also very good at teasing. "While you are still Miss Chen, ask us to call you sister more often to take advantage of you. When you and the prince are married, we have to treat the princess with the rules when we meet again." Chen Ying's cheeks were flushed by the two people's quarrel. The second princess sneered from a distance, and the eldest princess heard it. She looked at Chen Ying with a little more sympathy in her eyes. After this election, her mother specially tested her and asked her if she knew why the virtuous concubine chose the daughter of a county magistrate in a remote place as her eldest brother's second wife. The eldest princess didn't think much about it at first, but her mother asked her, and she thought about it and understood it. The families of the two concubines of the eldest brother were either in high positions or had many connections. Although the eldest sister-in-law died of illness, she left behind a little prince. With the little prince, the eldest sister-in-law's family, the Duke of Jinghua Mansion, would continue to support the eldest brother. At this time, rather than picking a daughter of a high-ranking official and being suspected of being ambitious by her father, concubine Xian might as well marry a new princess, who has no one to rely on, and will never pose a threat to the young prince or the two concubines, so as to stabilize the existing power. If the eldest brother is always a prince, Chen can at least keep the position of the princess's wife. If the eldest brother really takes that position in the future, will the two concubines really not fight for it? Thinking of this, the eldest princess looked at her second sister-in-law, Princess Hui, who talked happily with the two concubines, but was always smooth in her words, and she felt that the second sister-in-law was the one who could live the most easily and comfortably among the three sisters-in-law. At dusk, Prince Qing finally brought his princess back. Yao Huang held Chen Ying's hand with his left hand, and the eldest princess's hand with his right hand, and went to the front to watch the excitement. He looked around the male guests waiting in the front yard, and didn't see his own prince. He turned back to the main hall in the north, and saw Prince Hui sitting next to the main table. Their eyes met. Yao Huang smiled at him, and continued to walk out. Prince Qing was wearing a bright red suit, and his words were annoying, but he had a handsome face. When he led the bride out of the sedan chair, he smiled like a common groom, revealing a silly look. Yao Huang saw this and quietly asked the eldest princess, "Did your second brother smile like this when he took me down from the sedan chair?" The eldest princess, "We were waiting in the backyard and didn't go to the front to watch the ceremony." Yao Huang, "Then I brought you here to watch the fun today. Are you happy?" The eldest princess quickly glanced at the guests around her and blushed without saying a word. The second princess stood behind the three people and watched Yao Huang and Chen Ying separately. The eldest princess's hands were tightly clenched. She gritted her teeth in anger. Just leaving her alone without holding her hand made her look so unlovable. The couple of Prince Qing had already been married in the palace, so they could just go to the bridal chamber. Yao Huang and others followed and watched Prince Qing happily pick up his veil. Prince Qing could not hide his joy, while the bride Zheng Yuanzhen was shy and reserved. After Prince Qing left, Yao Huang, Chen Ying, the two princesses, and the Shangshu's wife and mother-in-law would accompany the bride to the banquet. Yao Huang picked up some dishes for Chen Ying several times, feeling sorry for her waiting so long in the deep palace to get married. However, the betrothal gifts for the princes to marry were too many and too complicated, and the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works needed time to prepare. It was fast enough to hold a wedding every 3 or 4 months. The second princess looked at the intimacy between the two and deliberately asked, "We are here to accompany the third sister-in-law tonight. Why is the second sister-in-law just picking food for Sister Chin? Yao Huang smiled and said, although we are here to accompany her, the third sister-in-law is the real hostess here. Why does she need me to persuade her not to be shy? Don't you think so, third sister-in-law? Zhang Yuanjun smiled. After eating and drinking, the newlyweds were about to have their wedding night, and Yao Huang said goodbye with the eldest princess and others. After waiting for a while, in the first courtyard of the palace, King Kong pushed Prince Hui out. In addition to taking care of his younger brother, he also had to escort his younger sister and fiancé back to the palace. Yao Huang followed Prince Hui into the carriage. When the door closed and the curtain fell, Yao Huang sniffed and smelled only a faint smell of alcohol. It seemed that the male guests did not dare to force Prince Hui, who was in a wheelchair, to drink. Zhao Yin saw the princess's rosy face. It seemed that she enjoyed the dinner very much. Oh, I really envy my third brother's wife. The princess suddenly sighed in a low voice and looked at him with resentment. Zhao Yin, why? Yao Huang. When Prince Qing welcomed her in and picked up the veil, she smiled like a fool. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his bride. The prince must not have smiled much when he married me, right? Zhao Yin, I'm not used to showing my emotions. Yao Huang, so you laughed in your heart? Prince Hui, who didn't want to lie, said, Prince Qing and the princess have known each other since childhood. We only met once before we got married. At that time, I didn't know what kind of person you were. Yao Huang, now, if I ask you to pick up the veil again, how will you laugh? Zhao Yin lowered his eyes. Yao Huang took out his handkerchief, pressed a corner of it on his head with one hand, and let the drooping handkerchief cover most of his face, and said, Come on, Prince, pick it again. Zhao Yin looked at the corners of the princess's lips that could not be covered by the handkerchief, looked at her cheeks with rouge powder, paused, held her wrist, and pulled the princess, who was still wearing the mask, onto his lap. Just when Yao Huang thought that Prince Hui was finally going to pick up the handkerchief, Prince Hui lowered his head and pressed his slightly cool lips against her neck. Yao Huang's hand loosened, and the handkerchief floated under the wheelchair with the bumps of the carriage. Yao Huang was forced to look up, holding the collar behind his neck with one hand, biting his lips tightly. The Prince Hui's mansion was located to the west of the imperial city, and the Prince Qing's mansion was just to the east of the imperial city. The carriage swayed for more than 3/4 of an hour before turning into the alley, where the Prince Hui's mansion was located. Yao Huang was still leaning softly on Prince Hui's shoulder. Zhao Yin held the princess in one hand and lifted the corner of the curtain with the other hand, whispering, It's time to get off the car. Yao Huang, I don't have the strength, I don't want to move, let them push me in together. Zhao Yin, He insisted on helping the princess stand up, and made sure that her dress was tidy before he pushed her to sit on the side. Chapter 84. It's okay to be naughty, but Yao Huang is too embarrassed to really stay in Prince Hui's wheelchair, and asked Qing Feichuan to push the couple in the wheelchair off the carriage and back to Ming'an Hall. She just wants to see how Prince Hui will definitely not agree, but can't open his mouth to reprimand her for making trouble because the fault is his. After being pressed to the side, Yao Huang took the initiative to sit up straight and smiled at Prince Hui with full of energy, which was completely different from the soft and lazy one just now. Zhao Yin still avoided the princess's sight. After all, he was the one who violated the etiquette and rules all the way. After getting off the carriage, Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui inside. When they were almost at Ming'an Hall, Yao Huang leaned over and asked in his ear, Should I go to sleep directly or leave the light on for the prince? It was not 5 or 10 today, and Prince Hui should sleep in the front yard, but Prince Hui had been holding it in all the way, and it would be difficult for him to fall asleep if he didn't take care of it. Zhao Yin was silent, and then lowered his eyes under the princess's inquiring gaze. If the reserved Prince Hui didn't want to do something, he would speak directly, and not speaking was basically a default. Yao Huang smiled, and before handing the wheelchair to Qing, he took advantage of the night to touch Prince Hui's jade-like face. Zhao Yin, If he was standing, how could the princess dare to do such a little trick? For a moment, Zhao Yin had the idea of going to the backyard after bathing, but usually he would ask Dr. Liao to massage for 25 minutes in the name of reading in the evening before going. If he went earlier tonight, the princess would guess his urgency. Having lost his composure once in the carriage, Zhao Yin didn't want the princess to look down on him. So, after massage and bathing, Zhao Yin really read for 15 minutes before going to the backyard. The lights were still on in the backyard, but the princess, who usually came out to pick him up, did not show up. Aji said nervously, Your Highness, the princess has been waiting for you, and she fell asleep while waiting. Just now, I went to call her, but she was sleeping too deeply, so... In fact, The princess woke up, but she was too lazy to move. Aji tried his best to cover up for her being lazy. Zhao Yan waved his hand and signaled Qingyai to push him in. The autumn night was getting colder, and the princess had changed to a silk inner garment. She had just fallen asleep and would not kick the quilt. Qingyai was very obedient. She pushed the prince to the bedside, and without even looking at the bed, she left the double tin of the bed and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, do you want to turn off the lights?" Zhao Yan looked at the princess sleeping with her back to him and agreed. She usually had the habit of taking a nap. Today, she must have been entertaining people in the Qing palace. She must be tired by now. With the almost inaudible footsteps of Qingyai, the lights in the inner room went out one by one, and finally only a small dim light was left to light the way at night. Zhao Yan propped himself up and sat on the bed. Just as he was about to move his legs, the princess came over like a water snake and wrapped her slender and smooth arms around his waist. Zhao Yan straightened up, not asleep. Yao Huang closed her eyes and muttered, "I slept. When you came, Aji woke me up. I was too lazy to move and didn't go out." Zhao Yan smiled, held her hand and asked, "Why didn't you continue sleeping?" Yao Huang bit his shirt from behind, and the tip of her teeth first pressed the silk material against Prince Hui's thin waist, and then pressed the force against Prince Hui's body. Zhao Yan held the edge of the bed tightly. He didn't want to move his disabled legs at this moment, so he lifted the quilt and grabbed the princess, pulled half of her body under the bed, and lifted her into his arms by her armpits. When he was naughty, Yao Huang followed suit. While supporting Prince Hui's shoulders, he deliberately used his toes to step on the wooden floor of the bed and the bed board. In this way, unless Prince Hui used more strength in his hands or moved outward himself, the couple could not get close to each other. His eyes were used to the darkness, and the princess's face was blurry, but Zhao Yan could see clearly that she was deliberately twisting his naughtiness in her eyes. Suddenly, he pinched the princess' waist and turned her over, so that she faced outward and fell firmly into his arms. "Yao Huang, eh." Zhao Yan lowered his head and paused beside the princess' ear. In the end, he didn't say anything and just helped her undress. Prince Qing's mansion. The wedding candles were burning in the bridal chamber. Prince Qing held Zheng Yuanzhen's hands that he wanted to cover, and carefully looked at his cousin who he had been dreaming about for several years in the candlelight. Zheng Yuanzhen's face was as red as clouds. No matter how dignified and reserved she was at ordinary times, at such a moment, she was just a bride who was looked at by her husband for the first time. 7 points of shame and 3 points of annoyance. Zheng Yuanzhen closed her eyes and said, "Cousin, don't bully me. Don't treat her like one of his concubines." Prince Qing smiled, with tenderness in his eyes. "Didn't your aunt arrange for a nanny to teach you? This is how it should be on your wedding night. How can it be considered bullying?" Zheng Yuanzhen couldn't get rid of his hands, so she could only turn her head away. Prince Qing kissed her ear and said, "Don't worry, I've set all the concubines away, leaving only one to serve you when you're not feeling well." Zheng Yuanzhen's heart softened. Her mother had a lover, and her father also had concubines. She knew very well that although men were lustful, they would not take concubines seriously, unless they really favored one. The fact that Prince Qing could dismiss so many concubines showed that he valued himself very much, and that those women were just entertainment in his eyes. But then, Zheng Yuanzhen thought of Prince Hui again. When her mother wanted to match her with Prince Hui, in addition to Prince Hui's obvious advantages, her mother also specifically said that Prince Hui had been a loner since childhood, and only let Qingyai and Fei Chuan serve him. Concubine Du had arranged for beautiful and charming concubines several times, but Prince Hui refused. Prince Hui was a person who did not fight or compete, but he was not stubborn. Concubine Du could do nothing about what he did not want or did not want to do. However, rather than marrying a single-minded disabled prince, Zheng Yuanzhen would rather marry a normal prince who is romantic but values her as his wife. Concubine Rou and Prince Qing both want that position, and she also thinks that as long as Prince Qing does every job assigned by the emperor, and she, Concubine Rou, and her mother help them both inside and outside, the couple will definitely be able to achieve their wish. So, after Prince Qing finally let go of her hand, Zheng Yuanzhen took the initiative to hug him. Apart from that, Prince Qing himself is also a handsome prince. He has a passionate affection that Prince Hui does not have, and a pair of strong and powerful long legs. On the second day of the wedding, the newlyweds have to offer tea to their parents and meet other relatives of the husband's family. As the second brother and sister-in-law of the Qing Wang and his wife, the Hui Wang and his wife also have to go to the palace today, and they have to arrive earlier than the newlyweds, otherwise it would be disrespectful. Zhao Yan remembered this matter. Although he tried something new last night, He didn't make a fuss for too long. When he woke up in the morning, he woke up the princess and asked her, "Have you prepared a gift for the Qingyuan princess?" Yao Huang rubbed his eyes, hid in a quilt and yawned, then came out and said, "Madame Lu prepared it for me a long time ago. I went to the jewelry store to make a jade bracelet, which cost more than 100 taels." Yao Huang finally understood that although the prince and princess had high titles and salaries, the gifts and money they gave to each other in daily social interactions had to be in line with their noble status, otherwise they would be ridiculed as stingy and shabby. So no matter how reluctant Yao Huang was, she had to follow the royal family's practice to give the Prince Qing and his wife a gift of 600 taels of silver, and prepare a decent gift for the new brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Yin, well, you still need to dress up, get up early. Yao Huang climbed up, and when she lifted her leg, she felt that the part of her leg above the knee was sore and stiff. She immediately regretted that she shouldn't have felt sorry for Prince Hui, and shouldn't have cooperated blindly last night. Feeling uncomfortable, Yao Huang pinched Prince Hui from behind. Zhao Yin was unprepared. When he turned around, he saw the princess's blushing cheeks. Her black eyes stared at him shyly, charmingly and fiercely. Zhao Yin vaguely guessed the reason for the princess's anger, and turned around and said, "My name is Qingyai." After washing and having breakfast, the couple went to the palace. In the central palace, in addition to the emperor and the empress, Prince Kong was also there. He did not bring his concubines, but brought all 3 children. The 5-year-old prince was answering questions beside Emperor Yongchang. After Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui in, the 3 children were reminded by Prince Kong to call them uncle and aunt. Yao Huang smiled and agreed, thinking of the 3 lucky money on the first day of the new year. He didn't know what the price of the lucky money for the royal descendants was. Concubine Du looked at Yao Huang's rosy face and asked in an expectant tone, "Huang has been married for 4 months. Is there any good news? I have been looking forward to it, so I don't always envy the lively and bustling sister Xianfei." Yao Huang lowered her head shyly. "Knowing that mother is looking forward to this, I have to ask the doctor in the mansion to take pills several times a month. The doctor advised me to treat it normally a few days ago, saying that the more pressure there is, the harder it is to get pregnant. Although I understand this truth, every time I think of mother's expectant and concerned eyes, I can't bear to disappoint you again and again." Concubine Du, She subconsciously looked at Emperor Yongchang, and saw that he was indeed looking at her, with an unhappy look in his eyes. Concubine Du was anxious to clarify for herself, and said to Yao Huang, "Look at you, kid, why are you so worried? I only asked you today." Yao Huang's face changed slightly, hiding behind Prince Hui's wheelchair, and lowered his head even lower. "Yes, daughter-in-law is worrying too much." How could Emperor Yongchang not understand Concubine Du? Concubine Du liked to be the first in everything and bully others when she was a teenager, but Concubine Du was his cousin and had a beautiful appearance. Occasionally, she was cute and coquettish, but at the age of more than 50, it was difficult for him to appreciate Concubine Du's coquettishness that continued to this day, especially when she targeted the second son and his wife. He urged his second son's wife to give birth to a child 4 months after the wedding. The imperial concubine entered the palace more than 10 years before giving birth to the second princess. Did he urge her? Empress Zhou considerately changed the subject. After a while, Prince Qing and his wife came. Prince Qing was handsome and tall like a lily and jade tree, and Zheng Yuanjun was elegant and dignified. What a pair of pleasing people. Emperor Yongchang glanced at his second son obscurely. When his niece was born, the eldest princess told him that he must find a husband for his niece among the princes, because only the princes in the world were worthy of the eldest princess's daughter. Emperor Yongchang understood the pride of the eldest princess, and was willing to get closer to her. When the eldest son discussed the marriage, his niece was still too young. The eldest princess was attracted by the second son, who was both civil and military, and was close in age, so it was natural to marry him. After the second son got into trouble, the eldest princess came to cry and complained about her difficulties. She felt sorry for the second son and her beloved daughter, which gave Emperor Yongchang a headache. After all, Yuanjun was also his niece, who grew up as a princess and loved her. He asked the gentle and loving Queen Zhou to ask the second son about his wishes. If the second son insisted, he would stand on his son's side. After Queen Zhou came back, she said that the second son had no intention of delaying his cousin's marriage. Later, the third son personally asked him to marry his cousin, saying that he had been in love with his cousin for many years. In addition, the eldest princess persuaded him, and Emperor Yongchang agreed to let his niece participate in the selection of the princess. That was also the last chance Emperor Yongchang gave to the second son. He told him to let the second son choose whoever he wanted, even his niece, but unexpectedly. When making these considerations, the second son stayed indoors, and Emperor Yongchang tried his best to be fair. Today, the second son brought his princess from 100 households to see his brother and his former fiancée together, and Emperor Yongchang felt a little embarrassed, as if his previous favor to the second son was just a pretense. Regardless of his adoptive mother's concern for his offspring or other secret spying, Zhao Yan always kept his eyes down, unless he needed to reply. Things had come to this point, and Emperor Yongchang could only smile and accept the tea from the third brother and his wife. After the tea, Prince Qing brought Zheng Yuanjun to greet his brothers. Moving to the side of Prince Hui and his wife, everyone looked over. In front of Emperor Yongchang, Prince Qing showed a guilty look and asked Zheng Yuanjun to call someone with some difficulty. Zheng Yuanjun was also similarly ashamed. Zhao Yin was about to respond, but the princess sitting next to him spoke first, holding a jade bracelet in her hand, and said awkwardly, "The third brother and his wife were so happy when they greeted the eldest brother, but they all fell when they came to us. Could it be that they thought the gift I prepared was too shabby?" Zhao Yin, Chapter 85. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, which then lead to various grievances and entanglements. The Yao family has only 4 people, and they live in harmony, but there have been countless quarrels and fights among the neighbors near and far in Changshu Lane. Yao Huang has personally seen people showing anger and grievances, and has also seen people pretending to cry even though they have taken advantage of others. She has personally heard people swearing and using foul language, and has also heard people making sarcastic remarks in a roundabout way. As for Zheng Yuanjun's engagement with the 2 royal brothers, Yao Huang believes that she was the last one to know about it among the people present. Not to mention last year, it has been half a year since the 3 princesses were selected in this year's selection. If Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun really feel guilty towards Prince Hui, then they should just live their own lives and not mess around with this marriage. If they dare to mess around, it proves that they have long since thrown their disabled second brother and cousin aside and just care about their own happiness. Let Yao Huang say that it is natural for Zheng Yuanjun, who has a family background like that, not to want to marry Prince Hui, who has a disabled leg. Since she has the ability to break off the engagement and get Emperor Yongchang to agree to her marrying Prince Qing, and Prince Hui didn't cry or make a fuss, Zheng Yuanjun and Prince Qing really don't need to pretend anymore. They can be newlyweds openly and happily, and both of them will be decent. But the couple had to put on such a shameful look in front of Prince Hui. What on earth were they trying to achieve? To let Prince Hui, who had his legs crippled and cooperated with them, know that they were not deliberately rubbing salt into his wounds, or to let Emperor Yongchang see that although they had done something slightly unfair to Prince Hui, they were not without conscience. Prince Kong wanted to show his care for his elder brother. After all, he did the hard work of pushing the wheelchair. But Prince Qing and his wife were trying to make things difficult for their second brother and his wife, while wanting their father to praise them for being shameless. Prince Hui could endure this kind of humiliation, but Yao Huang couldn't. Emperor Yongchang and the others didn't know that she had known about it for a long time, and concubine Du and the second princess were not stupid enough to shout out the words they said to hurt her. So Yao Huang used the gift to expose the hypocrisy of Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun. They felt guilty and pretended to be good brothers and cousins even though they had already consummated the marriage. Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun didn't even look at Yao Huang. They were all paying attention to Prince Hui's possible reaction. They suddenly saw the jade bracelet raised by Yao Huang. Hearing the ridiculous speculation, the couple froze at the same time. Everyone else was also stunned. At this time, concubine Du reacted quickly and kindly spoke up to help Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun out of the siege. What nonsense is Huang talking about? Your third brother and his wife are just worried about Prince Hui's leg and are saddened by the scene. It has nothing to do with your meeting gift. Queen Zhou's eyes twitched slightly. Concubine Lu bit her inner lip secretly, and concubine Shenrou hated her to death, but she knew that whatever she said at this time would only make things worse. Emperor Yongchang had a headache. Yao Huang followed concubine Du's words to give Prince Qing and his wife a way out, and smiled. Is that so? Then you don't have to feel bad. Although the prince's leg was injured, this injury brought the Great Qi border army to defeat the Wu Kingdom Iron Cavalry, brought peace to the border soldiers and civilians, and made father sleep soundly. So the prince's injury is the honor he brought back from the battlefield, and you should be proud of it. Emperor Yongchang's headache was gone, and a sense of pride rose in his chest, as he felt that his second daughter-in-law had hit the mark with her words. Zheng Yuanjun said with shame, "Second sister-in-law is right." Prince Qing looked at her side face, which was trying to hide her embarrassment, and then looked at the second sister-in-law, whose face had changed from uneasy to smiling, and he seemed to see two jade bracelets play side by side, one with a dim luster and the other with a shining luster. Then, the second sister-in-law reached out and held her cousin's wrist, and smiled, and put the green jade bracelet on her. Let's not talk about that. Second sister-in-law wishes you and third brother a loving and harmonious marriage. After a handshake, the second sister-in-law held the cousin's slender hands in the middle, and the Prince of Qing could see clearly that the second sister-in-law's hands were white and greasy, and even more attractive than the cousin's hands. Yao Huang gave the greeting gift and took back her hands. Zheng Yuanjun knelt slightly to thank him. The Prince of Qing took her away at the right time. After the greeting, the Prince of Qing and his wife went to the palace of Concubine Row to talk about the intimate things between the mother and the three of them. The Prince of Kong was going to work, and the three children were going to play with Concubine Xian for a while. Yao Huang was too lazy to go to the palace of Concubine Do against her will, and pushed her own prince out of the palace. After getting on the carriage, Yao Huang squatted on the side of Prince Hui's wheelchair as usual to help him fix it, in case the wheelchair rolled forward when the carriage suddenly braked. After fixing it, Yao Huang sat back on the side seat, and when she looked up, she found that Prince Hui was looking at her, and she didn't know how long he had been looking at her. Yao Huang suddenly lost her confidence. She was happy about the conversation in the palace, but she didn't know what Prince Hui's attitude towards Zheng Yuanjun was. What if the silly prince was willing to help his cousin and Prince Qing to make her happy, but in fact he still had feelings for her, and didn't want his cousin to be embarrassed in front of everyone? Seeing the concerns in the princess' eyes, Zhao Yin asked, "Princess Qing and I had a verbal engagement, did you know?" He remembered that on the second day of the wedding, he and the princess entered the palace to offer tea. After moving to the Yiquan Palace, the imperial concubine deliberately mentioned to the princess that he had had another good marriage, and ridiculed the princess for taking advantage of him because of his disabled legs and the broken promise. The broken promise was a fact. As for whether the princess was unlucky or took advantage, that was something she could judge. On the way out of the palace, the princess looked depressed, and Zhao Yin wanted to comfort her, but the princess was afraid that his family background and nickname would affect his reputation, so Zhao Yin could not say those words of comfort. And then she was happy to be his princess, and Zhao Yin had no chance to bring up the past. Just now, the princess used the gift to understand the guilty look of Prince Qing and his wife, but Zhao Yin couldn't tell whether she really thought so or was just pretending to be confused and deliberately misinterpreting. Yao Huang, She lowered her head and whispered, "I know, the second princess told me on the day of the tea ceremony that she has bad intentions, so I don't want to grudge against the prince for the past." Zhao Yin looked at the princess's unconsciously clenched fingers and said, "Don't grudge. I don't have any personal relationship with Princess Qing, except that she would call us cousins when we met at the palace banquet, and I didn't have any conversation with her." Yao Huang secretly glanced at him, and asked out of pure curiosity, "If that's the case, why did the prince agree to this marriage?" Zhao Yin lowered his eyes and said, "It didn't matter to me who my wife was at that time. The imperial concubine asked me what I thought, and I replied that it was up to my father and mother." Yao Huang was inexplicably angry. Men marry women, and husband and wife are people who have to deal with each other for a lifetime. How can you be so perfunctory? Marry if you like, and refuse if you don't like. Imperial concubine, you are hypocritical. Will the emperor force you to marry someone you don't like? He didn't want the gold wheel, but he let others arrange such a big thing as marrying a wife. Zhao Yin was silent. Yao Huang thought for a while, and said meaningfully, "I understand, the prince still likes his cousin, so..." Zhao Yin raised his eyes, and looked at her directly and said, "I have no private feelings for her. There is not even the brotherly love that cousins should have." Yao Huang suddenly left the table, sat facing him in the wheelchair, and pushed Prince Hui, who was much taller than her, to lean against the back of the chair so that the two could look at each other. "Zhao Yin, Yao Huang looked at him and asked, "You really never liked me?" Zhao Yin, "No." Yao Huang smiled, pulled Prince Hui straight again, put his arm around his waist, and leaned on his shoulder, and said, "Then I want the prince to promise me one thing." Zhao Yin was a little bit unable to keep up with the change in the princess' attitude, and had no idea what the princess was about to ask. "What is it?" Yao Huang sighed in his heart, and then said faintly, "I want the prince to promise me that no matter what others ask you to do in the future, as long as you don't like or are not interested in it, you must refuse it at will, unless it is a royal order on state affairs that is difficult to disobey." She didn't want Prince Hui to be so stupid again. Zhao Yin first thought of his two marriages. The first time he followed his father's arrangement, and the second time his father insisted that he choose a concubine, and he entered the palace because he was fed up with it. Even if he refused the former, he didn't know what kind of princess he should marry afterwards, so he was perfunctory. If he refused the latter, he would probably have no chance to marry the princess in his arms in this life. It can be seen that accepting some arrangements against one's will may also bring good results. But Zhao Yan understood what the princess meant, and stroked her back and said, "Okay, from now on, no one can force me unless I am willing." Yao Huang was about to laugh, but suddenly raised her head, looked at Prince Hui and asked, "Can't I do it too?" If you think about it carefully, Lingshan Town, she tried to provoke the lifeless Prince Hui to go out, which was actually a kind of forcing him. Zhao Yan, you are not others. Others can't force him, but the princess can. In Yanfu Palace, concubine Rose sat in the main seat, Prince Qing and Zheng Yuanjun stood in front of her, and the mother and three of them looked unhappy. Prince Qing first helped Zheng Yuanjun sit on the side chair, and he sat next to her, leaning against the back of the chair in annoyance. If I had known that my second sister-in-law would misunderstand me and bring up the gift of meeting, why would my cousin and I pretend to be so serious? But the imperial concubine took the opportunity to add insult to injury and slandered us. Zheng Yuanjun lowered his eyes. Concubine Rose sneered. Do you really think Yaoshi doesn't know the inside story? When you were here, the imperial concubine first targeted you. If you were not here, she would definitely not let the Prince Hui and his wife have an easy time. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, she almost told us about Yuanjun and the Prince Hui's past. In my opinion, Yaoshi is clearly pretending to be stupid to embarrass you too. Prince Qing raised his eyebrows. Does she have such a plan? Concubine Ro told the young couple about the incident before they entered the palace. When Concubine Du wanted to urge Yao Huang to give birth to a child, but was tricked by Yao Huang. Prince Qing touched his chin with amusement. His second brother was a taciturn person, but he didn't expect to marry such a fearless and tough princess. Concubine Ro, forget it, remember this lesson, and you should face King Hui calmly in the future. It's nothing, and it's your father who gave you the marriage. Prince Qing nodded absent-mindedly. Zheng Yuanjun glanced at Concubine Ro's gorgeous skirt, and felt that every word she said was a warning to her, trying to use her past with King Hui to put pressure on her. On the way out of the palace, in order to show the harmony between the sisters-in-law, Zheng Yuanjun still wore the jade bracelet that Yao Huang had given her. As soon as she got on the carriage, Zheng Yuanjun took off the jade bracelet and threw it at her feet with a cold face. The noble lady was also reserved when she was angry. She didn't use too much force, so the jade bracelet didn't break. The king of Qing laughed and said, "The daughter of 100 households is ignorant and fearless. Don't bother with her." After that, he picked up the jade bracelet, looked at it for a moment and said, "The water head is okay. If you don't like it, keep it for the maid next to you." Zheng Yuanjun wanted to smash it even more. Back at the king of Qing's mansion, it was time for the servants to pay homage to the princess. The first to come was the spare maid left by the king of Qing. Zheng Yuanjun didn't take this maid seriously last night. When he saw her now, he found that this maid had a charming figure, a willow waist, and round ends. He resisted the urge to look at the king of Qing next to him, and Zheng Yuanjun casually gave the jade bracelet to the maid. Chapter 86. After returning from the palace to the palace, Prince Hui went to the bamboo courtyard, and Yao Huang continued to train Jin Bao in Mingyan Hall. Now Jin Bao has already done a good job of jumping over the horizontal bar. We will wait until his body grows up before raising the horizontal bar. Today Yao Huang wants to train him to find things. First, let Jin Bao smell the meat bones that he likes to chew the most, and then hide the plate with meat bones in the study in the backyard to see if Jin Bao can find it. Jin Bao kept circling Yao Huang, obviously thinking that the meat bones were still with his owner. Yao Huang sighed. The little guy ate more and more after coming to Prince Hui's mansion. He lived a good life like her, and his bones became lazy. If he was still the hungry puppy in Lingshan Town, he would have smelled the smell and looked for food to fill his stomach. Yao Huang had no choice but to take Jin Bao to the study. At this time, Jin Bao found that there was another meaty smell that was stronger than the owner's, and he went there happily. Yao Huang thought, take it slowly, teach it a few more times, and Jin Bao will understand that she is testing him. Near noon, Prince Hui came to Mingyan Hall, and Yao Huang smiled and talked about Jin Bao's little progress. Xiaoyan looked at the door. Jin Bao had already eaten in advance. He was lying by the door where he could get the sun, tilting his head, and looking at them with his two black eyes. His golden fur was made more shiny by the princess. Lunch ended with the princess's laughter. Xiaoyan read a book in the study for 3/4 of an hour, and then went to the backyard to rest after doing massage and wiping for 3/4 of an hour. Yao Huang lay on the bed. Because the couple's breaks were not usually simple, Yao Huang could not help but think of the new tricks of last night. On the eve of the wedding, Yao Huang was still worried that Prince Hui would be in poor health and she would have to rely on him. Who would have thought that although Prince Hui had a crippled leg, he could rely on a pair of strong arms? Yao Huang counted on his fingers. If the Luhan bed and the wheelchair were considered a trick, then they could also count as one hand. The sound of a wheelchair moving could be heard from outside. Yao Huang pulled up the quilt and turned to the inside with a red face. After Qinghai left, Zhao Yan propped himself up on the bed, looking at his legs hanging down from the bed. Zhao Yan paused, and then lifted his legs up one by one. After lying down, Zhao Yan took something out of his arms, and put his hand on the pillow on the side of the pillow that the princess could see. The pillows of the prince and princess are all in one set. Today's set is a light gold base. The princess is embroidered with twine branches, and the princess's has a few more peonies. Yao Huang first saw the hand that Prince Hui stretched out, and then she saw a green bracelet on her pillow, which was greener than the green bracelet she gave to Zheng Yuanjun as a gift. The green was rich and fresh, as if Prince Hui's green pigments were mixed into thick water, and then formed into a layer of ice shell. If you don't shake it, the rich green inside is still flowing. Yao Huang sat up, holding the green bracelet in both hands and examining it carefully, and was very curious. How could the prince have such a treasure? Zhao Yan saw surprise and a hint of suspicion in the princess' eyes, as if she was blaming him for knowing that she liked jewelry, but not willing to give her the treasure until now. Zhao Yan explained, I went to the jewelry store this morning to pick it out. The storeroom of the palace did have various treasures that his father had rewarded him before, but he was not married at that time, and his father would not reward him with jewelry and utensils for women. Yao Huang was stunned, and finally fixed all his eyes on Prince Hui's face. This morning? Did the prince pick it out himself? Zhao Yan agreed that the princess had said that only gifts that he picked out himself could be considered gifts. Yao Huang understood that Prince Hui was afraid that she would feel bad about giving away the bracelet, so he specially gave her a better one. It should be better, right? How much is this one? Yao Huang asked casually while putting the green bracelet on his wrist. After being reserved for a while, and not waiting for Prince Hui to report the number, Yao Huang raised his eyes, observed Prince Hui's expression and guessed. 300 taels? She didn't believe that the gift from Prince Hui would be cheaper than what she gave to Zheng Yuanjun. Prince Hui looked away, and continued to purse his lips. Yao Huang threw himself on him and guessed face to face. More? 200 taels. Zhao Yu lowered his eyes, and said, the bracelet weighs 2 taels, and the price is 1,000 taels of silver, and there is another 100 taels of silver for the cost of production. Yao Huang, After being severely shocked, Yao Huang quickly sat up, carefully took off the bracelet, and put it on the relatively soft pillow, knelt on his knees, lowered his head and looked at it again, and worriedly said, is it really worth this price? Could it be that the shopkeeper is bullying the prince because he can't bargain? Zhao Yan. This is the finest emerald. The current price is 50 silver and 1 penny, a time-honored brand in the capital, and it is honest to everyone. There are many nobles in the capital, and Prince Hui is lucky to have encountered this newly arrived bracelet. Otherwise, he might not be able to buy it even if he is silver. Prince Hui is so willing to spend money on her. Yao Huang is happy and worried. It's so expensive. I dare not wear it outside. If it gets bumped, I will be heartbroken. Zhao Yan. You can only wear it when attending banquets, and change to other bracelets when you go out of town for fun. He picked up the bracelet, and put it on the princess again. The emerald bracelet made the princess' wrist look as white as fat and snow. Prince Hui was stunned for a moment, and forgot to let go of the princess' hand. After Yao Huang admired her beautiful hand with the green bracelet, he realized that Prince Hui was not staring at the bracelet. His face became hot, and he took the initiative to get into his arms. Because Prince Hui no longer resisted going out, Yao Huang decided to take him to the outskirts of the capital. There are also some beautiful scenery in the capital, not just the 4 prosperous shopping streets. After a day of strolling and a day of rest, it was the end of August in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yao Huang suggested, Your Majesty, let's go outside the city on horseback to enjoy the autumn today. Riding a carriage has its convenience, and riding a horse has its pleasure and freedom. Zhao Yan subconsciously avoided the princess' bright eyes. After he was used to traveling in a wheelchair, riding a horse might be suspected of being more obvious. However, this concern was only fleeting. Whether in a wheelchair or on a horse, it was his own business and had nothing to do with others. Okay. Yao Huang also thought of other arrangements. Let's ride a horse. Let 2 carriages follow behind, bring cakes and tea, so that we can go out for a whole day. Zhao Yan nodded. Before the meal, He gave instructions. After the meal, the horses, carriages and other matters were ready. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the first courtyard of the palace. The accompanying guards in regular clothes were waiting outside. On the other side of the screen wall, there were only the prince and princess, EP51, and Prince Hui's Mount Jingwu waiting here obediently. Yao Huang let go of the wheelchair and said to Prince Hui, "I go see if there is anything I forgot to bring in the carriage." Zhao Yan watched the princess walk briskly around the screen wall and out of the main gate of the palace. After a few months of marriage, Zhao Yan already felt the princess's respectful care for him, just like she would not turn around rashly when he was putting on or taking off his pants, just like she did not stay here to watch when Qingyai and Fei Chuan were needed to help him get on the horse. Qingyai carried the prince on her back and came to the side of Jingwu, who was lying down, and Fei Chuan helped lift the prince's legs over to sit on the horse. After sitting firmly, Jingwu stood up. Qingyai and Fei Chuan helped the prince adjust the small mechanism connecting the boots and the stirrups, so that even a slight bump would not cause the prince's feet to fall off the stirrups, and it looked like a normal person riding a horse. This was an improvement made temporarily by the craftsmen in the mansion, when the prince decided to go to Changshou Lane to welcome the bride in person. Ordinary horses are easily frightened, but Jingwu is a warhorse that has accompanied the prince through life and death on the battlefield. Even if it is injured, it will protect its master on its back. Zhao Yan touched Jingwu's mane and pulled the reins slightly, and Jingwu walked out. Outside the palace, Yao Huang had just mounted his horse. Seeing Prince Hui riding out, Yao Huang smiled and urged his horse forward to walk side by side with him. Considering that Jingwu and Ni Guang were obviously good horses, the couple did not deliberately wear fine clothes today. When they rode to the south gate to line up and wait to leave the city, some nearby people looked over curiously. Yao Huang was wearing a dust-proof hat, and people couldn't see him clearly, but the man who looked like a god. Is it King Hui? A few years ago, King Hui went to war, and I saw the excitement from afar. Ah, King Hui, is it really okay to ride a horse? I'm afraid it will fall off suddenly. The person who spoke didn't speak loudly, but the others around them heard it. It spread out in waves, and in the buzzing discussion, the word King Hui became clear. Zhao Yan had expected that no one in Lingshan town would recognize him. In the capital, except for the civil and military officials and royal relatives who might meet him, the people had seen him when he led troops to war twice, and when he went to marry the princess. The people always had a good memory. Suddenly, the princess came closer to him. Zhao Yan could feel the princess' scrutiny even through the veil. Zhao Yan tightened the reins slightly, and heard the princess say, "A handsome man is prone to gossip. How about I prepare a veil for you next time you go out?" Zhao Yan, Looking at the white veil that kept caressing the princess's cheek with a gentle autumn breeze, Zhao Yan couldn't imagine himself being covered by the white veil, and didn't want to try it. Yao Huang, if you don't like white veil, then let Chunyan make you a black veil. Zhao Yan, let's go! Yao Huang looked back and found that the team was moving forward. When it was their turn to be checked by the city guards, Yao Huang showed the badge of Prince Hui that she had collected in advance. The guards' faces changed drastically, and they immediately knelt down to Prince Hui on the horse with several other guards behind them. "Your humble servant greets you, Your Highness." Zhao Yan said calmly, "No need to be polite, just continue your duties." After that, he led the princess out of the city. Yao Huang turned his head, and saw that the common people and merchants, who were close to him, and had secretly suspected Prince Hui's identity were all stunned. Yao Huang smiled. She did it on purpose, deliberately showing off the identity of Prince Hui, deliberately letting the soldiers and the people get used to the fact that Prince Hui often went out of the palace. Once they got used to it, no one would be surprised when Prince Hui showed up again. Retracting her gaze, Yao Huang kissed the waist badge in her hand through the white gauze, and then put the waist badge into the pocket on the saddle. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the sun was not high. Yao Huang hung the white gauze in front of the veil on the brim of the hat, and asked Prince Hui, who had been looking at her, "Prince, do you want to try jogging?" Zhao Yan did not answer directly. "You first." Yao Huang looked at Jingwu and drove Ni Guang ahead. She did not look back, but soon heard the footsteps of a horse running behind her. A moment later, Jingwu passed by her peripheral vision like a black mist in the riding of Prince Hui, and went forward at the normal speed of an ordinary horse, while Prince Hui on the horse was steady and relaxed, without any effort. Yao Huang chased after him with confidence. In front of her was a straight official road covered with bright autumn sunshine, with no end in sight. Chapter 87. After enjoying the autumn scenery outside the city for a day, and having dinner at Wanxian Tower at dusk, Prince Hui and his wife returned to the palace. Prince Hui sat in the carriage, when he returned to the city. When the princess and Qing'ai pushed the prince out of the carriage, the chief steward Guishu waited quietly beside him. It was not until the prince and princess entered the palace that Guishu bowed and said, "Prince, at about 3:30 in the morning, His Royal Highness Prince Kong came with the young prince, and said he came to sit with them. When he learned that you and the princess had left the city, His Royal Highness Prince Kong left." Zhao Yan nodded, indicating that he understood, and did not ask any more questions. Yao Huang thought that she had been married to Prince Hui for so long, and had never seen Prince Kong come to visit. It was likely that something happened today, and the young prince was just a cover. However, Prince Hui was inseparable from her, and he probably didn't know the purpose of Prince Kang's visit, so the couple did not mention it again. The next day was the first day of the lunar year, and Emperor Yongchang would definitely attend court. In the hall, civil officials lined up on the left, and military officials lined up on the right. Prince Kong and Prince Qing stood side by side in front of the civil officials, 2 steps apart. Emperor Yongchang felt that although his eldest son was not smart enough, he was honest and upright, so he let Prince Kong work in the Ministry of Revenue. In this way, if there was any mistake in the money, Prince Kong would definitely investigate it to the end, which would more or less deter the greed of some officials. The third son was second only to the second son in terms of talent, but he was far less stable than the second son. Emperor Yongchang placed Prince Qing in the Ministry of Rights, preparing to first grind the child's frivolous and impetuous. The fourth son on the side of the imperial concubine was only 12 years old, his hair had not grown up yet, he was playful and active, and he didn't look like he would have much of a future. Emperor Yongchang was temporarily considering the two in front of him, hoping that when he was 60 years old, the eldest and the third son would have made progress, so that he could safely hand over the country and government to one of them. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Yongchang went to review memorials, and Prince Kong went to Suiwei Palace to pay his respects to concubine Xian. He paid his respects every first and fifth day. This time, Prince Kong mentioned the trip to Prince Hui's mansion yesterday. Concubine Xian was surprised, going out of the city to ride horses? Prince Kong understood his mother's feelings, because he was also surprised after hearing what Guishu said. "Yes, I went with my second brother and his wife, riding Jingwu. Jingwu is very human, and I don't think he will fall down." Concubine Xian smiled and said, "Yao looks lively and bright, and she has made your second brother cheerful, which is a good thing." There was nothing new. Concubine Xian told her son not to mention this to outsiders, and let him go to the Ministry of Revenue to work. 2 days later, Concubine Xian called the young grandson into the palace and took the little guy to play in the imperial garden. Concubine Xian is 46 years old this year. When she was young, she was not a stunning beauty picked out of a million, but she was dignified and elegant. Every year, there are a few new people who are 16 or 17 years old in the palace. Emperor Yongchang's gradually sparse interest falls on the new people. He basically only comes to Concubine Xian's palace to stay for 2 nights a month, and he just sleeps. But Emperor Yongchang loved the 3 grandchildren in the Prince Kang's mansion very much, especially the legitimate young prince. Whenever Concubine Xian summoned the young prince to the palace, as long as Emperor Yongchang was free, he would come to play with his grandson, or have lunch with him in Concubine Xian's palace. "Grandfather." Seeing Emperor Yongchang, the young prince ran over happily, opening his 2 little arms. Emperor Yongchang picked up his eldest grandson and kissed the little guy on the cheek. "Hey, you become heavier again. Grandfather Xian can hardly hold you anymore." "Young master, because I have been eating well recently, and I always finish my bowl clean." Emperor Yongchang pinched the little guy's tender face, looked forward, and found that the eldest daughter-in-law Chening, who had not yet officially married, was also there. It is estimated that Concubine Xian wanted to let the eldest daughter-in-law and the young master get close in advance. Emperor Yongchang held the young master and walked over. Chening knelt down to salute. Because she had met Emperor Yongchang several times with Concubine Xian, she no longer had the initial nervousness that she dared not even raise her eyes. With children around, the topic revolved around the children. Emperor Yongchang tested the little prince's homework, and said to Concubine Xian, "Not bad, smarter than his father when he was a child." Concubine Xian winked at her daughter-in-law and said softly, "Xiaoying is here, your majesty. Please give Prince Kong some face." Emperor Yongchang snorted. After Emperor Yongchang got over the novelty of loving his grandson, Concubine Xian asked Chening to take the little prince to see the chrysanthemums not far away, and then said to Emperor Yongchang, "Prince Hui is getting happier and happier." The other day, Prince Kong took the child to Prince Hui's mansion on purpose, thinking that he could accompany Prince Hui to relieve his boredom. Unfortunately, Prince Hui actually went out with his wife. Your Majesty, guess where the couple went? Emperor Yongchang saw concubine Xian smile gently, and it was obvious that the second son and his wife had done something interesting, so he guessed in cooperation. Walking in the market? Concubine Xian, outside the city. Emperor Yongchang, out of the city to enjoy the autumn? Visiting the temple to worship? Concubine Xian smiled and said, horse racing. The couple each had a horse, and King Hui rode Jingwu. Jingwu found His Royal Highness King Hui, who was unconscious in a cliff cave at the bottom of the cliff. This strange story of the divine horse saving the master had spread in and out of the palace. Since it was Jingwu, Emperor Yongchang was relieved because he was worried that the second son would fall off the horse. Then a vague memory emerged from the depths of his mind. The second son, who was still a young man, had just learned to ride a horse and ran several laps in the racecourse. He rarely showed the high spirits that a young man should have. Unfortunately, as soon as he got off the horse, the second son immediately became a bookworm with no joy or anger. It turns out that the second son can still ride a horse. Emperor Yongchang was very happy for his son. Riding a horse is good. At least when sitting on the horse's back, the second son can see the same high view as before. Double Ninth Festival in September, officials have a day off. This day is the turn of Prince Hui and his wife to rest. Otherwise, it would be very tiring to go out continuously, especially for Prince Hui. I want to go back to Changshu Lane. Prince Hui is tired of reading. Can you help me train Jin Bao? After waking up with Prince Hui in the morning, Yao Huang said with a little sleepiness. Zhao Yan understood the princess's implication, and he didn't need to accompany her on this trip back to her parents' home. Yes. Qinai pushed Prince Hui away, and when the familiar wheelchair sound completely disappeared, Yao Huang changed to lying on her back and exhaled a long breath. Prince Hui was very handsome and elegant, and Yao Huang was happy to take Prince Hui out to play, so that he could see the scenery and bustle of the capital that a native of Beijing had never seen. But Yao Huang could say with a clear conscience that Prince Hui was definitely not a good companion for playing, and it had nothing to do with his legs. Even if his legs were fine, it would be okay for Yao Huang to occasionally accompany Prince Hui out, but if it lasted for a long time, she would have a headache. Prince Hui was only willing to go out and walk around. Yao Huang made every travel plan. At this time, Yao Huang had to ensure that Prince Hui could enjoy her arrangements, so she would secretly pay attention to Prince Hui's expression, fearing that he would not like the places she thought were worth visiting, causing Prince Hui to endure the inconvenience of traveling in a wheelchair in vain. But what kind of person is Prince Hui? Even without the dead air, Prince Hui's joy and anger are still hard to tell. He would probably just raise the corners of his lips when Yao Huang laughed out loud, and he would be indifferent when she stretched her neck to look around. Including shopping, Yao Huang bought whatever she liked, but Prince Hui looked at everything calmly, so Yao Huang didn't know how to buy him a gift. Once or twice was fine, but after so many times, Yao Huang was tired and couldn't help missing her old playmates. A group of people talked, laughed, played, and had no fear. Fortunately, the weather was getting cold, giving her a reason to go out less. Yao Huang also thought, would Prince Hui prefer to stay in the mansion to read books and only go out occasionally? But can he keep looking like this for the rest of his life? What if his eyes get damaged? In Changshu Lane, the Yao family didn't know their daughter would come back. Yao Lin had gone out to meet friends early. Yao Zhenhu was in the east camp preparing for the approaching military review of the emperor, and even Luo Jinhua was chatting with neighbors. Wu said Qianyang to call her back. Luo Jinhua hurriedly saw her daughter lying on the Kong in the east room of her house, stretching her arms and legs. Luo Jinhua was startled. What happened? Yao Huang wailed in a low voice, Mom, I'm so tired. Luo Jinhua, what are you tired of? Yao Huang told her mother about her troubles. When the prince locked himself in the bamboo courtyard, I was actually very relieved, but I wanted him to be alive again. Now that I have brought him back to life, I must continue to make his life interesting, but he is not a playful person at all. I always find ways to accompany him to relieve his boredom. I am so tired here. She patted her head. Luo Jinhua quickly held her daughter's hand, fearing that her daughter would knock herself silly. After taking off her shoes, Luo Jinhua sat cross-legged in front of her daughter's head and massaged her forehead. Her husband and son were both people who didn't like to think. The father and son lived a happy life of revenge, all thanks to her for the trivial matters inside and outside. Her daughter could have married a man of ordinary family background and lived an ordinary life after marriage, but, of course, Luo Jinhua had no dissatisfaction with the prince's son-in-law. It was a blessing for her and the entire Yao family that a prince could indulge her daughter so much. After thinking it over, Luo Jinhua said softly, in the final analysis, it's still because the prince is too idle. If he has a job, he usually goes out early and comes back late, and can only accompany you at night and on holidays. Then you should complain that he can accompany you to go out for a stroll too few days. Far away, the fragrance is good; near, the stench is bad. This is true for parents and children, and it is also true for husband and wife. Otherwise, how can a short separation be better than a new marriage? Not seeing each other for a whole day is also a short separation. Yao Huang looked at his mother above his head, and his head was gurgling with bubbles. Job? What job can the prince do? Is the prince willing to do it? Does the court have a job suitable for the prince? Can Emperor Yongchan give it to him? Then, Yao Huang thought of Prince Hui's clever plan to open up wasteland and plant polygonatum in Lingshan, and thought of Prince Hui's various hidden secrets of Qi Yuanhui's death, and thought of his previous military exploits. He can do what a Jinsher civil official should do. As for the military officer, the prince can only not kill the enemy in person, but he can manage and train the soldiers. Didn't Sun Bin command the army to save Zhao from Wei while sitting in a wheelchair? After having lunch with his mother, Yao Huang returned to Prince Hui's mansion refreshed. He heard from Aji that Prince Hui took Jin Bao to the bamboo courtyard for training. Yao Huang took a good rest for a while, and went to the bamboo courtyard to pick up Prince Hui at dusk. Zhao Yin sat in a wheelchair, and was pushed by Qingyai to approach the courtyard gate. Thinking of the fatigue that the princess had gradually become difficult to hide in the past few days, Zhao Yin lowered his eyes. In fact, he didn't need the princess to accompany him so frequently, and he didn't need the princess to rack her brains to talk to him, but he didn't know how to start. When the wheelchair walked out of the shelter of the courtyard wall, Zhao Yin looked at the stone table. Just when Prince Hui was worried about seeing the princess's forced smile, the princess ran towards him with a smile on her face, her eyes bright, as if she was coming to the bamboo courtyard to see him for the first time. Chapter 88. In the past half-month after Prince Qing's wedding, Yao Huang and Prince Hui basically kept the routine of going out every other day. As the consumption outside increased, some thoughts faded when they returned to the mansion. At least, that was the case with Yao Huang. Prince Hui must have been tired, and he slept for several consecutive breaks. There was one night on the 5th day of the lunar month, and the next night was last night. Yao Huang thought that her period was approaching, and was afraid that Prince Hui would be too suffocated, so she deliberately pushed him to the backyard. However, Prince Hui was not interested and only hugged her once. Today is Double Ninth Festival. Although it is a minor festival, Prince Hui should sleep next to her. The autumn nights are getting longer. It is dark, and I don't know when Prince Hui woke me up again. Yao Huang hugged Prince Hui's neck and thought vaguely that it was different after a day of rest. But whether staying in the mansion or going out, Prince Hui spends most of his time in a wheelchair. How can the difference in physical consumption be so big? When Prince Hui's head was pounded into a paste, the princess became incoherent again. You deliberately didn't let me sleep in the middle of the night. You don't want to go out with me, right? I don't want you to say it directly. I'm not forcing you. She wished she could rest for a few more days. Since the princess took the initiative to bring up this matter, Zhao Yin paused and said, "It's not that I don't want to accompany you. I just don't want you to be tired." Yao Huang, I'm tired now. Prince Hui was silent. The princess cried and got angry, and her right hand, which was wearing a green bracelet worth 1,000 taels of silver, grabbed his neck again and again. She liked this bracelet so much that she was afraid of knocking it when she wore it outside, and she was afraid of others getting jealous and causing trouble when she wore it to social events, so she had to wear it when she slept. The princess' skin was as white as cream, and she raised her arms high. The green bracelet had already slipped from her wrist to her elbow. Finally, the princess' arms fell softly like vines that had lost their support. The green bracelet was pressed between the princess's sweaty skin and the brocade, rubbing back and forth. In the gauze curtain, a pair of hands pressed the princess' shoulders, and the sleeping princess hid inside unconsciously. Aji said anxiously, "Princess, wake up quickly. Prince Kong is here with the young prince." It was already noon, and the princess could sleep anytime she wanted. Today, there was a distinguished guest, and if the princess didn't show up, His Royal Highness Prince Kong would be suspicious. Prince Kong and his son? Yao Huang woke up and saw that Bailing and others behind Aji were ready to help her wash and dress. She got up quickly, and took off the green bracelet before washing her hands, and carefully put it into the silver box with gilded round flowers. When Prince Hui brought the green bracelet back from the jewelry store, it was this silver box that was matched. Bailing combed the princess' hair, and Aji brought a bowl of white fungus and red date soup, and fed her mouthful by mouthful to prevent the princess from going to social events hungry. In the front yard of Mingyan Hall, Zhao Yin sat in a wheelchair on the north side, and Prince Kong sat on the left side of the long table, holding the 5-year-old little prince in his arms. Go and pay respects to your second uncle. King Kong encouraged his son by pushing him. The young prince shrank back into his father's arms, and secretly peeked at his second uncle in the wheelchair with his round eyes, like black grapes. When Zhao Yin went to the north to fight against the Wu in the 27th year of Yongchang, the 2-year-old young prince had no memory. Last year, Zhao Yin had been staying indoors since returning to Beijing from the battlefield. The young prince had no chance to see his second uncle, who was like a stranger. In addition, his second uncle looked cold and didn't seem to like him at all, so it was understandable that the young prince was afraid. King Kong wanted to push his son again, but Zhao Yin said, "We are uncle and nephew, so don't worry too much about the formality." Kong smiled awkwardly, looking outside for the nth time. Why hasn't the talkative and cheerful second brother's wife come yet? Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, and soon, a figure in a white jacket and green skirt appeared at the door of the main hall. After seeing the situation inside, Yao Huang smiled and called King Kong big brother, and then waved to the young master with a smile. "Dun brother is here, come and hug the second aunt." The young master was also shy about the second aunt, but the second aunt smiled so beautifully that the young master came over in cooperation when his father pushed her. Yao Huang took the little guy to the other end of the long table, then held the young master in his arms, touched the tender face that was unique to children, and pinched the young master's chubby hands, and praised sincerely, "Dun brother is so handsome." Kong Wang had a square face and thin eyes, while the young master had an oval face and peach blossom eyes at this time. He looked like the former princess, a handsome boy who was very good at growing up. His forehead was tilted, and his eyebrows looked very much like Kong Wang, and he had a very upright aura. The young master stared at the second aunt who was prettier than him. The kitchen set cakes and fruits. Yao Huang took care of the little prince while she was eating, and glanced at the 2 royal brothers who were staring at her and the child. Guessing that Prince Kong had something important to discuss with Prince Hui, Yao Huang asked the little prince, "Second aunt has a puppy. Can I take you to see it?" The little prince nodded expectantly. Yao Huang asked Prince Hui to entertain Prince Kong, and took the little prince away. Zhao Yin looked at Prince Kong. "Prince Kong, I'm fine. I just feel itchy, and want to ask my second brother to play chess with me." Zhao Yin heard this, and asked Qingyai to get the chessboard. King Kong moved a chair and sat opposite his second brother, playing chess silently. As he played, King Kong thought of his youth. His father didn't want his second brother to stay in the study all day, so he asked him, as the eldest brother, to find a way to take his second brother out for a walk. King Kong tried, and his second brother was willing to go out with him, but he had to rack his brains to find something to say along the way. If he didn't say something, his second brother would remain silent, which made King Kong feel uncomfortable. After his father found out, he asked him to accompany his second brother to do things that his second brother loved to do. King Kong went to ask, and the second brother said that he liked reading. In addition to reading, he also played chess and painted. Painting is a personal thing, so King Kong played chess with his second brother. He won every time, which made King Kong very embarrassed. Later, when his father came to see the 2 brothers playing chess and took him away, his father scolded him. It's okay that the older brother's chess skills are not as good as the younger brother, but you can't even see that the second brother has been letting you win. Recalling the old things, King Kong raised his eyes, looked at his second brother and said, "We are fair and square, you don't have to let me." Although the eldest brother is not good at chess, he can afford to lose. Zhao Yin nodded. After 3 consecutive games, King Kong lost 3 times in a row. King Kong turned his head to look outside and said, "The weather is nice, I push you to the garden to bask in the sun." Zhao Yin, eh? King Kong came over to help his second brother push the wheelchair, with a look of relief on his face that his second brother couldn't see, but the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore, staring at the thin red marks on his second brother's neck in horror, then stopped, suddenly pulled the back of his second brother's collar and pulled it out, revealing more red marks hidden underneath. Seeing it with his own eyes, King Kong was furious. What happened? Who hurt my second brother? Zhao Yin felt a slight stinging pain when he wiped the back of his neck with a towel last night. He didn't pay attention to it at the time. When his brother grabbed his collar and asked him, he reacted instantly. After a short silence, Zhao Yin explained, "It's inconvenient to turn over at night, and rashes often appear on the back of my neck. I can't help scratching when it itches." The anger in King Kang's eyes was quickly replaced by heartache, and even red eyes. Zhao Yin didn't look back, and said in a normal tone, "I'm used to it. Brother, don't be sad. Please keep it a secret for me." I don't want people to care about me other than my legs. King Kong thought of his mother's reminder that disabled people can't stand sympathy from others, because such sympathy is useless, and will only rub salt into their wounds again and again. King Kong agreed with a choked throat. Arriving at the back garden of Prince Huey's mansion, walking to the foot of Sweeping Mountain in the north, seeing the newly built ramp suitable for wheelchairs, King Kong once again truly realized the hard work of his second brother over the past year, and his eyes were sore again. Going around the lakeside in the west, King Kong saw his second brother's wife, who threw a red cloth ball high up, and his son and a golden-haired puppy excitedly chased it at the same time. Seeing the carefree smile of his second brother's wife, King Kong's face turned serious. He parked the wheelchair and asked his second brother to throw the ball to the child. He walked to his second brother's wife, turned his back to his second brother and whispered. The rash on his back was scratched by him. Can't you see it? Yao Huang, Prince Huey's back felt as smooth as his face. There was no rash. However, if it was scratched, Yao Huang seemed to understand what was going on. She lowered her head with a hot face. King Kong thought she was ashamed and continued, Your sister-in-law can make your second brother happy. This is your credit, but you should be more careful. It is inconvenient for your second brother to turn over at night. You or Qinghai should help him turn over twice. Don't just sleep. Yao Huang understood. Prince, we must have told Prince Kong nonsense. Prince Kong, who had never been grabbed by the neck by the former princess or concubines, actually believed Prince Hui. Yao Huang would never get angry with a stupid prince. Besides, such a misunderstanding is better than letting Prince Kong find out the privacy of the couple. I know, brother, don't worry. I will be more careful. Please keep this mistake for us. I'm afraid that my father will find out and blame me. Prince Kong said him in a very hard manner. Prince Kong and his son did not stay here for dinner. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui and sent them out of the palace and returned to Mingyan Hall. While EP51 had left, Yao Huang stood behind and gently touched Prince Hui's neck. Prince, why didn't you tell me that you had a rash? I was scolded by the prince. Zhao Yin. Pay attention next time. Seeing the normal expression on the face of King Kong after talking to her, Zhao Yin knew that the princess cooperated with his lies. Yao Huang, who should pay attention? Is it for me to pay attention not to scratch you again, or for you to pay attention not to disturb my sleep? Prince Hui did not answer. This is what it means to never repent. Yao Huang was so angry that he pushed the wheelchair forward. Because the princess thought the wheelchair with wheels was ugly, Zhao Yin often sat in the original light red sandalwood wheelchair recently. At this time, it was pushed several steps away by the princess. Zhao Yin had difficulty pushing it himself, and could only stay where he was. Yao Huang came over, pushed him into the hall, and asked curiously, You came down from the palace at the end of the month, and you came again today. Is there something going on? Zhao Yin, nothing. It's similar to his intention to help me push the wheelchair in the palace. 5 parts of sincerity, 5 parts of pretense. Yao Huang turned her head and realized that Emperor Yongchang loved his disabled second son, which was obvious to all. She took care of Prince Hui, and Emperor Yongchang rewarded her with a jade ruby. If Prince Kong cared about Prince Hui a few more times, Emperor Yongchang would definitely praise him as a good elder brother. Emperor Yongchang is over 50 years old, and the crown prince will basically choose between Prince Kong and Prince Qing. For the sake of her and Prince Hui's comfortable life, Yao Huang hopes that Prince Kong will enter the East Palace. Prince Qing is a person who often ridicules Prince Hui, and Zheng Yuanzhen has never treated her as a sister-in-law. However, these are still far away, and Yao Huang dare not interfere blindly, and can only watch cautiously, but Prince Kang's visit today has helped her a little in her next plan. Chapter 89. After 2 days of rest, Yao Huang took Prince Hui out again. He took him to the foot of the mountain in the suburbs to look at the colorful autumn leaves in the mountains, took him to the small Taoist temple that could be reached without climbing stairs to burn incense and pray for blessings, and also took him to his grandfather's house to pick big red persimmons that tasted just right after the frost fell. He asked his grandfather and others to do their own things, and only Yao Huang accompanied His Highness Prince Hui in the courtyard. Under the eaves, there was a long pole specially used for picking persimmons. There was a narrow cutting knife on the top of the pole. With a light cut along the persimmon stem, the heavy persimmons would fall into the net bag tied to the pole. It seems simple, but it still requires some skills. If the person holding the pole has poor eyesight, the persimmon may fall directly to the ground and break. Yao Huang picked one with a long pole. She walked a little further, and stretched the pole tip directly in front of Prince Hui. Zhao Yin cooperated and took out the red persimmon as big as his fist from the net bag. Yao Huang held the long pole upright, ran over, gently pinched the persimmon still in Prince Hui's hand, and said, "This one can be eaten, but take it back to the house, and put it on the windowsill to dry for 2 days, it will taste sweeter." Zhao Yan looked at the red persimmons in front of him. He remembered that when he was very young, Madame Lu seemed to feed him peeled persimmons with a bowl. He also saw dried persimmon cakes at the imperial concubine's place. This was the first time Zhao Yan saw persimmons just picked from the tree so closely. "It's your turn, your highness. You are good at archery, and have a good eyesight. The persimmons you pick should be sweeter than mine." Yao Huang took the persimmons with one hand, and handed the long pole to Prince Hui with the other. Zhao Yan didn't really want to try. Yao Huang pushed him to the outside of the canopy of the persimmon tree, and said with a smile, "You only come to pick persimmons once a year. Your highness must cherish the opportunity." Zhao Yan could sense the excitement in the princess' voice. Before the Double Nine festival, the princess seemed to be getting tired of spending time with him, but suddenly became interested again after the festival. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yan looked up, first confirming the range of persimmons that the long pole could reach, and then selecting the reddest one. The pole tip moved slightly, and the red persimmon fell smoothly into the net bag. Zhao Yan put the long pole flat, and Yao Huang ran to take out the persimmon, which was indeed softer than the one she picked. Yao Huang went to the kitchen, and took out a set of bowls and chopsticks that her aunts bought to entertain her and Prince Hui. She scooped a bucket of water, and stood under the eaves to wash it in front of Prince Hui, also washing away the dust on the surface of the persimmon, then skillfully tore open a part of the persimmon skin and poured the flesh inside into the bowl. Finally, Yao Huang took the bowl and 2 pairs of chopsticks back to Prince Hui, gave him a pair of chopsticks, and invited him, "Prince, taste it first." The ripe persimmon flesh naturally divided into several pieces. Zhao Yan picked up a piece under the princess's gaze. It was very sweet. After eating this, Yao Huang said greedily, "Let's pick a few more, and take them back to eat slowly." As for the 2 persimmon trees, Yao Huang would not be polite to his grandfather's family. He directly moved the low cabinets on the 2 carriages, and filled the bottom layer with them. After lunch, the couple took a carriage and went back home. Today is September 17th. Emperor Yongchang started the military review of the 4 camps in the suburbs of Beijing yesterday, starting from the East Camp, and today is the turn of the South Camp. There is a small review every year, and a big review every 3 years, and the date is set in mid-September every year. Last time when I went to Changshu Lane with the princess to send mid-autumn festival gifts, Zhao Yan heard Yao Zhenhu mention that this year's military review in the East Camp was scheduled for September 16th, and it would be changed if the weather changed. Then the princess suggested that she come to her grandfather's house to pick persimmons today, and Zhao Yan expected that he might meet his father and the accompanying civil and military officials on the way there and back. Zhao Yan didn't want to spoil the princess's fun, so he asked people to prepare 2 ordinary carriages, driven by Zhang Yu and Wang Dong respectively, without any other guards. In this way, if they really met the emperor's procession on the way, they could let the carriages stay far away and pretend to be ordinary people visiting relatives and friends. It was not too early for the couple to leave the city, and the emperor had already set out and returned to the city. When the sound of horse hooves came from afar, Zhang Yu also whispered that it was the emperor's carriage, and Zhao Yan asked him to drive the carriage to 200 steps away from the official road. When the prince's carriage turned, the princess's carriage behind also turned. Qingyai and Feichuan sat on the shaft, and Aji accompanied the princess in the carriage. The road outside the official road was full of potholes. Fortunately, Wang Dong had explained it in advance, so both Yao Huang and his servant were prepared. The carriage stopped again, and Yao Huang opened a slit in the curtain, and found that the imperial procession was approaching. 2 imperial guards on horses were leading the way on the left and right. In the middle, Emperor Yongchang was in the lead, and Prince Kong and Prince Qing were half a horse's length behind on both sides. There were other carriages and people near the official road, and the 2 carriages from Prince Hui's mansion were not eye-catching. The autumn was dry, and the air was hot. The horses' hooves kicked up puffs of yellow smoke, and the emperor, princes, and civil and military ministers whistled by. Before the first wave of yellow sand was blown over by the autumn wind, Yao Huang lowered the curtain. With the character of Prince Hui, he would definitely not do such a sneaky peeping, but Yao Huang believed that Prince Hui would rather go to the military camp to review the military than accompany her to play water and pick persimmons. When the 2 carriages of Prince Hui's mansion finally arrived at the south gate, Emperor Yongchang and others had already entered the city for a long time. Back at the palace, Yao Huang simply washed and changed into a set of silk and satin middle clothes, sitting in front of the dressing table and slowly combing her hair. When Prince Hui came over, The princess's long hair had been combed very smoothly, and the hair strands moved with her steps. When they got to the bed, the princess, who was still having her period, didn't lie still like she had done in the past few days, but leaned into his arms. Zhao Yan patted the princess's hand. Yao Huang rested his head on his shoulder and whispered, "Actually, I know that the prince doesn't want to hang out with me every day. The things I like to do are things that only children like in the eyes of the prince." Zhao Yan. No, don't think about it. The autumn scenery in the suburbs is pleasing to the eye. Picking persimmons may be a little childish, but it is also a childlike fun that he has never experienced before. Yao Huang rubbed his shoulder. "Your Highness, don't coax me. I can tell whether you are really happy or not." Zhao Yan was silent for a moment, moved to the outside, and looked at the princess's face again. Yao Huang didn't let him see it, and continued to get into his arms. Zhao Yan hugged the princess to him, but met the princess's tightly closed eyes. "Zhao Yan, I'm just not used to showing my emotions. Not smiling often doesn't mean I don't like it." The princess nodded perfunctorily with her eyes closed. Zhao Yan was having a headache, and suddenly, the princess opened her eyes, smiled and kissed him on the forehead, and coaxed him in return. "Okay, I feel relieved to know that your highness likes me. I'm tired all morning, go to sleep." Zhao Yan saw clearly that the princess didn't really think so. After a few days of rest, the princess didn't ask him to go out again. Emperor Yongchang was quite satisfied with the military review of the 4 camps this year. The emperor was in a good mood, so Empress Zhou felt relieved to invite the women of the royal family, some wives of the imperial family, and ladies of famous families to the palace to appreciate chrysanthemums. Appreciating peonies in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn is not only a favor given by the royal family to the invited women, but also a way to invite more people to accompany the concubines and princesses to relieve boredom. On September 25th, Yao Huang left Prince Hui and went to the palace to appreciate the flowers. After several social events, Yao Huang, in addition to Chenning, a little sister whom she met when she was a concubine, could talk happily with the eldest princess and the 2 concubines of King Kong. If it weren't for the second princess's mouth that looked like the imperial concubines, and Zheng Yuanzhen's high-handed look that disdained to associate with her, Yao Huang could also get along with them, even if it was just a superficial harmony. After admiring the flowers, eating the banquet, and having lunch, the female guests had to leave the palace. Yao Huang supported her forehead with one hand and said to the eldest princess, "Sister, I drank too much fruit wine, and my head is a little dizzy. Can I go to your place to rest for a while?" The eldest princess naturally agreed. Concubine Du, Concubine Lu, Concubine Shen, including Princess Fuqingcheng, Zheng Yuanzhen and her daughter all looked at Yao Huang. If it was someone else, they would definitely suspect that the other party was pretending to be drunk and took the opportunity to stay in the palace to plot something with the eldest princess and Queen Zhou. Yao Huang's words did have some scheming, but King Hui's legs were crippled. What could a princess from a small family do? Her face was so red, she was probably really drunk. She always ate the most delicious food at every palace banquet. Everyone dispersed. Yao Huang really rested for half an hour with the eldest princess, woke up and followed the eldest princess to say goodbye to Queen Zhou. "I definitely have to say no, but not so fast." Yao Huang looked at the eldest princess embarrassedly and told the mother and daughter the truth. "Actually, I have something I want to ask for help from the Queen Mother. Even if the Queen Mother doesn't ask her daughter-in-law to come to the palace to appreciate the chrysanthemums today, I will submit a memorial to ask to see the Queen Mother." Empress Zhou was slightly stunned. This child actually has a plot? The eldest princess was very understanding and smiled. "Second sister-in-law, don't blame yourself. I am very happy to help you with this small favor." Empress Zhou dismissed the palace servants around her and asked curiously, "What does Yao Yao want?" Yao Huang lowered her head and whispered, "I want to see the emperor. It's something related to the prince. If the emperor agrees, then the Queen Mother and sister will know what this matter is soon. If the emperor disagrees, I can't mention it to the Queen Mother and sister. But I guess the emperor should agree, otherwise I dare not rashly bother the Queen Mother. If she wants Prince Hui to go out to work, she must obtain the consent of both Prince Hui and Emperor Yongchang. Only if Emperor Yongchang agrees, Yao Huang can persuade Prince Hui. Otherwise, she worked hard to persuade Prince Hui, but Emperor Yongchang refused. Then Prince Hui was stabbed by his own father, and he would turn around and stab her, letting her talk too much and make her blindly give advice to bring shame to him. Anything related to the emperor is a big deal. Queen Zhou did not agree to Yao Huang immediately. After a moment of silence, she looked at her daughter. The eldest princess is only 16 this year. When she began to remember things, it was when concubine Du had the 4th prince and no longer valued her adopted son. Speaking of which, the eldest princess and her second brother Zhao Yan rarely met, but she learned from her mother why her second brother was obsessed with reading and didn't like to go out. At the same time, the eldest princess, who was loved by her father and mother, felt a little pity for her second brother. After the 18-year-old second brother made military achievements, this pity turned into respect. When the second brother was injured and could no longer walk, the eldest princess cried secretly. Now, based on the princess's understanding of her second sister-in-law, she believed that what her second sister-in-law asked of her father must be beneficial to her second brother. "Mother, I will accompany my second sister-in-law to see my father. You just pretend that you don't know about this matter. If there is an accident and my father wants to blame me, I will accompany my second sister-in-law to bear it." The princess held the hand of her second sister-in-law, who was only 1 year older than her, and said to her mother gently. Yao Huang hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with my sister. I will explain it to my father." "You?" The princess interrupted her seriously. "If my second sister-in-law is distant with me again, I really won't care." Yao Huang, Empress Zhou was amused by this pair of loyal sisters-in-law. Based on her understanding of Emperor Yongchang, as long as Yao Huang's request was for the good of King Hui, Emperor Yongchang would not be angry with anyone today. "Go, your father will be busy if you are late." Chapter 90. Emperor Yongchang was busiest in the morning, presiding over court meetings, summoning ministers to handle urgent government affairs, and reviewing important memorials, etc. When he didn't have to attend court, Emperor Yongchang rarely slept in. He would use that time to read books in history. After all, a wise ruler also needs to constantly improve his knowledge and broaden his horizons. After lunch and a break, Emperor Yongchang ushered in a relatively relaxed period of his day. If he wanted to do serious work, he would continue to review the less important memorials left over from the morning. If he wanted to enjoy himself, he would find some fun. After washing up, Emperor Yongchang walked to the window and looked at the bright autumn sun outside. Thinking that it would get colder, Emperor Yongchang said to eunuch Wang, "Let's go, I go to the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers." Empress Zhou wanted to hold a flower show. The day before yesterday, she asked the gardeners to decorate the imperial garden with various famous chrysanthemums. Yesterday, she brought concubines and princesses to invite him to visit the garden first. Although Emperor Yongchang went, he was surrounded by a group of concubines. How could Emperor Yongchang concentrate on enjoying the flowers? Some elegant things are suitable for one person to do, and at most 2 or 3 close friends with similar interests can be invited. Emperor Yongchang had no friends. Among the concubines, only Empress Zhou could accompany him wholeheartedly. Concubine Xian and concubine Rou were also eloquent when they were young, but now they have to plan for their son. As for the imperial concubine, Emperor Yongchang felt a headache just thinking about the imperial concubine's mouth that always caused trouble. As soon as he left Jianyuan Hall with eunuch Wang and 4 imperial guards, 2 colorful figures appeared in front of him. One was his most beloved daughter, the eldest princess, and the other was the second son's wife. This was a bit new, and Emperor Yongchang stopped with a smile. The eldest princess trotted over with Yao Huang, and the 2 sisters-in-law saluted to Emperor Yongchang in unison. "Greetings, father." Emperor Yongchang, "No need to be polite. Why are you 2 together?" The eldest princess looked at Yao Huang encouragingly. Yao Huang said respectfully and carefully, "I have something to discuss with you, father." Emperor Yongchang, "What is it?" Yao Huang looked at the eldest princess, including eunuch Wang and others. Emperor Yongchang understood and smiled. "I was just about to go to the imperial garden to appreciate the flowers. You 2 came at the right time. Please accompany me for a walk." The eldest princess naturally took her father's arm. Yao Huang was the daughter-in-law after all, so she walked beside the eldest princess. When they arrived at the imperial garden, Emperor Yongchang asked eunuch Wang to keep a distance from the guards, and only took his daughter and daughter-in-law to appreciate the flowers. Soon, the eldest princess cooperated and went deep into the garden, where she could see her father and the second sister-in-law but could not hear their conversation. Emperor Yongchang looked at his daughter-in-law. Yao Huang lowered her head, as if she was afraid, but she said in a straightforward tone, "Since the daughter-in-law is here, just tell the truth to the father. I want to ask the father to arrange an errand for the second prince." Emperor Yongchang, The second son is already in a wheelchair, and the daughter-in-law still wants him to work. Is this your idea, or is it Yenner's own idea? Yao Huang raised his head and glanced at his father. Father should know the second prince's temper better than me. He even wrote the memorial to you to use the weapons workshop to make new chair wheels, because I was a spoiled child, and urged him to write it. Otherwise, He would be content to use the 2 wooden wheelchairs that look bloated. If the 2 wheels are like this, how could he have the face to ask you for a job with his disabled body? Emperor Yongchang was shocked. The memorial from the second son that made him angry and sad was actually written by his daughter-in-law. After the shock, Emperor Yongchang was left with bitterness in his heart. Indeed, this was the second son's true character. He would never speak to him unless necessary. And the daughter-in-law's words, "I'm willing to sacrifice my face and ask you for a job with my disabled body," were like a knife stabbing into Emperor Yongchang's heart. These feelings were not pleasant. Emperor Yongchang turned his back to his daughter-in-law and walked to a pot of green-petaled chrysanthemums nearby. He stood with his hands behind his back for a while and asked, "Why did you think of this?" Yao Huang followed 2 steps and stopped behind the emperor, speaking in a natural tone as if chatting with his own father. "To be honest, I had this idea before the Double Ninth Festival. Of course, my daughter-in-law is only for myself, because I have tried very hard to make the second prince happy and take him to play everywhere in and outside the city. But the second prince always has an indifferent attitude, which makes me uneasy and worried." Emperor Yongchang understood. He once asked the eldest son to take care of the second son, and the eldest son also complained to him about similar difficulties. Even he, the father, didn't know how to deal with the second son. Yao Huang, at that time, my daughter-in-law thought that if the second prince worked like other husbands and went out early and came back late, I would only need to take care of his daily life, which would save me a lot of worries. Emperor Yongchang snorted in his heart. Even if the second prince had a disabled leg, it would be a blessing for his daughter-in-law to marry him. Since the daughter-in-law enjoyed the wealth and honor that ordinary women could not enjoy because of the second prince, how could she despise the second prince because of this trivial matter of companionship and push the second prince, a disabled person, away? Yao Huang could not see Emperor Yongchang's expression, but Emperor Yongchang did not let her shut up. So she continued, "Although my daughter-in-law wanted to be lazy, she would never dare to show it in front of the second prince. Besides, the second prince was so good to me, and my father also rewarded me a lot. What's the big deal if I just put in some thought and effort? If it weren't for the fact that the second prince didn't like her travel plans at all, and would rather sacrifice herself to fulfill her good intentions, she wouldn't even have the thought of being lazy." Emperor Yongchang felt relieved. It turned out that the daughter-in-law was doing it for the second prince's good. The second prince would indeed do such a stupid thing. The first prince's chess skills were so bad, but the second prince was willing to pretend to lose to make the first prince happy. Yao Huang, on the 10th day, the first prince brought Dungur to visit the second prince. Although the second prince looked cold, he ate half a bowl of rice for the first time after the first prince left. I praised how cute Dungur was, and the second prince listened very seriously, and liked to listen to it more than when I told him jokes from the outside world. My daughter-in-law suddenly understood that the second prince is a prince. He is not interested in the gossips of the people and the streets that I am familiar with. He is more concerned about the people and things that he has known since childhood. Therefore, the visit of the first prince can make him happy. My father, a rough man, talked about the various preparations made by Dongying for the military review, and the second prince could listen to every word. Emperor Yongchang nodded imperceptibly. He had many beauties. Of course, beauties were very good, but if the beauties talked to him about the trivialities of the harem every day, Emperor Yongchang would be too lazy to listen. The second son has been studying and practicing martial arts since he was young. Like all the scholars and soldiers in the world, he is determined to use what he has learned to make achievements. Rather than listening to the nagging of beauties, he prefers to listen to people talking about politics and military affairs. Thinking of this, Emperor Yongchang finally understood the deep meaning of his daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law behind him sighed. My daughter-in-law is just guessing, and even if I know what the second prince likes, I can't often bother the eldest prince to accompany the second prince. My father likes wine, and I dare not often ask him to come to the palace for fear that he will say something wrong after drinking. My daughter-in-law can only continue to take the second prince out to relax. Then on the 17th, the second prince and I returned from picking persimmons at the home of my daughter-in-law's grandfather, and we met the imperial guard of my father, who returned from the military review in the south camp. Emperor Yongchang turned around in surprise, looked at his daughter-in-law and asked, "You were also outside the city that day?" Yao Huang, "Yes, I was wondering why the second prince arranged 2 ordinary carriages in the morning. When I met my father in the afternoon, I realized that the second prince had predicted this long ago. He didn't want to delay my father's return to the city, so he asked us to stay aside the official road like ordinary people." Emperor Yongchang turned around again. No matter the eldest, second or third child, as long as the children reached the age of 15, Emperor Yongchang would take his sons with him every year to review the military. If the second son was in Beijing, he would not miss the military review. But the second son's legs were disabled, and Emperor Yongchang was afraid that the second son would be sad when he arrived at the military camp, so he did not call the second son this year. So when the second son was sitting in the carriage on the side of the road, did he open the curtain and see his father and his two brothers traveling in style? Yao Huang, the second prince, could still smile when he accompanied his daughter-in-law to pick persimmons, but he didn't eat much that night. My daughter-in-law thought that the second prince must be sad that the first and third princes could share the worries of the father, but he could only be reduced to wandering around with his daughter-in-law every day, doing nothing. At this point, Yao Huang choked up and said, "Father, the second prince is a dragon. Even if his legs are crippled, he is still a dragon with great military and political skills. I can't bear to see him being treated like a rotten worm in a wheelchair. I should kneel down for you, but I'm afraid that if you really agree, the guards will say that I beg you for the second prince's job. Father, the second prince can speak, write, and paint well. Just assign him a job to let him know that he is still useful and not a useless person." "Shut up." Emperor Yongchang, who had already burst into tears, reluctantly said these two words, and walked forward dozens of steps until he suppressed the heartache and bitterness that was surging. Yao Huang stopped where she was, took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. The rhetoric was the rhetoric, but the current situation of Prince Hui was really pitiful. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Yongchang in front of her waved at her, still with his back to her. Yao Huang quickly approached. "Emperor Yongchang, I will give the second son a job, which he deserves. I neglected it before, and it has nothing to do with whether you come to ask for it or not. Yao Huang, I thank you on behalf of the second prince, but please keep this a secret for the time being, because the second prince doesn't know how bold I am today, and I have to spend time persuading him to accept your kindness. Before, I was afraid that the second prince would be disappointed if I rejected him, so I didn't dare to mention it to him first, thinking that I would talk to him after you get it done." Emperor Yongchang, "Okay, you persuade him first, and if he can't get over it, I will go to him in person." Yao Huang, "I will do my best, but it will be more troublesome for the second prince to work than for other officials, which may also be the concern of the second prince." Emperor Yongchang, "What's the problem?" Yao Huang lowered his eyes and said, "First, the second prince needs a public house that belongs to him alone. He is shy and can only push his wheelchair for a short distance when he is alone. He doesn't move much when there are many people around, including me and Qinghai Feituan." Emperor Yongchang looked at Yuan Tian. "I will give it to him, including helping him solve various threshold obstacles." Yao Huang, "The second prince also needs a clean room that belongs to him alone." Emperor Yongchang said with difficulty, "It will be." Yao Huang, "It's better to let the craftsmen in our palace do the repairs. When we went to Lingshan, the second prince had craftsmen sent from the palace to renovate the house." Emperor Yongchang, "As long as he is willing to work, I will do whatever you want." Yao Huang gritted his teeth and begged to the end, "Father is so kind, but you just need to know these things in your heart, and don't tell the second prince directly. I guess my daughter-in-law." Emperor Yongchang wanted to cry again. Chapter 91. Prince Hui's Mansion. Zhao Yan had lunch alone in the bamboo courtyard. After lunch, he rested for 25 minutes as usual before doing massage. Then, when he was about to go to Ming'an Hall after wiping himself, a guard who had escorted the princess into the palace came back and said that the princess was a little drunk and would rest at the eldest princess' place before returning to the mansion. Zhao Yan thought a lot in an instant. Did the princess get drunk by herself, or did she fall into someone's trap by accident? The eldest princess' temperament was like that of Queen Zhou, so he should be able to take good care of her. If she was drunk, how long would she sleep in the palace? Zhao Yan went to Ming'an Hall and took a rest in the front yard to read. At 1500 hours, Qinghai reported outside that the princess had returned. Zhao Yan took the book and asked Qinghai to push him to the main hall. The princess, who returned to the mansion, naturally came to greet the prince. When the princess appeared in front of the main hall, Zhao Yan raised his eyes and saw that the princess had changed her spirited look before going out. She stopped outside the door and lowered her head slightly, only daring to glance at him, as if she had made some mistakes and was worried about being scolded by him. Zhao Yan put down the book and said, "Come in." Yao Huang walked in slowly. When she came to the long table, it was meaningless to lower her head, because Prince Hui was sitting in a wheelchair, and the lower she lowered, the easier it was for her to make eye contact with him. Zhao Yan saw the slightly red eyes of the princess. He frowned. "Have you cried in the palace?" Yao Huang nodded reluctantly. Zhao Yin, why? Yao Huang glanced at Prince Hui, and suddenly came around, pushing the wheelchair out while saying, "It's not convenient to talk here. I go to another place to explain to the prince." Soon, Zhao Yin was pushed to the place that the princess thought was suitable for talking, the step-out bed in the east inner room of the backyard. Prince Hui was still wearing his outer coat. Yao Huang wanted to help him take it off, but Zhao Yin held her hand and said, "Tell me why you were crying first." Yao Huang thought about it, turned the wheelchair so that Prince Hui faced the bed, and she took off her upper jacket and long skirt, climbed onto the bed wearing only a set of underwear, and then knelt in front of Prince Hui with a guilty look, hanging her head and said, "I cried to my father, and said some things that the prince might not want me to say to him. I was wrong, and I apologized to the prince. I only asked the prince to consider my delicate skin and tender flesh, and not punish me too harshly." The words delicate skin and tender flesh diverted Prince Hui's thoughts, and his eyes fell on the princess's knees kneeling in the soft quilt. It turned out that the inner room was suitable because she could kneel more comfortably when she asked for her sins. "No need to kneel, speak nicely." Yao Huang continued to kneel without moving. It didn't hurt to kneel like this anyway, so Zhao Yin asked the main question first. "What grievances did you tell your father about?" Yao Huang glanced at him and said faintly, "The grievance that the prince is too difficult to serve. I always let the prince stay in the study to read books. I am afraid that the prince will damage his eyes. When I take the prince out to play, the prince seems to be not interested in the things I like. I am in a dilemma. I don't know how to accompany the prince better. I am almost worried about white hair." Zhao Yin had already noticed her concerns in this regard. He failed to explain it clearly last time, so he explained it to the princess more clearly this time. "I have been studying since I was young, and I know the principle of reading for a while and taking a break, so I won't hurt my eyes. I am also happy to go out with you, so you just need to arrange it according to your wishes. If I am not interested, I will tell you directly." Yao Huang, that being said, there are only a few fun places near the capital. Even if I want to take the prince out to relax, he will get bored if we always go to the same place. Zhao Yin, then stay in the mansion. Yao Huang, if I stay in the mansion, I will miss you, and I am afraid that you will be bored in the study all the time. Zhao Yin, no, I like reading. Yao Huang looked up, looked into his eyes and said, "I also like to look at gold, but I can't stand looking at gold every day. Your Highness is a gentleman, and gentlemen cannot lie to others. Then please tell me from your conscience that you like to stay in the study the most, and you will not feel bored even if you are with books all day long." As soon as she finished speaking, Prince Hui avoided her sight. Yao Huang smiled bitterly. "You see, I knew that the prince was only 23 years old, and he was not a monk in the temple. How could he like to stay in one place all the time?" Zhao Yin looked at the legs in front of him. What if he didn't like it? He could only do this in his life. He forced himself to read books, at least he could pass the time with books. Yao Huang changed to a kneeling position, so that her face was closer to Prince Hui in the wheelchair. She stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to hold Prince Hui's hand, hesitated and put it down, and whispered, "The prince can wrong himself to repeat the same thing day after day, but I can't do it. I want the prince to see new scenery, and have new ways to entertain himself every day. Only when the prince is happy can I enjoy the wealth and honor that the prince gives me with peace of mind. But I am powerless, so I am troubled and can't help crying to my father." Zhao Yin still looked at his legs. If his legs were fine, the princess wouldn't have to worry about it. Yao Huang saw the familiar dead air on Prince Hui's face and said hurriedly, "Prince, don't you want to ask me why I cried to my father?" Prince Hui didn't even raise his head. "You tell me." Yao Huang deliberately snorted, and when Prince Hui looked over, he raised his chin, looking like he didn't think he was wrong. "I asked my father to arrange a job for you, so that you have something to do during the day, and I don't have to rack my brains to find entertainment for you. I just need to serve you well at night." At the last sentence, the righteous princess lost her temper and lowered her head with a red face. "Of course, I didn't tell my father the last sentence." Zhao Yin, Half a year after getting married, this was the first time that Zhao Yin was not disturbed by the princess's bold words, but his heart still beat faster for another thing. When his hot blood gradually cooled down, Zhao Yin lowered his eyes and said, "You have your reasons. I won't punish you this time, but I won't do it again next time." Yao Huang looked at his expression, knelt down again, and said with a fearless attitude, "Your Highness should punish you, because my father said that since you followed me to Lingshan to escape the summer heat, he has been thinking about arranging a job for you. He was afraid that you would blame him for not loving his son, so he didn't dare to tell you. Now that I have come to him, for the sake of our relationship, my father will simply become a bad guy again. That is to say, the prince's comfortable days at home will not last long. When the emperor thinks of a new job, the prince will have to take up the post. Zhao Yan was stunned. Can he really continue to work? What job will the emperor give him? Can he do it well? And there is the government office. Even if he can bring Qinghai Feichuan to serve him, how can he solve trivial matters such as going to the toilet? Yao Huang saw that the dead air on Prince Hui's face was gone, replaced by embarrassment. Knowing his concerns, Yao Huang said, "The emperor dares to be a bad person, but I am afraid that the prince will be angry with me, so I have to find a way to remedy it. I know that the prince likes quietness, and he likes to read books alone, and he should also like to read official documents alone, so I asked my father to allocate a separate public room for the prince, so that when the prince wants to see someone, he can call that person over, and when he doesn't want to be disturbed, he can be alone and quiet. The prince can even put a luhan bed in the public room, and lie on it to rest for a while, when he is tired of reading, right?" Zhao Yin, The 2 prime ministers of the secretariat and the 6 ministers all have separate public rooms. He is a prince, and he is in a wheelchair. It is not too against the rules for my father to allocate him a separate public room, and forget about the luhan bed. If there is a separate public housing, he can put up a screen to separate a small clean room. Speak, your majesty, are you angry with me? Are you just a little angry, or very angry? The princess's hand finally reached out, and gently shook his sleeve. The princess was kneeling on the bed, and she had to bend over to pull his sleeve, so when Zhao Yan looked up, the first thing he saw was the princess's slightly loose inner collar, which was. Zhao Yan held her hand and turned his face away, and said, "I'm not angry, but I'm sorry for your trouble." Whether it was accompanying him to relax or boldly asking his father for a job, the princess was doing it for him to have more entertainment. "Yao Huang, are you really not angry?" Zhao Yan nodded. Yao Huang immediately moved to the edge of the bed, and tried to move to Prince Hui's wheelchair. Zhao Yan saw it, and reached out to hold the princess to prevent her from falling. With his cooperation, Yao Huang knelt down in Prince Hui's arms smoothly, with her legs folded against the seat of his wheelchair on both sides. With her hands around Prince Hui's neck, Yao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. All the way back, I was thinking whether the prince would move to the bamboo courtyard in a rage, and never come to Ming'an Hall to accompany me again, not even on the 5th or 10th day." Zhao Yan's hand was on the princess's slender waist, and the surrounding area was filled with the fragrance of the sweet-scented osmanthus dew that the princess loved to use when bathing. In this position again, Zhao Yan found it difficult to control his body. Yao Huang felt it, and looked up at Prince Hui. Prince Hui closed his eyes, and heard the princess laugh, then leaned close to his ear and said, "In fact, I am not only looking for something for you to pass the time, but I am also afraid that you can see me at any time of the day or night, and see too much and get tired of it. In the end, it will become like the first few days of the month. Even if I lie next to you, you are too lazy to touch me." Zhao Yan, at that time, "I thought you were tired from going out so often." Yao Huang, "I thought I had tired the prince." Prince Hui, who was not tired, did not want to explain any more and directly transferred the princess to him. In the palace, the more Emperor Yongchang thought about his daughter-in-law's words, the more distressed he felt. The more distressed he felt, the more guilty he felt. If he had cared more about the second son, why would he only now understand that his son did not want to be a useless person at all? With his mind full of the second son's work, Emperor Yongchang could neither appreciate the flowers nor read the memorials. When it was dusk, Emperor Yongchang felt that if he did not get this matter done today, he would not be able to sleep tonight. Emperor Yongchang left the palace again. In the Prince Hui's mansion, Zhao Yan accompanied the princess to rest for half an hour in the evening. After the princess fell asleep, Zhao Yan had something on his mind, and asked Qinghai to push him back to the front yard. Not long after he stayed in the study, his father came. Zhao Yan didn't have time to think about it, and asked Qinghai to push him out to meet him. One was at the door of the main hall, and the other was still in the yard. The father and son met each other from a distance. Zhao Yan lowered his eyes first. Emperor Yongchang called eunuch Wang, and Qinghai and others stayed outside. He personally pushed his son back to the main hall. He sat beside the long table, looked at his son's expression and asked, "Did the princess tell you about the errand?" Zhao Yan, "Yes." Emperor Yongchang, "Are you willing?" Zhao Yan looked at his father and said, "I will leave it to you." Emperor Yongchang felt relieved and smiled. "Okay, I was expecting you to say that. Then tell me, where do you want to work? From the secretariat to the 6 ministries, you can choose." Zhao Yan thought for a moment and said, I want to go to the Ministry of Works. Chapter 92. Emperor Yongchang did not expect his son to choose the Ministry of Works. Among the many government offices in the court, the Secretariat was under the emperor's jurisdiction, and was under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries. All officials in the Secretariat were close ministers of the emperor. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel was in charge of officials, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money, the Ministry of War was in charge of the army, the Ministry of Rites was in charge of rituals, sacrifices, imperial examinations, and the Ministry of Justice was in charge of legal cases and criminal cases. These 5 ministries all had real power, but the Ministry of Works was in charge of civil engineering, equipment manufacturing, and military farms and water conservancy. Although there were many tasks, they were all done on orders. Officials had little real power. Sometimes they could make some money, but they would also have disputes with the Ministry of Revenue over various funds, and had to look at the Ministry of Revenue's face. Whether in the eyes of officials or the people, the Ministry of Works ranks last among the 6 ministries. Especially when natural disasters or floods occur, the Ministry of Works is often the first to bear the blame and infamy. It is a place that is hard to please, and will be criticized if you don't work hard. Emperor Yongchang naturally knew that the second son did not choose the Ministry of Works for the sake of making money. This child is too sensible and too distant with his father. He must be afraid that if he chooses other places, he will be seen as greedy for power in his father's eyes, or he is afraid that his brothers will be suspicious and afraid. The more honest his son is, the more distressed Emperor Yongchang is, and he objected. The Ministry of Works deals with civil engineering all day long. How can you understand these? You should go to the Ministry of War. You have led troops since you were 18 years old. The Ministry of War is the easiest to get started. If you are not good at the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of Rites, and the Ministry of Revenue, you could also go to the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Rites, and the Ministry of Revenue. Father knows that you are well educated and have read the files of various ministries. You can handle these 4 ministries with ease. Zhao Yan, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of Rites, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War are all responsible for one thing. For the Ministry of Works, for example, the calculation of materials, manpower and expenses of the royal gardens requires the talents of officials from the Ministry of Revenue. The selection of garden sites and palace regulations requires the talents of officials from the Ministry of Rites. The selection of supervisors, craftsmen and laborers requires the talents of officials from the Ministry of Personnel. And if there are casualties or fights during the period, the talents of officials from the Ministry of Punishment are required. The weapons workshop is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works, and I am confident that I know better what kind of weapons the army needs. Father praised me for knowing a lot, so I think the Ministry of Works is the most suitable place for me. Emperor Yongchang, It turns out that my son just doesn't like to talk, but he can be so talkative when he should. The points listed by my son can indeed make the most of his talent, but my son is just wasting his time and energy. What benefit can I get? No matter how well the garden is built, no one will praise my son except the royal family who live in the garden. No matter how sharp the weapons are, everyone praises the soldiers after the victory. The eldest son is not like the officials in the Ministry of Revenue, and the third son can also take the opportunity to curry favor with the new Jinshur in the Ministry of Rites and make connections, but he doesn't do as much work as the second son. Emperor Yongchang was about to persuade him again when Zhao Yan suddenly looked over and asked, "Your Majesty, do you not want me to go to the Ministry of Works? Are you worried that I will not have enough energy in a wheelchair?" Emperor Yongchang's face changed, and he immediately said, "You have even gone to Lingshan to escape the summer heat, and your horse has run away. I am not worried that you will not have enough energy." Zhao Yan, "Then please grant me your request. I only want to go to the Ministry of Works." Emperor Yongchang, "The Ministry of Works is the Ministry of Works. Let me think about it. Well, Yanluan just complained to me that the roof of the house where they store files is leaking, and a large area of the floor in the house is rotten due to improper maintenance. He wants me to ask the Ministry of Revenue to allocate some money to them. Since you want to go to the Ministry of Works, you can pay for the renovation of that room yourself. Make it wheelchair accessible. Once it's done, it will be your public housing. Anyway, you paid for it yourself. Your elder brother and younger brother won't be jealous of you having a separate public housing and complain that I am partial to you." Zhao Yan, "Yes, thank you, father." Emperor Yongchang saw his son lowering his eyes, and seemed to understand his painstaking efforts to give him a public housing. He quickly covered up and said, "What is there to thank for this? You don't know that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue argue with me every day for money. I am almost fed up with them. You must be alert when you go to the Ministry of Works. If Yinluan asks you to ask the Ministry of Revenue for money, don't be stupid enough to be his pawn. He is the Minister of Works, and this is all his business. Zhao Yan nodded. Emperor Yongchang, then you wait. Tomorrow, I will have someone clean up that broken house. The day after tomorrow, I will summon you to the palace. You can go there and take a look. When you have decided how to repair it, just send the craftsman from the palace to go there. When the public house is repaired, I will officially transfer you there. Like your elder brother and third brother, you will be an assistant, and you will receive a salary of 20 taels a month. Assisting is not a formal official position, but a nominal position given by the royal family to princes and dukes. The salary is also set by the emperor at will. Those who are capable of doing things will be given more, and those who just want to eat will be given less. However, in the eyes of Emperor Yongchang, princes and dukes who just want to eat will not even have the opportunity to ask for an assistant position. 20 taels of monthly salary is comparable to that of a fourth-rank official. Prince Kong has been in the Ministry of Revenue for many years, and because of his diligence, he has already risen to this amount. Prince Qin has just joined the Ministry of Rights, and has not made any achievements, so Emperor Yongchang temporarily set a monthly salary of 5 taels for Prince Qin. Prince Hui has made military achievements and his talents are here, so Emperor Yongchang only set a salary of 20 taels to save the boss's face. Zhao Yin, yes. After the business was finished, Prince Hui became frugal with words again. At this time, Yao Huang, who was awakened by Aji, finally rushed over, and deliberately applied a layer of whitening powder on his face, to cover up the ruddy redness after waking up from a good sleep. Hiding at the door, Yao Huang quietly peeked out, and the royal father and son looked over at the same time. Yao Huang blinked his eyes, and looked at Emperor Yongchang aggrievedly. Father, did the second prince tell you why my daughter-in-law didn't come to pick you up just now? Emperor Yongchang shook his head. He didn't think about his daughter-in-law just now, and was only thinking about the errand with his son. Why? Yao Huang glanced at Prince Hui with resentment, and said, the second prince blamed me for running to the father and talking nonsense. Since I came back, he has been punishing me to kneel. I feel uncomfortable, so I sneaked over to take a look. If the second prince accepted the errand from the father, then I am a meritorious person, and the second prince should not punish me again. Zhao Yin, Emperor Yongchang, shocked that his son, who had always been tolerant, would punish such a good daughter-in-law to kneel. Emperor Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then coughed and said to his son, the princess can't bear to see your talent go to waste. I won't blame her, and you don't have to be angry with her for this. Zhao Yin, yes. Yao Huang smiled, still half hiding outside the door, and asked, so, the second prince agreed to go to work? Emperor Yongchang, agreed, and he will take office after he finishes repairing the public housing. Yao Huang was thankful and said, father's words are still effective. If I had known that my daughter-in-law was leaving the palace, I should have pulled you over directly to save me from kneeling for nothing. Although his daughter-in-law was wronged, Emperor Yongchang felt relieved when he heard it, because his son respected him so much. Okay, you two live a good life. I should go back to the palace. Yao Huang looked at the sky and walked in and said, Father, please accompany us after dinner before going back. You have troubled me again today, so let me and the second prince show our filial piety. Emperor Yongchang smiled and said, no, there are still a lot of memorials in the palace that have not been approved. Come back another day when you are free. Yao Huang had no choice but to push Prince Hui to see him out. From Ming'an Hall to the gate of the palace, Yao Huang was expressing his feelings for Emperor Yongchang's favor to Prince Hui, and then told Emperor Yongchang that Prince Hui was just not good at expressing himself but must be very touched in his heart, so that neither of the father and son dared to look at each other, for fear that the other party would believe it. Emperor Yongchang felt that he was not a good father to the second son at all, and only Prince Hui knew whether he was touched or not. Finally, under the respectful gaze of his son, and the brilliant smile of his daughter-in-law, Emperor Yongchang got on the carriage. He was anxious when he came, but felt relieved when he returned. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui back to Ming'an Hall. Seeing Prince Hui staring at her face, Yao Huang sat aside, took out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped off the white powder on her face, and asked expectantly, what job did the emperor assign to the prince? Zhao Yin, the Ministry of Works. Yao Huang didn't understand. What kind of position is this? Zhao Yin explained it again. In short, if the prince wants to do something, he can wait for the emperor to arrange it temporarily, or he can take the initiative to take a job from the Minister of Works. If he doesn't want to do anything, He can just find some idle trivial things to do to get by, but he will have to bear the risk of being discovered by the emperor and scolded for being a scumbag. Yao Huang, what does the Ministry of Works do? Zhao Yan continued. Yao Huang understood that the Ministry of Works was responsible for building gardens for the royal family, creating various exquisite utensils, distributing charcoal and ice, and was also responsible for the construction of military farms, water conservancy projects, bridges, and roads in various parts of the Great Qi dynasty. Lingshan County wants to open up wasteland and plant polygonatum. Does it also need to go through the Ministry of Works? Zhao Yan, yes, the Ministry of Works will send someone to verify whether this policy is feasible. Yao Huang smiled and said, that's good. When the prince goes to the Ministry of Works, he can take on many such tasks. If it is feasible, it will benefit the people of the place. If it is not feasible, it will be rejected, so as to avoid local officials' greed for merit and loss of money. Zhao Yan looked at the princess's red and white face, took the handkerchief from her hand, and helped her wipe it. The princess with a bruised face was still smiling at him. Tomorrow I will continue to take the prince out of the city, while you still have this free time. In the palace, when Emperor Yongchang came back, the officials of the Central Secretariat and the 6 ministries had almost all left, leaving only some officials, who were particularly diligent or who were lazy, and had to handle official business in a hurry. Emperor Yongchang walked straight to the Ministry of Works, and then met Shanshu Yanluan, who was about to go home outside the gate of the Ministry of Works. Yanluan is over 60 years old, a thin old man with gray hair and a lean body. As Emperor Yongchang thought before, the Ministry of Works is mostly a thankless job. If a river bank breaks, the Ministry of Works will be scolded. If it costs too much silver to make weapons, the Ministry of Revenue will blame them for being extravagant. All the hardships are reflected in Yanluan's face. There are several vertical lines between his eyebrows. Even if he doesn't have anything to do, he looks like he is worried about something. Your Majesty? Yanluan said in surprise. Emperor Yongchang exempted him from the courtesy, grabbed Yanluan's arm, and walked directly inside. Is there any vacant room here? Yanluan was very unhappy to hear this. What does the emperor mean by this? The files of the Ministry of Works, both large and small, and the files of repairs over the years are piled up as much as those of the Ministry of Revenue. In addition, the samples of cloth, wood, ore, and tools sent by various repair offices have to be placed somewhere. Officials of all sizes are running out of places to work. Where can there be a spare room? He was an old minister who had accompanied Emperor Yongchang all the way, so he was more daring to speak. Emperor Yongchang, which room is emptier? Yanluan thought about it, and took Emperor Yongchang to a warehouse that had just been vacated and was relatively empty. This place is too remote. Emperor Yongchang walked around the Ministry of Works and pointed to a warehouse that was exposed to the sun in the morning and afternoon and said, move the files here to that room, and vacate this room for King Hui to use as his own public house. Yanluan was surprised and said, King Hui? Emperor Yongchang, yes, I will announce this matter after the public house is repaired. Don't make it public yet. Yanluan thought about it and smiled. I will ask people to move it tomorrow. Emperor Yongchang, move it tonight. Remember to poke a few holes in the roof to make it look like it's leaking, and mess up a few pieces of the floor. I will bring King Hui to check it out the day after tomorrow. He will decide how to repair it and arrange the craftsman. You don't have to worry about anything. Yanluan, it's easy to damage. Where will the money come from to repair it? Emperor Yongchang, Prince Hui will pay for it himself. He will find a way to subsidize his son later. Yanluan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I don't want to pay. Your Majesty knows that the Ministry of Revenue treats me like an enemy. I'm old enough to have their cold faces. Unless it's necessary, I really don't want to waste my breath with them. Emperor Yongchang stared at the vertical lines between his eyebrows that seemed to have loosened a little, and warned, Don't think about Prince Hui. Yanluan smiled and said, I dare not. Chapter 93. On September 27th, at about noon in the morning, the Emperor Yongchang sent a message to Prince Hui to the Ministry of Works. Yao Huang pushed the wheelchair and escorted Prince Hui out of the palace gate. This was the first time Prince Hui entered the palace alone after Yao Huang married into the palace. It was strange that Prince Hui was a prince who grew up in the palace and was more familiar with the palace than she was, but Yao Huang was still a little worried about whether he would encounter any troubles in the palace, and whether he could adapt to the curious or suspicious eyes of the officials around him when he arrived at the Ministry of Works. But Yao Huang couldn't show it. She could only look at Prince Hui with regret. I really want to go with you, so that I can see something new. Zhao Yan avoided the princess's gaze, because the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics, and he had no reason to take the princess to the 6 ministries, where the rules were equally strict. Okay, get in the car quickly, I wait for you to come back and have lunch together. Yao Huang smiled and patted Prince Hui on the shoulder, and handed the wheelchair to Qingyai. After watching Prince Hui get on the car and the carriage left, Yao Huang continued to stand at the door for a while before going in. At this time, all she could see was the ease that she could do whatever she wanted when Prince Hui was not at home. In the carriage that had already turned out of the long alley, Zhao Yan looked at the dragon robe and jade belt on his body, and had no time to care about the regret that the princess could not go with him. Whether in this dynasty or the previous dynasty, people with obvious physical disabilities were not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations. Civil and military officials who had already achieved fame or official positions became disabled for some reason or due to illness, and the court would provide pensions, but their careers were basically over, and they could only resign and go home. Unless the person had great talent, the court would make an exception and continue to employ him. Zhao Yan did have military merits, but he knew very well that if he was not a prince and did not have such an open-minded father, even if he was the son of a noble general, it would be difficult for him to have the opportunity to participate in political affairs. This time, he was able to come to the Ministry of Works because of his status. Without the princess, Zhao Yan would never ask his father for a job, but the princess asked for the opportunity to work for him, so Zhao Yan could not refuse against his will. He wanted to work, to do his best for his father, the court, and the people, to make the countless days in the future more meaningful, and to let the princess know that her husband was not an idle person who only knew how to read and paint. The carriage stopped in front of the Duanmen Gate in the south of the imperial city. Zhang Yu set up the wooden board, and worked with Qingyai to push Prince Hui's red sandalwood wheelchair out of the car. The palace gates for the daytime court were open, guarded by the imperial guards, to facilitate officials to enter and exit. As soon as Zhao Yan got off the car, he saw the Minister of Works Yanluan, who was wearing a purple robe, hurriedly greeted him and bowed to him respectfully. Your subordinate Yanluan pays homage to Prince Hui. Zhao Yan, Sir Yan, please don't be polite. Yanluan smiled and said, the emperor asked you to lead the way for the prince, please. Qingyai pushed the wheelchair, Fei Chuan followed on one side, and the group walked forward. The threshold of Duanmen Gate was very high. The 2 palace servants who were guarding inside had already laid the wooden planks in advance. Yanluan watched Prince Hui's wheelchair pass by, and then stepped over. Inside Duanmen Gate was a wide avenue that led directly to Chuntian Gate in the inner city. The area between these 2 gates and the 2 circles of official walls was called the outer city of the imperial city, where various government offices of the imperial court were distributed. On the left side of the avenue, from south to north, there were the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Taichung Temple. On the right side, from south to north, there were the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Zongzengxi, which managed the royal family. On the right side of the Zongzengxi, from north to south, there were the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the Honglu Temple, the Qintianjian, and the Imperial Hospital. That is to say, Prince Hui has 2 routes to go to the Ministry of Works. One is to go directly north along the main road, and then turn to the Ministry of Works from the alley between the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. The other is to turn east first, and then go through the small road between the 2 official offices to reach the Ministry of Works. Taking the main road is more impressive, and you will meet many officials easily, while taking the small road is quiet, but somewhat shabby. Yanluan couldn't figure out Prince Hui's temperament, so he asked Prince Hui to choose. Zhao Yan, go according to your habit. Yanluan took Prince Hui to the small road, because the small road can avoid the main gate of the Ministry of Revenue, and he didn't like to meet those people in the Ministry of Revenue. On the way, they met some low-ranking officials walking around. They recognized the dragon robe of the prince on the Prince Hui, and stepped aside to bow and salute. There were too many officials, so Zhao Yan followed them, and did not ask them to excuse themselves. When they arrived at the Ministry of Works, temporary wooden boards were laid on the threshold of the main gate. Yanluan looked at the Prince Hui in the wheelchair, who was indistinguishable from his mood. He did not mention that the emperor had arranged a new task for him the night before, asking him to change the way Prince Hui entered and exited the Ministry of Works, the houses in the Ministry of Works, the thresholds from the Ministry of Works to the inner city meeting hall, and the thresholds leading to the Qianyuan Hall, the Central Palace, the Ikuan Palace, including the Imperial Garden, etc., into a wheelchair-friendly form. Only the Duanmen Gate, Dongweimen Gate, and other palace gates that symbolized the majesty of the imperial city were left untouched. but fixed hard boards that did not need to be moved were laid in front and behind these thresholds. When encountering a stone stairway, no matter how many layers there are, a non-slip ramp should be paved on both sides of the stone staircase to facilitate wheelchair access. The emperor also said that he should finish the work before Prince Hui repairs his public house. Yanluan thought that if he told Prince Hui now, Prince Hui might be flattered and would think about whether to persuade the emperor. It would be better to hide it first and wait until the threshold is changed. The next time Prince Hui comes to the Ministry of Works to work, he will see it with his own eyes, and Prince Hui will be able to feel the emperor's love for him. Your Highness, shall I ask all the officials to come out and greet you? Yanluan said politely. Zhao Yin, no need, the court business is more important. Please take me to see the empty room. Yanluan was just saying it casually. If Prince Hui really wanted to be so particular, he would worry that the Ministry of Works would have to suffer even more in the future. Soon, Yanluan took Prince Hui to the empty room that had been forced to leak the night before. The threshold was still there, with wooden boards laid on it. Zhao Yin did not let Qingyai push him in, but only looked at him from the outside. This empty room was originally a warehouse, spacious and bright. Afraid that Prince Hui couldn't see clearly, Yanluan walked in and pointed out 3 obvious light leaks on the roof, and then pointed out a piece of wooden floor that he had carefully made look old and damaged. Zhao Yin, After Yanluan finished showing it, Zhao Yin said, I will send craftsmen over at the end of the month, and strive to complete the work in one day, so as not to disturb other officials of the Ministry of Works. Yanluan's eyes twitched. Today was the 27th, and there were only 4 days until the end of the month. The craftsmen in Prince Hui's mansion were so skilled that they could renovate this warehouse in one day. What should he do with so many thresholds and steps? Yanluan said earnestly. Wouldn't it be too rushed to get to the end of the month? In my opinion, the prince can send a craftsman once at the end of the month and another one on the 10th day of the 10th month. Slow work produces fine work, don't you think? Zhao Yan looked at him and agreed. Knowing that his father was very busy in the morning, Zhao Yan asked Yanluan to report to his father and convey his gratitude on his behalf, and then left the palace. Yao Huang was playing hide-and-seek with Jin Bao. When she heard that the prince was back, she rushed to the front yard with Jin Bao, excited as if she could also use the public housing that Prince Hui was about to get. Is the house big? Is the light good? Is it expensive to build? The princess was talking, while Jin Bao circled around Prince Hui's chair and sniffed the blue python robe that the prince rarely wore. Zhao Yan said to the princess, it is more spacious than the main hall. It can be divided into 2 rooms, the outer room for public housing and the inner room for resting room. Since his father gave him such a big house, Zhao Yan didn't want to treat himself harshly. The resting room was smaller. A narrow couch was built by the window on the south side. They Chuan could help him with massage after lunch. A screen was used to separate the toilet on the north side. 2 handrails were built on one side of the wall. A small door was opened on the north wall to facilitate Fei Chuan to handle the toilet. Of course, Zhao Yan did not mention the massage and the specific arrangement of the cleansing room to the princess. He drew a rough layout on paper. Yao Huang looked at the narrow couch by the window and snorted. It's so comfortable, the prince won't pick a nice little maid to accompany you to rest. Zhao Yin. No, and the 6 ministries use eunuchs as servants, not maids. After saying that, he lowered his eyes and added, I'm not the kind of person who is greedy for sex. Yao Huang looked at the handsome face of Prince Hui and deliberately said, the prince is not greedy for sex, you often take me to rest with you. Zhao Yin, There was no one outside. Looking at the plum blossom embroidered skirt of the princess and listening to her accusations, Zhao Yin suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Yao Huang hid in his shoulder with a guilty conscience. Zhao Yin straightened the princess's shoulders and lifted her chin forcefully. Yao Huang closed her eyes in advance, only her face flushed. Zhao Yin looked at this charming face that often made him forget the rules and etiquette, and asked in a deep voice, You tell me, who was the first to suggest that we take a break together? Yao Huang, I have a bad memory since I was a child. I forgot it a long time ago. Zhao Yin, since you forgot it, the rest break will be cancelled from now on. Yao Huang, it's useless if I don't cancel it. When the prince goes to work, are you going to come back to rest with me? Zhao Yin, When it comes to this, Yao Huang's eyelashes trembled, and he slightly opened his eyes, and asked Prince Hui, there is no rest break. Prince, change the rule of the 5th and 10th days. How about the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days? 9 times a month is not too few. And Prince Hui should be very tired from working during the day. If it's only 2 or 3 nights, he shouldn't be too hungry, right? Gao Yin, if it has really changed, wouldn't it prove your lust? Yao Huang, After a brief confrontation, Yao Huang hugged this man, buried his head in his shoulder and whispered, "The prince is not lustful, it is me who is lustful for the prince, and I think 5 or 10 times is not enough, okay?" Zhao Yin closed his eyes. After lunch, Zhao Yin prepared to take the public housing dimensions given to him by Yan Luan to the study to draw and modify the detailed drawings. The sooner the drawings are finished, the sooner they will be handed over to the craftsmen in the mansion to calculate the various consumables and purchase them in time. Yao Huang knew that this was a serious matter, but she was also afraid that Prince Hui was still pretending to be serious with her. Before Prince Hui called Qingyai to push the wheelchair, Yao Huang lowered her head and asked, while pulling her sleeves, "After finishing the painting, will Prince go to the backyard?" Zhao Yin. "It depends on the time. If it's too late, I won't go." Yao Huang took this as a tactful refusal, glared at him angrily, and ran away like the wind. Prince Hui looked at the empty door, and decided to finish the painting as soon as possible. The public room outside was very simple, with the same furnishings as the study: a desk, 2 bookcases, 2 guest chairs, a coffee table for summoned officials, and small items such as calligraphy and paintings, potted plants, and flowers. The lounge inside. When he drew the narrow couch by the window, it actually became a real scene in his mind, except that there was a princess looking at him with resentment on it. After a while, Zhao Yin put down his brush and called out, "Qingyai." After the princess cried and chased him away, Prince Hui continued to delay for another quarter of an hour before returning to draw. Chapter 94. There were many thresholds and steps in the palace, and Prince Hui was in a hurry to repair the public housing by the 10th day of the 10th month. Yan Luan could only ask the royal carpenters and stonemasons he recruited to prepare the tools and consumables in advance, and took advantage of the noon when the emperor, empress, concubines, and officials from all over the country were resting to start modifying the thresholds and stone steps. For the stone steps, only a section of stone steps on both sides needed to be paved and connected into a ramp. The white marble was processed in advance in the workshop outside the palace, and after it was moved in, it was glued along the stone steps, so it would not make too much noise. However, the high hardwood thresholds were polished into slope thresholds for wheelchairs to pass through, leaving the highest threshold to fit the bottom of the door panel, and the 2 sides had to be lowered to extend into a slope. The various ear-piercing sounds of cutting and planing attracted some officials. "What is this for?" The craftsmen just kept working, and didn't know why they had to make such changes. Yan Luan was not there either, so he only sent a supervisor from the Ministry of Works. The supervisor was also unaware of the situation. No matter who asked, he said that he was following the instructions of Lord Yin. But the smart officials understood that this was the threshold of the royal family. No matter how big or small the changes were, Yan Luan would not dare to start the work until the emperor ordered him to do so. If the slope threshold was not obvious enough, when 2 more obvious ramps were added to the white marble steps in front of the hall, and the emperor had visited Prince Hui's mansion a few days ago, the hearts of the civil and military officials were like a stone thrown into the heart, causing ripples. At this time, someone from the Ministry of Works reported that similar changes were being made to the thresholds of all the rooms in the Ministry of Works. Kong had his doubts, but the last few days of the month were not the days when he should go to his mother to pay respects. His mother had also told him not to go to her unless it was an emergency, so Kong continued to settle accounts at the Ministry of Revenue. After finishing his shift at dusk, Kong walked out and passed by the Ministry of Rights. He happened to meet his 3rd brother, Qing, who had just walked out. "Brother." Qing greeted him with a smile. King Kong nodded, and the 2 brothers walked together naturally. There was a newly modified threshold in front of them. The top of the threshold was still as high as before, but the sides were lower. When the 2 brothers raised their legs to cross it, they felt a little strange. King Qing whispered, "Brother, have you heard the news that is being spread in various departments?" King Kong remained silent to avoid the 3rd brother's words setting a trap for him. King Qing knew that his eldest brother was wary of him like a fox, so he first said his guess openly, "I also think that my father wants my 2nd brother to work in the Ministry of Works." King Kong then looked at him. King Qing touched his nose. "It's actually a good thing. My 2nd brother is so young, how can he stay idle at home all the time? But why does father have to change these thresholds? Wouldn't it be convenient to ask the palace guards to lay the wooden boards in advance when my 2nd brother came? Now it's made into this strange appearance, and all the civil and military officials, including father himself, have to adapt to it again." Instead of asking one person to accommodate all the civil and military officials, he asked all the civil and military officials to accommodate one person. How noble a status must one have to be worthy of such courtesy? Let Prince Qing say that only if the only owner of the palace is disabled, it is worth changing the palace gates so much. Prince Qing thinks that his father should not be senile, and suddenly wants his second brother to be the crown prince for no reason, but the things his father has done really make people think about that. Prince Kong also has such suspicions, and exchanges a tacit look with Prince Qing. Prince Qing, big brother has always been good friends with second brother, why don't you go to second brother to find out what he thinks? Prince Kong, He knew that the third brother had no good intentions when he came over to him. Although the square face of Prince Kong was not as handsome as his two younger brothers, it also had an advantage. No matter how you looked at it, he looked decent. Just like at this moment, he was obviously criticizing the third brother, but his face did not show it at all. Your second brother is a chatterbox. He doesn't like to talk unless there is nothing to say. He won't say a word about this matter. It's better for the third brother to ask the father directly. You have always been popular with the father. Maybe the father will tell you if you ask. Prince Qing, He really regretted that he shouldn't have cheated his elder brother so many times when he was young. Cheating too early, and it was useless. Instead, it made his elder brother smarter. He would not only be on guard against him, but also learn to steal his skills. The two brothers got on their own carriages after a bad conversation. The next day, Emperor Yongchang called Prince Kong and Prince Qing to the imperial study and asked directly, "Do you see those new thresholds?" Both brothers nodded. Emperor Yongchang, do you know why I changed it this way? Prince Kong lowered his eyes and avoided his father's sight. When he was young, he was often scolded for his homework, so Prince Kong developed this habit. Whenever his father asked questions that were not easy to answer, he subconsciously wanted to avoid them. Prince Qing smiled and said, "It's for my second brother. The Ministry of Works has spread that my second brother may have to work there." Emperor Yongchang glanced at the eldest brother, who was like a quail, and said, "Yes, your second brother is well educated and has the talent of the top scholar. Instead of letting him stay in the palace and do nothing, it is better to ask him to come out and serve the court. Then tell me, why do I have to change those thresholds and stone steps?" This is an easy answer. Prince Kong dared to raise his eyes, and said, "To make it easier for the second brother to enter and exit." Emperor Yongchang ignored him, and looked directly at the third brother. Prince Qing knew that his eldest brother's answer just now did not satisfy his father. After a little thought, he sighed and said, "My father wants the second brother to feel that he is the same as everyone else. Civil and military officials only need to cross the thresholds to enter and exit the palace. When it is the second brother's turn, the palace guards have to put up the board in advance. Every time they put it up, it reminds the second brother that his leg is injured, which is more or less like rubbing salt on the wound. If some palace guard forgets to put up the board, the second brother will be even more embarrassed. With the change to the current situation, my second brother's wheelchair is as unobstructed as our legs. My second brother no longer needs to worry about the palace servants paving the way, but is grateful for the father's love for him every time." Kong Wang, Why can't he think of these? Why can he only answer 10 words? Emperor Yongchang nodded and said, "This is just one of the reasons. I want to let Yinner know that he has talent, and I am happy that he is working. He can work as long as he wants, and as long as he can. It's just a few thresholds. When he is too old to work, the new emperor will give an order to have the thresholds repaired. How much effort can it take?" He replaced your second brother with Sui Heir to tell King Kong that this was also for him. King Kang's eyes were red. His father was really a kind father, and his second brother deserved it. Before he could speak, King Qing said quickly, "Where is the new emperor? Long live your father. When your second brother couldn't do it anymore, your father was still young and strong." Emperor Yongchang, Was he treating him as a fool who only liked to hear good words, or was he cursing his second son to be weak and sickly and unable to even compete with his old father? He must be happy about the word new emperor, but he said such nonsense to flatter the emperor. Emperor Yongchang snorted coldly, "I am not a cuckold, and I don't have such a long life. I just hope that the new emperor after me can take good care of his disabled brother. Don't wait until I am gone to change the threshold back, and hint that his disabled brother should go home to retire as soon as possible. It will hurt his brother's heart and make the civil and military officials and people all over the world laugh at the discord between the royal brothers." The emperor was furious, and King Kong and King Qing knelt down hurriedly. "Emperor Yongchang, let's go, and do your duty peacefully." The two princes took their leave, and when they left the imperial study, they looked into each other's eyes again under the bright sunlight outside. The father hoped that the new emperor would continue to take care of Prince Hui implying that the father would still choose the crown prince from the two of them. After taking this reassurance, Prince Kong and Prince Qing once again put the disabled Prince Hui out of their minds, and only had each other in their eyes. In the imperial study, Emperor Yongchang leaned back on the chair, looking at the roof dejectedly. One is honest and stupid, the other is conceited and smart. If he was not worried that the two would become suspicious and disturb the second son, Emperor Yongchang really didn't want to give them this reassurance pill. As expected, King Kong and King Qing did not come to disturb King Hui, and the civil and military officials would not rashly visit King Hui, who had long threatened to close the door to visitors. However, at the end of the month, the craftsmen sent by King Hui's palace to the Ministry of Works to repair the house were in the palace. After a small circle of the Ministry of Works, more than a dozen pairs of eyes saw those strange thresholds. After they finished their work and returned to the palace, the leader of the craftsmen reported the matter to Eunuch Chao. The chief steward Guishu was mainly responsible for the external affairs of the palace, such as the personal relations with the royal relatives and officials, as well as the shops, houses, and farms under the name of the palace, etc. Most of the internal affairs of the palace were still managed by Eunuch Chao and Madame Lu. Eunuch Chao would naturally report such a major event to the prince and the princess. After Eunuch Chao left, Yao Huang whispered, "I used to think that father was very careless, but this time he finally paid attention." Zhao Yan did not reprimand him too harshly. "Father cares about the world, and you cannot complain about him because of me." Yao Huang snorted. When she first married Prince Hui, Yao Huang did think that Emperor Yongchang was not a good father. What good father would do such a disgusting thing as marrying the woman of his second son, who broke off the engagement to his third son as his wife? When she became more familiar with Prince Hui and Emperor Yongchang, Yao Huang realized that Emperor Yongchang was not unconcerned about his disabled second son, but he was not attentive enough. In addition, Prince Hui was a person who did not fight, quarrel, or make trouble, and was unwilling to get close to his biological father. Emperor Yongchang felt that his son was only disabled. This was a difficult problem that he could not help. Like this time when he asked for a job, Yao Huang considered a separate public house for Prince Hui, and the threshold was proposed by Emperor Yongchang himself, which shows that the emperor really understood how to take care of Prince Hui. On October 8th, when the threshold and steps of the palace and Prince Hui's public house in the Ministry of Works were just about to be finished, Master Deng and Ji Jun, the minister of the weaponry workshop, came to Prince Hui's mansion with 4 new wheelchairs. Yao Huang was so looking forward to the new wheelchair with large wheels made of gold that he pushed Prince Hui very fast. It was only when Prince Hui spoke that he pretended to slow down. 4 new wheelchairs were placed in the hall, all with large gold wheels and thin wooden push wheels. There was one 3-wheeled wheelchair made of rattan and red sandalwood, and one 4-wheeled wheelchair made of rattan and red sandalwood. The large gold wheels on the rattan wheelchair were gold and yellow, only 2 fingers wide, similar in color to the non-contact gold and Nama push wheels that were 2 circles smaller and only 1 finger wide. The 2 wheels were also similar in color to the rattan chair, blending seamlessly into one. The large gold wheels on the red sandalwood wheelchair were purple-black, complementing the red sandalwood thin wheels and the red sandalwood chair body. Except for the familiar rattan, red sandalwood, and Yao Huang, I don't know any other materials. I have to rely on Ji Jun to explain in detail what gold materials are used for the 2 large wheels with gorgeous colors. Master Deng pointed to the 4-wheeled rattan chair and said, "All 4 wheels are for external use. If you don't consider self-propelling, it is more suitable to match the body of this chair with gold and Nanmu. It's just that time is tight, and I haven't had time to make the chair body." Zhao Yin, "No problem, you can just make red sandalwood for external wheelchairs." Yao Huang stood behind Prince Hui and blinked at Master Deng. The palace is not short of money, and they want red sandalwood and golden Nanmu. The wheelchair is like clothes to Prince Hui. He will get tired of sitting in the same color all the time. Prince Hui was going to try out the wheelchair, so Yao Huang and the others left first. Not long after, Prince Hui sat in the old wheelchair and expressed that he was very satisfied with the new batch of wheelchairs. He asked the weapon shop to only make 2 types of large wheels made of gold materials for future use, and there was no need to think of new ones. Ji Jun and Master Deng could finally unload the heavy burden that had been weighing on them for 2 months, and they also received a generous reward when they left. After the outsiders left, Yao Huang picked the lightest 3-wheeled rattan wheelchair, sat on it in front of Prince Hui, and then pushed himself around the hall for a short half circle. The wheel made of gold and Nanmu felt really comfortable. How does the prince use it? It can be moved around the room at will. That is to say, when he was working in the public housing of the Ministry of Industry, he did not need Qingyai and Fei Chuan to serve him, from taking files to going to the lounge to relieve himself and wash his hands. Chapter 95. On the 10th day of the lunar month, the craftsmen of the palace went to the Ministry of Works again and moved in all the items that Prince Hui needed. After finishing work, the public house could be used. There were 2 locks in the public house. The key to the outer south door lock was in the hands of Qingyai. He would open the door when Prince Hui came and lock it again when Prince Hui left. The key to the small door on the north wall of the inner lounge was in the hands of Feichuan. Whether Prince Hui needed water for washing or cleaning the toilet, he would go this way to avoid bumping into officials coming and going in the south courtyard. With these 2 locks, and Qingyai and Feichuan's accompanying service, it can be ensured that others cannot peek into the private matters that Prince Hui does not want outsiders to know. On the same morning, Prince Hui also entered the palace in the newly made 4-wheeled red sandalwood wheelchair with large gold wheels. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Yan will ride the new wheelchair with large gold wheels when he moves around in or outside the palace in the future. All the previous pure wooden wheelchairs will be stored in the palace storehouse for backup. The 3-wheeled wheelchair is suitable for the inner room, and the rattan chair is not heavy enough, so Zhao Yan kept it in the palace for private use. The red sandalwood chair has been transported to the public house by the craftsman as a chair for Zhao Yan to handle official business and summon officials. Pushed by Qingyai, Zhao Yan entered the palace from Shihua Gate. At this time, there was a fixed inclined board on both sides of the high threshold of Shihua Gate. The top of the inclined board was flush with the threshold and would not hinder the opening and closing of the palace gate. The light red sandalwood wheelchair was pushed more smoothly and labor-savingly with large gold wheels. Qingyai controlled the force so that the wheelchair only stopped slightly for a moment when it was moving up and leaving the 2 ends of the inclined board. Apart from that, there was no other inconvenience. The master and servant passed through several official gates smoothly, climbed several high and low white marble steps, and arrived at Qianyuan Hall easily and smoothly. It was near mid-October, and the north wind had already turned cold. Emperor Yongchang sat in the west warm pavilion, where the floor heating had already been turned on, and looked at Qingyai and his son in the wheelchair, who came in with eunuch Wang. He noticed that Qingyai's eyes were red, and even his son's thin eyelids were a faint crimson. Emperor Yongchang suddenly didn't dare to look at them anymore, for he was afraid that his son would be so grateful that he would cry. Emperor Yongchang waved his hand, and asked eunuch Wang and Qingyai to leave. Then he left the table and walked around to the back of his son's wheelchair, carefully looking at the 2 large sandalwood gold wheels that were covered with a thin layer of dust, and asked with concern, "Is the new wheelchair easy to use?" Zhao Yu tilted his head to look at his father's clothes to show his respect. "It's easy to use, and it's more convenient and labor-saving to push than a wooden wheel. The thresholds and steps in the palace, I don't know how to thank you, father." Emperor Yongchang turned his son's head away, calmed down for a moment, and smiled. "What are you thanking for? How much silver does it cost to change a few thresholds? I give you brothers 5,000 taels of official salary every year, and spend tens of thousands of taels of betrothal gifts to marry you wives, but I haven't seen any of you thank me." Without waiting for his son to reply, Emperor Yongchang stretched out a finger and wiped his son's gold wheel. Looking at the dust on his fingertips, Emperor Yongchang shook his head and said, "What's wrong with being a weapon shop? This color of wheel looks good when it is clean, but it will get dirty when it rolls on the ground. It's better to use a golden wheel with a golden namachare body. That color is resistant to dirt. The gold wheel of rosewood is more shiny than rosewood, but it is more likely to show gray. I asked the warehouse to allocate a batch of golden nama for you. Use it when necessary. Don't be polite to me." Zhao Yan. "Thank you, father." Emperor Yongchang pushed his son to the chess table. Knowing that his son was not talkative, Emperor Yongchang prepared the chessboard in advance. When playing chess, the father and son did not mention the threshold of the road again. Emperor Yongchang asked the chessboard, "Has the public house been repaired?" Zhao Yan, "Yes, the house allocated to me by my father is spacious, and I changed it into 2 rooms inside and outside." Emperor Yongchang was surprised. "So big, I heard it from Yinluan, I haven't seen it, but it's yours, you can change it as you like." His father refused to admit it. Zhao Yan could only remain silent. Emperor Yongchang, "Since it's repaired, will you go there tomorrow, or spend more time with your wife?" Zhao Yan, "I want to come tomorrow." He has been with the princess for half a year. Because he has too much free time, he has been busy with sex day and night, and even got the misunderstanding of lust from the princess. If he works early, he can not only show what he has learned, but also let the princess realize that he is not such a lustful prince. Emperor Yongchang, "Okay, then you should come to the court meeting tomorrow morning, including all the future court meetings. Yinluan and his 60-year-old ministers can get up, so it doesn't make sense for you to sleep in at such a young age. The eldest and third sons are qualified to attend the court, and so is the second son. As a father, he should first decide that the second son can attend the court meeting, so that when the new emperor ascends the throne in the future, he will continue to treat the second son as a normal prince. Zhao Yan held a chess piece in his palm, looked at his father's hand opposite him, and said, "Father, I just want to concentrate on doing a good job in the Ministry of Works, the court meeting." Emperor Yongchang raised his head, stared at his son, and said, "You want to be lazy? I have paved the steps in front of the hall for you, but you don't come. Won't those officials talk about me wasting money?" Zhao Yin, Emperor Yongchang, money alone is a small matter. The court meetings are related to the administration, people's livelihood, and military defense of the entire Great Qi dynasty. As a prince of the Great Qi dynasty, how can you stay out of it? I tell you clearly that you have to attend the court meetings when I am in power, and you still have to attend when I am gone. I also hope that you will assist the new emperor to prevent him from being fooled by the ministers, and ruining the revival that I and the previous emperor have worked hard for 2 generations to create. As long as the second brother's legs are intact, he will be the new emperor in the future, and his brothers will have to listen to him. The second brother's legs are disabled, and he is a non-competitive person. He is no longer a threat to the new emperor, and the new emperor can use the second brother with confidence. When the throne is passed on in the future, Emperor Yongchang will ask the new emperor he chooses to use the second brother well. At this time, he wants the second brother to be loyal to the new emperor and do his best to assist him, instead of hiding in the Ministry of Works for his whole life and being a hands-off prince who only contributes but does not stand out, and lets the new emperor go astray because he is afraid of being envied by his brothers. Emperor Yongchang stared at his son in the wheelchair with his dragon eyes. Zhao Yan looked at his father for a moment, lowered his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, father, I have never thought of staying out of it." He just didn't want to get involved too much, but when it came to the time when he needed to speak up for the country, Zhao Yan would never avoid it. After playing chess, Zhao Yan left the palace and declined his father's invitation for lunch. Yao Huang came to pick up Prince Hui. He learned that Prince Hui would be on duty tomorrow, and had to get up at Yinzhong to wait for the morning court. Yao Huang didn't know whether to congratulate Prince Hui for finally getting what he wanted and having something to do, or whether he felt sorry for him for having to crawl out of the warm bed in the dark early in the morning. Regardless of the previous rule of sleeping together on the 5th and 10th days, or the new rule of sleeping together on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days proposed by Yao Huang, the couple had never strictly enforced the rule because of the princess's boldness. Today is the 10th day, and it is an awkward day for Prince Hui to sleep with the princess according to the old rule or sleep in the front yard according to the new rule. After dinner, Yao Huang took the initiative to say considerately, "Since the prince has to get up early tomorrow morning, I won't bother the prince tonight. By avoiding the road from the backyard to the front yard, the prince can sleep for an extra cup of tea." Prince Hui wanted to clear his name of lust, and was willing to cooperate. The days were getting shorter and shorter. Yao Huang returned to the backyard in the darkness. After washing up, she said to Chun Yin, who was on night watch tonight, "Call me at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning." Yao Huang couldn't get up early to see Prince Hui off every time he went to court, but the first time was special, and she was willing to work hard this time. The prince was away, and there was nothing to do after dark. Yao Huang lay down on the bed and fell asleep before 11 o'clock. Maybe she was thinking about seeing the prince off. The next day, Yao Huang woke up before Chun Yin came to call her. It was dark outside the window, and there was a refreshing cold wind. Yao Huang didn't comb her hair or dress up. She put on her outer clothes and wrapped herself in a long cloak that reached her ankles. She also wore the hood tightly, with only half of her face exposed. She sat on the couch by the window in the second room and asked Chun Yin to listen to the noise in front. When Prince Hui finished washing and was about to leave, Yao Huang ran after him and successfully stopped him before he left Mingyan Hall. Qingyai pushed the wheelchair, and Fei Chuan walked in front with a lantern. The places that the lantern could not reach were still dark. When the princess ran closer, the master and servants could see the princess figure hidden from head to toe. Qingyai turned the wheelchair in a different direction. Zhao Yan looked at the princess who stopped in front of him, listened to her slight breathing, and asked, "Why are you getting up?" He had never thought of asking the princess to send him off. Yao Huang smiled and said, "Send the prince off. Just this once. Don't think too much. I can't get up if you send me off every day." Zhao Yan was silent. The morning court was important. Yao Huang took the wheelchair and pushed Prince Hui out. Qingyai Feichuan was beside them. The couple didn't say anything. There were only 3 footsteps in the dim light, mixed with the slight sound of the large wheels of the red sandalwood wheelchair rolling on the stone road. Master Deng was already rushing to make a wheelchair made of golden nanmu, but it was not finished yet. The more exquisite the wheelchair, the more effort it would take. Seeing Prince Hui being pushed onto the carriage, Yao Huang smiled up at him and ran back to the palace before the carriage left. Zhao Yang could hear the footsteps of the princess. Imagining her taking off her cloak and diving back into the warm bed, Zhao Yan said, "Let's go." The Duomen gate of the imperial city had been opened, and civil and military officials were walking in one after another. Prince Hui arrived neither too early nor too late, and the lanterns held by the palace servants were dim, so no one could recognize each other from a distance, and only Prince Hui's wheelchair was the most eye-catching. "Greetings, King Hui." No need to be polite. Accompanied by several officials, Qingai pushed King Hui to the outside of the hall, under the high steps of white marble. King Kong was always one of the first officials to arrive. It was dark and cold, and the officials who got up early were all sleepy, and no one wanted to greet. King Kong stood at the front again, until someone behind him shouted, "Greetings, King Hui." King Kong turned around suddenly. Seeing his second brother clearly, King Kong was surprised and happy, strode over, skillfully drove Qingai away, and took the wheelchair. "Wait outside. I will push your king in and out of the court in the future." Qingai thought, "You better remember this, don't leave our prince alone when the court is dismissed." At a quarter before the hour of Mao, all officials arrived, and the palace servants opened the main door of the hall. Officials walked up the high white marble steps in an orderly manner according to the positions of the court meeting. On the left, King Kong pushed King Hui in the front, followed by King Qing. Because the 3 kings all took the ramp, the civil officials behind had to follow them. The military officials on the right saw it, and hurriedly changed their route to the ramp on the right. The lights in the hall were as bright as day, and only then did the officials in the front row really see the new wheelchair of Prince Hui. Even though the 2 red sandalwood gold wheels were covered with a layer of dust, they still shone brightly, just like the flawless profile of Prince Hui under the light. In the early winter of the 30th year of Yongchang, the second son of the emperor, Prince Hui, who had been living in seclusion for more than a year due to his disabled legs, went to court again. Chapter 96. At the morning court today, after Emperor Yongchang sat on the dragon throne, he first announced that King Hui had finally recovered from all his leg injuries and could return to work, so he arranged for King Hui to be the assistant director of the Ministry of Works. Like King Kong and King Qing, although the assistant director's position was low, Emperor Yongchang specially granted King Hui the qualification to participate in all future court meetings. The implication was that although King Hui's legs were disabled, Emperor Yongchang had never thought of letting King Hui live at home in retirement. It was only because King Hui had not fully recovered before that it had been delayed until now. The officials congratulated Prince Hui on his good health. Zhao Yan nodded and said that they would both serve the court in the future, so there was no need to be polite when they met in the palace. After saying this, the court meeting officially began. After all, it was the first time Prince Hui attended court after his injury. The officials paid more or less attention to the back or profile of Prince Hui in the wheelchair. Then they found that the current Prince Hui was not much different from the previous Prince Hui except that he had changed from standing to sitting. He was still as taciturn as before. Only when a minister or the emperor mentioned him would Prince Hui speak a few words. Emperor Yongchang likes to ask the princes about their opinions on certain political affairs during court meetings. This morning, all 3 princes asked him once. King Kong answered properly, preferring not to be praised rather than to be scolded for answering incorrectly. King Hui hit the nail on the head, but because his expression was too indifferent, Emperor Yongchang couldn't praise him much, as if he had never seen a capable official. King Qing spoke eloquently, seemingly analyzing everything in detail, but a closer look revealed that it didn't make much difference whether he said it or not. An hour later, no officials reported anything, and Eunuch Wan announced the end of the court. Emperor Yongchang left first, and before leaving, he glanced at Prince Kong who was standing outside the second brother's wheelchair. He knew without thinking that the second brother was pushed in by the eldest brother, so he should not forget to help push it out. Prince Kong did not forget, but his posture of seeing his father off was too pious, so when he thought of pushing the second brother, the third brother actually took a step and grabbed the handle behind the wheelchair in advance. Prince Kang's eyes changed. Prince Jing smiled and said, "Brother, take a rest. It's my turn as the younger brother to take care of the second brother." Prince Kong said unhappily, "You have never been able to take care of people since you were a child. Give it to me. I am afraid you will not be able to hold it firmly when we go down the stairs later." As he said that, he was going to grab the wheelchair. Prince Jing avoided his hand and pushed the wheelchair out. Prince Kong saw that the 2 prime ministers, 6 ministers, and several dukes and marquises on the military side all looked over. Considering the majesty of the eldest prince, he did not fight with the 3rd prince for it. Zhao Yin just looked indifferent. Qingyai was waiting outside the hall. When she saw Prince Qing pushing his own prince out, Qingyai immediately stepped forward to take over the wheelchair. Prince Qing said casually, "Get out of the way. Zhao Yin, let Qingyai come." Prince Qing looked at the 2 ramps that extended downward in front of the hall, holding the wheelchair as usual, and said in a hurt tone, "Second brother trusts eldest brother, but is worried that I will be clumsy and fall on you. Zhao Yin, I appreciate your kindness, eldest brother and 3rd brother. In order to avoid any disagreement between eldest brother and 3rd brother because of taking care of me, I will let Qingyai and others serve me when I walk in the palace from now on. I hope that eldest brother and 3rd brother will understand." At this point, Prince Qing finally let go. Qingyai lowered his head and walked around behind the wheelchair, asking King Kong to go first. King Kong was the eldest, so he had to walk in front. He saw Qingyai pushing his 2nd brother to the right ramp, so King Kong also came here. When the wheelchair began to go down, he reached out and held the wheelchair to one side to prevent it from flying out too fast. However, the ramp was specially built with ridges, which would hinder the movement of both the wheelchair and the person pushing the wheelchair. Unless Qingyai suddenly fainted, he would never lose his grip. In order to ensure his balance, Zhao Yin held the handrails beside him with both hands, and did not look to the side. After going down the steps, Prince Kong and Prince Qing stood on both sides of the wheelchair again. After leaving the Chengtian gate of the inner city, Prince Kong and Prince Qing had to go south along the avenue to the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights, but Prince Hui could turn east at the Ministry of Imperial Clan Affairs next to it to go to the Ministry of Works. Zhao Yin asked Qingyai to stop and said goodbye to the 2 brothers. Prince Kong looked surprised, and Prince Qing smiled and said, "Second brother is still as quiet as before." Zhao Yin agreed and motioned Qingyai to go east. Yan Luan, the Minister of Works behind, saw it and quickened his pace to catch up with Prince Hui's wheelchair. He chased after it, and the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Works and several doctors of the Ministry of Works also caught up. No matter which prince they supported in their hearts, this superficial respect had to be given to Prince Hui. His Highness Prince Hui, in a wheelchair, led a group of people to the Ministry of Works in silence. Yan Luan asked Prince Hui to wait for a moment. He shouted to the duty room several times, calling out all the low-ranking officials and clerks who were not qualified to attend the court, and asked them to come forward and salute Prince Hui in order of their official positions. In this way, Prince Hui might not remember the names and faces of all the officials, but he could roughly know which departments, warehouses, and offices were divided into in the Ministry of Works, and what specific tasks each department was responsible for. After the introduction, Yan Luan asked Prince Hui, "Every Monday and Friday morning, I will call 2 assistant ministers, each department's doctor, deputy minister, and chief officer to hold a morning meeting to assign new tasks or report the progress of the current construction. Would you like to come and listen?" Zhao Yin nodded. Yan Luan led the way to his duty room. Prince Hui had just arrived, so he just listened. As he listened, Prince Hui found that no matter which doctor or chief officer finished speaking, Yan Luan would emphasize one thing when summarizing: it is too difficult to ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. After the morning meeting, Yan Luan asked other officials to leave first, and respectfully asked Prince Hui, "Your Highness, which department will you take over first?" The Ministry of Works was mainly divided into 4 major departments, responsible for the construction of palaces and government offices, the manufacture of various official utensils, water conservancy bridges and rivers, and the selection of craftsmen for mausoleum repairs. However, no matter which department was in charge of what project, it had to deal with the estimation, auditing, and receipt of silver money, and finally had to deal with the Ministry of Revenue, and even a verbal criticism of repeated urging and rejection. Yan Luan looked at Prince Hui expectantly, and was ready to recommend a major construction project to Prince Hui when Prince Hui was confused. After a while, Prince Hui spoke, "Let me first familiarize myself with the work process of the Ministry of Works. You ask someone to send the construction files of the construction projects that have been completed and stored in the warehouse by various departments last year, and will not be used in the near future, including the accounting, to my public house. I will come back to you after I have read them all." Yan Luan, "All the files stored in the warehouse last year?" Zhao Yin, "Yes." Yan Luan, "That's too much. Your Highness may not be able to finish reading them before the new year." Zhao Yin, "I'm not in a hurry." After saying that, he looked at Qingyai, who immediately pushed Prince Hui away. Yen Luen, eh? In Prince Hui's official room, 2 empty new red sandalwood bookcases were soon filled with rolls of documents and account books sent by the clerks of the Ministry of Works. Yen Luen would send his clerks to check on Prince Hui from time to time, and every time they came back, the clerks would say, "There is no movement." At noon, officials from the Ministry of Works came to the dining room to eat one after another. Prince Hui did not show up, and only sent Qingyai to take lunch for the 3 masters and servants. The 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Works sat beside Yen Luen and watched eunuch Qingyai leave. The left assistant minister whispered, "Is the prince simply familiar with the procedures of the Ministry of Works, or does he want to check whether there are any loopholes in our previous construction projects?" The right assistant minister, "Not really. How can a superior find fault with his subordinates right away? Even if King Hui is not in a hurry to serve and perform in front of the emperor, he is not stupid enough to offend others on his own initiative." Yen Luen glared at everyone. "Take care of what you should take care of. If you don't make any mistakes, you don't have to be afraid of the emperor coming." In the quietest public housing of the Ministry of Industry, Zhao Yin had lunch and stood alone on the 2 rows of handrails in the lounge for 2/4 of an hour before calling Fei Chuan in to give him a massage. Fei Chuan had been studying with Liao Longzhong since the prince decided to take up a job. Liao Longzhong taught him hand in hand when giving massage to the Prince Hui. Fei Chuan learned very seriously. In addition, he had served the prince since he was a child. Now the prince was no longer dull, and Fei Chuan, who was already more lively, dared to push and push on the prince's long legs. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and read the files for the whole morning. Only then did he indulge himself to think about the princess. At dusk, in order to avoid the large number of officials leaving their posts, Zhao Yin left 2/4 of an hour earlier. The officials from the Ministry of Works, who were secretly watching here, breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Prince Hui would imitate Prince Kong, who worked in the Ministry of Revenue, coming in early and leaving late every day, forcing most officials in the Ministry of Revenue to accompany Prince Kong to work diligently. Prince Hui's mansion. Yao Huang went to Changshu Lane early in the morning and talked to his mother about Prince Hui's new job and new wheelchair, and then listened to his mother talk about the family's recent situation and the latest news in the neighborhood. Having been with Prince Hui for so long, Yao Huang hadn't had such a pure relaxation for a long time. She didn't have to worry about whether Prince Hui was bored alone, nor did she want to worry about whether Prince Hui was happy when she was with him. After staying in Changshu Lane until the sun was setting, Yao Huang returned to the palace with a sense of unfulfilled desire. With a father who was a military officer, Yao Huang knew that the normal time for court officials to leave their posts was at twilight. Unexpectedly, as soon as twilight arrived, the gatehouse reported that Prince Hui had returned to the palace. As Yao Huang went to the front to greet people, she was wondering whether Prince Hui could leave early at will, or whether Prince Hui was tired on his first day of duty and left his post early, because it was difficult for Prince Hui to get off the car. When Yao Huang came to the front, Qingyai had just pushed Prince Hui into the gate. Yao Huang saw that Prince Hui did not look unhappy at least, and took the wheelchair with a smile. Zhao Yin looked at the shadow of the princess on the ground and said, "You don't have to come out to pick me up in the future." Yao Huang said, "But I miss the prince. Since we came back from Lingshan, this is the first time I haven't seen the prince for a whole day." Zhao Yin thought to himself, the princess's memory is really not very good. The time she went to the Qing palace to attend the wedding banquet, and the time she went to the palace for the chrysanthemum banquet, the 2 of them didn't see each other for a whole day. Fortunately, they were all minor matters, so Zhao Yin did not correct his princess. It would be dinner soon. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to the main hall in the front yard, parked a wheelchair, and sat on the left side of the long table, tilting his head and carefully looking at Prince Hui after a day's absence. Zhao Yin was still not used to the princess's enthusiastic gaze, so he lowered his eyes. Yao Huang smiled and said, "It's your first day at the Ministry of Works. Is the prince busy?" Zhao Yin shook his head. "Yao Huang, did you take any job?" Zhao Yin, "No rush. I take a look at last year's construction files to familiarize myself with the process." Yao Huang understood that Prince Hui had read a day's worth of books, and that he had simply moved his study from the palace to the Ministry of Works. "What did you do today?" Zhao Yin asked, looking at the hem of the princess' skirt. The princess said sadly, "I'm so bored when the prince is not here, so I have to go to Changshu Lane to accompany my mother." Zhao Yin didn't know how to respond. Today was the 11th day, but if the princess insisted on his company, he would not refuse. Chapter 97. It's cold, and the main dish at Prince Hui's mansion tonight is a mutton soup pot. The milky white soup is bubbling, and the rising mist is spreading. Yao Huang rarely has a poor appetite. Now Master Kong and Madame Gao are in charge of the kitchen of Mingyan Hall. They are competing to cook every dish to make the best taste. Yao Huang eats more deliciously. In between serving dishes, he asks Prince Hui about his meal at the Ministry of Works. Zhao Yin, not as exquisite as the one in the mansion, but the taste is okay. Every time there is a court meeting, the dining halls of each department will provide steamed buns, porridge and side dishes after the court is dismissed. The lunch is 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes and 1 soup. From the co-organizer Prince, the second-ranked minister to the unranked clerk, all have the same dishes. Yao Huang looked at Prince Hui's handsome face, which was still a little thin, and said, "How can it be okay? The more you work, the better you should eat. Don't make the prince thin. In this way, I will send someone to deliver the meals prepared at home to the prince at noon in the future. Anyway, our palace is close to the palace, so we wrap the food boxes tightly so they won't get cold." Zhao Yin, "No, I won't be hungry." From the secretariat to the 6 ministries, there was no example of officials asking their families to send food. Zhao Yin appreciated the princess's thoughtfulness, but he didn't want to be in the spotlight. Okay, then the prince should eat more for dinner. Yao Huang stood up and scooped half a bowl of soup, half a bowl of mutton, and 2 pieces of white radish that were grown in the vegetable garden and soaked in soup for Prince Hui. Seeing Prince Hui finish eating slowly, Yao Huang scooped another bowl. After finishing the bowl, Prince Hui immediately put down his chopsticks and said, "It's done." Yao Huang had almost finished eating and rinsed his mouth. Yao Huang looked outside and saw that it was getting dark, and looked at Prince Hui. "Then Prince, go to bed early, I go home?" Waking up in the dark in the morning, he was busy all day, and sat almost the whole day. Yao Huang guessed that Prince Hui must want to lie down on the bed and sleep early. Zhao Yin watched the princess stand up, take off the pink silk coat on the back of the chair and put it on. "Yes." "Yao Huang, when will the prince have breakfast tomorrow morning?" Zhao Yin, "At the beginning of the morning." Yao Huang smiled and said, "Not bad, I will come to eat with the prince in the morning from now on." Zhao Yin avoided the princess' eyes that seemed to be full of affection for everyone. "Look at you, you don't want to get up too early, so don't force yourself." Yao Huang heard this, walked around the wheelchair, leaned over and hugged Prince Hui. "I won't force you, I like to eat with the prince." Zhao Yin looked at the princess's hand on his chest. Today, the princess wore a red jade bracelet, and the bright red made her white wrist look more like snow than the green. The next moment, the weight on her shoulders left, and the princess withdrew her hand and left with a smile. After sitting quietly for a while, Zhao Yin asked Qingyai to prepare water. In the backyard, Yao Huang washed her feet and got into bed. Although the house was heated, several maids still stuffed 4 hot water bottles into her bed to warm it up in advance. Yao Huang felt hot, so she turned it out and asked the maids to take it away. Seeing Qiu Chan was about to take away the last hot water bottle, Yao Huang's heart moved and said, "The one that warmed my chest, warm it up in advance tomorrow morning, I will use it." Qiu Chan agreed. The next day, Yao Huang accompanied Prince Hui to have breakfast. Seeing that Prince Hui was about to leave, Qingyai and Fei Chuan did not make any extra preparations. Looking at Prince Hui sitting on a hard, unpadded red sandalwood wheelchair, Yao Huang winked at Aji, who was waiting outside. Aji ran away in a hurry and caught up with the prince and princess in the second entrance of the palace, holding an object wrapped in a new silk pad in his arms. Yao Huang asked Qingyai to push the wheelchair. She took Aji's things and continued to send Prince Hui to the door. This time, Yao Huang followed Prince Hui into the carriage. After Prince Hui sat down, Yao Huang opened the thin cushion, revealing the round copper-gilded hot water bottle inside. "It's getting colder, Prince. Use it to warm your hands on the way. Ask Fei Chuan to change it to hot water before leaving the palace in the evening, and continue to use it when you come back. It's cold in winter, and pushing a wheelchair like Qingyai can make your limbs warm, but the prince's hands and feet are easy to get cold if he doesn't move." Zhao Yin looked at the copper round pot as big as a soup bowl that the princess forced into his hand. This thing, the concubines in the palace would occasionally hold one to warm their hands when they went out in winter. When he was very young, Madame Lu also stuffed it into his quilt. But since Zhao Yin started practicing martial arts, and was not afraid of the cold and explicitly refused to use the hot water bottle, this thing never appeared around him again. Seeing that Prince Hui was motionless, Yao Huang held his left hand away from the hot water bottle and whispered, "Look, how cold the prince's hand is." It was not obvious in summer, but when autumn and winter came, Prince Hui's hands were indeed not as warm as the princess's. Yao Huang pulled his hands around the hot water bottle and smiled. "Use it in the car, where others can't see it." There is also the cushion. When I leave, the prince can put it under his butt by himself. Zhao Yin, eh? Yao Huang smiled and got off the car. Prince Hui looked at the thin mat that the princess had left on the side seat, held a copper round pot in one hand, opened the low cabinet next to him with the other hand, and put away the thin mat that he would never use. After Prince Hui was assigned to work, Yao Huang decided to strictly abide by the new rule of pushing Prince Hui to the backyard on the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and festival days, so as not to accidentally delay Prince Hui from getting up early. Therefore, Yao Huang only accompanied Prince Hui for dinner for 2 consecutive nights. On the 13th night, when the day was right, Yao Huang's period came, so she had to remind Prince Hui awkwardly after dinner, how about Prince Hui still sleep in the front these few nights, so as not to waste more time in the morning. Prince Hui lives in the backyard. When he wakes up in the morning, he has to ring the bell to call Qingyai to come in and push the wheelchair, and then go back to the front yard to prepare water. If Prince Hui lives in the front, he can let Fei Chuan prepare at the same time when he wakes up and changes clothes. In addition, Prince Hui can wear a middle coat at night in spring, summer and autumn, and go back and forth between the 2 courtyards in the morning. In winter, it is so cold that he has to dress tightly. Prince Hui has to take off his pants secretly, and continue to wear a middle coat with only a cloak. Prince Hui's ankles are still exposed. What if they get frozen? In short, Yao Huang was thinking about Prince Hui. Zhao Yin noticed the change in the princess. In the past, the princess only thought about how to make him happy, but now she thought about how to make him do a good job. So, is the princess simply thinking about the business, or is she afraid that he will ask her to serve him during his menstrual period because of lust? The princess is bold but delicate. She often takes the initiative to provoke him, but she can't hold on for long and wants to end it. Okay. In order to correct his bad impression with the princess, Prince Hui agreed. With this agreement, the couple continued to sleep in separate rooms until October 19th. The prince and princess knew what was going on, but Qingyai, Fei Chuan and Aji, the maids who served Ming and Hall, had no idea. Qingyai Fei Chuan thought that the prince went out early, and came back late all day to bury himself in the files of the Ministry of Works. He didn't go to the princess to ensure adequate sleep. Although it might neglect the prince had been diligent since childhood. As long as the prince explained it clearly to the princess would understand. Aji and the other 4 maids didn't know the prince as well as they did. They were more worried that the prince would no longer value the princess because he had a job. After all, even when the princess had her period, the prince would often come to accompany her. Bailing, Chunyin, Qiuchan could only guess in their hearts that Aji grew up with the princess. While the princess was playing with Jin Bao in the back garden, Aji muttered worriedly, "Does the prince really like to be an errand boy?" Yao Huang asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that suddenly?" Aji pouted, "The prince hasn't come to the backyard for a long time." Yao Huang, "It's not convenient for me now, so I deliberately didn't let him come. Of course, the errand is more important, not like before." Aji, "What about today?" Yao Huang was not sure how to answer. Today was the last day of her menstrual period. She was basically refreshed, and she still had some lingering feelings. She could take a break with Prince Hui before, so every time she had her menstrual period, the couple could wait for 7 days in peace. Thinking of Prince Hui, who had been vegetarian for 10 days, Yao Huang decided to let him decide. In the evening, Prince Hui came back in the shrouded night. They hadn't slept together for so long, and only had simple meals for about a quarter of an hour in the morning and evening. Looking at Prince Hui in his majestic dragon robe, Yao Huang actually felt a little strange again. After dinner, it was time to discuss where to stay. Yao Huang's face was hot for the first time in a long time, but Prince Hui didn't like to speak, so Yao Huang could only lower her head shyly. "Tonight, Prince, are you going to the backyard?" Zhao Yin looked at the princess and said with a hint of doubt, "The 8th day." He didn't think he would remember the day wrong. Yao Huang's face became even redder, and she explained in a low voice, "No, but..." Prince Hui didn't let her finish. "Your health is important, you should rest well and wait for the 23rd. Yao Huang, even if we have separate rooms tonight, tomorrow is a day off." How could Prince Hui, who used to be so greedy, still hold on until the 23 RD? Yao Huang couldn't figure it out, but Prince Hui was serious, and they had become estranged during this period, so Yao Huang didn't dare to ask more. On the day of the day off, after breakfast, Prince Hui actually went directly to the bamboo courtyard. Yao Huang gritted her teeth and simply went back to her parents' home. She asked her brother to accompany her to shop, and bought a lot of things for herself. She only picked a handkerchief embroidered with a bunch of green bamboo for Prince Hui, which she spent 1 or 2 taels of silver to perfunctorily deal with. When they returned to the mansion at dusk, they saw Prince Hui in the front hall. Yao Huang smiled and said, "I thought the prince would have dinner in the bamboo courtyard." Zhao Yan looked at the princess and said, "Why do you say that?" Yao Huang stood at the door and said with a tilted face, "It's hard to rest for a day, but the prince ran to the bamboo courtyard early in the morning. He must be missing the bamboos. You have to stay with him for one more night." Zhao Yan was silent for a moment and asked, "Where did you go when you left early in the morning?" Yao Huang smiled, "I haven't seen my brother for a long time. I miss him too. I asked him to accompany me for a day, since he doesn't have to go to martial arts school today." Prince Hui hummed in an ambiguous tone. Yao Huang walked in and spread out the bamboo embroidered handkerchief she had carefully selected on the long table in front of Prince Hui. "Here, I know the prince will definitely like this bamboo." Prince Hui, who had been used to seeing good things since childhood, looked at the embroidered handkerchief material that even the sons of nobles could not afford, and then looked at the needlework on it, which was not exquisite, and was very sure that the princess was unhappy about him going to the bamboo courtyard. He held the princess's wrist, pulled her down and pressed her on his legs, looked at her face turned away and her lips pouting slightly, and reminded her, "Push me out first. I thought you didn't want to see me more." Yao Huang glared at him. "When did I push you out?" Zhao Yan looked at the half-cut red jade bracelet on her wrist. 13, 16, 2 nights. "Yao Huang, I was having my period. Last night, I clearly asked the prince to go to the backyard, but you didn't want to go." "Zhao Yan, your health is more important." "Yao Huang, what about today?" Zhao Yan still looked at the bracelet. "I came back for lunch as promised at noon, but you were not there." "Yao Huang, who told you to walk so fast this morning, as if you didn't want to look at me anymore?" "Look, the prince doesn't even want to look at me now." "Zhao Yan, eh?" Yao Huang pulled his arm away and tried to get off. Zhao Yan held the princess' waist tightly, following her hand to push his shoulder and her toes to push the floor. The four-wheeled red sandalwood wheelchair was not fixed, and the large gold wheels smoothly turned back and forth on the north side of the long table. Yao Huang knew that Prince Hui was shy, so she deliberately pushed towards the door of the main hall. The distance was close, but Prince Hui still held her captive. Yao Huang couldn't really go out, so she gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want?" Zhao Yan looked at the embroidered shoes that the princess stepped on his feet. "You broke the promise first." He was harder than dried corn, and Yao Huang understood. "Okay, I broke the rules and missed the prince for 3 nights. I make it up to you tonight, okay?" Prince Hui didn't say whether it was okay or not, but he let go of his hand. Chapter 98. Dinner was early, and Yao Huang came out of the misty bathtub at just 5:55 p.m. The soft light reflected on the princess's face, which was red from the heat. In addition to the 2 blushes on her cheeks, even her fair neck was a thin layer of peach pink. Aji wrung the princess' hair while humming softly. "The princess is so beautiful, but the prince is willing to not come for several nights in a row. This is a great ability." Yao Huang secretly thought that Prince Hui was indeed very capable, but it had nothing to do with whether he was greedy for her beauty, but the ability was that no matter what he wanted, Prince Hui was extremely tolerant. For Emperor Yongchang, Prince Hui wanted to do something but was unwilling to ask. For Princess Mei, Prince Hui wanted to sleep with her, but had to wait until a set date or the princess took the initiative to push him over. The former was because Prince Hui and Emperor Yongchang were not close enough. At least for Prince Hui, the father emperor was more important than the emperor, and he was bound by many rules. For her, Prince Hui was reserved and thin-skinned, and only when he made her crazy could he let go completely. Yao Huang had never met someone with this kind of temperament before, but Prince Hui was a prince and disabled, and there was nothing wrong with him in other aspects, so Yao Huang was too lazy to argue with him. The inner room was as warm as mid-spring, with the heating on. Yao Huang sat on the bed with her half-dried long hair loose, reading the new book she bought during the day. After turning a few pages, there was a noise outside. Yao Huang got off the bed, put on the cloak prepared beside her, and walked out while tying her hair. She came to the main hall. Qingyai also pushed the wheelchair to the door. The Prince Hui in the wheelchair was wearing a crimson dragon robe, a jade belt around his waist, and a noble and quiet face. Yao Huang was frightened at the first sight, and was inexplicably afraid that the Prince Hui would punish her. The people beside him were like this, and Beiling, who was on guard tonight, lowered her head and dared not breathe. Zhao Yan looked at the princess and explained, "We will leave directly from here tomorrow morning." He had to get up at an hour on the days of court meetings. At that time, the princess was sleeping soundly. Even if he asked her to watch him put on his pants, she could not open her eyes. Yao Huang suddenly realized and asked for Beiling, "Wash here too?" If so, Bailing had to prepare hot water in advance. Zhao Yan shook his head. Yao Huang took the wheelchair and pushed Prince Hui to the inner room. In summer, people sweat a lot, so it is convenient to wipe after tossing and turning. When it is cold, people are too lazy to move, and the sweat is not so heavy. Yao Huang prepared 4 towels in advance, 2 for each of the couple, and simply wiped at night, and washed them well during the day. Pushing Prince Hui to the bed, Yao Huang asked tactfully, "Shall I turn off the lights?" Zhao Yan nodded. Yao Huang glanced at Prince Hui, who was dressed majestically, and then stepped out of the bed, put down the outermost curtain to block Prince Hui's figure, turned off the lights, and put the untied cloak back on the rack. She even pretended to go to the bathroom, and walked around. When she came out, there was no sound of fabric rubbing against each other in the bed. Entering the tent, with his eyes already accustomed to the darkness, Yao Huang found that Prince Hui was actually leaning against the head of the bed. Yao Huang was about to crawl over from under his feet when he simply said, "Come here." Yao Huang sat next to him, leaning against the edge of the bed. Zhao Yan reached out and lifted up a strand of the princess's long hair. "Is it not dry yet?" Yao Huang, "Yes, it doesn't dry that fast in winter." Zhao Yan, "Why do you have to wash it at night?" Yao Huang glared at him, lowered her head slightly and said, "I wanted to take a shower this morning. After dinner, I saw that the prince missed Juzi so much, and I suddenly missed my brother very much. In addition, I just took a shower yesterday, so I went out directly." Prince Hui, who did not miss Juzi, chose to remain silent, holding the princess' wrist and taking her to sit in his arms. Yao Huang was familiar with such darkness, and Prince Hui, who held her in the darkness. But her breathing was still disordered, and she soon whimpered softly. She should have remembered that if Prince Hui was starved, she would suffer. The hair dried very slowly. Yao Huang lay on Prince Hui's shoulder and rested for a while. When Prince Hui was done, he asked her to turn around. Anyway, no one could see each other clearly. Yao Huang let him do whatever he wanted, and it was a good idea to do it by accident. Yao Huang couldn't see Prince Hui, but she could see Prince Hui's 2 long legs that could no longer move by themselves. How capable, the shorts were still there. Yao Huang was so embarrassed that she slapped him. Prince Hui paused for a moment, and soon decided to follow the princess. Rather than letting her scratch his shoulders and back and be seen by others, he could let her do whatever she wanted with his legs. After the princess' hair was finally dry, her legs were numb. She fell on the quilt pitifully, treating the culprit, Prince Hui, as if he were a little eunuch, and he had to pinch whatever she pointed at. When the princess' legs were no longer numb, Prince Hui pressed on her again. Yao Huang, "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that you will miss the court meeting tomorrow morning?" Zhao Yan, "No." Yao Huang, "It's up to you. Anyway, I only owe you 3 nights. This time, your Majesty can't disturb my sleep tonight." Zhao Yan, "I thought that tonight's make-up was the night of the 13th. The 16th and 19th are still to be discussed." Yao Huang, Yao Huang was very thirsty, and he didn't care about his weak hands and feet, and walked out of the tent to pour himself a bowl of water. Zhao Yan was lying on the bed. He saw the princess light a lamp with a fire stick and leaned over to check the time. He asked hoarsely, "What time is it?" Yao Huang glanced at him and said, "It's 3/4 of the hour of Cho. Your Majesty only has 1 hour left to sleep." Prince Hui, who knew the time, said, "I can ask your maid to come in and report it again." Yao Huang then told the truth. "It's a little after 4/4 of the hour of high. Your Majesty should go to bed quickly. You can still sleep for 3 hours." Perhaps because she had been hungry for too long before, Prince Hui was greedy tonight and didn't expect to take her life every time. "Zhao Yan, pour me a bowl of water." The floor heater was burning in the room, so it was easy to get thirsty. Yao Huang put down the candlestick, first tidied up the middle clothes tied up randomly on her body, and then poured water for Prince Hui. The dim light made Prince Hui's handsome face, which was slightly red afterwards, look more elegant than usual. He took the tea bowl and drank slowly. Yao Huang sat by the bed, looked at the crimson python robe that he put on the wheelchair, and then glanced at Prince Hui and asked, "Prince has been wearing blue or green robes recently. What special day is tomorrow that makes you wear so romantic and suave?" Zhao Yan was just glad that he drank slowly. If he had raised his head to drink it all at once, like the princess just did, he would have choked. He looked at the water in the bowl that he had only drunk half of and explained, "Qingyai took it. He will always wear this one after wearing several sets." Yao Huang laughed. "Is that so? I thought the prince was wearing it on purpose for some little maid to see." Zhao Yan, "From Duanmen to the Chaohui Hall, and then to the Ministry of Works, I will not meet any maids. After saying that, he drank the rest of the water in a few gulps to prevent the princess from having more time to ask nonsense questions. Yao Huang took the tea bowl, looked at Prince Hui's pants, sat up straight, turned his face to the other side, and whispered, "Do you want to relieve yourself? If you do, I push you in, and you can do it after I come out." Zhao Yan's whole body froze. Yao Huang could guess his reserve, and said in a lighter voice, "Your Highness, you won't be embarrassed with me, will you? You didn't look embarrassed at all just now. To be honest, I'm not as familiar with your face or hands as you are with that. It's just relieving yourself, and I'm not watching. Your Highness, please don't be so formal with me. It's important to make yourself comfortable, and have a good sleep." Zhao Yan suddenly hoped that the princess would turn off the light. Yao Huang really didn't think this was embarrassing. In the past, when they went out, the couple would relieve themselves in their own carriages. They knew each other well, and they didn't have to face each other. Afraid that Prince Hui didn't know the layout of her toilet, Yao Huang continued, "There are 2 compartments inside, one for you and one for me, with windows for ventilation and incense. It's clean. If the prince just wants to urinate, can he just sit in front of the wheelchair and face the toilet?" Zhao Yan, Yao Huang put the empty tea bowl aside, slowly moved over, turned around and hugged Prince Hui's waist, resting his head on his shoulder and said, "Prince, tell me the truth, we haven't been together for so many days. Do you miss me too?" Zhao Yan agreed. Yao Huang's face was facing outwards, and he couldn't see, so he insisted that he say it. "Do you miss me or not? If Prince doesn't say it, I will assume that you didn't miss me." Zhao Yan, "I do. It's not necessary to be together every night, but Zhao Yan is really not used to being apart for more than 10 nights in a row." Yao Huang, "I miss you too, Prince. Since we both want to, you should get used to sleeping at my place earlier. That way, unless you are busy with official business, we can sleep together every day. By the way, you can just make do with it tonight. I will push you over. Tomorrow, I will move your ugly 3-wheeled rattan chair from the warehouse over. You can push it in when you need to sleep. It will be more convenient when Master Ding sends you a large wheelchair made of gold." Zhao Yan, "Okay." Yao Huang was very happy. He held the tea bowl in one hand, and put the prince's dragon robe and jade belt outside with the other hand. When Prince Hui moved to the wheelchair by himself, Yao Huang came over to push him. The nobles know how to enjoy themselves. For example, the toilet in the inner chamber of Princess Yao Huang is actually larger than her mother's boudoir. There is a tall mirror, a washstand, and a prepared basin, bucket, and towel by the south window. Under the north window are 2 exquisite compartments made of red sandalwood. Brocade curtains are hung at the doors of the compartments. Those who don't know would think that there are some treasures hidden inside. In fact, they are 2 equally beautiful and elegant toilets. Yao Huang pushed Prince Hui to his compartment. Seeing that Prince Hui could open the lid of the bucket with a handle with a crane neck by stretching out his hand, Yao Huang retired after completing his mission. She sat down in front of the dressing table, picked up a comb, and combed the long hair that was messed up by Prince Hui. She could vaguely hear the sound of water. Imagining Prince Hui's movements, Yao Huang smiled and shook her head. If Prince Hui didn't call her, Yao Huang would definitely not go in. It was not until she heard the sound of washing hands inside that Yao Huang walked over in surprise, and saw Prince Hui's wheelchair parked in front of the washstand. Zhao Yan looked forward, and out of the corner of his eye he could see the princess leaning against the side of the door, slowly combing her hair while laughing at him. Great, it turns out that the prince can push a wheelchair with 4 wheels around. No wonder it's so easy to carry me around. Zhao Yan, it's late, go to bed. He put down the towel, and prepared to hold the push wheels on both sides of the gold wheel. Yao Huang stopped joking, and took over the wheelchair before Prince Hui. After turning off the lights and lying back on the bed, Yao Huang lay in Prince Hui's arms and confirmed, "Don't follow the rules of every 5th, 10th, 3rd, or 9th day?" Zhao Yan, "Yes." The princess chuckled, "Do I not have to make up for the 2 nights I still owe you?" Prince Hui was silent again. Chapter 99. During his childhood, concubine Du's strict upbringing had made Zhao Yan accustomed to waking up early at around 4:45 in the morning. The room was dark, and Zhao Yan woke up by himself without anyone calling him, and heard the long and regular breathing of the princess next to him. Zhao Yan lifted the quilt on his body, and pressed it between him and the princess, then sat up with his hands on the bed. Just as he gently put his legs under the bed, and was about to take the outer pants that the princess had put back on the wheelchair last night, there was a sound behind him, and 2 snake-like arms wrapped around his waist from the left and right, followed by the princess's soft mutter, "Don't leave, my lord, hug me again." Prince Hui took a deep breath, held down the index finger of the princess's right hand that was trying to squeeze into his waistband, and said in a low voice, "Stop it." The princess immediately felt wronged. "I didn't make a fuss a few days ago. I was so virtuous. I was afraid that it would delay the prince's work, and I would rather sleep alone than push the prince out. What happened? The prince actually blamed me for this, leaving me to look at bamboo, and even wanted to ask me for a debt. Well, now I am not virtuous, and the prince blames me for making trouble again." Zhao Yan raised his head, and held down the princess's hand that was still trying to make trouble. However, the princess not only had hands, but also a mouth, biting his shirt like a golden treasure. Such a princess is simply asking for trouble. It's not that Zhao Yan can't spare a quarter of an hour to punish her. But Qingyai and her maid should be waiting outside. What would they think if they heard the princess's cry? It would be fine if they heard it at other times. But today is the day for the court meeting. Those 2 nights will not be made up. Guessing the princess's intention, Zhao Yan compromised. "Your Majesty is so kind. Your Majesty, go to court and work for your father with peace of mind." The snake-like arm left with 10 little snakes. Zhao Yan turned around and saw the princess wrapped in a quilt and rolled to the innermost comfortably, with the back of her head facing him. He continued to look at it for a few more times before he began to dress. Cold winter days are best suited to sleeping in. There are only 2 masters in the Hui Palace. The prince has gone to work early, so the only mistress, the princess, can sleep as long as she wants. At noon, Yao Huang finally woke up, and was a little hesitant about whether to have breakfast now or just eat something and save some for lunch. Before he could make up his mind, someone came to report that Master Deng had delivered a new wheelchair. Yao Huang quickly drank 2 mouthfuls of yam and lotus seed porridge, and went to see Master Deng first. It had only been 10 days since the last wheelchair delivery. This time, Master Deng only brought 2 golden Namu wheelchairs, both with luxurious gold wheels. One 4-wheeler was suitable for Prince Hui to use when walking outside, and the 3-wheeler was used indoors. Although it was heavier than a rattan chair, it had little impact on short-distance pushing. It was more suitable for Prince Hui to send it to the public housing of the Ministry of Industry. Yao Huang exclaimed, "So fast." Without Prince Hui, Master Deng was much more comfortable and explained with a smile, "I am very familiar with making wheelchairs for the prince. The weapon shop also has a special mold for the gold wheels, and a master blacksmith who masters this. If the prince really only uses 2 colors of gold wheels, then the weapon shop will make a batch of wheels in advance, and I will prepare red sandalwood and golden namu that can be used directly. It only takes 5 or 6 days to make a wheelchair." The apprentices were responsible for the pure physical work, and he was responsible for the fine work of carving. Yao Huang touched the golden wheels equipped with the Jinsen wheelchair, and he liked it more and more. He said, "The weapon shop is responsible for the main work, and the wheels are subject to the prince's orders. There is no need to think of new patterns, but I have thought of a new style of this wheelchair. I am afraid that you will not be able to enjoy the leisure for the time being." Master Deng was half nervous and half expectant. "Princess, please tell me, I am very happy to be able to serve the prince and princess." The new wheelchair with push wheels was made for His Royal Highness Hui Wang, but in the future, countless people with double-leg disabilities will benefit from it. Master Deng has regarded this wheelchair, which is destined to be passed down from generation to generation, as his greatest pride in this life, and he will die without regrets. All of this was an opportunity given to him by the Princess Hui. Yao Huang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be that difficult this time." After he told Master Deng about his new idea and asked Master Deng to make 2 more sets of red sandalwood and golden Namu wheelchairs for use in the palace, Yao Huang asked Eunuch Chao to send Master Deng away. In the evening, when Prince Hui came back from the Ministry of Works, he saw 2 new golden Namu wheelchairs in the front hall. "Yao Huang, golden color is indeed less likely to show gray than purple. Tomorrow morning, Prince will change to this one. Father gave us so many golden Namu in one go, and he must be looking forward to Prince using them soon. Golden Namu is used exclusively by the royal family. Prince Hui is a descendant of the royal family, so sitting in a golden Namu wheelchair will not cause officials to talk about it." Zhao Yan nodded, although he was very satisfied with the red sandalwood wheelchair he was using now. After dinner, Prince Hui had to take a bath in the front, so Yao Huang pushed away the 3-wheeled golden Namu wheelchair that would be kept in her room in the future. The princess's behavior reminded Zhao Yan of the embarrassment before and after he urinated last night. But the princess thought that he often stayed in the backyard, so Zhao Yan was willing to overcome those embarrassments. As Yao Huang expected, the officials did not pay much attention to Prince Hui's gorgeous new wheelchair. After all, no matter how good it was, they could not use it, and hoped that they would never have to use it in their lifetime. In a blink of an eye, it was the 7th day of the 11th month. Master Ding, who had not been seen for more than half a month, came to the palace again, but this time he brought the owner of his Beijing woodworking shop. Eunuch Chao came to Ming'an Hall in person to pick up the princess. Yao Huang asked curiously, "Boss Fu, what is he doing here?" Although Master Ding was still listed in the Fu family's woodworking shop, he had been concentrating on making various new wheelchairs for Prince Hui in the past 6 months. He was already regarded as a member of the Prince Hui's palace by the outside world, and the Prince Hui's palace had basically nothing to do with the Fu family's woodworking shop. Eunuch Chao guessed, "You probably want to ask the princess for a business deal. This time you asked Master Ding to make something good." Yao Huang's heartbeat quickened. She asked Master Ding to try a new method purely for the comfort of Prince Hui. He actually made something good that even Eunuch Chao approved of. The 17-year-old princess liked gold and silver, but she had never done any big business. Her joy and excitement were all on her face. Eunuch Chao made a subtle suggestion. Yao Huang quickly calmed down. Silver or not, she was now a princess and could be free and unrestrained, but she could not damage the dignity of a princess for silver. When they got to the front, Fu Dongjia, who was visiting the palace for the first time, knelt down and kowtowed as soon as he saw the princess's gorgeous skirt, so Master Ding, who had been exempted from such a great ceremony by the princess, had to accompany Dongjia to kowtow. Yao Huang said calmly, "No need to be polite." The two stood up. Yao Huang first went to see what Master Ding brought to the hall. There were 3 chairs in total, all made of golden nanmu, 2 of which were 3-wheeled and 4-wheeled wheelchairs for Prince Hui, and 1 was a round chair made for the princess. In addition to the gold wheels, Prince Hui's 2 wheelchairs still have golden nanmu chair frames, but the hard-looking wooden seats are gone, replaced by a very elastic-looking yellow-brown cowhide seat. The outer edge of the cowhide is cleverly sewn in, blending seamlessly with the entire wheelchair, without any deliberate sense of putting a cushion on a finished wooden chair. Yao Huang first observed Prince Hui's wheelchair, stretched out her hand and pressed it, and the cowhide surface sank down to the shape of her hand. When she let go of her hand, the dented cowhide bounced back. Yao Huang touched the bottom of the chair again, where a thin board was laid to support the cowhide seat that was 2 fingers thick. Master Ding explained, "Inside the cowhide is a silk-like cotton pad, and the dense stitching ensures that the cotton is evenly distributed, and it will not deform even after a whole winter." Yao Huang, why use cowhide? Even her father, a centurion, had 2 pairs of cowhide official boots. Should the chair bodies of Prince Hui's golden nanmu and red sandalwood be equipped with more expensive animal skins? Master Deng said, "I have asked the experts in the fur shop. Cowhide is the strongest and most durable. Fox fur and mink fur are expensive, but not suitable for long-term sitting. I dare to guess that the prince may not want to maintain the wheelchair frequently because of the animal skin problem." Yao Huang nodded. Prince Hui was indeed of this nature. It would be fine if he was healthy, but a disabled person would break a leather chair seat every once in a while. Was it because the leather was not strong enough, or was Prince Hui's but too hard, or he sat on it for too long? Yao Huang could prove that Prince Hui's but was not that hard. Outsiders didn't know. Instead of giving people a handle to talk about and laugh at him, it was better to use strong cowhide directly. Anyway, this color seemed to match the golden nanmu. After checking Prince Hui's wheelchair, Yao Huang looked at the round chair she had specifically requested for her own use. It was also made of golden nanmu, but the seat and back were covered with cowhide pads, and a layer of shiny, delicate, and soft golden brocade was sewn on the outside of the cowhide. Yao Huang sat on it and tried it out. The cowhide seat and backrest were soft and comfortable. It was warm in winter and comfortable in spring, summer, and autumn. After trying it out, Yao Huang smiled and said to Master Deng, "This chair is also very good. Master Deng has put a lot of effort into it." Master Deng did not dare to take all the credit. "Princess, I just decided how to change the seat. The sewing of the 3 seats was done by other masters in the store asked by Fu Dongjia." Yao Huang then looked at Fu Dongjia. Fu Dongjia believed that it was all thanks to the princess's ingenuity that they had the opportunity to make such a comfortable and elegant armchair. After the praise, Fu Dongjia bowed deeply and begged the princess to allow his woodworking shop to sell the same leather chairs, and was willing to give the princess a share every year. Yao Huang and Eunuch Chao looked at each other. The Great Qi dynasty prohibited officials from doing business directly to prevent officials from abusing their power for personal gain. The same was true for royal relatives, unless they were managing a certain industry for the court. The shops and houses that were not used by the court were rented to merchants for rent. If Yao Huang took over the dividends from Fu's woodworking shop, he would be tied to the business of the woodworking shop. It might not be considered a violation of the rules, but it would not sound good if it got out. If the woodworking shop did something outside in the name of Prince Hui, it would cause trouble for Yao Huang and Prince Hui. Yao Huang said in a dull tone, "I don't like doing business, and the idea of the leather chair was from Eunuch Chow. You can discuss with Eunuch Chow whether you can use it." After that, Yao Huang left. After playing with Jin Bao for a while in Mingyan Hall, Eunuch Chow came over, took out an envelope from his arms, and handed it to the princess with a smile. Yao Huang opened it, and inside were 5 silver notes of 1,000 taels. Eunuch Chow was his own man. Yao Huang did not hide his shock so much. Eunuch Chow explained, "Fu's woodworking shop is the #1 in the capital, and has branches in major provincial capitals. As long as the word is spread that even the prince and princess like his leather chairs, so many officials and wealthy businessmen in the capital and outside the capital will definitely go to his woodworking shop to order. Even if other families can imitate the same, Fu's family is still the first choice for those who are particular. No matter how big the business is, it has to be done step by step. The purchase of wood and fur takes time." Fu Dongjia took out 5,000 taels in one breath, which is very sincere. Yao Huang didn't think it was too little. 5,000 taels was only the salary of Prince Hui for 1 year. His father had to work as a centurion for more than 80 years to earn this amount. Chapter 100. Yao Huang didn't dare to talk to Prince Hui directly about his legs. For example, besides being unable to move, did his legs and feet feel hot, cold, painful or itchy? However, after being married for more than half a year, through some unintentional small movements, Yao Huang judged the answer herself. Yes. The evidence is that if her feet accidentally touched Prince Hui's legs when turning over, Prince Hui would look at her in confusion, and the futon she woven by hand in the summer was indeed used by Prince Hui in the study room of the bamboo courtyard. Yao Huang got the news about the futon from Qingyai. Since he had feelings, Yao Huang didn't want Prince Hui to sit in a cold hardwood wheelchair in the middle of winter and be unable to walk. He was more susceptible to cold than others. Therefore, when Prince Hui returned to the palace in the evening, he saw the 3 new leather chairs in the hall. Yao Huang pushed the 4-wheeled wheelchair in front of him and asked him to reach out and feel it. Zhao Yan simply pressed it. Yao Huang leaned on the chair and looked at Prince Hui's calm face expectantly. "How is it? Is it comfortable and dignified?" Zhao Yan looked at the back of another chair, which was a normal round chair with a golden brocade seat. Yao Huang leaned against it comfortably and said with a smile, "This is mine. I knew that the prince didn't like the chair to be too delicate, so I didn't ask Master Deng to let you sit on the leather backrest. Prince, come and try it. If you like it, I ask someone to tell Master Deng." Zhao Yan looked at the princess like this, and thought that he also wanted to lean back when he was tired of reading the files. But the backs of these lightweight wheelchairs were not suitable for long-term leaning. Zhao Yan couldn't accept that he had to put a cushion in the back, but if he made it like the princess. "Push it over here." It was rare that Prince Hui was interested, so Yao Huang jumped up quickly. Pushing the heavy armchair to the position designated by Prince Hui, Yao Huang cooperated to fix Prince Hui's wheelchair, and then watched him change the position very skillfully, with one hand supporting the armchair, and the other hand supporting the wheelchair. After trying it, Zhao Yan said, "Tell Master Deng, remember to use only pure leather." He didn't need any silk or embroidery. Seeing that Prince Hui was satisfied, Yao Huang sat on his lap and happily shared the good news that she had made a fortune of 5,000 taels of silver notes by using this leather chair. Zhao Yan leaned against the comfortable and soft cowhide chair back, looking at the princess's bright eyes full of smiles, thinking that the officials and businessmen of all sizes and their relatives and friends who were about to use this comfortable leather chair were enjoying the blessing because of the princess's care for him. However, in Yao Huang's eyes, Prince Hui's handsome face was still so calm, and only his relaxed posture showed that his mood at least did not change because she accepted the silver from the merchants. Yao Huang added cautiously, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will only accept this amount. It has nothing to do with our palace whether he sells more or less in the future." Zhao Yan held the princess's hand and said, "Your idea, these 5,000 taels are what you deserve, don't worry too much." Yao Huang glared at him. "If Your Majesty laughs with me, I will definitely be happy." Zhao Yan was silent. He was just disabled, not poor. If he was really happy about 5,000 taels of silver, would the princess think he was shallow? Of course, the princess laughed beautifully. Prince Hui hoped that his princess could be so happy every day. Although she was happy, Yao Huang was very self-aware. She leaned on his shoulder and said, "If I were not the princess, Mr. Fu would have made the finished product and sold it directly, and would not have come to ask for my consent." He was willing to give me 5,000 taels, because he was afraid that I would be jealous of the big money he made and use the power of the palace to cause trouble for him. Without the idea of making leather chairs, Yao Huang would not have earned the 5,000 taels. If he had the idea but no one to support him, how much he could get would depend on Mr. Fu's conscience. So, this money is also due to the prince's contribution. I have already thought about it, and want to give the prince a valuable gift. Yao Huang raised her head, and said to Prince Hui in a very generous manner. In the past, she only gave Prince Hui snacks and small items that could be bought with copper coins. In fact, they were all gifts of heart, and expensive gifts could be given. However, Yao Huang felt that it was like borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, and not showing sincerity at all to use the royal gift money, or the monthly money given by Prince Hui to buy expensive gifts, and then give them to Prince Hui. Now, she has earned 5,000 taels from outsiders through her ingenuity, and she is really paying for the gift to Prince Hui out of her own pocket. Zhao Yan could see that the princess was serious and asked, "What kind of expensive gift? A hair crown and jade pendant worth 1,000 taels, a brocade and fox fur coat worth 2,000 or 3,000 taels, or a famous painting and calligraphy worth 4,000 or 5,000 taels?" Yao Huang, Zhao Yan, all of these are available in the mansion. In addition to the famous paintings and calligraphy, I am also interested in collecting them. You don't have to spend money on other clothes and accessories. Yao Huang, what famous painting and calligraphy costs 4,000 or 5,000 taels? I think the prince's painting skills are quite good and the best in the world. The prince doesn't appreciate his own paintings and calligraphy, but has to spend thousands of taels to buy others. He is simply a fool. I don't want to be such a fool. I would rather buy you a hair crown and jade pendant worth 1,000 taels. You want to spend all her private money on a gift? No way. Zhao Yan smiled at the princess and said slowly, I mean, I don't need expensive gifts. Yao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then on the next holiday, I will go to South Street to treat the prince to freshly roasted lamb skewers. Zhao Yan, gifts should be more suitable for collection. Yao Huang, the wheelchairs I gave to the prince are almost filling up a warehouse. Zhao Yan, the wheelchair is not made by you, so it is not a gift. Yao Huang reacted, sat up straight, tilted his head, and smiled at Prince Hui. So the prince wants a gift made by me. The futon has been given, but the prince doesn't like the cotton pad. Then I will sew a pair of thick socks for the prince? I'm not good at sewing, so you can wear your socks inside your boots. Don't worry about being seen and laughed at. Prince Hui lowered his eyes. Socks are practical, but not suitable for collection. This look of pretending to be reserved even though she clearly has what she wants suddenly reminded Yao Huang of a kind of item that beauties often give to their lovers in storybooks, and asked casually, an embroidered handkerchief? Prince Hui thought for a moment, and hummed lightly. Yao Huang, The next day was the 8th day of the first lunar month, and there was no court meeting. The few officials that Prince Hui met on the way in and out of the palace did not notice that although Prince Hui was still sitting in a golden hen wheelchair, the seat of the wheelchair had been quietly replaced with soft cowhide, and the officials of the Ministry of Works had even less chance, because Prince Hui was reading files in his public room all day and did not show up at all. There was a court meeting on the 9th day of the first lunar month. Qingai pushed Prince Hui to the white marble steps in front of the main hall, and temporarily stepped aside. Due to his status, Prince Kong helped push him to and from the court. At dawn in deep winter, water turned into ice. Prince Kong stood in front of his second brother on the left, using his rather sturdy body to block the cold wind for his second brother. Prince Qing, who had just arrived, saw this, and stood next to the back of his second brother's wheelchair, actively using his eldest brother's back to block the wind. Zhao Yan, When Prince Qing stamped his feet, his knees hit the back of the wheelchair seat. The touch was wrong, so Prince Qing bent down curiously and reached out to touch it. The two prime ministers standing behind the three kings did not see the specific actions of the king of Qing, and turned to the left and right to show that they did not see any rude behavior. The next moment, they heard the king of Qing's puzzled voice. Second brother, is the seat of your chair leather? The two prime ministers, and the civil and military officials nearby looked over at the same time. The king of Qing asked a palace servant for a light, and walked around the second brother's wheelchair, so that everyone could see it clearly. If the king of Hui stuffed a cushion on the wheelchair, the officials would definitely laugh at him for losing face for the lining. But the new wheelchair of the king of Hui directly changed the hardwood seat to cowhide. The cowhide was the same texture as the official boots on their feet, but the dyeing was different, and the appearance was dignified and majestic, so the officials could only admire and envy it. Especially civil servants, who sit on hard wooden chairs in government offices all year round, know whether they are comfortable or not. Prince Hui only explained that it was made of cowhide, and let Prince Qing and the officials discuss the rest. Prince Qing also wanted a cowhide chair, and asked his second brother where he bought it. Zhao Yin, it's not bought. Your second sister-in-law asked a carpenter to modify it. I have difficulty walking, and she was worried that I would get colder and colder. Prince Qing, After hearing this, Prince Kong felt sorry for his second brother for having to work so hard, and was also pleased that his second brother's wife was really good at taking care of people, so he couldn't help but praise him. The voice reached the ears of the officials behind, and everyone also whispered to praise the Princess of Hui for her kindness. The Minister of Works Yan Luan and the Minister of Revenue Meng Bing exchanged glances twice in a row. The first time, Yan Luan thought he could ask the emperor to make a leather chair for each official in the government office, as long as the rabbit skin or mouse skin was soft enough, and only give it to officials above the 5th rank to avoid wasting too much silver. Ming Bing understood his eyes, and supported him with his own eyes. The second time, Yan Luan thought it was over. The king of Hui used a leather chair because he was afraid of the cold, because his legs were broken. How could officials like them have the nerve to complain about the hardness of wooden benches? Ming Bing understood again. The Minister of Works had given up on this idea, so he, who was in charge of money, should not actively distribute money to the court. As for the third prince, Prince Qing returned the lantern to the palace maid, thinking that he would tell his cousin when he returned home in the evening, and let her go to sit with the second sister-in-law. This chair is so exquisitely made, it must have taken a lot of effort. Instead of letting the carpenters in his house figure it out and waste time, it is better to directly ask the second sister-in-law to use the carpenter she is used to. It was the hour of Mao, and Prince Kong pushed his second brother towards the ramp. Emperor Yongchang appeared only after all the civil and military officials had stood in place. Standing high above, Emperor Yongchang should not have noticed the changes in Prince Hui's wheelchair seat, but he found that several military officers on the right were tilting their heads to peek at the three princes, and even the third brother was looking at his second brother's buttocks. Emperor Yongchang was suspicious, and he didn't like the feeling that everyone knew, but he was kept in the dark, so he shouted, Prince Qing, you are standing properly, why are you looking down all the time? Prince Qing, who was choosing the color of cowhide in his mind, shuddered, stepped out of the line, and said respectfully, Father, I am looking at my second brother's cowhide seat. Cowhide is warm. With a cowhide seat, my second brother won't be afraid of sitting cold for a long time. I am happy for my second brother, and forgot the rules for a while. It was indeed a happy event, and Emperor Yongchang waved his hand, and stopped arguing with the third son. After the court was dismissed, Qingyai had just taken the wheelchair from Prince Kong, and Eunuch Wang sent a young eunuch to pass on the message that the emperor summoned Prince Hui to the imperial study. Emperor Yongchang naturally wanted to observe the second son's cowhide wheelchair up close. After seeing it and pressing it, Emperor Yongchang said with emotion, You married a good daughter-in-law. Zhao Yin. The princess said that the cowhide seat can isolate the cold air, and installing a cowhide backrest may also relieve the fatigue of working at the desk. She is asking the carpenter to rush the work. The wheelchair will be used by her son and minister, and the round chair will be presented to the emperor. If the emperor finds it useful, he can give it to the palace carpenter to improve the technique. Emperor Yongchang smiled and said, Well, thanks to you, I also got a good daughter-in-law.